Enrique, the brave hero, leads brave men, and in Enrique's platoon, there are crazy ones, and a great battle begins. Enrique, the weakest, shows courage and takes the lead, advancing with little technique. Out of boldness, Enrique goes to clear the path, but in a war, anything can happen, and Enrique is caught by the enemy. In desperation, our hero tries to throw his sword, and Enrique finds himself, but in a war, anything can happen, and Enrique is caught by the enemy. In desperation, our hero tries to throw his sword. His first wall. An enemy warrior very skilled with the sword. And that's how the inferior soldier, Enrique, died. Fallen into the world of the dead. Enrique wonders if this is truly his end. And the ferryman calls him to cross the river, to go to the other side. Enrique says no, for it is not yet his end. He still has the strength to fight. Sharon laughs at the audacity of the inferior soldier and says it will be fun to watch this human fall into despair. Enrique dreams of becoming the superpower, the knight. The day restarts, and our ally once again faces the enemy wall. But now, in this new today, he is more focused than the last time. However, the inferior soldier, he dies for the second time, and then he dies for the third time, and once again he dies. Enrique continues his saga of living today in an infinite loop. And after countless deaths, Enrique tells his enemy that next time, he will definitely die. And the enemy, before demanding from Enrique, tells him that the dead do not return. Inferior soldier, give up already, or do you want to return to today?
Wake up. Wake up. Time to wake up. And in this abrupt way, our story begins. And the cook shouts so much that everyone in the camp wakes up with that banging of pots. And here is our protagonist, Enrique, tired, and being forced to wake up. But what he really wanted was to keep sleeping for another couple of hours. Everyone in that military barracks is practically awake, but they still remain lying down. But a big, muscular, tattooed guy looking inside his boot tells Enrique that he thinks he sees something inside his boot and says, "Wow, how horrible." A damn cockroach. And Enrique is just like my daughter who doesn't like waking up early in the morning, and he keeps wondering, Byron is shouting so much, so early in the morning? And with that, we can see that the name of the tattooed guy is Ren. And our protagonist is very polite, and, still looking at you, introduces himself by saying his name is Encrid. However, I, the narrator, am not going to narrate a guy with that name. Do you know why? Because I speak quickly and soon enough, he'll turn into Encrid. And Encrid is a woman's name, so there's no way to keep that name. And so, the name of our protagonist, from now on, will be changed to Enrique. Ren, with his axe, is thinking that today promises to be eventful as the great battle approaches. And so, he begins his warm-up to face another day, on that battlefield. Behind him is a very lazy guy, and his name is Cross. And Cross yawning a lot. Whoa, is it already time to wake up? I didn't even drink properly. And of course, after you heard me yawn, it surely made you want to yawn too. Enrique turns his face and notices that Aldi, another member of his squad, is already up, and praying for everyone, as Aldi is very religious. Suddenly, Enrique hears a snore and quickly turns in that direction and realizes that Ragnar is still sleeping, and he wonders how this guy can sleep with so much noise like that. This Ragnar definitely sleeps like a rock. After getting ready, the protagonist of our story heads outside the barracks and hears someone speaking to him. "Good morning, boss. How are you doing? Are you already up?" And Enrique, turning towards the last member of his platoon, greets Jackson and says, "Hey, Jackson, how's it going with you?" "Good morning." "Oh, Jackson, you have such a strange habit of sharpening your knives every day." And Jackson completely ignores his commander and doesn't even respond. And thus it is explained to us that Enrique, due to a mess he caused, was demoted from his position, and now he has become the leader of this platoon of idiots, as each of them is quite peculiar. And moreover, these guys love to fight, and if left unchecked, they'll even fight among themselves. But as soon as the sun begins to rise on the horizon, the sound of the shofar announcing the start of the battle is played very loudly so that everyone stays alert, as a great battle is about to begin now. And Enrique shouts, "Attack! Advance, men! Let's move forward." And so, the bloody battle begins, one country against the other, and thousands upon thousands of soldiers face off on that bloody battlefield. Enrique reached that position after training tirelessly his entire life. And the fierce Enrique, confident in his abilities, advances with great ferocity, for the best defense is a good offense. And so Enrique, who was losing in the one-on-one, gives a very affectionate massage, delivering a powerful kick to his opponent's groin, and surely that opponent felt it. However, that battlefield seemed very small, because, after Enrique defeated the enemy soldier, another one grabs him by the waist, and with that, our protagonist is thrown to the ground and drops his sword. Being held by the enemy soldier, Enrique finds himself in a very disadvantageous position, as this enemy will surely do to him what Enrique did to the other enemy soldier. And so, Enrique braces himself to take that punch straight to the face, but fortunately, from behind comes the extra soldier number 1, and then... The extra soldier number 1 shows that he is the king of mathematics, and where there was only one body, now there are 2 parts, head to one side, and the rest of the body to the other, and with that, the brave lower-ranked soldier Enrique is saved from being severely pummeled by the enemy. Enrique, in complete despair and trembling a lot, moves forward to grab his sword, because he knows that if he hesitates, death will be certain in that place, and Enrique does not want to die. Enrique runs across that battlefield, protecting his head from any flash hunt that might hit him, because brave Enrique knows that he is weak and that his dream is out of reach. A swift arrow cuts through the air towards our protagonist, and unfortunately, the unregistered extra number 1 just died without having the time to subscribe, because since the beginning of our story, he has only been listening, but didn't have the courage to press the subscribe button. Enrique looks back, hoping that the unregistered one is still alive. However, that unregistered one went to sleep forever. Enrique had a dream. Even though everyone laughed at him and told him that his dream would never come true, he didn't give up and trained hard until that day. And so Enrique found himself once again facing another enemy soldier on that bloody battlefield. And Enrique knows one thing: he needs to hold onto his sword and not let go under any circumstances, because if he does that, he will move towards his goal step by step until he sees his dream become a reality. And so, the brave Enrique holds his sword with both hands in a very firm manner, because he has a dream of becoming a knight. And thus, the brave Enrique had his dream of becoming a knight thwarted by an enemy sword that, piercing his throat, inflicted a very deep wound on him. Enrique had a very innocent dream. However, upon seeing all that blood gushing from his artery, he knows this is his end. But he, who trained arduously all his life, realizes that he is still not good enough, as this enemy soldier approached him so quickly that he couldn't do anything. And so, Enrique tries to say something. However, with so much blood coming out of his mouth and gushing from that wound, he realizes that his end is near, and he chokes on all that blood coming out of him. And the brave lower-ranked soldier Enrique, on his knees on that battlefield, laments for his dream ended on that battlefield, and he, on his knees, drops his sword as his strength is gone. And that brave commander of the maddening platoon thinks, wow, I thought I was the protagonist of this story. I even signed up, but nothing happened. And so, Enrique's body falls lifeless on that cold battlefield. While his soul is being taken to the underworld, Enrique laments, as he didn't know his end would be so pathetic, dying to an enemy, whose face he couldn't even see. And so, the brave Enrique, full of resentment, stares into nothingness, and thinks that he must surely be dead, as he no longer feels pain. Opening his eyes, Enrique still sees, very blurry, as he has just opened his eyes in a place he has never seen before. And then, Enrique steadies his thoughts even more, and looks again in the direction of that figure. And so the brave Enrique, who was in that position on the battlefield, realizes that his body is in a space he cannot distinguish, but suddenly, wake up, wake up. Come on, wake up, wake up. Enrique widens his eyes as someone has just woken him from a terrible nightmare. And he starts thinking, wake up? Was I dreaming? What is this? Could it have been a dream? And so, Enrique puts his hand on his throat to see if it's pierced and realizes that no, he's fine. And next to him, Rem, who was already awake, said to Enrique, yeah, I think there's something inside my boot. Oh my god, it's a cockroach. Rem, who is a very fierce warrior, lets out a little scream of fright because of a cockroach. And after that, the fierce Enrique looks at him and starts thinking, wait a minute. This happened in my dream. What's going on here? Could this be a deja vu? A few hours later, the fierce Enrique was once again on that battlefield, fighting as if it were his first time. However, he remembers what happened in his dream, and it was at that moment that he was stabbed by an enemy soldier. And so, the fierce Enrique tries to look in that direction, more quickly to see who the approaching soldier is. For the second time, our brave Enrique meets a tragic end on that battlefield, as once again, someone attempted to perform a tracheostomy on him, but completely pierced his neck, causing his artery to gush blood all over the battlefield. And so our brave Enrique dies for the second time. And this scene is ugly, isn't it? Because this time, it wasn't like the previous one. As he tried to look at the enemy soldier, the sword of that skilled enemy completely pierced his neck, with a large piece coming out the other side. The next day. And for the third time, Enrique dies. However, this time his death was a bit different from the previous one. But even so, the story always repeats itself. Enrique dying, a swift sword piercing through his throat. And now, for the fourth time, Enrique keeps hearing, wake up, wake up, wake up. I've already told you to wake up, wake up. And our Enrique, you can tell he's not very smart, because he still hasn't realized what's happening to him. He thinks it's a dream within a dream, that's inside another dream. And so, the low-ranking soldier Enrique wakes up completely startled. Remember, I don't bring wimpy protagonists to my channel. Enrique realizes that after the enemy sword pierces his throat, he feels a lot of pain, and after losing a lot of blood and starting to choke on his own blood, Enrique wakes up at the beginning of the same day. And he, for the fourth time, faces that bloody battlefield. But this time Enrique is alert, because he knows that it was at this moment that he died 3 times in a row, and so, he looks earlier, in the direction of the enemy who killed him. And thus he notices an enemy soldier with a different outfit from the others, coming towards him. And one thing Enrique is sure of, it was this guy who killed him 3 times in a row, and so, that skilled enemy soldier advances with a sharp thrust towards Enrique. And the fierce Enrique already knows what that guy is going to do, and with that, he devises a strategy to not be killed so easily by that enemy. Enrique, with his eyes shining with the heck, tries to perceive what moves the enemy will make. And the skilled enemy soldier comes towards Enrique with another perfect thrust. And Enrique, sweating a lot, does what he always does, widens his eyes and tries to keep up with all that speed. And finally, on the 17th attempt, Enrique manages to see the tip of the opponent's sword, but seeing and dodging are 2 different things, right? Before that, Enrique is pierced once again by the enemy's sword and, like in the other deaths, he agonizes in pain, spewing a lot of blood from his mouth in the new holes that have been opened in his body. The skilled enemy soldier pulls his blade with great force, causing a gush of arterial blood. Enrique knows it's his end, his 17th end. And so the brave Enrique keeps thinking, if he had wielded the sword, with a little more effort, he surely would have been able to dodge, and the enemy soldier, after delivering that fatal blow to Enrique, turns his back and walks away to his next victim, because this one will die in a few seconds. And so Enrique, lying in his own pool of blood, keeps thinking that if he had put a little more effort into his training, he could have been a better person and maybe he wouldn't have died in that place. And so Enrique returns to that empty space where there is no up or down, no right or left, and this time Enrique senses a presence. Looking to the side, he sees a lantern with a soul inside, and it is illuminating the entire dark space. Lying there, Enrique hears a voice speaking to him. Hey, do you really think that? That if you had tried hard enough, you wouldn't have died in that battle? And so we can see the ferryman Sharon floating with his boat in that dimensional space. Enrique heard that voice, and begins to stand up, and Sharon speaks to him again. Hey, try to fight a little more. Feel this whole situation, and see that you can't. And give up on it, because the despair in front of you is a line you cannot cross. You can't overcome this challenge. And Enrique, already on his knees, sitting, must be thinking, wow, I died. And there's a guy bullying me here in the afterlife? How horrible. Enrique, extremely pissed off, grits his teeth, and says he won't give up. Then, attention, attention. Wake up, wake up. Come on, wake up, wake up. The new day has begun today. The same day that repeats, repeats. And now, it's the 18th time. Enrique is there, extremely pissed off, very irritated, because he died again. And this time, he even got bullied in the afterlife. And after that, the angry Enrique sits on the bed, and Rim talks to him. Commander, did you wake up in class today? What a miracle, huh? And while Rim says this, he tries to put on his boot, because this time, he was distracted by Enrique. Enrique, looking in his direction, says, Hey Rim, there's a bud right inside your boot, okay? And Rim, very suspicious, stops putting on his boot, looks inside it, and tries to see if it's true. The tough Rim turns his boot upside down and out falls a very cute cockroach. And Rem, upon seeing that, exclaims, What kind of curse is this? Who put this here? And so, by pure reflex, Rim crushes that terrible cockroach. That wasn't harming anyone. It was just looking for a new home. And then Rim says to our hero, It was you who put this here, wasn't it? What kind of nonsense? Is this, huh? And Enrique, turning his back and leaving, responds to him, Rim, shut your mouth. Of course it wasn't me. I just saw that creature going in there. Oh, you didn't even thank me, okay? For warning you. I'm out. And Enrique, looking back, remembers that this is the 18th time he's seeing that damn dead insect, and the cockroach is there agonizing and twitching, because it was stomped on with great force. So, that little cockroach. And Enrique kept wondering, if he sees that enemy soldier a few more times and then defeats him, if this day that repeats, will ever end. And the narrator keeps thinking, wow, this guy trained his back, huh? I think I'll go back to the gym. I want to have a rip back again. Enrique remembers that ever since he was very young, he was already wielding a sword and began his training at a very tender age. Enrique tells us all that the fencing he learned was from a retired mercenary, and this mercenary taught Enrique everything he knew. And Enrique proved to be promising to the point of defeating that mercenary. And so, that mercenary, defeated by Enrique, says to him, Enrique, you're amazing, huh? If you're already this good at your age, surely in the future you might even become a knight. And when Enrique hears this, it touches his heart deeply. Oh, knight, could I become a knight? And that's how little Enrique began to dream and have the goal of becoming a knight. And a knight is a superpower that is above a normal human, as a single knight is capable of changing the course of a battle and can defeat an army alone, since a knight can defeat 1,000 men by himself, without much difficulty. Enrique knows that if a knight appears on the battlefield, the dynamics of that fight change completely, because certainly, the side with the knight will be the winner, as a knight is known by everyone as an epic invincible. And so, little Enrique dreams of becoming a very strong knight and being known as the Knight of the End, because he feels that he is the protagonist of this story and there will be many songs, some in his name, the Knight of the End. And so, Enrique decided to leave that village and set off in pursuit of his dreams of becoming a knight. The scene shifts to a bar where two people are laughing a lot. Oh, man, you're a joke, huh? Did you see that newbie? Man, he was scared to death. Look at him, he's a complete embarrassment. He's so weak. And so, they keep looking at Enrique, sitting in the back, and think, wow, he managed to get beaten by a simple dog, man. And how does someone so weak like that want to become a knight? Simply ridiculous. Hey, shorty, you're not even fit to be a mercenary, okay? You're so weak. And Enrique stays there, enduring all that bullying, and bandaging his wounds, because that terrible Pichue Zero was truly demonic. I've never seen such a fierce creature in my life, because an angry Pichue Zero is definitely a creature from hell. It took Enrique a while, but he managed to defeat that Pichue Zero, and Enrique informs us that since he left the village, he joined a mercenary group, which are these people laughing at him. And it was by hanging out with these guys that Enrique realized his talent was mediocre, it was useless. But Enrique shows he's tough and says it's too early to give up, because getting beaten by a Pichue Zero for a long time is not something to be ashamed of. Do you know why? The Pichue Zero may have bitten his entire body, but in the end, he defeated that demonic creature. And worse, Enrique spent night after night hearing that terrible Pichue Zero barking in his head, because this creature, while fighting him, never stopped barking for a moment. And so, the now teenage Enrique keeps training day and night without stopping, because he promised himself to work as hard as possible to develop. And so, time passed and little Enrique grew a bit more. He knows that he had no talent at all, but he believed that, over time, he would surely acquire this talent. And so, the determined Enrique trained, with great effort to break out of his monotony, while all the others, who were much better than him, enjoyed their rest time. And so, Enrique, with much effort, managed to defeat, after hundreds of battles, that terrible training dummy, which was finally vanquished by Enrique, as little Enrique, for the first time, succeeded in defeating that training dummy. And so, more time passed, and the little mercenary Enrique never stopped training, for a moment. And so, in the midst of yet another fight, he prepares to deliver a final blow to his enemy. Enrique thought that if he trained and trained, he could overcome anything. And with that, young Enrique defeats a fierce beast, which was much larger than a Pichue Zero. But certainly, if there were two Pichue Zeros there, Enrique would lose. And so, the fierce Enrique has his first victory against a medium-sized monster. And with that, the fierce Enrique gains experience, battle experience. And because he trained hard for years, Enrique also gained a lot of strength and endurance. And those who laughed at Enrique recognized that he was persistent. And our young Enrique also began to believe that he was getting a little stronger and that one day he might become a knight. However, not everything is rosy, right? The sword slips from Enrique's hand and he starts thinking, how is this possible? Was I defeated? But I'm so strong. And the tip of the opponent's sword goes about 3 centimeters into Enrique's stomach, and the opponent that young Enrique is facing didn't want to kill him, but that was enough to shatter Enrique's world, as he had just been defeated by a boy much smaller than him. And worse, that boy was a 12-year-old child, and Enrique was 18 years old. The boy said to him, "Hey, dude, you're really weak, huh? Wow, I beat you so easily." Well, I remember, the first time I started playing CS. I was playing for about 5 minutes, I was hiding behind a box, I jumped out from behind the box, and got a headshot. But the problem isn't getting a headshot, it's your opponent getting close to you, and starting to badmouth you. And worse, just like Enrique, the one who killed me was a child. And the child kept bullying me. Of course, I, the very angry dude, never played CS again. Because, dying is one thing, but being bullied by a child? Man, it's priceless. But of course, more than a decade later, I was terrorizing in COD, because if you were ever killed by Santa Claus, that was me. They even killed Thoughts. But I retired from COD too. There were too many hackers in that game. I'm out. And with that 12-year-old kid says to Enrique, "Hey dude, I'm only 12 years old, and I only trained for 6 months, and I managed to beat you. Look, you're an idiot, okay?" And Enrique, with that small hole in his belly, keeps thinking that he really is an idiot, because he trained for over a decade, to the point where his hand was all calloused, from working so hard with that sword, and he was easily defeated by a little 12-year-old genius who only trained for 6 months. And with that, Enrique keeps thinking that all his effort hasn't been in vain so far, that he's definitely much better than when he started. And so, the young Enrique, cursed by the words of that child, keeps wondering if there's any way for him to become a knight. And so, a shooting star passes in the sky, and Enrique makes a wish, because he believes in it, he wants to become a knight and will do everything to become one. And so, the fierce Enrique changes opponents. He no longer wants to fight against that terrible 12-year-old child. And so, his next target is the terrible dead demon tree, which he will try to defeat this time, because Enrique knows that everyone underestimates his dream of becoming a knight. But Enrique keeps training, day after day against that terrible dead tree, swinging his sword with all his might, because Enrique slept less than everyone else and trained much more than everyone else. And he, swinging and swinging his sword against that terrible dead tree, Enrique spent the whole night fighting it. And so, the night passes and the sun begins to rise on the horizon, And this was the first day that Enrique spent fighting against that terrible dead tree, and shouting at the top of his lungs. Enrique says he will defeat this tree because it is his next challenge. And so, a sword strike here, a sword strike there. And thus, Enrique, with all his strength, delivers a deadly blow to the tree that is already dead. But this time, Enrique the Brave felt it, because the tip of the sword hit the tree and bounced back, trembling in his hand. And so, our young Enrique, very sweaty, stands looking at his adversary, that terrible dead tree. And so, the minutes pass, and the sun begins to rise on the horizon. And Enrique, tired and with heavy bags under his eyes, looks in the direction of that tree and realizes he managed to make only a few scratches on it. And so, since the tree is dead and doesn't speak, the uncle will speak in its place. Go on, tree, speak up. Hey, Enrique, you're weak, loser. I'm a dead tree. I don't move from this spot. I fought with you all night and defeated you, weakling. Enrique, after hearing all this humiliation, spoken by the uncle's crazy mind, who isn't even in the story, just in the uncle's invention, stands there looking at that tree. And so, Enrique, with his injured and trembling hands, shows that he hasn't given up yet and that he will fight once more against that terrible tree. And so, wielding his two-handed sword, Enrique intends to strike, with all his might. And thus, with a single blow, Enrique makes a very small mark on that tree, because this guy is quite weak, but Enrique isn't on our channel for nothing, because this guy may be weak and dumb, but he never gives up. And so, gritting his teeth and fixing his eyes on that tree, Enrique keeps thinking that he may not become a knight, but he will certainly become an experienced soldier. And so, with a lot of anger, Enrique sets a new goal for himself, to become an experienced soldier, and then, with a great shout, he releases all his frustrations, as he realized he wasn't going to become a knight. Thus, the young Enrique from the past returned to fight against that terrible dead tree day after day, and this time, he charges at the tree with full speed, but the dead tree dodges him, right? And that's why the sword passed by its side and said to him, weak. And so 3 years passed, with Enrique fighting against that tree, and now we return once again to the present, to today's repeating day, and it is informed that Enrique is in the 4th company of the 4th platoon, and he is the commander of the 4th squadron. As I mentioned earlier that he was the commander of the 4th platoon, I was mistaken, okay? He is the commander of the 4th squadron, and in his squadron, there are only crazy people. And there's our tough guy Enrique, who once dreamed of becoming a knight, but now, he has given up on that dream and has become a second-rate squadron commander. And Enrique informs us that this was the best position he has ever achieved after his tireless years of training, and Enrique is satisfied with it because being a lower-ranked soldier in the army is a bit better than being a wandering mercenary like he was before. And so, Enrique looks at the 5th member of his group and speaks to him, hey, Jackson. And Jackson, very politely, speaks to his boss, what's up, what do you want? And Enrique says to him, hey, can you do my morning patrol today? And Jackson, very suspicious, looks at Enrique with a displeased expression, and remains silent for a few seconds. After that, he gets up and says, okay, I can do it, but you'll have to pay me later, alright? Enrique said yes, that he would pay him, but we know he won't pay, because this day is going to restart. Rem, upon hearing Jackson talk to his boss like that, thinks that bastard is very mean, because he seems like a wild cat, just giving everyone dirty looks. I don't like him. And before Enrique continues that conversation, Rem says to him, boss, don't tell me you're going to push your services onto me too. And Enrique then looks at him and says, I want you to teach me the beast's heart again. And Rem, very suspicious, looks at him and thinks, what's gotten into this guy? Why is he bringing this up out of nowhere again? Hey, Enrique, hadn't you given up on trying to learn this skill? What makes you think you can succeed now? Enrique completely ignores him, and so, the day begins to pass, and the morning goes by, as Enrique heads once more to that battlefield. And of course, our brave Enrique dies again, because he's persistent, but he's still not very good at sword fighting. And so, Enrique returns, time after time to the present day, and every time he comes back, he tries to learn the beast's heart from Rem. But as always, the outcome is the same, a poorly executed tactic of his, and so our brave hero dies once again, and he keeps thinking that he still can't see the tip of the sword that's stabbing him. And so Enrique keeps training the beast's heart, and on yet another day of that eternal today that begins, Enrique knows that this time he will be able to see the tip of the enemy's sword, and thus, thousands and thousands of soldiers are in formation, on the battlefield, ready to receive the attack order, and that's a lot of soldiers, Look at all the dead people walking. And so, the battle begins, and the enemy soldiers advance on our protagonist's army, and after a few seconds of battle, an enemy soldier comes screaming, and Enrique informs us that this is already the 21st time he is on this same battlefield, and then once again he fights against the same soldier while another soldier advances with a spear towards him. But since Enrique has done this over and over again, he has completely memorized all the situations that will happen. And so, looking at the tip of that spear, Enrique narrowly dodges that deadly attack. However, this time he doesn't close his eyes, because that's what he's training for. And so, Enrique dodges that deadly spear, and then, according to his memories, Enrique already knows what the next attack coming at him will be, and with that, using his shield, he deflects the spear again. After that, Enrique knows he can't falter, because an attack will be launched in that direction, and thus, blessed Enrique keeps watching in the direction of a fellow soldier who is frantically fighting against a random enemy, and Enrique knows that this guy will die soon. And with that, a precise arrow cuts through the sky, towards that friendly soldier. But this time, he didn't die. The brave Enrique, with his shield, steps in front and defends that soldier, who just subscribed, from that deadly arrow, because in the past, Enrique let him die since he wasn't subscribed to the channel. But now that he subscribed, the brave Enrique defended his life. And so, that random unnamed extra becomes another subscriber to the channel, and subscribers here don't die. But another enemy soldier says, subscribers do die, man. I'm going to finish off this new subscriber now. And while that new subscriber is looking admiringly in Enrique's direction, who just saved his life, a deadly blow from another enemy approaches his head. But Enrique shows great bravery and gives a math lesson to that enemy, because subscribers to this channel don't die in any way. And so, Enrique says, 1 divided by 1, gives 2 parts, and decapitates the enemy soldier with a single blow. Enrique thinks about how last time he blocked that arrow, but that friendly soldier died with the next attack. This time, he made a difference and killed another enemy who was trying to eliminate that new subscriber. So, if you don't want to die, subscribe, okay? Because if you're not subscribed, you will definitely die in this story over and over again. And so, Enrique looks back, because he knows that what remains now is to kill that skilled enemy soldier who will surely come after Enrique, after killing that non-subscriber, and thus, you, the non-subscriber of this channel, have just died, as your heart was pierced by the skilled enemy soldier. And since the enemy soldier doesn't like his sword sticking with enemy blood, he shakes it vigorously to get your blood off it, and thus that skilled enemy soldier sets his eyes on Enrique, knowing that his next victim is very close to him. So, calmly walking towards Enrique, that skilled enemy soldier advances to kill another easy prey. Enrique, with great determination, knows that he has already died 20 times at the hands of this guy, and that this time it will be different. Thus, the skilled enemy soldier leaps ferociously at Enrique, attempting to thrust a dry stab through his throat, but Enrique promises to keep living. He remembers all the training he did for several days with Ren, trying to learn the heart of the beast, and Ren speaks to him, "Oh Enrique, I know what your problem is, oh." Ren throws his axe up and then catches it with great force, and that fierce warrior charges at full speed towards Enrique's neck with his axe. Stopping just a millimeter from Enrique's neck, Ren says to him, "Oh you fool, that's why you die, oh, the axe is at your neck and your eyes are closed. Open your eyes, blink and you miss it. Don't close your eyes. You're telling me if someone is to strike you with a deadly blow, you're gonna close your eyes? Craziness is that? Open your eyes. If you do that, you're definitely going to die on the battlefield, okay? And that's why you need to train the heart of the beast, because to train the heart of the beast, you need to be brave and not let anything intimidate you. So, with the heart of the beast, you completely lose the fear of death, and that's what you need to train." Then, Enrique opens his eyes wide because he understood what he needs to do. He needs to lose all fear of death, and then Ren says to him, "Hey Enrique, you have to be like a beast, without any fear, just attack and don't close your eyes, in front of your enemy." And so the skilled enemy soldier with his swift thrust advances, for the 21st time with the thrust towards Enrique, and then Enrique, having trained the heart of the beast for several days, finally manages to see the tip of the enemy's sword because this time he successfully acquired the heart of the beast. As the enemy's sword is advancing towards Enrique, Enrique realizes that he has finally obtained the heart of a beast that knows no death, and so, Enrique says to himself, "I am not afraid of death." Meanwhile, that sword slowly advances towards him, and with his eyes wide open, he says to himself, that death will make him stronger. And so, for the first time on his 21st day, Enrique finally manages to see the tip of the enemy's sword and dodge it, and it was a close call, wasn't it? He almost got another poorly done tracheostomy for free, and Enrique, with the heart of a beast, doesn't blink his eyes at any moment, avoiding looking at that blade. Enrique realizes that his heart is calm because now, he no longer carries the fear of death and can control his heart to not close his eyes at such a critical moment. And as I already mentioned, for the first time, Enrique manages to dodge that deadly blow, and the enemy soldier widens his eyes, thinking, that guy managed to dodge? And so Enrique, still with his eyes open, looks back and realizes that he finally managed to learn that technique. The enemy soldier also shows that he doesn't close his eyes, and as Enrique charges at the enemy soldier simply turns his sword and changes its position. With the grip inverted, that enemy soldier charges at Enrique once again, and you know what happens next, right? As Enrique charges, shouting at the enemy soldier, the enemy's sword is already close to his throat again, so. Even with his eyes activated in the heart of the beast, Enrique doesn't have much success. Thus, another poorly done tracheostomy is applied by the skilled enemy soldier, and arterial and venous red liquid gushes from that new hole made in Enrique's body. Remember, arterial blood gushes, venous blood does not, and I'm not going to explain the difference between the two, okay? The fierce Enrique, who for the first time managed to dodge that blow, saw that it wasn't enough because the enemy soldier isn't a one-strike soldier. Thus, Enrique, feeling a lot of pain and losing a lot of arterial blood, realizes that his death will come soon. Enrique looks to the side and sees someone floating calmly with their boat in the empty space, and the person says, "Hey, on this endless day, you've been trapped feeling pain and despair." Enrique looks at the being, on that boat holding a lantern, and the being stands up in the boat and approaches Enrique, saying, "Hey human, give up, get in the boat, only then will the suffering end. Acknowledge that you are weak and be at peace, you are weak, come." Enrique knows he is weak, but he never gave up, even dying in the world and being bullied in the afterlife, he doesn't intend to give up. So Enrique says, "No, I will not give up," and at that moment, Enrique opens his eyes to the new today that begins. Now Enrique has finally acquired the ability he so desired, the heart of the beast, and he promises that this 22nd day will be the new day that will make a difference. Once again, the battle begins, army against army, and that battle becomes united. Our hero Enrique, for the 33rd time, faces his new today, determined to change his story. Enrique realizes that he can see the tip of that blade very easily now because he can see it with great clarity. Once again, he dodges the first attack from that soldier, and the two on opposite sides prepare for a new charge. Enrique starts thinking about dodging his next blow as well. But while he was thinking, he got a small cut, about 2 centimeters on his neck, and then, the artery that supplies the brain was cut, and arterial blood starts gushing from the neck of the fierce Enrique. Enrique stands there thinking, "Wow, I died again. How is this guy so fast? I've died 33 times to him. I am so weak." While his artery is pulsing blood, Enrique falls to his knees on that battlefield because he knows that blow is fatal. Falling almost powerless on that battlefield, it is shown that the medallion Enrique wears around his neck was cut for the first time. The fierce Enrique, almost dying, looks at that beautiful medallion and remembers when he got it. It was back when he was a mercenary, and he took on a mission to kill the cat rhinoceroses. Those creatures were really strong, but Enrique had already faced worse creatures like the demonized Pixie Zero and managed to win. With great difficulty, the fierce Enrique managed to defeat those 3 cat rhinoceroses. Enrique mentions that as a mercenary, he accepted some monster subjugation requests and states that he was never forced to do it. However, when he was living a random life, people asked for his help, so he, who wanted to be a knight, decided to stop and help. That's how he ended up in this place, to kill those terrible creatures that were terrorizing the villagers because protecting the weak is a knight's duty. The village master spoke to him, "Oh young man, our village is very poor, and we can't offer you anything, I'm sorry, okay? But I have this here, take this," and Enrique, who wasn't expecting to receive any reward because he realized that everyone there was very poor, looks at that unusual gift in his hands. The person says it's an amulet and insists that Enrique keep it as a reward. The old man tells him, "Oh, this amulet will grant you what you most desire, you will achieve it through this amulet." Enrique, looking at the ridiculous situation, since that medallion had no value to him because he risked his life fighting those rhinocats, returns to the battlefield where he looks at the medallion. Right in the face of death, the brave one wonders, is it because of this medallion that I'm coming back to life? Because the only different thing I have is this medallion, could it have powers? And so Enrique becomes intrigued, wondering if it's this amulet that's causing the day to repeat over and over just so he can have his dream of becoming a knight fulfilled. Enrique is in agony, looking at that medallion. The completely kind enemy soldier walks towards him and says, "Wow, you seem to be in pain? Look, I'm going to give you a little mercy." And so, while Enrique is in agony and losing the rest of the blood from his body, the enemy soldier prepares an instant deadly blow to completely annihilate his life. But Enrique, looking with great hatred towards that enemy soldier, thinks, "Mercy, my ass." And so, Enrique looks in the direction of that enemy soldier and realizes that the enemy soldier is also locking eyes with him, and thus, Enrique realizes that the sadistic enemy soldier is very pleased to end his life. And with a smile on his face, Enrique realizes that guy is just a bloodthirsty pervert who loves to stab people. Wake up, let's wake up, let's wake up, let's wake up. And so, another day begins, and Enrique is the first to get up and says, "Hey Rin, there's a bug inside your boot, okay?" And Rin gets scared and says, "What's this bug doing here? How horrible." And after that, Rin, with a lot of fury, says, "Hey Enrique, are you playing a prank on me? First thing in the morning? You must have gone crazy, right?" And meanwhile, that little cockroach flies next to Enrique's boot, and Braulio simply steps on the cockroach and says to Rin, "Hey, stop complaining and come here, I want to talk to you. Come on, teach me the heart of the beast," because Enrique knows he hasn't learned everything perfectly, and wants to maximize this skill as much as possible. And Rin looked at that guy and thought, crazy guy, asking to teach that skill out of nowhere. And so, the hours pass, and that day is like all the others, a clear sky with very few clouds, and Ren is there, teaching Enrique the heart of the beast. And Ren is very focused when teaching, and Enrique, with his eyes wide open, doesn't blink at all because he knows this is the basics of the heart of the beast. As Ren advances with his two axes towards Enrique's neck, Brow skillfully dodges the blow. And so, as those two axes pass centimeters from Enrique's body, he remains focused, watching Ren's direction, not blinking for a second. And this time Ren is surprised and says, HM, how did you do that? Hey Enrique, what are you doing? Huh, how did you make the skin of your heart so thick like that? That's strange. And Enrique responds to him, well, I trained, of course. But Ren says to him, well, I know you trained, but that doesn't happen overnight. You would have had to train for many, many days because it doesn't happen quickly. But the tough Enrique knows that this has already happened more than 10 times. And so Ren says to Enrique, hey Enrique, you know, right? This secret technique of the beast's heart is a technique from my family and it cannot be taught to anyone else. But Enrique knows that he also learned this technique through the many, many deaths he experienced, as he had to face death closely until he completely lost the fear of it. And so, Enrique turns his back and says to Ren, hey Ren, what's so important about this? Huh? Maybe the skin of my heart just got thick by chance. That's all. Goodbye. Let me grab a weapon too. And so, Enrique heads to the place where all the weapons are and picks up a sword. And then, getting into a combat stance, he says to Ren, hey, shall we have another sword fight? Come at me. And Ren, looking at his face, thinks, this guy is really strange. Has he gone crazy? But Ren loves a fight and says, alright, since you want to get beaten, it's going to be great to crush you. Get ready to take a beating, okay? Because I'm going to have fun. Enrique knows that even if he learns the beast's heart, he's definitely going to die against that guy if he doesn't learn how to attack. And so, Enrique, who has already learned the beast's heart, has a new goal, to learn the thrust of that enemy soldier. And so, Enrique and Ren begin that clash, and Enrique, using the beast's heart, manages to skillfully dodge all the attacks that Ren is throwing at him. And then, Ren says to him, hey, you son of a goat, how long are you going to keep dodging? Huh? How are you going to win this fight if you only dodge? With squad commands? Now I'm going to finish you off, get ready. And so, Ren, smiling like a beast, charges at Enrique. But Arbraulio already has the beast's heart and manages to dodge another deadly blow that Ren aimed at him. Enrique, Arbraulio, only has one fencing technique. And this technique he learned from the mercenary Valen in the village where he lived. And the brave Enrique, who barely dodged that axe swing from Ren, has his face cut by that sharp axe. And so, remembering that the sword technique he learned is called anomalous sword. If you don't know what anomalous means, it means it has an anomaly, okay? Poorly made. And this poorly made technique is the only technique he has. Deformed, poorly made, anomalous. And everyone speaks poorly of this technique and calls it strange, saying it's useless. And Ren, jumping towards Enrique, tells Enrique that the sword technique he uses leaves his lower body very weak, but Enrique knows there's nothing he can do, as it's the only technique he has. But this time, he's going to try to do something different. And so, Enrique changes his attack stance to an invented one, trying to mimic that skilled enemy soldier. Enrique prepares to attack Ren with a technique he has seen many times, and Ren widens his eyes because the boss suddenly changed his attack stance. And he had never seen this before, and Enrique, imitating the skilled enemy soldier, advances with his sword towards Ren. And so, coming up against Ren's axe swings, Enrique advances with all his strength. And thus, all of Enrique's strength was for nothing, because with just one swing of the axe, Ren manages to knock the sword out of his hand. Then, our protagonist is left with a look of constant surprise, and having his sword taken from his hand, Enrique knows he lost that duel and he starts thinking, wow, for a moment I felt a great strength within me. Could I learn that technique? And Enrique, with his hand still trembling from Ren's axe blow, keeps thinking that surely, for a brief moment, he managed to mimic the thrust of that perverted guy who loves to stab others in the throat. And Enrique, remembering that he died to that guy dozens of times, is sure of one thing, that his body remembers those thrusts. And so, Enrique clenches his fists and makes the decision to try to learn that thrust. And then, Ren speaks to him, wow, that's a bummer, huh, Enrique? I thought I was going to hurt you and make you bleed. I didn't like this fight, okay? Look, let me tell you something. Of all the fighting you've shown so far, the only thing worthwhile is the thrust you did at the end, okay? The rest is garbage, okay? And since I hit your sword really hard and you let go of it, you're still not ready. That's why what you need to do is hold your sword really tight so that if I hit it really hard, your hand has to bleed. But you can't let go of the sword. And so, Enrique already knows what to do to put more strength into his grip. And then, Professor Ren talks to him, hey, Enrique, you seem to be doubting yourself. So you just need to do one thing, hold that sword tighter, okay? Do you know why? When you leap towards the enemy, like you came towards me, that attack can't fail, because if you lose your sword, you're dead. So, do it with confidence. And another thing, if I block your attack, what are you going to do? Have you thought about that? And Ren, pointing his axe towards Enrique, says to him, pay attention, Enrique, you have to change your mindset. You're always thinking that you have to dodge attacks. I'll tell you something, you have to advance towards the enemy, thinking of killing them in a single blow. Of crushing them, always telling yourself that your enemy will be killed waiting for your next attack. Attack with a strong intent to kill, to crush and annihilate. And with that hatred in your heart, you will grip the sword with much more strength. Hey, Lilia. And Enrique, looking at his hands, can understand what Ren just said, because Ren said a lot, but to sum it up, he just needs to grip the sword more strongly. Hey, Lilia. Because the difference between Enrique's thrust and that of the enemy bastard is the strength with which they grip the sword. Hey, Lilia. And so, at the end of that day, our Enrique attempts a poorly done tracheostomy for free, and thus he dies again. Enrique knows that he has already learned the beast's heart and that now the next step he needs to take is to kill this enemy soldier. And so, while a lot of arterial blood flows from that new hole in his body, Enrique agonizes to death. And so, the sadistic enemy soldier says to Enrique, "Oh, I know what you want, okay? You're there agonizing in pain, but I'm going to show you a little mercy." And so, Enrique faces his executioner, who is in front of him smiling, ready to give him an instant death. And so, our brave Enrique dies once again, as the enemy soldier stepped on his head and made a hole in his neck, killing him instantly. And so, another day begins. Enrique is focused because he has to thrust with the intention to kill, not just thrust for the sake of it. And for the second time, Enrique loses his sword, and the fight he's having against Ren, and realizes that his grip is still not very good. And so, someone smiling broadly says, "I'll show you a little mercy. Check that." The delightful tracheostomy is there again, and Enrique can't even speak as that skilled enemy soldier shows he's obsessed with throats, and delivers that well-known fatal blow to our protagonist. But Enrique knows he has to take it one step at a time, and so, day after day, he trains with Ren, trying to improve his grip. Enrique has a little more mercy. And so, this time the tracheostomy was poorly done, as the enemy's sword completely pierced through the neck, killing him instantly this time. Enrique knows he's advancing very slowly, a quarter of a step at a time, because he's not a fencing genius and learns much slower than an average person. But Enrique never gives up, and so, the next day, Enrique once again has a little more mercy, and sees that sadist pierce his neck again. And so, 111 days pass, and our brave one is still there, trying to learn and improve. And once again, Enrique shows mercy. And so, a new hole is made in his body, and he knows that blow is completely fatal, cutting his artery instantly. But Enrique doesn't stop. And he suffers mercy again on the 123rd day, because Enrique has already died 123 times on that day, but he hasn't given up. But this time, it was a little different, because the enemy soldier had much more difficulty killing Enrique. And since he had so much difficulty, he completely thrust the sword through Enrique's neck, because this soldier he found on the battlefield is quite different from the others, dodged his thrust, and gave him a bit of trouble. And so, finally, on the 124th day, Enrique advances with great fury towards his opponent. And Ren, who doesn't know he's in the Eternal today, fights against Enrique once more, as if it were the first time. And Ren is shocked, because how is this possible? How did this weak guy manage to deflect my axe? I don't understand. What kind of madness is this? Enrique, holding his sword with all his strength, notices that his hand is bleeding, but he doesn't let go of the sword, because he finally managed to master the dry thrust of that perverted bastard, who loves to stab people's throats. So, Enrique knows he has to be a little faster. And so, he fights against the enemy soldier with great ferocity, shouting and advancing towards that bastard. Enrique, with pure murderous intent, knows he has to slaughter that guy, because now, he has finally learned that thrust. And so, with all his strength, Enrique shows that enemy soldier that he also knows how to thrust, but the enemy soldier dodges his head, and Enrique's sword scrapes his helmet with great force. But since he is very skilled, he manages to strike Enrique with another thrust, mortally wounding our protagonist. And so, it becomes a beautiful scene to watch, the guy who ducked his head to avoid being thrusted, and Enrique, who is foolish, getting pierced again by the enemy. Enrique knows that this was his first attempt to thrust at that bastard, and that he may have failed this time, but Enrique knows that before he would just die without trying to attack. But now, that bastard enemy has to dodge to avoid dying. Then, the enemy soldier pulled his sword out with great force from under Enrique.
Hey!
And the waterfall of red liquid starts gushing from that new hole Enrique has in his body. Enrique knows he can't blink because the beast's heart skill is activated. So, even mortally wounded, Enrique knows he can't let go of his sword. And he, losing his strength, and bleeding out to die, holds his sword tightly. And thus, Enrique realizes that he has grown since the first time he encountered this enemy soldier, because the first thrust, which he couldn't even see, now he managed to even counterattack that skilled enemy soldier, and the enemy soldier steps on Enrique's chest, who was bleeding heavily. And so, the skilled enemy soldier speaks to him, "Wow, you seem to be suffering. I can see that you're suffering. Do you want some help? I'll help you. Look, I'll show you what mercy is. I'll give you a little bit of my mercy, okay?" And so, the enemy soldier, with his sword in front of Enrique's body, prepares to deliver an instant death to our hero. But Enrique says, "Tomorrow." And the enemy soldier is quite intrigued and says, "Huh? What do you mean tomorrow? What are you talking about? Enrique, with an angry look, says to him, tomorrow you will die. I guarantee you that. I'm going to finish you off. And the enemy soldier starts to smile and says, you must be crazy. For sure, you're crazy. Did you hit your head or something? Enrique knows everything that will happen the next day because this fight is etched in his mind very strongly. He knows all the moves this guy is going to make. And so, the enemy soldier says to Enrique, hey, the dead don't have a tomorrow. Duh. And so Enrique dies today for the 124th time. And after that, the medallion that is granting him this return activates again to bring our hero back to life because this medallion will grant Enrique's dreams. And so, the new day begins. Enrique says, oh, there's a cockroach in your boot, okay? I saw it going in there. And the cockroach flies out, but Enrique shows he's very brave and steps on that cockroach once again. And Rin, watching that, says nothing to Enrique, but Enrique tells him, oh, I've been seeing it go into your boot for a while, that's why I knew it was there. I'm out. And Rin says to Enrique, okay, thank you very much, okay? And the brave Enrique still relaxes and tells Rin, well, if you really want to thank me, Rin, do my round, okay? Because I have something to do. And Rin widens his eyes and says to Enrique, hey, why are you giving me orders like that? Are you crazy? And so, the 125th day begins. Enrique says, hey, big-eyed, I want to talk to you. And Crass, who is the big-eyed one, widens his eyes even more and says, huh, what do you want? I want you to get me 3 things, a shin guard, a shield, and a pine forest. But it's not for free, okay? I'll pay you for them. Go and get them for me. And Crass says to Enrique, okay, and then, what do I do? Enrique ignores him and walks away. But Crass says, oh, that's nice, huh? I'll understand you, just because I'm your boss. But normally, I don't do favors for anyone. And at this moment, Rin is already quite close to Crass and says to him, yeah, the commander of our squad is really different. He's never been so assertive with his orders. He's acting very strange. It's like he's become more macho. And Jackson says to them, huh, why are you guys surprised? Just because he passed on the tasks that are yours to you? You guys are really lazy, you know? You pass all your tasks to him, and he does everything. So, he just handed the tasks back to you because you're so lazy. And Rin, looking towards Jackson, says to him, hey, redhead, are you looking to test my axe? Are you looking to die, huh? Do you think that little knife in your hand is going to save you? I'll finish you off, huh? And while the leader of that squad is moving away from them, Aldine, a strong guy in the back, is praying for his leader. And Rin, in turn, keeps thinking that the leader is very strange. Did something happen to him? Because he knows that his leader isn't usually such an intense and decisive person. And with that, we can see Enrique, who is focused, getting angry, knowing that today that bastard is going to die, because today he will have his revenge. And so, Enrique sets out for his first revenge and begins to fight against that terrible dead tree. And this time, he's not just laughing, because his sword goes all in on that tree. Enrique keeps thinking that every time he dies, he feels an enormous amount of pain. And dying is not a good thing, but he is learning from it. He keeps thinking that he could die with that guy, thousands or even tens of thousands of times, but he has to find a way to escape and survive, so that maybe this day that begins infinitely will end, because if he sleeps and wakes up tomorrow, maybe it will be a new day. And so, Enrique keeps thinking, if everything goes right, will tomorrow be a new day? Or will this day repeat itself again? Enrique knows he is stronger and asks himself if that is enough, if he can be satisfied. But the brave one knows that no, he shouldn't be satisfied with just that. He has to overcome any wall that appears in front of him, because he is Enrique, the brave, the protagonist of this story. And so, he looks at that immense wall, which at first seemed insurmountable, but now, Enrique, wielding his sword in front of that wall, knows he will manage to cross. It'd end that endless agony, because the ferryman said he would never be able to cross that wall, but he insists and knows he is getting stronger. And so, Enrique continues his fight against the terrible dead tree that can't move. But this time, Enrique is stronger and makes even bigger gashes. Enrique promises himself not to abandon his dreams, and so, Enrique puts his sword in front of that tree and tells it that he will also put an end to it. And so, with his new technique that he learned, the dry thrust, Enrique advances with all his strength and all his fury towards that terrible tree. And thus, applying that technique with great perfection, Enrique finally manages to deliver a perfect thrust against that tree. And so, the dead tree that was already dead dies once again, being split in half by a strong sword strike. Enrique knows that coming back to life is a blessing as he learns, day by day to improve, and refine himself even more. And so, Enrique takes all the equipment he requested from Krauls, and equips himself with it. Of course, he didn't forget the iron shin guard that Krauls brought for him. And with his shield in hand, he knows he is ready to face the 125th day today in a perfect way, because our protagonist is focused and knows he must keep moving forward. And so, the trumpets are sounded, marking the beginning of that great battle. The scorching heat of our proton advances towards that battlefield, for there they are all much stronger than Enrique. But Henry, the fierce one, moves forward, completely focused and with fire in his eyes, knowing that today he will take down that guy. And so the battle begins, army against army. And the carnage spreads across that entire battlefield. Enrique, the protagonist of our story, is a person with no skills whatsoever. But he says he only managed to survive this battle because of 3 things. The first is preparation, the second is luck. And so, Enrique strikes again at that soldier who was in front of him. And the third thing is that he has to keep a cool head, as he learned this by using the heart of the beast. Because previously, on day 46, Enrique had his left shoulder completely shattered by an enemy soldier who struck him with a mace, with great force. But on the 47th day, Enrique rolled and dodged that mace. But when he did that, another enemy soldier crushed his head. So, Enrique knows he can't dodge. And with that, using that shield, he defends himself from that mace. And thus, Enrique, after defending against that mace, does a math lesson with that enemy soldier, decapitating him instantly with a single blow. But Enrique knows. From all the battles he had in the 21st century, on the first day, there was an enemy soldier on the ground, and that enemy soldier was already wounded, but he had a sword in his hand. What did he do? He struck Enrique's shin with great force, opening a large gash, causing his fight against that perverted soldier to be lost very easily. And that's why he asked for an iron shin guard, and so, that enemy soldier does as always. He strikes Enrique's shin, but this time, he is protected by that shin guard. And so, the fierce Enrique delivers a deadly shield blow to that enemy soldier, killing him instantly and thus removing another obstacle from his path. Enrique also remembers that on the 89th day, he was there, advancing. But a random axe came spinning towards his head and hit him squarely, killing him in such an unfair way. Enrique knows that if he lets this axe guy live, this same guy will interrupt his fight. When thwarting the thrust dry, so Enrique knows that letting this guy live is not an option, and thus the fierce Enrique looks in the direction of the axe hunter, and with that the inferior soldier. Enrique throws a dagger with great precision right in the middle of the enemy soldier's forehead, killing him instantly as well. For Enrique, in all these, today, has been practicing throwing these weapons, to the point where it's not so difficult to hit an opponent at this distance. And thus, another obstacle in Enrique's path is removed from in front of him. After that, Enrique looks back because he knows what is going to happen. And just like the other times, he grabs his shield and protects that soldier who had subscribed to the channel, saving him once again, because the subscriber doesn't die on this channel. Enrique knows that this elite archer is called the Falcons now. However, Enrique doesn't have time to kill him. And just like the last times, Enrique saves that new subscriber, once again giving a math lesson with that other enemy soldier. And now, Enrique is 100% in front of that pervert with the dry thrust. And so, the shelter of the other enemy soldier advances with great speed, in Enrique's direction, trying to give him a dry thrust. But Enrique has his shield and protects himself from that thrust. And putting that shield aside, Enrique knows that the best defense is a good offense. And so, after dodging that guy's thrust, Enrique knows what's coming next. He knows that just dodging won't be enough to win. The skilled enemy soldier. And so, stopping at the next spread of that soldier, Enrique continues advancing, knowing all the moves that skilled enemy soldier will make. Enrique keeps thinking that this guy is just an ordinary soldier, but he's definitely very strong. He's almost at the level of a prodigy, because the skill that this enemy soldier is showing on the battlefield, only a prodigy can demonstrate. This time, the enemy soldier's shelter becomes quite intrigued, and he starts thinking it seemed like Enrique was attacking. However, Enrique only blocked him, and thus, he becomes very intrigued by this soldier standing in front of him. But it seems like Enrique took fighting lessons from a street brawler, because he realizes that this enemy soldier only has a lot of technique and knows nothing about real combat. So, right? Let's headbutt him in the nose, and so, Enrique headbutts the guy right in the middle of the nose, pushing him away. And thus, Enrique uses, while that soldier, the only useful thing, from the Valen's mercenary sword technique, the street brawler's kick. And so, Enrique digs his foot into the sand and throws sand into the enemy's eyes, because nothing is better than that. And so, the fierce enemy soldier gets a handful of sand kicked into his eyes. And with that, the enemy soldier tried to cover his face, but the sand had already gotten into his eyes. Since you can't win in this duel, let's fight dirty. And so, Enrique charges at the enemy soldier, who has sand in his eyes, trying to kill him with a single blow. And the enemy soldier, with sand in his eyes and his eyes all red, looks in Enrique's direction. And then, like a flash, that soldier's gaze advances with his swift thrust upwards, towards Enrique, but Enrique once again skillfully dodges that thrust. And he, without blinking, advances towards that enemy soldier. And so, the enemy soldier's cover goes one way, and Enrique, our protagonist, goes the other way. But that enemy soldier does what he always does. He spins his body quickly towards Enrique to try to kill him with a single blow. But Enrique has seen this many times and knows what he is going to do. And now, Enrique knows it's time for the dry thrust that has killed him over and over again. And so, while that southern beast of an enemy makes thrusts towards Enrique, Enrique spins around, and while that enemy beast makes thrusts towards Enrique. And so, the brave Enrique advances with a very effective counterattack against that thrust. And so, while the enemy's sword advances towards Enrique, Enrique's sword also advances towards his enemy. But the enemy wasn't expecting this, as Enrique's strike was much stronger than he imagined. And so, the enemy soldier's sword is completely shattered, while Enrique's thrust advances with great force towards that enemy. But at that moment, that archer with hawk-like eyes, I think that's the one, prepares a deadly arrow aimed at Enrique. And so, he draws his bow and takes careful aim. Enrique, he releases his deadly arrow, and that arrow, using the entire battlefield, has a fixed target. Our babe Enri, who is fighting against his first wall, and that skilled enemy soldier, who had only known victory until that moment, is greatly surprised to have his sword completely taken by a random enemy soldier. And so, with a surprised look, he stares at Enrique. Enrique, covered in Zoe's blood and ready to exact his revenge, prepares his deadly dry thrust. And so, Enrique knows he has won, because that skilled enemy soldier is without a sword, with dirt in his eyes, and nothing to defend himself. But, meanwhile, that deadly arrow advances in Enrique's direction. But suddenly, the axe comes spinning from the battlefield at high speed, and also heads into the middle of that clash. And so, that deadly arrow that was going to hit our protagonist is cut in half by that axe, which was thrown. And thus, Enrique was saved by that axe. At that very moment, Enrique shows the enemy's skill that he doesn't know how to perform a tracheotomy. But he is going to stab the enemy with all his hatred, because he knows that is a vital point, and surely this guy is going to die, because he promised that tomorrow this guy would die. And so, the enemy soldier, who is seeing Enrique for the first time, is surprised to be killed by an ordinary soldier. Run charges at full speed towards the Falcon's Claw, saying that he will finish off that bastard now, because he tried to kill his boss. But Jackson tells him, hey, Run, stop that, the guy is too far away, forget it, you're wasting your energy, turn around and let's fight together. And so, the scene reverses. Enrique, our protagonist, delivers a sharp blow to the throat of that skilled enemy soldier. Completely surprised, his throat is pierced and a lot of arterial blood gushes from his neck. And thus, unable to believe he is dying, that enemy soldier stands there, stunned. Because the entire fight he was having up until now was very easy. And he never imagined he would encounter such a skilled soldier who killed him so quickly. It only took a few seconds of combat for him to be mortally wounded. And so, he looks to the side and sees that everyone there is in a completely deadly battle, fighting for their lives. And the blood stains the entire battlefield. And so, our brave protagonist, Enrique, with an air of superiority, defeats that enemy soldier. And he, prostrated, mortally wounded, looks in the direction of our hero. And so, as that day ends, the fight on that battlefield continued to be deadly and bloody. And so, very sweaty and tired from all the battle he endured that day, Enrique faces his nemesis, who had killed him more than 100 times. And so, with a look full of hatred, Enrique faces that wall, which was finally overcome. And so, while the skilled enemy soldier bleeds and stares at Enrique, the brave one, with great majesty, gets even closer to him. And so, the enemy soldier begins to tremble. And the brave Enrique, wielding his sword with great strength, prepares to deliver a deadly blow, that bastard of a dry thrust. And so, very seriously, Enrique speaks to him. I will grant you a bit of mercy. And so, Enrique grants that guy a bit of mercy. And the math class is done. So, let's blur it, right? So YouTube doesn't demonetize this video. And that guy has his head separated from his body. And you all aren't seeing it because the uncle blurred everything. But that enemy soldier was just killed with great precision. And so, where there was an enemy soldier, now there are two halves. And Enrique, very emotional, is smiling because finally that bastard was killed. And so, Enrique knows that he finally managed to break that wall that was once insurmountable. And that Sharon himself had told him he wouldn't be able to pass. And so, that wall falls. It is completely shattered. But suddenly, Enrique takes a hard hit to the back, bending over and spinning at high speed. And the fierce Enrique, who had decapitated his enemy, is kicked by an enemy completely different from the others and very peculiar, because his feet are really different. And so, Henry, feeling a lot of pain, falls to the ground and is surprised because that guy appeared out of nowhere. And Jackson looks back upon hearing the cry of pain that Enrique let out. In turn, Ren moves forward to help Enrique, as he has just recognized that the enemy in front of Enrique is not a common enemy. And so, we can see a guy who is completely muscular and very defined. And then, Ren says, it's a flog, there's a flog here. And so, a very strange frog, painted for combat, appears in that place. Then, we have the scene of Enrique on the ground, feeling a lot of pain, because that flog has a gigantic natural strength. And with that, our protagonist is on the ground, writhing in pain, at the mercy of that frog. And that flog says to our hero, hey, you weakling, I invested a lot in the creation of that soldier you killed. I can't believe it. How could someone as weak as you manage to defeat my warrior? And the flog is extremely angry after that frog. The warrior looks at the warrior he trained for so long and sees there's no way, because decapitated like that, it's over for him. There's no way to fix it with a band-aid, and Enrique, with his dislocated shoulder. He looks back, groaning in pain, not understanding what new enemy this is. But Flog, without wasting time, grabs his sword and says, well, die, you insect, and thus, that very strong warrior, Flog, advances with his sword towards our hero. But suddenly, a swift axe also appears on that battlefield, and thus, there's a clash between Flog's sword and the warrior Ren's axe, and those two strong fighters face off. And so, Ren doesn't stop attacking with his axe and delivers several blows on that frog, but Flog is a high-level warrior. He can't even be compared to that soldier who was killed and manages to defend himself from all the blows Ren is delivering to him. But Ren is fueled by pure rage, determined to kill this frog no matter what. And so, Ren charges at the frog, and that very strange and very strong frog, painted for battle, also charges at Ren. And the fight becomes quite intense. On one side, there's a very skilled frog warrior, and on the other side, there's warrior Ren, who is also very proficient in battle. But back there, the unnamed random 2 shows up to kill Nesali and says to him, "Die, you insect." And so, he raises his spear to deliver a fatal blow to our protagonist, who is lying on the ground, unable to defend himself. Immediately, Jackson appears, doing math class with that enemy, and splits him in 2. And with that, our hero is saved once again by one of his subordinates. Remembering that each of his subordinates is much stronger than he is, after that intense exchange of blows, Ren steps back to one side and the Flog steps back to the other. And the two, who wanted to settle everything with just a few blows, realize that both are quite strong. And so, they stand still, facing each other, waiting for the first to make a move, so they can counterattack. And Ren, who loves battle, speaks to the Flog. "So, if you're thinking of decapitating the commander of our squad, you need my approval first." And the Flog, in turn, says to him, "Huh. Sharon of the squad. That weakling is your commander. Aren't you the commander? What kind of madness is this? How can you let yourself be commanded by someone so weak?" Ren responds to him, knowing that the Flog race is a warrior race, born for battle. And Ren knows that to defeat this frog, he will have to burn it with magic or, alternatively, pierce its heart with a single blow, as that's the only way he will win this battle. And the Flog seems to recognize Ren and wonders how this is strange. How can someone as strong as him be on such a trivial battlefield as this? Huh. So, we thought that to kill this frog, he will have to risk his life, giving it his all. And so, Ren gets into serious mode and prepares for the fight of his life, as this Flog in front of him is a highly skilled enemy. And thus, the frog takes a step back and thinks, "What a pointless battle. I came here, to the end of this world, and I find a very strong warrior in front of me, protecting a weakling." And so, the Flog looks at Ren and thinks, "I'm not going to fight. Fight with such miserable ones, who aren't even that strong. And moreover, fight for that wretch who died for a weakling like that? It's not worth it." And, after thinking all this, the Flog turns his back and leaves, because there, on that battlefield, no one is a match for him. Then, the other soldiers don't even have the courage to attack the Flog, and he walks calmly through everyone. And Ren, upon realizing that he is leaving and not restarting the fight with him, speaks to the Flog. You coward." However, the Flog ignores him and keeps walking, because there's nothing there for him. And so, a person starts running on the battlefield at high speed, and we can see that it's Jackson, carrying his squad leader on his back. But for Jackson, his leader is very important, but in front of him appears an enemy soldier, wanting to take them both out with a single blow. But of course, the math class is up to date, and so, that enemy warrior didn't even have time to react, and his head was successfully decapitated. Since that frog doesn't want to fight, we're free to protect and extract our commander. And so, Jackson continues his run, and Jackson feels another murderous intent coming from behind him. Turning his face, he realizes that the unregistered number 3, Yu, is coming to try to kill him. But she appears and delivers such a strong blow to that unregistered person that it knocks the soul out of his body instantly. Taking a blow like that to the head means instant death. And so, the unregistered number 3 meets instant death and goes to hell. After that, Jackson finds himself surrounded by 6 enemy warriors. And the math class is up to date, and Ragnar speaks to Jackson. "Hey, Jackson. 6 divided by 1. What's the result?" Jackson, looking ahead, tells him 10, and Ragnar says no, it's 12. 6 people divided in half are 12 people. And Ragnar says, "No, that one ran away, just escaped from you." I think after this, he's going to click the subscribe button. And so, Aldi, very angry, takes a defensive stance for his commander, while Jackson is carrying Enrique on his back, who is unconscious, after that holy kick he received. Ragnar, the swordsman, defends his commander and Ren, very angry, is willing to do anything to get Enrique out of that shortcut field alive, and where's Kreis? Where's Kreis? I don't see him. Kreis, he went over there, because he's not in that place. I didn't understand, but the guy isn't there. But Enrique spoke to the narrator. He's just out of strength and can't move. Then, after spotting the Flog on the battlefield, the army where the Proto is located orders a retreat. And so, all the soldiers withdraw from that place because of that Flog. And thus, Enrique, our hero, closes his eyes. Did you close your eyes? Closed? Well, how is he responding? He fainted. Now, yes, Enrique has fainted. And so, the army of the country, which Enrique is defending, calls for a retreat and everyone begins to leave that bloody battlefield. And thus, the scene shifts to a one-dimensional place where there is no gravity. Neither up nor down, neither right nor left. And our protagonist opens his eyes after hearing a drop of nothing falling. And then he hears someone talking to him. Yeah, who would have thought, huh? You managed to survive this day, huh? But that's it, right? It's over. And it's the face you won't be able to handle. Hey, the walls keep appearing in your way. You won't be able to handle it. You're going to give up. You're going to despair. Oh, let me tell you something. Did you know this was going to be your fate? And so we see Sharon, who, every now and then, is bullying our hero. And Sharon tells Enrique that he will love to see him despair and give up. At this moment, Enrique starts to get up and says, Fate, fate, my foot. I make my own fate, because the wall you said would be impassable. I just went through it. So this is not my fate, because for me, walls exist for a reason. And so, Enrique looks fiercely in Karen's direction and says, walls exist to be overcome. And Sharon says, I like it when you show it like this. Sharon tells our fleet that he is very eager to see the moment when his eyes, full of greed and ambition, will completely lose their shine and become totally hopeless. Then, I'm sure you'll get on this boat. So, our protagonist opens his eyes as another day has begun. But this time, he's all bandaged up. Arm bandaged, abdomen bandaged, some injuries on his face. He keeps his eyes up and realizes he's not in his cabin. And looking around and trying to recognize the place, someone says to him, You're in the infirmary. This is the infirmary, okay? And so, our protagonist turned his gaze to the voice that spoke to him. And there he is, the member of the 4th Squadron, Ren, watching over him and taking care of his commander. And so, Ren says to him, Hey, aren't you tired of sleeping so much? You slept for 2 days straight, I even thought you were dead. After that, our hero sits up in his bed in the infirmary and responds to him. Oh, I saved you from that damn frog, okay, do you remember? Enrique, with his hand on his head, says Frog. What frog? Enrique is still in a lot of pain because that holy kick that the frog gave him was the hardest hit he's ever taken in his life. And so he keeps thinking, oh, right. That ugly creature was a frog, and Ren was very surprised that he survived the first attack from a frog. And after that, Ren gives the good news to Enrique and says, Oh, Enrique, your bones weren't broken, okay? However, they said that your head was affected. That you took a very hard hit to your head, so do you remember me? Your best friend. And Enrique says, I never said I was among friends, Hunter, noble. And Ren, after hearing that, slightly puts his hand over Enrique's mouth and talks to him. You are cursed. Keep quiet. No one needs to know that, right? Are you crazy? And so, we can see that in that infirmary, it's not just our protagonist and Ren. There are also 2 other people lying down. And so, Ren reprimands his commander, saying, Look, just because it's someone else's secret doesn't mean you can reveal it around. And so, Enrique says to him, Ha, are you someone I have nothing to do with? Or are you my best friend? I don't understand. But, after that, a new day, beyond the one that just passed, begins. And that infirmary is a peaceful place, as the sky is clear. With few clouds. And Enrique keeps thinking that he finally managed to survive today, which repeated itself 125 times. And so, another new day begins. Then, Crass, who wasn't at his commander's retreat from the battlefield, says to him, Commander, do you remember that you ordered 3 materials for me to bring? So, you can pay, okay, because I spent a lot of money on that, so, give me my money. And thus we are informed that this is also a member of the 4th Squadron, Crass. Enrique, after hearing this, starts to wonder why he is in that place, because he is a regular soldier, a low-ranking soldier, and there's no way he should be in the infirmary. He was supposed to be with the other wounded, or healing, in his own tent. And so, he looks at Crass and says, Hey Crass, tell me something. During my retreat, I didn't find you anywhere. Where were you? Huh. Because you have a knack for disappearing during battles. I really don't know where you were. And Crass changes his expression and starts to smile and says to his commander, Boss, look, I'll cut you some slack, okay? And so, that day, finally comes to an end, and the afternoon arrives, but Enrique looks to the side, and standing there next to him is Jackson, one of the members of the 4th Squad, and Jackson is proficient in assassination. And seeing that Jackson is standing in front of him doing nothing, Enrique speaks to him, Hey Jackson, what's up? If you have something to say to me, just say it. Jackson doesn't say anything, and throws an object in Enrique's direction. And after that, as Jackson is leaving that place, he says to Enrique, Look, morning and night, okay? You have to use this twice a day. And another thing, don't even ask where I got this from. I'm out. And Enrique, upon opening it, realizes that it's the ointment Jackson used to use. And Enrique knows one thing, that Jackson hates sharing his resources with anyone. And with that, Enrique was very surprised to see Jackson sharing something with others for the first time. But one thing that has been bothering Enrique a lot is Audio, who won't leave my side, and keeps praying for me day and night. And thus, we are also informed that this is Audio, the religious one. And so our protagonist is watched as if he had 5 babysitters lying there in his bed, listening to Audio pray for him all the time. After listening to Audio for almost an entire day, Enrique turns to Audio and says to him, Hey Audinho, you can go, okay? I'm not dead, you know. Now, don't jinx me, okay? And so, Audio also leaves. And thus, finally the next night arrives, as that day which repeated many times is left behind, and the tough Enrique doesn't miss those days at all. And with that, Enrique kept thinking, these guys were taking turns, for hours and hours to look after me. What did these guys want, huh? And so, the tough Enrique is very surprised and keeps wondering if all his squad mates were worried about him, or if there was something else. But before he could finish thinking that, it seems like someone else's shift has just started. And so, Ragnar also shows up in that medical tent, as it seems it's now his turn to watch over the boss. And so, Ragnar looks at Enrique, who looks back at him very seriously. And then Ragnar says, "Oh, you're awake. Hey Commander, why are you here in the infirmary? Huh, tell me." We are also informed that this is Ragnar, one of the members of the 4th squad. But Ragnar was just there to see if the boss was okay, and before he could ask for a piece of his food, Ragnar turned his back and disappeared from Enrique's sight. And with that, Enrique thought, no way. There's no way. Ragnar is worried about me. This guy is a trickster and doesn't care about anyone. There's no way he cares about me. Enrique keeps thinking that, besides him, there are 2 other soldiers in the infirmary, and so we can see that the infirmary is only for the privileged. Then, Enrique looks to the side, and there's one of the guys in the infirmary. And this is the platoon commander from another company. And this guy always liked to joke around with Enrique. And since Enrique was staring at him, he said to Enrique, "Hey, did you lose something here on my face?" But what he actually said is what's written in the speech bubble, okay? And after that, Enrique looks at the blonde guy who's there. That guy is staring into nothingness, lost in his thoughts. And Enrique has never seen this guy before and notices that he spends all his time staring into nothing and contemplating the existence of emptiness. Enrique notices that this guy is dressed like a low-ranking soldier. But then, how did this guy get here? Because no low-ranking soldier would be able to reach the infirmary. But Enrique doesn't know how to look discreetly and keeps staring at the blonde guy, until suddenly, someone enters the place, and Enrique turns his gaze, and the other 2 also turn to see who just arrived. And thus, a beautiful delight presents herself in that place, blonde and with elf ears. But Enrique is completely fixated on those ears, because he knows which race has that physical build. He also notices that this person is a warrior, as she is very well armed, and not just a very beautiful lady. And so, a beautiful and delightful elf, dressed for combat, enters the infirmary. And then she says, "Hey, which one of you here is the commander of the 444th Squadron?" And Enrique is surprised because this woman came in asking for him, as he is that commander. But Enrique didn't even have time to respond, as everyone was quite surprised by the presence of that woman in that place. And so, that platoon commander, who is in the infirmary, looks at that woman and says, "Huh, Aseri." And she focuses her attention in his direction and says, "Hey, which group do you belong to?" He introduces himself immediately. He says his name is Vengeance, the commander of the 3rd platoon of the 2nd company, and upon introducing himself, he starts to sweat. And that fairy says to him, "Hey, so does your company teach you to state your race when meeting a superior?" And Vengeance lowers his head and apologizes. "But I'm not going to keep calling him Vengeance, I didn't like it. Let me get the subscriber's name here. He will be called Vinicius Lima, or just Vinicius." And Vinicius lowers his head and apologizes, as that fairy is his superior. And Enrique, who is still looking towards that fairy, is quite surprised and wonders what a superior is doing in that place. Moreover, since he doesn't know her, she must definitely be the new commander of the 4th company. The protagonist, in turn, is very polite and says, "My name is Enrique, commander of the 4th Squadron of the 4th Platoon of the 4th Company. 444. And the beautiful elf looks at him and says that she has heard about him, and that he is leading the squadron of troublemakers very well. And she says she eagerly awaits more contributions from him. After that, the fairy turns her back and leaves. And Enrique, with a confused look, thinks, "Huh, did she come here just for that? Strange thing." But suddenly, that beautiful elf stops, and, turning to the 3rd person in the infirmary, she asks him, "And you, what's your name?" And the blonde guy, who only knows how to stare into space, is intrigued and says, "Huh, what did you say, ma'am?" I didn't understand." The blonde guy starts sweating and says to the fairy, Krang, yes, that's my name is Krang, okay. My name is Krang, I call myself Krang. And then Enrique, who isn't foolish at all, looked quite intrigued and thought, what a liar. Even I, who am not an expert, can tell he's lying, that he just made up that name right now. Enrique notices that the man spoke to the company commander in a very simple manner, and he wonders if that mysterious man in the infirmary is the noble of the kingdom. And the elf looks back and says nothing, just staring at that very strange guy. She turns back around and leaves the infirmary tent for good. And so, that beautiful day comes to an end, and the night begins, and Enrique, testing his reflexes, closes his hand and opens it. And he does this over and over again, trying to feel if he's ready to continue his training. He also realizes that most of the pain he was feeling is gone, and now he has to do what he always does, go back to training, to become even stronger, because he is an ordinary soldier, with no skills and no magical powers, relying only on his willpower. And so, Enrique gets dressed and prepares to go for a walk, and Vinicius talks to him, "Hey, crazy, where are you going? Feeling better already?" Enrique says, "Well, I've improved a little, but I'm going to train, I can't just sit around." And as Enrique is leaving, Vinicius says to him, "Yeah, you're an idiot, acting all tough, but everyone knows. You're the lowest ranking soldier here, you're an inferior soldier." And the protagonist completely ignores him and leaves the tent. And Krang hears this, stops staring into space, and watches Enrique leaving the medical tent to train. And so, another night passed, and the protagonist trained all night long. Still in the training field, Enrique told himself that he needs to remember that battle because what he learned today was a very good skill, the dry thrust. And it was with that skill that he killed an enemy soldier who was much more skilled than he was. And Enrique keeps questioning what would have happened if that last attack had failed. We know, right, that he would have come back again and tried once more. And knowing that he can't rely on just one skill to decide a battle, he, with his eyes closed, recalls every moment of the previous battle. And thus, remembering the destruction he faced with Ren, he realizes that that warrior is entirely focused on destroying his enemies, as all his attacks are highly lethal. While Enrique is there, lost in his thoughts, someone speaks to him. Yeah, you're training a lot, huh? I like to see that. Enrique is startled and leaves Narnia and returns to Earth. And looking to the side, he realizes that the one speaking to him is Krang, and Krang says, "Oh, I don't know what you're doing. At the tent, you kept clenching your hand all the time, opening and closing it. And now you're here, just like me, standing still and staring into nothing. So, tell me, what are you planning?" Enrique explains to Krang that he was opening and closing his hand to train his grip on the sword. And now he's standing here, replaying the entire battle that happened in his mind. And Krang says to him, "Okay, but why are you doing that? I don't understand. You still haven't explained it properly." And Enrique says he's doing it so he won't mess up in the next battle. He's training his mind. And Krang continues his questioning and says, "Okay, and what if you don't mess up? Are you by any chance aiming for something bigger in your life?" And Enrique, very suspicious, looks at him and is a bit reluctant to share his dreams, because every time he tells someone he wants to be a superpower, a knight, everyone laughs at him. And Enrique, gathering the courage to tell Krang what his dream is, focuses even more, because one of the dreams he wanted to achieve, he already has. He wants to become an experienced soldier. And so, raising his sword to the sun once again, the brave one sighs, gathers courage, and says to Krang, "Well, what I really want is to become a knight." And Krang is completely astonished because he knows there's no way this guy can become a knight, since all knights are sword geniuses and this guy is just an ordinary person. So, how does he dream of becoming a knight? And thus, Krang is left speechless. Enrique looks to Krang's side, expecting him to also laugh at his dream. But since he took a while to laugh, Enrique says to him, "What, aren't you going to laugh at me? You're the first person who doesn't laugh at me." And Enrique says, "Huh, laugh? Why? Oh, right. I forgot to laugh, didn't I? Well, Enrique, I have to go, okay? I just remembered something I have to do. I'm off." And so, Krang tells Enrique that he now understands what he needed to do, after watching him train for a long time. And so, that mysterious blonde puts his hands in his pockets and walks away from that place. Have you ever walked with your hands in your pockets? It's the hardest thing in the world, but alright. I'm not talking about jacket pockets. I'm talking about pants pockets, like him. And our protagonist finds this guy strange, because surely, Krang is not his real name. But Krang, who was already a bit far away, shouts to Enrique, "Hey, it's great to know you want to become a knight. And when you become one, remember my name, my friend. Goodbye." And as that day goes by, Enrique was very surprised to be supported for the first time in his life. And then, he heard someone singing, "Hey, who is the battlefield hero?" And everyone says, "Yes, Pruss." And Vinicius is very grumpy and starts cursing, because the morning rations haven't arrived yet, and if they are planning to eat everything and only serve them garbage. Enrique was woken up by that singer, who was singing very loudly, next to the infirmary tent. And what's worse, breakfast was delayed. And so, on his third day, our hero wakes up and takes a very short walk, because on this day, he wasn't stopped for training. And outside the medical tent, there's Jackson, who seems to still be taking care of him. And Jackson says, "Hey, Commander, how are the injuries? Huh, have they gotten better?" Enrique tells Jackson that the medicine he gave him worked very well, and thanks him, saying thank you. And the redhead, who is always sharpening a knife, says to Enrique, "Okay, if you're grateful, get back to action soon, alright? Because we need our commander." And so, that peaceful day passes and night falls. And Enrique is back at the medical tent. And Krang, who is also there, is there for Enrique to say goodnight and prepares to sleep. And the tough Enrique does the same, says goodnight to him and also goes to take a nap, as this day was quite peaceful. And now, another night of sleep is more than he needs to fully recover. Sleeping early and waking up early is all we've been doing these days. And Vinicius says, "Hey, aren't you guys going to stop talking? I'm trying to sleep." Stop talking, people. This is an infirmary. And the protagonist, focusing on sleeping, thinks that this was another day where there was nothing for him to do. And then, the protagonist hears, "So, who is the hero of the battlefield?" And the people say, "Yes, Pruss." Enrique sits on his bed and says, "Guys, what an annoying troubadour. He's next to the medical tent again. Why did this Archon come back here again?" Suddenly, a very irritated guy starts talking. "Hey, why hasn't the morning ration arrived yet? Huh? Are you planning to eat everything and just serve us garbage?" Our protagonist is watching. Wow, what a noisy guy. He's saying the same thing as yesterday. How crazy. And then, our protagonist starts sweating a lot and thinks, "Don't tell me that yesterday has restarted today." So, he gets ready and prepares to leave. And when he leaves the medical tent, he finds Jackson again, sitting in the same position and sharpening his knife. And he says, "Hey, Commander, good morning. How are your injuries? And Enrique starts to understand things, and, sweating, responds to Jackson, the medicine you gave me, Jackson, worked really well, thank you. And Jackson said to him, well, if you're grateful, hurry up and come back soon, okay? We need you. Now, our protagonist understood. There's no way all these three coincidences could happen in a row, so definitely that same day as yesterday. And then we could see Sharon, quite happy, and he tells our protagonist that another wall has just appeared to stop him. So, try to survive if you can. I loved that. Enrique is in complete shock because he is sure of one thing. Someone killed him while he was sleeping, and worse, he died without noticing anything. Because dying to a soldier in front of you is one thing, but dying in such a silent way is much worse. And so, Enrique feels like garbage because he died to someone, and didn't even realize it. And if he didn't have this strange power, he would have already gone to another life, without knowing what happened. And as he looks at that mysterious wall in front of him, he becomes even more determined to find out who killed him. He knows this is another challenge that begins, because now, a second new today is active, and so, that peaceful day passes and the night begins, and everything is very calm. Then, in the infirmary tent, everyone prepares to sleep. But Enrique is there, all anxious, and keeps wondering who killed him and how someone managed to kill him, because the person must be very skilled to get past all the sentinels in that place, and then killed them in a very silent way. Enrique knows that only knights could do that, but the bold Enrique knows it's very unlikely that a knight would have gone there, just to do that, because that superpower wouldn't do us this service. And so, Enrique comes to a conclusion that it could only have been a very skilled assassin, and that it's very likely the assassin is among them, because the person snuck in stealthily knew where the medical tent was, and completely concealed their presence. And with that, Enrique reaches a conclusion that in that place, there is only one person with such skill, and so he remembers the fairy, who was the most skilled person in that place, because that elf is the best of the best. And thus, Enrique can't sleep for even a second. He's almost certain it was a fairy, because everyone of that species has agile and very silent feet and are perfect for assassinations. And so, Enrique keeps thinking about the fairy coming towards him, to kill him. Moreover, the fairy would have entered earlier just to understand the structure of that infirmary and the location of each person. So, our protagonist, filled with doubt, kept looking at the tent door to be sure if that fairy is the person behind his assassination attempt. So, still watching the only entrance and exit of that place, he remains fully alert, because as soon as the assassin enters the medical tent, he will scream and wake up the other soldiers. Then, the soldier who injured Enrique stays there, wide-eyed, waiting for Shadow to pass by. And yes, our protagonist has just died, because if there's one thing he's good at, it's dying. But Enrique shows that he's not dead yet. He was paralyzed by a poisoned herb and, full of pain and unable to scream, he writhes, and thinks that he didn't even see the assassin enter. And so, he tries to move, but that paralyzing poison has already spread throughout his body, and he, who was planning to scream, can't even speak. And so, with his body almost 100% paralyzed by a potent poison, Enrique looks ahead, trying to find the location of the assassin. And now he is sure of one thing: it was because of this potent poison that he died without knowing the reason. And with that, he looks at Vinicius, who is there, drooling and poisoned, also dying without knowing the reason. After that, he looks at Krang and realizes that the assassin is in front of Krang, and Enrique, almost dying with his airways closed, tries to see the face of that damned assassin. However, that assassin completely ignores Enrique, knowing that this guy will die in a few seconds, and so, he raises his sword to put an end to Krang, who was the last person alive in that place. The assassin buries his sword in Krang's chest with all his might, and that blonde doesn't have time to do anything. And so, Krang is also brutally murdered without a chance to defend himself. Enrique, fighting against his body, tries to stay awake as long as possible. But suddenly, Enrique hears the canvas of his tent being slashed by a sword. And with that, Enrique realizes there are two assassins in that place. One killed Krang and the other is outside. Thus, on the verge of all his organs failing, Enrique tries to notice at least a small detail about that second assassin and realizes that the second assassin has elf ears and very peculiar blonde hair. After that, he notices that the assassin is using the same sword as his commander, an elven sword. And so, Enrique, half dead there on the ground, just doesn't die, right? He was supposed to die in a few seconds, but he's still there alive, watching everything happen. Notice that the two assassins are facing each other, and thus Enrique dies, and goes to the afterlife. After that, another beautiful day begins and the troubadour is there, who is the hero of the battlefield. And everyone says, yes, Krolls. And Enrique, quite upset, is sure of one thing, that this is the same meeting 3 times in a row. Enrique is very sad because he was awake and also fully alert, but even so, he couldn't detect the presence of that assassin, so he knows this won't be easy. He also keeps thinking that the commander of his company was in that place, and this leaves him very intrigued. Enrique knows he will have to face that assassin, but after that, he will have to face his commander, and of one thing he is certain: he cannot win against that woman under any circumstances. And our hero, feeling powerless, sits there, not knowing what to do. He knows that later tonight, he will die in the same way, but he also remembers that this also happened a few days ago when he encountered a skilled enemy soldier on the battlefield. It seemed impossible for him to win, but he did, because after much training, the math lesson was completed with great satisfaction. And that enemy soldier, who was much stronger than him, was successfully decapitated on that battlefield. Enrique knows that he did something impossible, and now he finds himself facing an impossible wall. However, Enrique is determined and will do everything to break down this barrier, because giving up is not an option for him. And so, Enrique acts like a madman, grabs the blanket that was covering, and pulls it with all his strength, and Vinicius gets really pissed off and says, "Are you crazy? Why are you pulling my blanket? Are you looking to die? Have you lost your fear of death?" Enrique, with the sword in hand, stands face to face with Vinicius. However, the crazy Enrique puts away the sword and realizes he was wrong in assuming the assassin was already inside. And so, with his sword back in its sheath, he stays alert to everything happening outside. And Vinicius is super pissed and says to him, "Hey, you bastard, are you crazy? What kind of training are you doing? Huh? Is it the famous catching cockroaches with the tip of your sword? Is that it, you lunatic?" And Vinicius says to him, although, since you're crazy in the head, that would be quite fitting for you, right? Isn't that right, you low-level soldier?" And Enrique ends his teasing by saying, "Wow, I didn't even know you cared about me. Good to know, okay?" And Vinicius gets even angrier with him and says, "Dude, I was just being sarcastic. It was just a joke. Don't you get that, you bastard?" But of course Enrique understands. He thinks to himself that he was also just being sarcastic. And so, Vinicius, cursing Enrique's mother, tells him to go to hell and stop bothering him. And since the two wouldn't stop yelling, Krang wakes up and says to them, "Hey, you two, why are you always arguing? Huh? What's wrong with you?" And Vinicius did this early in the morning, as we can see that behind Krang, the sky is clear, well before the time the killer appears. And so Krang says to them, "Look, I'm going to grab some things inside and take a walk. Then later I'll come back." So the blonde Krang goes into the infirmary to grab some things, while Enrique, very suspicious, keeps looking around. Meanwhile, Vinicius is really pissed off because he wanted to sleep a little longer. And these annoying bastards won't stop talking at any moment. And Enrique, watching Krang arranging some things, keeps thinking that based on what happened last night, that killer gave very special attention to Krang, wanting to make sure he was dead. And so our hero kept thinking that surely the target of the assassination is Krang and he only died because he was close to him. And Enrique, very suspicious, keeps wondering who this Krang really is, because that is certainly not his real name. And so our protagonist looked to the side, as that infirmary is already quite full early in the morning. And there they are, his entire squad, pretending not to care, but they are really worried about their boss. And our protagonist, with an angry look, knows he has to do something, because thanks to Krang's presence in that place, he got involved in this murder plot. And so, our protagonist, in a very direct way, says, "Hey, Krang, who are you?" Vinicius can't even believe that he asked that so directly, and Krang, looking back, thinks the same thing, because he didn't feel close enough for the guy to come and ask who he really is. And so, our protagonist starts wondering, oh, did I do something wrong? Or maybe I've talked so much with Rem that my communication skills have diminished a lot. And then Krang responds, "Who am I?" Well, that's something. I can't tell you. And so, Enrique, our hero, is left completely hanging because he asked what he wanted and heard what he didn't want. And Vinicius, who was curious about this, wonders how Enrique had the courage to ask such a thing. But Enrique, showing he's quite clueless, acts like a child and asks, "Why can't you tell me? Why not?" And Krang, with one hand on his hip, says that it's a long story, but he won't be able to tell him. And Enrique, who was suspicious, becomes even more curious, wanting to know who this guy really is, since the professional assassin came to that place precisely to kill him. And so, Enrique convinces himself and says to him, "Well, if you don't want to talk, so be it." Vinicius, on the other hand, gets really pissed off hearing this and says to our protagonist, "Hey, are you kidding me, man? If you're going to ask such a personal question and then accept an answer just like that without a plausible explanation, you shouldn't have asked in the first place, because now you look even more like an idiot. Now you're an idiot twice over." And so, Vinicius, who had been wanting to speak for a long time, lets loose and says, "Oh, Krang, or Crab, whatever your name is, I know one thing. From the way you behave, you are definitely not from our country." And so, Vinicius, in an even more direct way, asks Krang, "Hey, what country are you from? Huh? Come on, be honest. Are you a spy? Huh? Tell us." And that blonde, with all his imposing presence, stares very intently at Vinicius. And Vinicius, upon hearing that, starts to tremble, because if this guy is a spy, he must definitely be someone very important. Then, Vinicius starts to realize the mistake he made, and so, Crab moves towards Vinicius. And while Crab isn't showing any intention of attacking him, Vinicius grabs his blanket, as it seems he's scared of something. But Crab, even more imposing, speaks to him, "Hey, I didn't betray Anne. I will never betray the kingdom." Meanwhile, our protagonist is observing Crab in minute detail, even the movement of his eyes. And he realizes that this guy is not someone ordinary, because his aura is like that of a knight. And so we can see how Enrique imagines Crab to be. And Vinicius, upon hearing that explanation from Crab, gets really pissed and says to him, "Hey, is that how you talk to your superior?" And Crab, looking straight at Vinicius, says, "Huh, sir? Okay, you're my superior, right? Okay, one thing Enrique is sure of, Crab is not a knight, because a knight would never die like that." that assassin wouldn't stand a chance against the superpower, the knight. However, this guy has an air of superiority that Vinicius has never seen in anyone else. But surely this guy is hiding something. And so, finally night falls, because now it's time for action. And just like every previous night, Crab says goodnight to Enrique, and it feels more like a goodnight on WhatsApp, with one saying goodnight to the other, and everyone starting to sleep. But of course, our protagonist isn't sleeping and notices that Vinicius is also pretending to be asleep. He wonders if Vinicius is like this because of what happened with Crab a few hours earlier. And so, they turn towards the door, waiting for that assassin. And Enrique, showing that he is Mr. Obvious, thinks that if those two assassins enter through the tent door, surely everyone there would die. And since he's not in the mood to wait for his executioner to arrive, Enrique gets up from his bed. And as he does this, Vinicius, who isn't sleeping, just pretending, looks at him and wonders, what is this crazy guy doing now? But then, right as Enrique heads towards the exit of the infirmary, Vinicius can't hold back anymore and says to him, "Hey, crazy guy, what are you doing?" instead of coming to bed to sleep. And Enrique, turning back, responds to Vinicius in a very serious manner and says, "Hey, assassins will invade your tent soon. So if you want to live, cooperate with me." Vinicius, on the other hand, thinks this guy is definitely crazy. He must be. Assassins invading here, in the middle of the camp? Impossible. So, being sure that Enrique has finally lost his mind, Vinicius lies back down and says to Enrique, "Yeah, now I'm sure you've really gone mad." Meanwhile, someone is very happy and is there trying to sleep while those two won't stop talking. Our protagonist looks back in the direction of those two, as this is the reaction they were expecting. Suddenly, Enrique hears a voice saying, "Huh, how did he notice?" And upon hearing this, Enrique turns towards the direction of the voice, trying to see who is whispering near him. A poisoned dart is shot into Henry's back. And so, our brave Henry has his artery cut once again. And you know, right? A cut artery will give us more blood than a fountain. But the brave one, after acquiring the beast's heart, doesn't despair easily and tries to see who just launched that cursed dart in his direction. All of this happened in less than a second, and knowing that he will lose his senses soon, Henry tries to unsheath his sword to counterattack this phantom assassin, but the assassin passes by him and completely ignores him, launching another poisoned dart into Vinicius's neck artery. And in that same second, the assassin doesn't even give Sam time to react, and once again buries his sword in his chest, causing a fatal wound. Thus, Henry, who was waiting for a chance against that assassin, realizes that this guy is much more skilled than he imagined, because in just 1 second, that incredible assassin killed 3 people very precisely. So, who is the hero of the battlefield? Cypress. Our man is sitting on the bed because he knows this is already the 4th time, and Henry is sure of one thing: since there is no evidence that the assassins are coming, neither Vinicius nor Tsong will cooperate with him to fight this enemy. So, he has a brilliant idea to talk to his superior, and his superior does the same as Vinicius. "Huh, have you gone crazy, lower-ranked soldier? You may be the head of that squad, but you're still a lower-ranked soldier. So, get out of here and stop talking nonsense." And since Enrique also couldn't get help from his superiors, he stands next to the spot where the killer made the tear in the tent, waiting to ambush. The ambush is killer because our protagonist has a brilliant idea. He's going to shout to draw everyone's attention, and with their focus on the tent's entrance, Enrique is sure that it was at this moment that the killer arrived last time. Then, a second passes, 2, 3, and our hero is left wondering if it's now or in a minute that this guy will show up. Our protagonist tried his best, but he couldn't say anything because his neck and vocal cords were completely destroyed by the poisoned dart that the killer threw at him. And the killer, our nimble one, quickly removes the dart, and a waterfall of red liquid pours out of the new hole Enrique created in his body. Thus, the one who planned to scream is left voiceless and his plans are thwarted. The skilled assassin, in that very second, advances towards his other victim because he wants to finish everything in just 1 second. So, the next day, our hero had another brilliant idea: to wait outside, to try to spot the killer, because inside the tent wasn't working, and outside would surely be better. But you already know, right? Killer approaching, poison dart being fired towards the artery. There's our protagonist who is ambushing, getting ambushed again, being killed once more with just 1 blow, and so he keeps thinking about how he's going to fight against the enemy he can't see. And now, the next day, Enrique does things differently, already with his sword in hand, and ready to kill that assassin. However, look behind, who got really close to him without him noticing, and once again it's Enrique, because that assassin is much more skilled than he imagined. And so, Enrique dies again without being able to see the face of that incredible assassin. What frustrates Enrique the most is that every time he died, he couldn't do anything. So, who is the hero on the battlefield? Cypress. And of course, right, to not show. Every time our hero died, this is already his 20th morning, and in the other 19 times, he couldn't do anything. And this leaves our hero a bit shaken because he thought that after a few times he would be able to notice something about this assassin. And our hero, thinking about this, feels a bit sad because it has been 20 times and he still might have his face. But after that, our hero starts to smile because he thinks, it was only 20 times that I died to kill the last guy. I died 124 times, so surely with this guy, it will be different. I won't die that much. And so Enrique goes out for a walk because he needs to think of a way to avoid that poison needle, and only after that will he move on to the next step, which is dealing with that assassin. And so Enrique, still thinking of a way to avoid an attack he can't see, notices once again that Jackson is in the same place as the last 20 days. But then our protagonist starts to observe Jackson and remembers that he is also very skilled in the art of killing. With this, Enrique approaches Jackson again, but this time it's not to talk about ointment, much less to thank Jackson for the ointment. And with that, our hero remembers a conversation he had with Ren and says, "Oh, Ren, why did you call Jackson a perverted wildcat?" And Ren is intrigued and says to him, "Huh? What did you say?" And so our hero repeats, "I said, Ren, why do you call Jackson a perverted wildcat?" And Ren, with his axe on his shoulders, says it's simple. It's because that bastard, he's very perverted and dirty. He never tries to fight anyone head on. It's always in a cunning way, and his method of killing is quite peculiar because he stabs his enemies in the back, and then runs away. And certainly, the person killed by Jackson doesn't even know who killed them, because after he stabs them, he flees from that place. And so, Ren tells Enrique that's why he gave Jackson that nickname, because that guy only kills by ambush. And Jackson, noticing that the commander of his squad is approaching, asks him, "Commander, how are your wounds? Have they healed yet?" And our leader, before responding, is sure of one thing, that Jackson would certainly be able to defeat those two assassins with great ease. However, since he doesn't have the authority to take Jackson to the infirmary, Enrique knows he can't rely on him for that. Enrique knows that even if he could take him, that's not what he wants to do, because this is a wall he has to overcome on his own, without anyone's help. So our leader, who is already standing by Jackson's training, speaks to him, "Jackson, I need a favor from you. Could you explain to me, if someone just like you were to stab me in the back, what would I have to do to stop them?" And the leader asks this thinking that he has to become a person like Jackson, but Jackson, after hearing that question, puts his hand on his chin and starts to think, and after 3 seconds he speaks to the squad leader, "Well boss, I'm not sure. You know why? No one has ever survived any ambush I've set up. Everyone died. 100%. And our leader widens his eyes, because he didn't know that Jackson was such a lethal killer, with 100% success in all his ambushes. And after seeing that surprised look, Enrique stood still, lost in his thoughts, and Jackson realizes that his answer didn't help his commander Enrique at all, and he also puts on a blank face as if he's observing the scenery. After that, shrugging his shoulders, Jackson convinces himself that this seems to be very important to his commander. After that, raising his head, he says to Enrique, "Oh, Enrique, what you need is to have eyes in the back of your head." Enrique is intrigued, but he can't understand what term he's using, as it seems like Jackson is telling him to be even more alert than usual. Enrique says to Jackson, "What, eyes in the back of my head? I didn't understand anything. What does that mean?" And so, Jackson responds to his squad leader, "Boss, the timing was perfect. Did you see that cart?" And Enrique says, "Cart? What cart? Of course I didn't see it. The cart that's behind the tent. Look at it." Jackson says this and leans back towards the cart, and only now does Enrique start to notice that there's a cart being pulled by a man. He keeps thinking, how did he lean back and manage to notice that a cart is passing by, considering it's so far away? And so, Enrique's little donkey keeps wondering if Jackson has eyes in the back of his head. A real donkey, right? But Jackson says to his commander, "Look, something's going to go wrong with that cart now. Want to bet?" At that very moment, the cart's wheel breaks, causing an accident at that spot, and Jackson heard it from far away, and moreover, that cart was out of his line of sight. Enrique, upon seeing this, is truly astonished because he wasn't expecting anything to happen to that cart. And then, the genius Enrique says, "Hey Jackson, are you a prophet?" And Jackson replies to him, "You must be crazy, right? Of course not. Look, you've been spending too much time with that barbarian, okay? Ren's stupidity is rubbing off on you." And so, Enrique rephrases his question and says to him, "So, Jackson, how did you know that incident was going to happen?" And Jackson, pointing to his ears, said it was very easy, because he noticed everything through sound. He said he heard the moment when the main axle of that cart had come loose, so it was only a matter of seconds before that wheel would come off and fall to the ground. And Jackson, giving a lesson to Enrique, tells him that he just needs to pay attention to the sound, to know everything that's happening around him, and moreover, if he pays close attention, he'll even know what's going to happen next. But Enrique was very astonished because that cart moved in a very silent way, and moreover, it wasn't even close, and while our hero is lost in his thoughts, Jackson advises him that he doesn't need to see what's happening around him. He just really needs to perceive the sound, to know everything that's happening. And so, the assassin Jackson stands up, and says to Enrique, "Oh, so Enrique, this is your first lesson. You have to practice. Listen to everything around you, and by doing this, you will sharpen your senses, and isolate each sound to be able to distinguish each sound with great perfection." And then Enrique says to him, "Yeah, I even thought you were being lazy, but I see it was all just my impression." And Jackson says, "No, it wasn't just your impression. I'm really feeling lazy. You know why? I know that if I didn't teach you this, you wouldn't leave me alone at any moment and would follow me everywhere. So, complete this task I gave you. Oh, Enrique, these days, you're acting very strange because you're so persistent and never give up. And I think that's an excellent trait of yours, squad leader." And so, that day goes by and the same night begins once again. Just letting you know, I have a cold, okay? So my voice is a bit different. And Enrique is there, with his eyes closed, waiting for that assassin ninja to appear. Enrique knows that this time, the wall he is facing is a very silent assassin ninja, and so, our hero nicknames that assassin ninja the Ruthless Death. Meanwhile, Enrique is there practicing, trying to listen to the silence, because if he wants to survive this day, he needs to overcome this wall, and with his ears attentive, he tries to detect any change in the environment around him. Enrique Hassa is already much better, as he can now hear footsteps, passing very close to his tent and deduces that this must surely be the regular patrol. And a little after that, Enrique focuses on the sound of a torch nearby and notices the crackling of the fire, and thus, Enrique tries to perceive everything around him, and doesn't notice any significant change in the air around him. So, do I tell or do you tell? Then, Enrique, with his eyes closed, tries to find the assassin, who has already arrived at that location. That assassin ninja, silent as a cat, lands there without making the slightest noise, but Enrique is there, with his eyes closed, trying to sense something, but suddenly, that assassin ninja disappears from that place, and also doesn't make any sound while doing so. And suddenly, a poison dart slices through the air at high speed, and once again our hero is struck by another deadly blow to his neck. As before, Enrique feels intense pain, and cannot speak, as his vocal cords have been completely destroyed. Moreover, that needle penetrated so deeply into his throat that Enrique can't even speak. Who is the hero of the battlefield? Cypress. And there's our protagonist. Wow, I failed again. Huh? What a sly guy. I couldn't hear anything. When I realized I was already wounded with a mortal blow. But resilience is Enrique's strength because he never gave up. And this won't be the time he gives up because he knows his body clearly remembers all the experiences he's been through. And he knows he only needs one thing, to learn in order to overcome another barrier. Because the heart of the beast and the dry thrust, he has already learned both and mastered them with great skill. And so he goes back to talking with his teacher Jackson, who teaches him one more thing. Look, Enrique, you have to gather information through sound. And each type of sound has its own intensity and well-defined tone. And with that, you can discern the direction of each sound. And when you can perceive what is far and what is near, and the difference between weak sounds mixed with strong sounds, when you reach that point, you will be prepared. And that's what I mean by having eyes in the back of your head, because your ears will become your second pair of eyes. And he tells him, listen to this sound. Did you hear? That sound was the narrator snapping his fingers. Narrator, snap your fingers again. Did you notice now? The narrator snapped his fingers, not only in the same position, but on the right and on the left. And when you can tell which was on the right and which was on the left, you will be prepared. Sound is an almost silent wave, and this wave propagates in all directions. So, among thousands of waves, you need to isolate just one and be able to tell me what kind of sound you're hearing, where you're hearing it, and what that sound is. And so, right, our protagonist goes into the crowd to practice sound isolation. And there he is, with two guys talking to his right, and one of them says, "Man, what a beautiful woman, huh? Did you see? So, why didn't you introduce her to me?" And the other one says, "You don't even have money, man. You wouldn't be able to get close to that woman." And Enrique starts paying attention to the conversation of others nearby, and they're saying, "How did Botafogo win 5-0 against Pena Oral? No way. Do you think this time they'll be the champion?" And the guy on the right says, "Of course not, man. The champion this year is going to be my team." After that, Enrique listens to the conversation of two other people nearby, and one says to the other, "Hey, 2, 5, 7, 4, 9, 6. That's the combination to my safe, okay?" And Enrique realizes that the narrator's neighbor is an expert at this because she is the biggest gossip. She pays attention to other people's conversations and shows that she's on another level. Hey, is my neighbor a ninja? Or is she just a gossip? So, put in the comments if you have a ninja neighbor. But Enrique is trying to feel something. He closes his eyes and concentrates on trying to hear the silence because he wants to know perfectly where each sound wave comes from. And so, he closes his eyes, still, in a meditative pose. And thus Enrique keeps listening, the flag fluttering in the distance. But why am I only hearing one? If I'm sure there are 10 flags there, Enrique realizes that he still can't distinguish the sound of each flag because they emit a similar sound, making them seem like just one flag. And so, Enrique notices that the people walking near him are coming from the right and heading to the left, and by the number of footsteps, it seems like there are 3 people there. And of course, our protagonist doesn't know anything, right? Because there are at least 7 people there. Our protagonist notices 3 different types of sounds: the sound of the wind, the sound of the flag fluttering, and a bird calling in the distance. However, when the bird gets close to the flag, Enrique can't distinguish the distance between one and the other, and if one is closer than the other, the sounds become unfamiliar. Suddenly someone says, "Reek, how's it going?" And Enrique opens his eyes, realizes it's Clang in front of him, and Clang says to him, "Hey, what kind of training is this that you're doing? Are you feeling anything?" Enrique says, "Hey, why did you call me Reek?" "Oh, right, isn't your name Enrique? I thought you wouldn't mind if I called you Reek." And Enrique says, "I do mind, call me Enrique, okay? We don't have that kind of familiarity. But tell me, what do you want?" I bet you're going to say that I'm sitting here looking like an idiot, right? And that this doesn't even look like training. Isn't that what you're going to say? And Clang says to him, "You, an idiot? Of course not, because you're not an idiot who wastes your time, right?" And so, Enrique looks in his direction thinking that this guy values him much more than he values himself. And after that, a deadly sound cuts through the night. And yes, our protagonist idiot is mortally wounded once again. And then you ask, "Hey uncle, but didn't you say you wouldn't bring in the wimpy antagonist?" I already told you, he's not a wimp. He's very resilient, a bit dumb, but resilient. And once again our protagonist looks in the direction of that assassin ninja, and like the other times, that assassin thrusts his sword into Clang's stomach again, delivering a mortal blow. However, to make sure he dies, the assassin raises his sword and strikes Clang's heart again, giving him no chance to survive. And Clang, having his heart pierced, spits out a lot of blood from his mouth, and once again that mysterious blonde dies. And there he is, our protagonist, on yet another new night, trying to hear his water arrive. And so, after dying 33 times, our protagonist has this look on his face. And now, getting you ready, positive, to sing, "Death arrives like this, walk the plank, watch out the shark will get you." And so, everyone died again, and died again, and again, and again, and again, and Enrique, for the 100th time, which I don't even know what number it is, stays there, practicing his new skill, eavesdropping on others' conversations. And so, with his eyes closed, trying to hear everything around him, Enrique gradually hones this skill, little by little. But that night, that assassin ninja did what he did best, killing in a very silent way. And the next day, our marmoset continued on his odyssey of trying to separate the sounds. And so, he hears the wind, the flags fluttering, and the sound of a bird flying in the distance. But this time, our protagonist focuses specifically on that bird, distinguishing the moment it gets close to the flag. Moreover, Enrique is so proficient at this that he can hear the bird's claws touching the metal at the top of the flag. And with that, Enrique realizes that all his effort has been worth it. Enrique has his eyes closed and senses a very stealthy approach near him. And so he opens his eyes and looks, with a surprised expression, like a clam that ate a pastry, because someone was silently approaching him. And when Clang saw that Enrique opened his eyes, he stopped and was astonished. And then he asked, "Wow, Enrique? You surprised me, huh? Look, I approached you very stealthily, and you noticed me, huh? You're really good, huh? Congratulations. So Enrique, why have you had your eyes closed this whole time? Don't tell me you're training your perception." "Oh, Enrique, I bet you're doing that. You know why? Because you're not an idiot who wastes his time." And our protagonist, upon hearing this, becomes even more motivated. And that night, the skilled ninja assassin prepares another deadly dart, and, firing his dart at high speed towards the protagonist's neck, this highly efficient assassin is surprised, because this inferior soldier not only sensed his presence but was also the first person to dodge his deadly attack. And Enrique, at the same moment, puts his hand behind the pillow and pulls out a small dagger. And with that dagger, he charges at the assassin, trying to strike him by surprise. And that ninja assassin shows that he is not an easy person to hit, and by taking a step back, he manages to dodge that surprise attack from our hero. And now, we have the scene of Enrique standing with a dagger in hand, and that skilled ninja assassin startled by the surprise attack. That ninja, who has never lost a victim, starts to sweat because for the first time, someone has seen his face, and thus, Enrique, full of anger, says to that assassin, "Hey, fool, now you're no longer the faceless death. Prepare to die." The assassin, filled with rage, says, "You?" And at that moment, he charges at Enrique with all his fury, saying that he caught a cursed rat and that he will finish him off now. And so, the slashing attack comes at full speed. But Enrique, who is already proficient in the heart of the beast, doesn't even blink, and only has time to throw his neck back. And that deadly blade passes by at an incredibly high speed. Enrique knows that this assassin in front of him is not as skilled as the dry thrust soldier, and that's why Enrique is able to read this assassin's movements. But then he remembers there's another one, and with his eyes wide open, he glances out of the corner of his eyes to see if the other assassin has arrived. But while he's looking, he notices that Vinicius has already been poisoned, and is already asleep. Now Krang has already woken up from the noise and is drawing his sword to help face that assassin. And as that assassin advances with a small dagger towards our hero, Enrique already knows what's coming next, as he has seen this type of movement more than 100 times. And he knows that the dry thrust is coming, so he dodges the dagger of that experienced assassin. Enrique knows he can't slip up, because the assassin doesn't have that name for nothing. Certainly, any mistake Enrique makes, he will be killed instantly, and the assassin decides to resort to drastic measures since Enrique keeps dodging his blows. He throws one of his daggers in Enrique's direction. And Enrique didn't expect this, because this assassin shows himself to be completely different in his fighting style from that bastard with the dry thrust and that skillful assassin. Noticing that he has an opening, he advances on Enrique to deliver the decisive blow. And Enrique, still off balance and with eyes wide open, focuses entirely on that assassin. And then, suddenly, the sound of the tarp being torn is heard in that infirmary, and we can see that the second assassin has just arrived at that location, and now Enrique finds himself between a rock and a hard place, as in front of him is a skillful assassin, and behind him another assassin approaches. And when that assassin enters, Enrique realizes it's the fairy, his commander, and Enrique knows that she is definitely much more deadly than this ninja he is facing. And since Enrique knows that the best defense is a good offense, he charges at that fairy, with the intention of stabbing her first, so that he might have some chance to fight against those two. Enrique realizes that his thrust is a bit far from that fairy, and from the attack position she's in, Enrique is sure of one thing, that this time, he's going to die in a single blow, and then, the other assassin shouts loudly, "What? You had a guard?" And after that, the assassin throws several poison darts, and those darts, crossing the infirmary at high speed, towards Enrique's flanks, are practically an indefensible deadly attack. And so, the brave Enrique thanks the beast's heart because if it weren't for that, he would have closed his eyes a long time ago. Enrique, looking back, is 300% sure that this time, he's going down, but the assassin has a goal, which is to kill Krang, and so he also throws several poison darts in Krang's direction. Krang is in a tight spot because he realizes he won't be able to dodge this attack either. Thus, our hero realizes that Krang is also being targeted by those poison darts. But suddenly, the stunning elf shows that she is very quick and jumps over our protagonist instead of delivering a fatal blow to him. And by doing so, the elf's cloak serves as a shield against those poison darts. And Enrique, our hero, is still trying to understand what is happening as that elf jumped behind him and became the target of all those poison darts. And the worst part, she did it so quickly and with such mastery that none of those poison darts touched her skin, and in milliseconds, she was already in front of Krang, also skillfully cutting through all those poison darts. And so, our hero, being smart, looks back and realizes that the woman is not with the assassin, but rather, she came to protect him. Enrique realizes that now he has a chance, because from his position, the assassin can't see him, as the elf's cloak is blocking his view. So, our protagonist intends to take advantage of this magnificent opportunity that just happened, and like a lightning bolt, Enrique charges at the assassin with his best technique, the dry thrust. When the assassin notices, Enrique is already very close to him, and this time the assassin felt fear, because a very skilled woman entered the infirmary, showing that she is much faster than him. Worse, if he had blinked, he would already be dead, because this inferior soldier is coming at him with a very strong attack. But that assassin is also very fast, and using his dagger, he deflects the deadly blow that Enrique delivered to him, and, pissed off, he grits his teeth and says, "You little shit, I'm going to kill you, you bastard." And so, that assassin gathers all his courage, and flees like lightning from that place, because he is sure of one thing, he can't beat that woman one-on-one. And now we have the scene of Enrique holding his knife, after the escape of that skilled assassin, and now, everyone, with weapons in hand, and standing, realizes that the cowardly assassin has fled from that place. After that, Krang tells Enrique that the assassin was probably after him, and Enrique says, "Yes, I know that." And Krang is startled and says, How do you know?" And Enrique replies to him, Who would pay an assassin, who must be very expensive, to kill someone insignificant like me, or like Vinicius? We're not worth that much money." And the beautiful elf standing next to Vinicius says to him, "Yeah, that's right." After that, the elf takes her sword and starts to draw it from the sheath and says, "It seems you're very quick at reading the environment around you." And after she says that, the elf's sword begins to be unsheathed slowly. Enrique, who spent many deaths honing his hearing, already noticed that the elf is drawing her sword and that she, until a few seconds ago, was an ally. But now she has definitely become an enemy, because Enrique seems to know too much, and will have to be silenced. Enrique, realizing that the elf doesn't want to leave any witnesses, gets ready for any move she might make against him, but then, Krang steps between them, and Enrique wonders why Krang got in the middle. Then, Krang, looking very serious at the elf, says to her, "Hey, I have a favor to ask you." "Oh, I don't want anyone to die today, okay?" He says this while staring into the elf's eyes, and Enrique realizes that this guy just gave an order to the elf and that he is definitely not an ordinary person. Immediately, the elf bows, and says to Krang, "As you wish, it shall be done." After that, Krang looks at Vinicius, who is poisoned, and says to the elf, "Oh, the order I gave you also includes that platoon commander who is poisoned over there." And then Krang asks the elf, "He's not dead yet, is he?" The beautiful elf says that he is not dead yet and that she has an antidote, and after giving him this antidote, he will definitely be fine. And our protagonist realizes that the two are prepared and even carry an antidote for a possible poisoning of the blonde. After that, Krang starts thinking and, placing his hands on his chin, he says that he needs to clean up this whole mess because it will be a huge inconvenience if people find out. Find out that the assassin was there after him. And Enrique, who thinks quickly, says to Krang, "Hey, I have an idea, and I'm sure it won't leave any trace." And so, our hero looks back towards the candle and says that his way is much easier, as it will completely erase any trace of the fight they had there in that place. And thus, the infirmary tent starts to catch fire and everyone shouts, "Fire, fire." The infirmary tent is on fire. Let's go quickly. And so, that superior with the little mustache, who in a return to the past, did not believe in our protagonist, is organizing everyone to go together and put out the fire, ordering each person to take at least 2 buckets of water. And thus, upon arriving nearby, they realize there are 2 survivors, and that the other person who was there must be inside, burned to the bone. And Enrique, covering his nose from the smoke, thinks that with all this fire, all traces of the killer have been removed. And Enrique is also sure of one thing: those 2 seem to be quite powerful, and surely any consequences against him that might arise from this fire, those 2 will definitely cover for him. And mysteriously, a bird is flying in the middle of the night, contemplating the stars, and thus we can see that both the blonde man and his bodyguard are leaving that camp, because since someone sent the killer to get the blonde man, his identity must have already been leaked, so staying in that place is no longer safe. And so, the elf talks to Krang, "Yeah, if that squad leader hadn't delayed that assassin, you would definitely have died." And then she asks, "Hey, did you change your mind because of him?" And Krang says yes. He says that the squad leader is a very interesting person and tells the elf, "Don't you think so?" And she, thinking about Enrique, doesn't respond to the questions from that blonde guy. And the blonde guy, in turn, heads towards his destiny, which he has been trying to avoid for a long time. However, after seeing a lower-ranked soldier training diligently day after day to become something impossible, a knight he regained his hopes in, is sure that anything is possible. And so, Krang, smiling at that situation, feels happy because what he was missing, he now has, as he was previously discouraged, but now, he is very motivated for the future that lies ahead. And so, the blonde guy talks to himself, "It seems that you, Rick, have influenced me a bit." And the blonde guy doesn't stop with the habit of calling our protagonist Enrique, Rick. But what can you do, right? You can't question someone who resembles the protagonist of this work. And so, the blonde guy says to his bodyguard, "Let's go, because I'm sure that one day we will meet Rick in our respective roles." And so, the blonde guy and the elf disappear down that forest trail. Then, the scene shifts to the silent death side, which was there, waiting for our hero. However, once again, he passed through another insurmountable wall, and thus, the silent death side vanishes. And Enrique, standing in front of Sharon, notices that the ferryman approaches, and the ferryman says to him, "Hey, let me tell you something. You will surely see that assassin again." And Enrique, very serious, says that he is prepared to meet that assassin at any moment in his life. And so, that night which kept repeating finally came to an end, and a beautiful day begins. And thus, Enrique, looking at the completely burned infirmary tent, realizes that he finally managed to break through his second infinite today, for he who was doomed to despair and pain managed to conquer yet another today. Now Enrique is much stronger, and much more prepared than at the beginning of our story, for he, with his sharp ears, perceives everything happening around him. However, he cannot sense the presence of that fairy Delicia nearby. So, since Enrique has a lot to do, he is going to return to his squadron, and thus, gathering his things and heading to his squadron. Enrique is glad not to be injured and to be able to return immediately to his companion's side, but suddenly he hears someone speaking to him. "Hey, did you save me from the fire?" Enrique doesn't respond, but Vinicius insists on the question. "Hey, you. I'm talking to you. Why did you save me?" And Enrique, looking towards Vinicius, thinks, "This guy must be crazy. Is he arguing with me because I saved him? Is that really it? Why doesn't this guy like me? Huh?" But Enrique, with his hand in his pocket and full of style, tells Vinicius that he saved him, because they are comrades and friends and arms do that. They save each other, and Vinicius feels embarrassed because if it depended on him to save Enrique, he thinks he wouldn't be able to do it. And so, Vinicius owes his life to Enrique, but Vinicius gives one last jab at Enrique and says, "Oh man, after everything I put you through, you still saved me? Yeah, you're a damn altruist. Huh?" After that, Vinicius asks Enrique, "Oh man, are you returning to your squad?" "Is that it?" Enrique says yes, he's returning. After that, Vinicius tells him, "Yeah, you're out of luck, huh? You know why? The atmosphere in your squad isn't very good, okay? Everyone's got a frown on their face." And our protagonist looks back and asks him, "Huh, did something happen?" And Vinicius tells Enrique that there's a rumor going around that their entire base is cursed, because out of nowhere, nonsensical things are happening. And then, the scene changes and Ragnar is very angry and says, "Hey, don't bother me, okay? Because you're an underdeveloped troglodyte, so get away from me." And after saying that, Ragnar moves away, all full of muscle, while Ren, who seems not to be liking it, starts to smile, because that's exactly what he was waiting for, that damned blonde, to touch him like that, and now, all hell is about to break loose.
Everyone started to flee from that place because the squad of crazies started fighting again. And worse, you have to run fast because none of those guys are weak. And so Ragnar and Reiner are fighting again. And when they fight, it always affects those nearby. And so, a random soldier keeps asking, hey, where did their squad leader go? Where? I'm sure these guys are only fighting each other because he's not here. He's the one who calms them down. And as soon as this random guy finished talking, he starts complaining because Reiner grabbed Ragnar and threw him with all his might against his tent. And so he says, wow, our tent just got destroyed by these lunatics. Ragnar gets up fueled by pure rage, and the first piece of what he sees in front of him, he breaks it with all his might over Reiner's head. But Reiner loves a fight and doesn't hesitate. He immediately throws a powerful punch straight to his face, crushing his frame in a very painful way. After that, Reiner draws his 2 axes, filled with rage and determination. He says to Ragnar, hey, Braids, I'm going to decorate your clan with my axe. Come at me, come on. And everyone who was already far away, upon realizing that Reiner drew his axes, runs even further away because those lunatics are now going to fight armed and Ragnar isn't going to be left behind, right? He drew his sword and says to Reiner, hey, you bastard, I'm going to cut you in half. I'll teach you how to fight with a sword. Upon hearing this, people start shouting, trying to find the other crazies from that squad to stop their friend's fight. While all this is going on, someone very calm arrives at the scene and Enrique starts thinking that he doesn't know if he's cursed, but if he is, these bastards are definitely his curse. And so, Enrique, really pissed off, yells at those 2, hey, you idiots, can you stop fighting, you damn troublemakers. I just step out for a bit and you're already fighting. And Ragnar says, you're not dead, I thought you were dead. And our hero says, no, I'm not dead, but I'm going to end up going crazy because of you too. Stop fighting right now, that's an order. And so, we leave it here. Another day begins, and if you're enjoying our content, go ahead and leave a like and tell us in the comments what you think of this work. Of course, it's for engagement, right? But write it there. Another day begins. Not just another, right? 4 days had already passed since Enrique returned to his team, and there he is, sleeping, calm and happy, because those endless days are behind him. Except Enrique isn't sleeping, he's training his hearing. And hearing the sound of the wind change, he opens his eyes, because no one will ever catch him by surprise again, as being killed many, many times by that assassin made him very alert. And so it is shown to us that the person in front of our protagonist is Jackson. And the tough Jackson notices that Enrique has his eyes open, he just woke up. And so Jackson speaks to him, yeah, I was trying to leave quietly, but I woke you up, didn't I? And Enrique pulls the blanket off himself, sits up, and responds to Jackson, no, I was about to wake up anyway. I'm going to train a bit. And Jackson says to Enrique, yeah, you're really good at listening, because I was sneaking out. And you, even though you just started recently, are already very good at it. And Enrique tells him that he's been practicing a lot because this technique was very good for saving his life. And Jackson, leaving the tent, says to him, yeah, keep it up, okay? Because this technique can definitely save your life. Someday. In this war, battles are few and rare, and with winter approaching, they will become even rarer. Then, someone grabbed the stick with a lot of force and started squeezing. And Enrique, with all his strength, squeezes that wood, to the point where even the veins in his arm pop out, but he won't give up on what he's doing. And the crazy guy is there, hands behind his back, doing pull-ups with just one hand because he's the protagonist of this story, and he's really tough. Enrique, very focused, continues his morning calisthenics and keeps thinking that he has to make the most of his time, because when he enters a today, he won't be able to train his body, since muscles grow over time. Even if he spends more than 100 days in a today, only his technique is honed, not his physique. So Enrique hangs there on the branch of that tree, honing his physique to the fullest. And this one here is the sister of that other tree because Enrique killed that other one. Then, near the camp, a rock speaks to Enrique, good morning, squad leader. How are you doing, sir? Enrique, very suspicious, looking at that rock, wipes the sweat from finishing his workout and says, Aldi, is that you? And Aldi, doing his morning calisthenics, shows that what Enrique is doing is amateur stuff, as he does calisthenics, and push-ups, with just one hand. And more, with a 400-kilogram rock on his back. He does all this with a big smile. And so, Aldi responds to his boss, yeah boss, it's great to know you're back to your morning training. After that, the 400-kilogram rock falls to the ground with full force and Aldi says to Enrique, well, what you're doing, boss, is very good. However, Enrique looks ahead in Aldi's direction and already knows very well what he's going to say. And Aldi, getting even closer to him, even blocks out the sun. And after that, Aldi says to Enrique, boss, a well-trained body is a weapon in itself. And so, Aldi, showing that Enrique may be strong, but next to him, he's just a chicken, because Aldi trains and Enrique works out, and who works out like a chicken. And Aldi, showing that his trapezius is bigger than a bull's hump, says, boss, if you train your body well, you might be able to withstand a kick from that frog, okay? You won't faint like that. And another thing, eat a lot of protein and carbohydrates, okay? With a little bit of fat. All of this, with good training, will make your body grow and you'll get big. Like this, see, just like me. And so, Aldi, the giant, talks to his boss Enrique. Look, you're very skinny, okay? But if you keep training every day just like me and eat a lot, your body will grow quickly. And Enrique thinks, my body is already big. Aldi's body, which is excessively giant. And so, the protagonist stops thinking and says to him, okay, I'll try. I'll follow your advice. And Aldi, striking a bodybuilder pose, says that Enrique needs to train all the techniques he taught. And that way his body will grow evenly, because it's no use just training the arms and having chicken legs. And so the scene changes, and Reiner is there. Hey, you lazybones, get up. It's your time, you know. Hey. And so, Reiner turns Ragna's bed over with his feet, who is lying in his 20th sleep, and Reiner, with a stern voice, says to Ragna, you're such a lazybones, you know? You sleep all the time. It's your turn to do the rounds. So, get up, you lazybones, and go do your job. And Ragna, who was woken up so abruptly, doesn't say a word. He slowly reaches for his great sword. Then, when he grabs his sword, Rem knows nothing good is coming because this blonde guy is really crazy and he loves fighting as much as he loves sleeping. And Ragna, turning with great force and extremely pissed off as he charges at Rem, says, hey you crazy, did you eat coop or something? I'm going to run you through with my sword now. And Rem, who isn't afraid of anything, says to him, feeling a little angry, you're tough when it comes to fighting, but when it comes to doing your job, you're like a little kitten. Bring it on then. And then, just as the two were about to start the same fight, Enrique arrives at the door and says to them, hey, you two never liked each other and now you're fighting. What a strange thing. Stop fighting, okay? Every time I see you guys, you're fighting. Meanwhile, Aldi in the back doesn't say anything. Then, Enrique tells them, look, you can stop fighting, and each go to your own corner. And at that moment, Aldi takes his rosary and gives them a sermon, saying, look, unchecked violence leads nowhere. However, Rem points back and says, hey, that damn blondie is trying to starve us because it's his turn today. And then Enrique tells him, hey, Ragna, if today is your day to cook, go cook, okay? Because no one has eaten anything so far. And Ragna, still a bit sleepy, says to Enrique, squad leader, if that's what you say, I'll do it, but I hate cooking. And then Rem says to Ragna, look, this is what I use as an apron to cook. So if you want, I can lend it to you, okay? And another thing, don't complain, since in the end, you're going to cook. And Ragna, after grabbing that sweat-soaked towel from Rem, gets very angry and throws the towel back at Rem and says to him, are you crazy? Do you think I'm going to use this? This smells like a pig. And Rem, smelling his clean towel, since the last time it was washed, was 3 months ago when it fell into a swamp. And so, Rem, smelling his towel, tells Enrique that the towel smells fine because it doesn't smell rotten. And Enrique tells Rem to stop picking fights for no reason. And Rem starts to smile and says, come on, boss. You noticed me, right? The lack of fighting on this battlefield is making me itch. And Enrique, very angry, looks at Rem and says, grab your axe and come with me. Let's train. And that night, with many clouds in the sky, and looking like it's going to rain, you can only hear the clash of two weapons, and our protagonist, Enrique, is sweating, giving it his all, against Rem. However, Rem, very gently, gives a little kick to Enrique's ribs. Looks like he felt that, And Rem, enjoying what he's doing, advances on Enrique again and says to him, hey Enrique, you need to withstand my blows better, okay? Because every time I hit you and you make a face, I want to see the face you'll make if I cut you with my axe. But our Enrique, who never stops training, deflects Rem's axe with great difficulty. Moreover, Enrique practically dropped his sword as the impact of that blow was too much for his hand. And so he focuses on staying calm, because that's the basics of the beast's heart. And thus he notices Rem's axe advancing at high speed towards him. And once again, Enrique parries that blow, and Rem, in pure concentration, advances firmly towards Enrique, because Rem is so fast that Enrique is using his hearing to help in this very difficult training. And Enrique, sweating profusely, thinks that in this fight he will use that technique again, the one he practiced hundreds of times while dying. And while Rem advances with great ferocity towards Enrique, our brave one goes for a dry thrust, trying to land that dry thrust on Rem. But Rem, still in that fight, without blinking even once, dodges the best attack that Enrique's brave self has. But Rem knows that just dodging is something for amateurs. So, with his war axe, he locks Enrique's sword. While holding Enrique's sword with his axe, Rem grabs Enrique with the other hand and says to him, hey, if I had a knife here, you would have been killed. And then, he grabs Enrique with great strength, and our protagonist, still without blinking even once, realizes that his subordinate Rem is many times stronger than he is. And then Rem, throwing Enrique against the ground with great brutality, shows that Enrique still has a lot to grow. And so, the big tattooed Rem speaks to Enrique, yeah, I expected more from you, you know. You've improved a lot recently. But look, you just keep using that dry thrust. It's getting boring. You repeat it all the time. Don't you have any new moves? That thrust of yours, I can already dodge it with my eyes closed. It's really boring. Enrique, who was defeated once again by Rem, leaning on his sword and sweating a lot, thinks, yeah, now I know. I am very different from before when I used to fight, just with that dead tree, and sometimes lost, because now, I can repeat the same day, over and over again, until I can learn any technique I want. And if I need to do this, hundreds or even thousands of times, I will, to move forward with much more strength. And so, Enrique, the tough one, says to Rem, come at me, because this time I'm the one who's going to win. Rem, looking at Enrique, thinks that his skills are all terrible. Moreover, the few skills Enrique knows are all flawed, clearly having dozens of openings. However, Rem, looking into Enrique's fierce eyes, thinks that this fight might be boring, but he still doesn't get tired of it because Enrique's gaze is one of someone who yearns for growth. And thinking all this, the tough Rem cracks a smile because his boss may be weak, but he's a very brave guy. So, Rem, responding to Enrique's challenge, says to him, hey, you said you're going to beat me, right? But look, I'll only believe it if you can ever manage to scratch me, even once, because so far you've never hit me. Then, the day that was cloudy, which I thought was night, starts to rain. And it rains a lot. However, I don't stop training because they're not made of sugar. And so, the two continue training amidst that torrential rain. However, an hour passes, 2 hours pass, and the rain doesn't stop falling. So, right? To prevent anyone from catching a cold, let's head to the tent, because if we keep fighting, in boots in the middle of the rain, it's definitely going to end badly. And so, the scene changes. Enrique, already inside the tent and completely dry, looks outside, watching all that rain, and trying to listen to something. Because this rain is really annoying. It stops, starts again, stops, starts again. Rem, on the other hand, looks at his foot and says, wow, if it keeps raining like this, soon a mushroom will grow on my foot. Everything is damp around here. Meanwhile, Ragnar does what he always does, sleeping, while Aldi also does what he usually does, praying for everyone's health. However, someone soaked from the rain arrives very grumpy. And we can see it's Kreis, and he says, what an annoying show. How many times will I have to cancel my duels? I couldn't even make money today. And so, Kreis says to his leader, boss, if someone tells you that we've been cursed, would you believe it? Henrik says, what? What curse? Curse? And Kreis, looking back, says, have you heard this rumor already, boss? From the way you act, it seems like you have, right? And Henrik starts thinking about what happened a little while ago because Vinicius, the leader of the 3rd platoon of the 2nd company, had already talked to him about it, saying that their camp seems to be cursed. Then, Kreis explains everything that's happening, saying that everything there, in their camp, is very strange because, look, there was a fire, many people are catching colds, and the main escort squad, as well as Jack, Bo, Holter, and the others, are all injured. And since all of this is happening in such a short time, everyone is saying that we are cursed. However, Henrik is already back at the tent door, watching all that rainfall. Kreis tells Henrik that this rain doesn't seem normal because it's falling every day, and that's not normal for this time of year. And because of this, many people from various platoons, after that fire in the medical tent, say they are sure that we are cursed. And Henrik, at the door, talks to him, well, what are the superiors saying about this? Do you know? But Kreis changes the subject and says to Henrik, boss, why are you standing there watching the rain? Is it a promise? Henrik says no, that he's standing there at the tent door, training his senses. And Kreis, not understanding anything, says to Henrik, training your senses. Oh boss, this rain is torrential. And Henrik says, yes, that's exactly why, because this way, my senses will become much sharper. And Reiner, upon hearing that nonsense, says, oh boss, what are you trying to hear? A cat passing by on the street, it's pouring rain out there, this training of yours is useless. However, Jackson, reading his book and paying attention to the others' conversation, tells Henrik that the way he's training isn't bad, and if he continues like this, he'll become very good at hearing all the sounds. And Reiner, upon hearing that nonsense, looks back. However, Jackson couldn't care less about him and continues reading his book without worrying about Reiner's opinion. But then he says to him, aren't you crazy? You were the one who taught him that, weren't you? Now he's over there, look, just like you, a lunatic out of touch with reality. Why did you teach him that, And another thing, since when do you care about the leader of our squad? But Henrik, trying to listen to the rain, to sharpen his senses, thinks, the rain outside is making a lot of noise. But these guys in here aren't even letting me hear the rain. But Reiner, who didn't like being ignored, says to Jackson, hey, you crazy redhead, I'm talking to you, fire hair. Then, Aldi, quite pleased, says to Henrik, but boss, did you find a way to train inside the tent? How cool, And this is a training you can even do lying down, very cool. And that guy says, Ragnar, I'm going to train, do you want to come along? And Ragnar, in the same position he was in, stays in the same position and says, what? You want me to watch you do calisthenics positions for hours and hours? Again. Out. And so, Reiner, the biggest teaser, keeps looking around to see who will be the next person he will tease. However, he thinks that everyone in there managed to notice that. And then, Jackson looks at the door because he noticed it too. Aldi keeps smiling because he noticed it too. And Ragnar, with all his laziness, notices it as well, and feels somewhat happy. But Reiner is the happiest of all because his boss Henrik is getting stronger every day, and that's a joy for everyone there. Henrik, who was looking at the rain where he was, continues looking at the rain because every free moment he has, he will train to the fullest. And so, as the rain falls and night arrives, that military camp becomes a bit lively because Henrik's team has started to want to shine again. And then someone says, "Hey commander, keep your soldiers in check, okay? Let them sleep." Then the scene shifts to the chief commander's room and he says, "Look, we need to send a group of scouts before winter arrives, but from the scout group, a soldier died last week. So, do you have any smart and clever soldier to fill the spot?" And the very beautiful elf says, "I have someone. Look, the commander of 444, I want to recommend him." The head of that military camp says to her, "Ha, that useless guy, isn't he a thick gun? Because if he goes with the scouts, he'll end up working them." And that elf says to her commander, "Well, I think he might bring unexpected results." Then the commander says to her, "Ha, and what makes you think that?" And that elf, very beautiful, says to him, "It's just a fairy intuition, you can send him." And then, the next day, the sky is clear, with few lights in the sky, as those days of heavy rain are behind us. And then, our protagonist, in his commander's tent, says to her, "Ha, what do you want me to do, ma'am?" She says, "I want you to join the scout team." And Enrique says, "Ha, you're sending me to the scouts, ma'am." She, with a serious look, says yes, that she wants him on the scout team. Then the scene shifts to inside Enrique's tent. He's there, with his bags packed. Someone asks him, "Boss, did you do something to irritate the commander?" And Enrique, shaking his belt, says no, he didn't do anything to irritate her, and cries, sitting, says to his boss, "Ah, but why did she single you out? Why did she personally choose you? Strange thing." And Enrique is thinking about that moment when that gorgeous elf was about to draw her sword, to silence him. And on that day, Enrique wondered if she really was going to kill him. And now that Krang, who was being protected by her, has left that camp, Enrique has no one left to plead for him. Because on that day, it was Krang who saved his life, and inside that tent is also Rain. He asks, "Boss, are you really going? Can't you just say you have a stomachache? If you want, I can help you get out of this, okay?" And Rain says this while starting to tap his axe in his hands and says to Enrique, "You know, right? It's like that." And Enrique, very calm and whispering, says to Rain, "Oh, you crazy, of course I can't hit that woman with my axe, duh. She outdid me, remember? If by any chance any of you attack her, martial law will definitely be applied against you." And Rain says, "If anyone finds out, of course." And then Rain says to Enrique, "Oh, boss, I didn't even tell you to kill her." And Enrique says to him, "Okay, so I misunderstood, right? Alright then." "Oh Rain, knowing your history, of course you thought that." Enrique turns to the other side of his tent and the religious audio is asking God to protect his boss, as his small squad leader is very precious. And Enrique, seeing all this commotion, starts thinking, what happened to these guys? Huh, why are they so emotional? However, someone just woke up and says, "Ha, where are you going?" And Rain, looking back, says, "Hey, sleepyhead, you can go back to sleep, okay? You're not helping at all anyway." But then, Ragnar gets up and says, "Hey, boss, I heard everything you guys said. If you want, I can go in your place." And Enrique says, "What, you go in my place?" "Well, if it were someone else, maybe they could, but you can't, no. You just lie there, you don't do anything else." And Rain, looking back, says, "Hey, Blondie, are you trying to get lost? Because with your laziness, when you get into the woods, you won't find your way out." Jackson, who doesn't stop fiddling with his daggers, talks to Enrique, "Hey, boss, did they tell you to go explore the tall grass fields, is that it?" And Enrique looks back. Then, Jackson gives him an instruction, "Hey, boss, to do well there, you have to pay close attention, okay, to the change of sounds within that tall grass. And if you notice any disturbance, that's the first step to an ambush. So, always stay alert." And Rain, who doesn't like hearing Jackson's voice, talks to him, "Hey, Firehair, were you there? Are you the sneaky bastard? You only know how to attack from behind, right?
Hey, will ya?
So, stop teaching nonsense to our boss. Teach him to fight like a man, fight head on. So, don't teach him those strange things, okay?" Enrique knows that after he leaves, everyone there will start fighting with each other, because besides being the boss, he also acts as the mediator for all the disputes. And so, Enrique keeps wondering if it's right to leave his very fiery subordinates there without him. However, Enrique knows he can't send anyone in his place, because even he agrees that there's no one better than him to complete this mission. Because we know, right? Our protagonist, he has a hack in Eternal Return. Enrique remembers that when he started in the army a long time ago, due to his weak skills, he was constantly sent from one place to another. And whenever they encountered someone, he was always the one sent because he was the weakest and the most expendable, and the only place he ended up being useful was here, among these crazies. And when Enrique saw his team for the first time, Rain was full of rage, charging with his axe, and cursing a lot. And on the other side, without saying a word, Jackson advances with a deadly dry thrust. However, a completely unsuspecting person takes normal steps in that place. And then, Rain and Jackson, who don't blink at all, realize that another crazy person has just entered. And so, Enrique, showing no fear at all, steps into the middle of that fight. And Jackson and Rain are astonished because this guy is different from the others. And that's how Enrique was made, the leader of the squad of crazies. And the first thing Enrique did was say, "Hey, how about a truce? We need to talk. If we keep fighting among ourselves, the enemy has already won." And Rain says, "Why? Are you, by any chance, the new leader of our squad? Either you're brave, or you're very stupid, because there's no one normal here." And Jackson turns his back and says to Rain, "Hey, you should thank him, okay? You know why? I was going to make another hole in your heart." And Rain, very angry, says to him, "You weren't going to do anything. Your head is the one that wants to roll first. I want to see you beat me one-on-one." Enrique knows that everyone there, in that squad he just joined, are really very skilled people, and that the army can't do without them. And compared to all their skills, Enrique knows he's not much, because everyone there is much stronger than he is. Then, at night, that military camp looks very beautiful, with 2 moons. Then, another beautiful day begins, because Enrique knows that, in terms of skill, he is still weak and needs to improve a lot. And so, 7 people from the scout group are sent to explore the tall grass, as it was ordered for that group, to advance exploring until they reach the tall grass. And when they get there, not to enter, and return, reporting everything they found along the way. Enrique knows that the scouts are people who act on the front line, so this is a good group for him to train his senses. Then, a rather suspicious guy looks back and notices that Enrique has his eyes closed. And so he says, "Hey, you're the leader of the crazy squad, aren't you? So, I want you to stay focused, okay? Open your eyes." And Enrique, opening his eyes, looks forward to see who is bothering him. And so, we are informed that this is the leader of the scout squad, Andrew Gardner, but we will call him Andre. And he, seeming to be angry, says to our protagonist, "Look here, you and I have the same rank because we are both squad leaders, but I am the leader of the scouts, okay? So, here you are my subordinate. If you have any problem, come resolve it with me." And another one in the back laughs at our protagonist and says to Andre, "Hey, boss, do you think he has the guts to face you?" Of course not. This guy is from that squad of crazies. Nobody gives a damn about those exiles. And another extra in the front also starts mocking our protagonist and says to him, "Look at that. This leader of the squad of crazies is so dumb he doesn't even know how to hold a sword. And I know how to hold a sword."
That's from the sleeve.
And Andre, gathering even more courage, says to his subordinates, "Yeah, if that idiot comes to me, wanting to fight, I'll try not to hurt him, because everyone knows he's a useless bastard and that squad he's in only works because of its members, since he himself is a useless person who serves no purpose." And then, Andre, full of courage, stands in front of all his subordinates and tells them, "Hey, listen up, we're going to find the enemy and crush their skulls." And all of them in unison say yes, that they will defeat the enemy. However, Enrique is in the back. What a crazy guy. We're in the scout group, so we have to act silently. Why is he shouting? Doesn't this guy know anything about the meaning of the scout group? He must be a complete rookie. And Enrique, realizing this, starts thinking that this incursion is bound to go wrong. And then, a little further ahead, another one says, "Boss, we have tracks here." And then, Andre, crouching down, starts thinking, what is this here? Tracks. Looks like a new. Look, these are new tracks. A new was here, okay. And for those who don't know, a new is like an ox. Andre, quite excited, looks back and says, "Let's follow these tracks. Because tonight, we're going to have a barbecue." Enrique, whom he was calling an idiot, starts thinking, "Well, as far as I know, news travel in herds and there's only one track here. This definitely isn't a new. And even if it is a new, they are very powerful animals, and act in herds, and this idiot wants to fight them. It's definitely going to go wrong." And then, Green Hair stops next to Enrique and says, New my. This is definitely a gazelle." And then he looks at Enrique, gives a smile, and says, "Hey there. How's it going? How are you doing?" And Enrique, who thought everyone there was an idiot, just looked at Green Hair and said nothing. So, Green Hair decides to introduce himself and says, "Hey, I'm from the scout squad, and my name is Henry." You know, right? He changed the protagonist's name to Enrique. If I call Green Hair Henry, it won't work. So, Henry's name will be Erivaldo. And Erivaldo says, "Our squad leader is quite unpleasant, isn't he?" He says this and gives a smile to Enrique. And so, Erivaldo, walking with Enrique, talks to him, "Well, before I joined the army, I was a hunter, so moving through trails like this has always been my specialty, especially if it was through mountains." And so, Enrique and Erivaldo start talking and become good friends. And Erivaldo, while walking, taught Enrique the basic principles of a hunter. And our protagonist paid close attention, as everything Erivaldo was teaching was quite useful. And so Erivaldo says, "Oh, there are usually 2 separate paths in the field, one for the animals and another for the predators." And so he continues, teaching our brave hero. Then, when night falls, someone is there shouting, "Damn." And I thought we would do well. And the one saying this is Andre, with his hand on his head and very upset, because they walked all day and didn't find a single new. And so, he starts questioning if it was really a new. So, that day for the scouts was completely wasted, on a hunt that never existed. Andre, who is very worried, talks to himself, yeah, I need results. I need anything. Enrique, with eyes wide open, watches, the leader of the scouts despair. And then, after a long nap, that night passes, and another beautiful day begins, as the scouts' task is to reach the tall grass. And then, walking towards their goal, they move forward, leaving behind any expectation of eating roasted new. Then, shortly after, the group of scouts finally reaches their goal, the tall grass, because that grass is so tall it looks like a sugarcane field. And then, Andre, with his hand on his hip, speaks to everyone there, hey, our goal is to get here and scout the Green Pearl. And the other says, what? That was the name of our mission. Green Pearl, what an ugly name. Well, we've arrived here, and completed our mission, right? We've finally reached the useless and vast field of tall grass, as there are dozens of kilometers of tall grass, across the almost endless plain, because those hills in the background are many kilometers away. So, everyone stands still in front of the tall grass, waiting for the leader to make a decision. And unexpectedly, Andre starts shouting at the top of his lungs, hey, we from the scout group are going to cross this field of tall grass and find the enemy scout group. Then, we will take them down, and bring many of them back, as prisoners. And with that, we will be rewarded. And everyone, very excited, says, yes, boss. Except 2 people didn't say, yes, boss, because Erivaldo and Andre know that their goal is just to get there and return. So Erivaldo says, are we really going in? Weren't we just supposed to explore up to here, and go back to make the report? Enrique knows he has to follow his boss's orders, and looking back, he says to Erivaldo, hey, that was an order from our squad leader, so we have to obey. Let's follow him. And so, Andre, the squad leader, goes ahead, with 4 other extras following behind him. And the second to last in line is our protagonist, and the last is Erivaldo, our hunter. And getting through the tall grass isn't as easy as they imagined, because it looks a lot like a sugarcane field. However, those leaves are quite sharp. Enrique thought that Andre would soon give up and quickly return, because exploring inside the tall grass is much more difficult than he imagined. However, Andre, contrary to what our protagonist was thinking, keeps moving forward, trying to find the enemy scouts. Enrique notices that the squad leader has changed his attitude. He stopped complaining, and is acting very serious, because it seems these results are something he desperately needs. And Erivaldo, behind Enrique, speaks to our protagonist. Yeah, this is really strange. There aren't many animal droppings. Enrique talks to him. Why? Is that a problem? And Erivaldo starts sweating and says, it's definitely a problem, because it means there are no animals here. And look, there's plenty of food here and no animals around. So if there are no animals here, it's because there's something much more dangerous than an animal. And then, a dark shadow starts moving through all that tall grass. Then, a very strong paw makes a tearing sound, because everything there was completely silent, and any slightest noise echoed through all that tall grass. Then, Enrique widens his eyes, because something wrong is not right, as something very sinister has just appeared in front of him. And then, a puma or a jaguar quickly passes in front of our brave hero. And that animal seems to be running away from something. And then, Enrique, without blinking for even a second, fixes his eyes on that mammal that just appeared. And that jaguar, panther, lynx, whatever its species is, looks back at our hero, in that brief moment of its quick passage through that place. And so Enrique says, everyone, get down. And Enrique says this while forcing Andre to lower his head. And then, 5 people remain standing. Immediately, precise arrows hit the heads of 2 who were standing. And so, those who weren't hit stand there looking astonished. And then, Andre, still having his head pushed down by Enrique, starts sweating a lot and says, what is this? Enrique says, it's the enemy, they're approaching. And then, several enemy soldiers, all appearing to be well trained and highly camouflaged by the green grass, using the camouflage to their advantage, stealthily approach Andre's group. Then, Andre gives an order, come on, people, let's run out of here. And so, our clever Enrique is the first to flee, while the leader of that squad is the last to retreat. And then, as they blinked, 2 other camouflaged soldiers emerged from the tall grass, immediately immobilizing and gutting those 2 guys who had stayed behind. But Enrique, without looking back, keeps running away from that situation, as fast as he can. But our hunter friend is now the last in line. Then, our hunter friend, who was the last in line, takes a precise arrow to the middle of his forehead, creating a third eye. Then, camouflaged soldiers running after our protagonist advance with a single objective, to kill this intruder. And so, Enrique, running at full speed, leaves 8 pursuers behind. However, what Enrique didn't know is that they were already surrounded, as they had fallen into a fatal ambush. Then, we change angles and there's Enrique, giving everything he's got in his legs, fleeing as fast as possible. And then, the clever guy grabs his crossbow, pulls the string, loads the arrow, aims and... Enrique, who trained his hearing extensively, heard when the strings of that crossbow were drawn. So he looks back, knowing that death is coming at the tip of an arrow. And with his hard training, Enrique narrowly dodges that arrow, which grazes his shoulder, because if he hadn't swerved to the right, he would have met a tragic end. But not everything is rosy, because suddenly, Andre hears some noises in front of him and his eyes widen. And then, rolling his lips, sleepily, he knows what's coming, and keeps thinking, there's so much noise around that I can't tell where the enemy attack is coming from. And, knowing it's useless, he observes that there aren't just 1 or 2 arrows coming his way, there are several arrows and many sharp spears. Henekik is pierced by many spears, and has several arrows stuck in his body. And now, he turned into Swiss cheese. I think he's dead. Hey, subscribers, tell me, is he dead or not? Enrique, with wide open eyes, died. He didn't even have time to close his eyes. He died with his eyes open. Enrique keeps thinking that when you know you're going to be ambushed, the best thing to do is to avoid that ambush. However, he's not the one in charge. So, on his second day today, Chef Andre says to him, what did you say? Heinz, you scoundrel. Tell me, do you want me to cut off your head? Are you going to disobey me? I'm ordering you to go into that bush. Enrique, knowing that it's no use telling Andre not to go into that bush, keeps thinking about what he should do, as he needs to find a way to do it alone then. And then, a little while later, ambush, ambush, run, let's get out of here. But then you know, right? Our protagonist tried to run a different way. So, he turned left, but there were many enemies on the left. Then, he and the rival tragically died again. But Enrique is getting used to dying and keeps thinking, it's okay, I just need to find another way, because I have the daily repetition hack on my side. And then, the next day, Enrique takes another path. And several crossbowmen for the little army fired their deadly bolts in Enrique's direction. And like the other times, Enrique didn't even stand a chance, because there were 20 crossbowmen. So, as Enrique gained 20 new holes in his body, he did not survive. The next day, Enrique took another path. And thus, not only was his body pierced by arrows, but on that new path, there were many deadly spearmen who pierced our hero's body with spears. Enrique is there, on the ground, writhing in pain and suffering, yet another cruel death. However, Enrique, full of holes in his body and bleeding heavily, knows that his end is near, and when those spearmen are sure that no one would survive that kind of damage, they leave Enrique there bleeding to die, and go off in search of more invaders. Then, all those enemy soldiers leave that place, while Enrique is left thinking that he has to find a way to avoid all his enemies, as they don't stop pursuing him. After that, another enemy passes by our protagonist on the ground, and he notices that the enemy's uniforms are painted green to camouflage with the terrain, making their ambush much more effective. Then, Enrique, on the verge of death, becomes very curious, wanting to know what is ahead, being protected by these soldiers, because the determination with which they are defending it must mean it's something very valuable. Then, Enrique, almost out of strength, and bleeding heavily, starts crawling on the ground, trying to find what those enemy soldiers are protecting. A little further ahead, he manages to see some structures and crawls towards that light. Then our hero sees a very strange flag, completely tattered and fluttering in the wind. Then Enrique realizes that those flags don't seem normal, and with very little strength, he tries to observe everything around him. But then our Enrique suffers an even more fatal injury to his neck, causing his arterial blood to gush out much more forcefully than before. So, Enrique's death is a matter of seconds, not a few minutes. Then, agonizing on the ground and bleeding out all the blood from his body, Enrique curses those damned Aspen soldiers and wonders what they are hiding, as Enrique saw nothing important in that brief glimpse of the enemy camp. Then we return to the beginning of the day and Andre is there. We are going to cross this field and find the enemy escort group. We will defeat them and take them to our camp and bring them back as prisoners. And after that, we will surely be rewarded. However, only Enrique knows that they have already tried this dozens of times and failed every time. And it wasn't just once or twice, it was dozens. Because Enrique knows that as soon as they enter the woods, the enemy soldiers surround them and kill them all, leaving no one alive. And the bearded Enrique knows that those damned Aspen soldiers are hiding something in those woods. So, he sets a new goal, to find out what it is. So, while that group heads towards the tall grass, Enrique looks back and thinks, if he gives up on this goal, he won't have to die. And Erivaldo, noticing that Enrique stopped, talks to him. Hey Enrique, aren't you going? What happened? Enrique knows if he runs away from this today could be the end. And that's not what he wants, because each today is an opportunity to grow. So, Enrique became more serious and made the decision in his heart, not to give up, because to become the superpower, he needs to overcome all challenges. So, determined not to run away from this wall, Enrique moves forward. However, Andre is there. Hey, leader of the Misfit squad, you useless one, what are you waiting for standing there? Come on, follow me already. The bandana guy from Scar says to Enrique, hey Enrique, I know our boss is sometimes a burden, right? But get used to it. Deep down, he's a good person, because our squad leader has his own struggles. And Enrique says, okay, and why should I get used to it? Then, Enrique looks very seriously at Scar and says to him, did you know, there's a limit to how much nonsense I can tolerate. That guy is a complete idiot and I've reached my limit. If you're not tired of kissing his boots, he'll never stop being childish. And Scar gets very angry and says, "What did you just say?" And he looks like he wants to kill our hero right there. But Enrique is very tough, pushes him back and says, "Look, I'm not playing this game anymore. Get out of my way." And then, the tough guy comes face to face with Andre, and Andre, starting to draw his sword, speaks to Enrique with a lot of anger. "Hey, you useless, are you trying to disobey my orders?" However, Enrique tells him, "Disobedience is intolerable." "Of course not, I'm not trying to disobey your orders." Enrique keeps thinking that he tried to survive alone dozens and dozens of times, and always die. So, the strategy to get out alive today is not to be alone, but to have companions with him. Then, Enrique, still tough, tells him, "Hey Andre, I'm tired of you giving absurd orders. From now on, I'm the one who will give the orders, because you don't know what you're doing." However, inside, Enrique is thinking that he will use all of their strength so they can get out of there alive. Andre, seeing Enrique, says to him, "Hey, you fool, are you kidding me? Do you want to die here?" And so, the leader of the scouts, Andrian Garden, grits his teeth and becomes very fierce against Enrique. The tough Enrique knows one thing, that the squad leader, along with Scar, are the ones who survive the most. And after them, there's Aravaldo, who also survives for a long time. Then, Enrique looks at Scar and knows that this soldier is not ordinary. Because out of all of them, this is the guy who lives the longest, as he is the most skilled with the sword. And with that, Enrique thinks that since this guy doesn't leave Andre's side, he must be serving as a babysitter or bodyguard, because this Andre must be some noble's son. Andre, very full of himself, lowers his sword even more and says to Enrique, "Okay, I'll make you an offer. If you defeat me, the control of this group is yours." And then, he says to Enrique, "Draw your sword, let's fight." Enrique knows that a normal soldier would never have a bodyguard, and from the stance Andre is showing after drawing his sword, it also seems that he has had a lot of training. And from the little battle experience Andre is showing, he is definitely the son of some wealthy lord, because he has a lot of technique and no experience. And only the rich can achieve that. Then, Enrique remembers the previous night, when Andre was very desperate, urgently needing results. And a common noble wouldn't be that desperate. And then, as Andre raises his sword and challenges our protagonist, Enrique is certain that this guy is definitely the son of a disgraced noble. But Andre starts to sneer at our protagonist and says to him, "Hey, your skills, Enrique, they are pathetic. So I don't know why you're in the same ranking as me, as a group commander." Enrique, scratching his head, knows that this situation can't continue. Because if he keeps following this guy who knows nothing, for sure, the situation will be the same as the other times. They will die. Then, Andre tells Enrique that he is very different from him. Then, he shouts that he has a mission to accomplish. So, when Andre was about to shout what his mission is, Enrique tells him, "Hey crazy, you talk too much. Are you trying to kill me with all this talking? Bring it on." And with that, he challenged him to a fight. With finger movements, Enrique shows that the protagonist is tough and tells him, "I'll show you the difference between you and me, and I won't even need a sword. Come at me." And immediately, Andre makes a super sprint towards our protagonist. And Enrique takes a combat stance, because he knows that normally he would have a lot of difficulty with someone so skilled. However, Andre is underestimating him. He's charging at him without any caution, leaving his guard completely open, because Andre thinks Enrique is a complete fool. And as Andre's impossible actions have led him to recklessness, Enrique stays in his stance, waiting for that reckless enemy to finally attack him. Then, Enrique, showing great skill, defends against that sword with his bare hands, because this Andre thinks he's fighting a nobody who knows nothing. However, Enrique, at the same moment he dodges, pushes Andre's sword far away, and furthermore, leaves Andre with his guard down, while our protagonist now has the full opportunity to land a blow on Andre, wherever he wants. Andre isn't prepared for that, and his sword being deflected, with just hands. Then, Enrique steps forward and elbows Andre in the chest, making him unable to breathe for about 30 seconds. Then, losing all his breath and salivating a lot, Andre realizes that the blow was truly devastating. And then, fallen on the ground, and agonizing, feeling a lot of pain with his cracked sternum, Andre collapses prostrate before the protagonist. Then, Elevaldo is left speechless and says, wasn't this Enrique supposed to be weak? What happened? I heard he was the worst soldier in the armory." Meanwhile, Cicatriz is surprised and says, what is this? You took down Andre with just one blow and without using a sword." And then Enrique, standing in front of the six, speaks to them, "Hey, from now on, this squad is under my command. Does anyone have a problem with that?" Elevaldo starts sweating. Meanwhile, Cicatriz thinks this situation is very embarrassing because the person he was following as a leader turned out to be very weak and was taken down with just a single blow. Andre, still in a lot of pain, knows what he lost and says, what a bother, And then, Cicatriz lets out a big sigh because he is frustrated, as he thought Andre was going to win this fight. And so, Enrique takes his first step to get out of yet another situation that arose today. And thus, walking through the field of tall grass, with Enrique as the leader, they move forward, fearing nothing. And so, everyone following Enrique heads towards the tall grass. And in this late afternoon, this incursion is promising a lot. And back there someone says, what a bastard this Enrique, huh? What does he think he's doing? It's going to get dark soon. Why is he going into the tall grass now? But Enrique, at the front of that group, says, Elivaldo, what is your dream? And Elivaldo is intrigued by that question, and says, what? Why that question? Because out of nowhere, Enrique started asking personal things. However, a few seconds later he says, well, I want to marry a very beautiful woman, and this woman works in a flower shop near my house. That woman is really very beautiful. Then, Enrique says to Elivaldo, yeah, you want to get married, but to do that, you have to survive today. Then he looks back at another extra and talks to him, and you. What's your dream? And the extra says that his beloved recently had a baby. And then, Enrique tells him if he doesn't want his child to grow up without a father, you're going to have to get out of here alive today. And you too, tell me, what do you want? Then, extra number 1, extra number 2, says, oh, I want to save a lot of money and open my own business. I want to be a merchant. And you, tell me, what do you want? The other one says, I just want to go back home. I don't like this place. There's no internet. Andre, what is your dream? Andre, still a bit upset for having been defeated, says that his dream is to fulfill his mother's last wish. Then, very seriously, Andre says that his dream is his mission. He will revive the Garnet House. Then, Enrique standing in front of them says, well, all of your answers are the same, and to achieve them, you have to get out of here alive today. Then Enrique tries with these words to motivate each member of the group, as many of them are exploring just for the sake of exploring, without knowing the formidable enemy in front of them. And two of them, who have little motivation, one just wanting to return home and the other wanting to save money, look at Enrique, trying to imagine why he asked that. Enrique, with the sun behind him, turns to all of them and says, we are all going to get out of here alive today. And as they look at Enrique, they realize that their leader is quite determined, but Enrique said this because he knows that from now on, he needs these people to be proactive and to make decisions on their own, with him as their guide, because Enrique knows there is no greater motivation than living. Enrique knows that the enemy is near and he needs to motivate them to be able to get through this. And then, he points his finger at the tall grass and says, Elivaldo, do me a favor. Shoot an arrow in that direction, right there, at head height. And Elivaldo says, but there's nothing there. Enrique frowns and says, do I have to repeat myself? This is an order. Shoot an arrow there, at head height. So, Elivaldo draws an arrow and shoots with all his might in the direction of the head, into the middle of nowhere in that tall grass, and the arrow flies by without hitting anything. Then Enrique thinks, well, I was wrong. That arrow hits an enemy soldier's head squarely, and all the other soldiers, who were camouflaged, become alert and worried, shouting, ambush, ambush. Elivaldo, with his arrow, is so startled by that he almost chokes, and the one behind him shouts to everyone, enemies. Enrique takes off running and says, Andre, follow me, and already drawing his sword, he heads into combat, and Andre asks, what? What did you say? Come on, donkey, follow me. Andre draws his sword and starts cursing, because out of nowhere, this guy shot an arrow and hit an enemy soldier, and neither he nor anyone else had noticed that there were enemies there. Enrique knows he needs to fight with an advantage. So the enemies, not knowing where that arrow came from, look around, trying to see where the enemy who shot that arrow is. Enrique emerges from behind the bushes, delivering a deadly stab to the back of the enemy, who had no chance to defend himself. Enrique knows that to escape this ambush, he first needs to ambush the enemy soldiers before they ambush him. The enemy soldiers, upon hearing that noise, look back and ask what's happening. But when they look, they say, the enemy is here. But then, behind one of them, Andre appears, very angry, immediately thrusting his sword into the enemy's neck, not giving him any time to react. Then, the other enemy, preparing a swift stab right at Andre's backside, intends to make a big hole in him. But what Enrique wants is to take away the enemy's advantage in the midst of this confusion, and reduce the number of enemies as much as possible, because until they realize they are being attacked, Enrique intends to decrease their numbers to the maximum. And it was with this in mind that he wanted to bring Andre with him, because he knows that along with Andre comes his loyal bodyguard. And so the bodyguard arrives immediately and saves Andre's life from that sudden thrust, decapitating the enemy soldier with a swift sword strike, the one who had that spear ready. Then, the others also arrive, catching some other enemy soldiers who don't even have a chance to defend themselves, because that ambush was very swift. Enrique knows that by doing this, their chances of getting out of there alive will increase significantly. And so, Enrique cuts the arm of an enemy soldier, as he wants to reduce the number of enemies as quickly as possible. And he keeps thinking that the enemy they are facing, which was 12 before, is now only 8, as 4 have been successfully killed. And those 8 who are far away start shouting, ambush. It's an ambush. And with that, he asks for help from the others. And the soldier hesitates and asks, how many enemies are there? But, while they are organizing, the group moves forward, as they know there are only 8 left and they are just 7. Then, all of them, prepared, stop in front of the enemies, and the brave Enrique says, kill them all. Enrique advances with a swift thrust and quickly kills the enemy in front of him. Back there, the soldier, who just wanted to go home, is pierced by a spear. I think he's dead. Up front, the others, motivated, continue fighting and defeating their enemies. Enrique knows that this field of tall grass is a very difficult place to find the enemy. However, it's also difficult for the enemy to locate him. Enrique knows that the times they were discovered, it was because an incident occurred. And thus we are shown that lynx running at high speed through the tall grass. And a soldier got scared by that lynx and says, "Guys, there's a wild animal here. Let's kill it." And the lynx immediately flees from that group of soldiers. While fleeing from that group of soldiers, the lynx looks back to see how many pursuers are behind him. The enemy soldier already grabs his spear and charges at the lynx with full force, as this animal startled him quite a bit, and for sure, he won't leave an animal like this alive in the middle of this tall grass. Then, while the lynx is running, it passes by Enrique's group, who are there, killing all those other soldiers. And Enrique thrusts his sword into the enemy's rib, piercing through to the other side, thus going through both his lungs and his heart. And it was at that moment that Enrique looks to the side and notices that wild animal there, because the enemies were chasing that beast, and that's why the enemies ambushed him, as during the chase of the beast, the enemies were on high alert. That very strange animal also looks at Enrique and their blue eyes synchronize. Then, Enrique stands in front of that beast, remaining motionless, doing nothing. Then, Enrique realizes that the times the scout group was discovered were pure coincidence, because they were chasing this animal. Enrique feels something strange about this animal and does nothing against it, because now, Enrique advanced through the tall grass before the enemy started chasing that lynx, and thus the enemy couldn't notice the ambush they set up, as all the enemies were focused on killing this lynx, and Enrique keeps thinking that things are going very well thanks to the presence of this animal. Enrique promises himself not to die so easily this time in this place. 10 seconds later, Erivaldo speaks to Enrique. "Boss, we're done here. This is the last enemy dead." Enrique, turning his back on that lynx, speaks to his team, "Then let's go. Let's not waste time here. Let's get moving." That animal quietly follows behind Enrique, but it stops and keeps looking at Enrique, and its vibrant blue eyes show that this animal is a bit different from the others. Then, Enrique, ignoring that animal, runs ahead, because he tried to save everyone in that group, but there were always deaths on his side. So after multiple returns, one of the 7 scouts in Enrique's group couldn't be saved, as Enrique tried over and over to save everyone, but it wasn't possible. So he runs through the tall grass, having now lost only one from his group. Enrique knows that this was the best outcome, as most survived this time. Then, Enrique, speaking quietly in the tall grass, tells everyone in his group to keep moving forward, and thus the enemy soldier, who was there relieving himself, doesn't even notice the enemy's approach. Enrique delivers a precise blow to the enemy's neck, giving him a math lesson. Enrique, because of all the repetitions today, knows exactly the location of all the enemies and more. Enrique knows the exact number of all the enemies they will face. So Enrique turns right, because he knows, if they continue straight, they will encounter 30 crossbowmen and it will be certain death. Then, Enrique calls his group and says, "This way," and they keep asking, "Why did this guy go right like that out of nowhere? I thought we were going to keep going straight." But Enrique wants to avoid that deadly group of crossbowmen. However, the group of spearmen that has been chasing Enrique through all that tall grass, Enrique knows he can't leave them alive. So Enrique starts taking down the spearmen one by one, because what Enrique wants is to avoid difficult fights and use the lightning ambush to quickly reduce the number of enemies. Gradually, Enrique and his group advance to manage to escape the enemy's encirclement. Then, Andre, very motivated, kills another enemy soldier, thrusting with his sword, because following Enrique's lead seems to be the best thing to do. Scar looks back and realizes that Andre is starting to understand that when night falls, everything there will become very difficult, and moreover, finding the way out of that place will be impossible. And then they look at the sun setting on the horizon, because as long as there is sunlight, there is still hope. So, Scar knows that Andre is thinking about escaping that place. While there is still sunlight, however, Enrique passes by them and says, "Let's move forward. Let's go in this direction." And Scar says, What are you doing? Are you crazy? That's even deeper into the tall grass." Then Enrique, without looking back, says to him, "I know that. So, this is the right direction. Follow me. And another thing, I won't accept any disagreement. So follow me, okay? No questioning." And Scar, with a stern face, thinks, wow, this guy must be crazy. He's advancing even further into enemy territory. Erivaldo and the other extra are left speechless upon hearing from Enrique that they will delve even further in the direction from which the enemies are coming. Then Scar, showing he's made up his mind, puts his sword to Enrique's neck and says to him, "Hey Captain, you should think carefully about your decisions." And Scar continues speaking, "I don't intend to follow you to death. I will find a way to get out of here alive, even if I have to kill you, boss." Enrique, without looking back, with the sword at his neck, says to him, "Hey, you, more than anyone, must already know that there's no way to go back." So, Enrique turns to the Scar and talks to him. "After the noise we made, our way back is surely filled with enemies." And then, the Scar talks to Enrique. "So, you're saying I should keep following you in this madness? to advance even further into the tall grass. Enrique takes where the scar is and talks to him. Now, let's make one thing clear. I also want to survive. I'm not here to die. And upon saying this, Scar and Andre bring a gift to Zoyo, because he was thinking this guy was a madman who didn't care about anything. However, Enrique tells them that he wants to survive. And he's doing this for everyone's survival. And Andre, who was previously cursing our Baba Enrique, starts thinking, wow, I thought this book of the Squad of Madmen was complete trash, but now I'm sure I was totally wrong. And so, Andre remembers his father, drunk, and lying on the ground from drinking too much, because he thought Andre was useless. Just like his father, who gave up on everything and spent the family's entire future, leaving us in complete misery. But Andre shifts his perspective towards Enrique and starts thinking he was wrong to consider Enrique useless, because, in fact, Enrique reminds him of his mother. And so we are shown the scene of Andre talking with his mother, and she says, Andre, our family may be finished. But even so, I hope you become someone who leads people just with your actions, and everyone is proud to have you as a leader. Andre's mother, sick and dying, makes this last request to her beloved son, and places in him the hope of reviving the Gartner family. Andre's mother tells him to earn the trust of others and become a leader. And then, she tells him to rebuild their family. Because he, as the firstborn, has that responsibility. Andre, crying at his mother's deathbed, has a clear life goal: to raise his destroyed family. Then, he looks at Enrique, who is standing in front of him, still, because this guy is the kind of person he always wanted to be. Then, Enrique speaks to everyone there. Hey, trust me and we will get out of this place alive. Just follow me, because Enrique is the man who paves the way for others to follow. Then, Andre, very determined, in the midst of the others, speaks to Enrique. Captain Enrique, I trust you. You are our leader and I will follow you wherever you go. And the scarred one speaks. Andre, what are you doing? Andre looks back and says, the captain now is Enrique. So, we must obey him. Thus, looking seriously at the scarred one, he says, and we are the squad that follows the orders of its captain. So, let's obey him. If the cat is seeing that spoiled young man to make such a serious decision, he realizes that something has changed. With his protege, they look at Enrique, who was already crouched in front, and they say, right, oh, until I give the signal, you will follow me crouched. Without making any noise, then, everyone crouches, and let's go. And so, everyone crouches, very tired, covered in blood, and will follow Enrique, because Andre, who was their leader, is the first to follow the orders of his new captain. Then, he tells us what steps he is taking to get out of there alive. And the first step was to take the initiative to advance and ambush the ambushers. And with that, he managed to break the siege of the enemies who were pursuing them. And now, in the middle of that brush and crouched down, Enrique follows his second step, because the survival of the entire group is his life's goal. So, as the sun sets, the rustling of the tall grass doesn't stop, as it seems something is approaching. Then, footsteps are heard in the tall grass, coming in the direction of Enrique's group. Then, dozens of spears passing over the tall grass. Let me count. I counted 69 spears. So, the crossbowmen don't appear. There must be the same number of crossbowmen there, more than 120 people behind that small group. Then, he and Valdo, upon hearing so much rustling of grass passing around them, clench their teeth, and behind him, the extra is just scared. Because there, where they are, is a critical point that Enrique tried to pass dozens and dozens of times. However, he died every time. And then, all of them stopped at a specific point in the middle of the tall grass, waiting for Enrique's next order, because, from what they are hearing, there are dozens of enemies around them. So, Enrique knew that moving to that place at that time would be his only way out. So, as the sun was setting on the horizon, Enrique, along with his group, was standing in the middle of the tall grass, waiting for all those enemies to pass, because he had tried going to the right and going to the left, and it was certain death. He tried, moving forward, it was certain death. He tried, retreating, and they died again. So, he stays there, in that spot, crouched down, with the only escape Enrique has managed so far. Then, the soldiers pass by them, about a meter away, walking in the direction where the group was, and, moving forward, sweeping the entire area. And so, Enrique, standing there, lets the enemy pass without any confrontation, as there are more than 100 enemies there. And they remain in that spot, the only place where no enemy would pass. Enrique knows this because he tried dozens of times all possible ways to escape that terrain sweep. Remembering that the tall grass is over 2 meters high, and it completely covers everyone there. However, Enrique and his group are crouched in the middle of the tall grass, reducing even more their visibility. Their hearts are pounding in their chests, and they can hear their hearts beating in their ears. Because the fear is so intense that they don't even want to breathe, because they know if anyone makes the slightest noise, they're dead. And Enrique, even knowing that if he dies, he'll come back, is also anxious. because he knows this moment is the most critical of all. They need to get through there alive. And so, that group of enemies passed by them. Because there, in that spot where they were, no enemy could see them, even passing less than a meter away from them. And so, the enemies moved on ahead. And Enrique and his group stayed there, standing still for a very long time, and those minutes, which felt like hours, were filled with total fear. We can see Scar, Andre, and Erivaldo. All three of them are so tense that not even a Wi-Fi signal could pass through. Enrique knows that everything is going according to his plan. So, now it's time to move. So, Enrique knows that everything is going according to his plans. But now, he is on the last of the 3 steps. Because the sun sets and darkness falls. Now is the time for the handle to drink water. The reason Enrique always fails to escape that field of tall grass is quite clear now. So, he speaks to his guru. There, we've arrived. Look at what's ahead. Erivaldo, upon seeing that, says, "No way, I can't believe this." Random extra number 6 puts his hand on his face and says, "Are you kidding me? After everything we've been through, is this where we are?" Then, the enemy camp is shown in the middle of the tall grass. And then one of them says, "Boss, did you really bring us into the enemy camp? Is that it?" Enrique knows that Aspen's soldiers kill everyone who gets close to the tall grass. So, there's something hidden in that place, and Enrique wants to know what that hidden thing is. Then, he looks into the distance and can't see anything important. However, there's a strange flag in the background, surrounded by several bones, and thus we are shown that tattered flag, covered in blood and fluttering in the wind. Then, looking at that strange object surrounded by countless bones, Enrique realizes that this object must not be ordinary. Enrique has a plan to escape from that place, because he thinks, what will happen if something much more important than capturing the enemy soldiers occurs in that camp? Then, he talks to everyone in his group. "Let's go, follow me," without saying anything, because Enrique knows that a way to escape from that place will surely appear. So, everyone, grabbing their weapons in hand, prepares to enter the enemy camp. And Enrique continues sneaking through the enemy camp. Then, Sigatel asks him, "What? Do you want to set the enemy camp on fire? Is that right? You must be crazy. You know we're in the middle of their camp. I'll tell you one thing. For sure, we're going to end up surrounded and dead." Then, Enrique asks the Scar, "Scar, what's your name?" He says, "You can call me Mac." Then, Enrique says to Mac, "Hey, I don't tolerate disobedience, Mac." Enrique says this because Mac is disagreeing with his plan to set the enemy camp on fire. And Mac, upon hearing Enrique say he doesn't accept disobedience, starts cursing Enrique because Mac is definitely stronger than Enrique. However, Andre speaks to him, "Shut your mouth, Mac, calm our leader." So, then, Enrique moves ahead, followed by Andre, who sees Enrique as his leader. And now, Scar, who has a name, watches these crazies, going even deeper into the enemy camp, wanting to set everything on fire. So, Mac, even reluctantly, thinks to himself, I don't even need Andre telling me these things. Annoying. Even being a big deal, this guy now has to follow a madman. Looking at the sky, Mac is sure they won't be able to leave that place while the crazy one remains covered, because everything around there is in complete darkness. And so, amidst that total darkness, Mac knows he has to follow the leader of his squad. Because this guy, even though he's very crazy, seems to know what he's doing. But Enrique takes his sword and cuts the enemy's tent, making a little noise. Chet. Special solution, Mac, upon seeing that, starts thinking, what a bastard of a horse. And he's tearing the enemy's tent just to get through? That's crazy. Mac starts to sweat. But then, when they enter the tent, Mac realizes that the tent is empty. He is very surprised. Wow, the tent is empty. So, they continue running. It's night, inside the enemy camp. Then, Mac, while following Enrique, keeps thinking, but what's happening in this place? How does he know where to go? And how does he know all these things? Strange thing. Enrique jumps over the obstacles and Mac keeps thinking, this guy is very cautious, going through the enemy camp, he must be crazy. Why am I following this crazy guy, huh? So, sweating a lot and very scared, Mac keeps thinking that there's something strange. And so, he continues following Enrique, without saying anything, just thinking. Already in the middle of that huge enemy camp, he keeps thinking, it really seems like this guy knows what he's doing. You know why? We haven't seen any enemy soldiers and we're inside their camp. And stopping to think, this is the place that should have the most enemies. Then, Enrique starts approaching a place where he thinks it's going to be critical, which is near that very strange flag. And looking back, he says, wait for me here, okay? Because now, I'm going to proceed alone. Then, he starts sneaking around, and he keeps thinking that he's infiltrated that place dozens and dozens of times. However, the first time he realized she was at the flag, he got close and then, several soldiers appeared out of nowhere and killed him immediately, without him having a chance to touch that flag. And that's how Enrique was sure of one thing, that the entire base's attention is focused on protecting that flag. And, after dying dozens of times, we return to the same point where Enrique asked his group to wait there, as he would go alone. And so, he said to his group, look, what the Aspen soldier wanted to hide in that thicket is that flag of. And so it is shown to us, the main objective of all those soldiers, to protect that strange flag. and so it is shown to us that there are dozens of soldiers positioned around that flag, guarding it day and night. Then, Enrique speaks to his group. So, what do you think will happen if we set that flag on fire, huh? Then, Mac starts thinking, how did those bastards know that this flag was already here? But how did they know all of this? However, Mac just keeps thinking and doesn't speak. Then, Mac has an insight. He thinks to himself, could it only be this? Of course. Then, Mac remembers the commander of his company and that it must have been her who told Enrique about that flag. And moreover, it was she who included this nobody in Enrique in their group. And this can only mean one thing. Then, before Mac can finish his thought, Enrique tells all of them that the Aspen soldiers are very busy protecting that flag. So, we're going to set everything on fire here. And so, Mac continues his reasoning. And he keeps thinking, this guy came into our squad out of nowhere and took control of our squad. And he infiltrated this enemy camp. So, all of this was to complete this secret mission. And thus, Mac is sure that Enrique is a special agent planted there to carry out this secret mission. Then, Enrique speaks to all of them, while their surroundings are on fire. That's the moment when we will escape. And then Enrique tells his group, we are going to split our group into two. The first group will be the decoy and will draw the enemy's attention, and the other group will start the fire. Do you understand me? And Mac says he will volunteer to be in the decoy group. Enrique looks at him and thinks, he volunteered. While Mac offers to be the decoy, Enrique behind him is thinking that this guy was complaining all day. But out of nowhere, he became cooperative. Well, something must have happened for him to change his mind. Of course, Mac is thinking about our Enrique. He's a special agent. Enrique, seeing that squad, thinks, has he already dragged them into the enemy camp? Several times, but this is the first time he has so many people with him. Because before, 1 would die, 2 would die, 3 would die, but now he managed to get there with all 5, with only that random one dying in the first encounter they had with the enemy soldiers. So, Enrique knows that this is the best he's had so far. And having a good feeling, he knows it's going to go well, so he thinks he's going to succeed. Not sure if he's certain, but then, nothing, like he ate a soldier on the rock. And so, someone pretty accurate throws a rock at the soldier's helmet, catching his attention, and then, Mac, fleeing at full speed, heads in another direction, drawing the enemy's attention. And that soldier, who was hit on the rock, starts shouting, intruders, intruders, please, everyone come, let's kill those intruders. And so, cursing Mac's mother, dozens of soldiers start chasing after him, with the intention of gutting that invader. Enrique takes off at high speed in another direction, trying to grab a torch to start that fire. And then, he already believes that his plan will work out very well. He advances quickly, not just to grab that torch. And then, knowing exactly how to set everything on fire, Enrique knows that after doing this, today will definitely come to an end. He heads towards tomorrow, but something wrong isn't right. Enrique feels a presence. And there he is, a very strong warrior with a two-handed sword, ready to deliver a fatal blow to our hero. Then, that very strong enemy warrior strikes a devastating blow at our Enrique. However, Enrique narrowly dodges it. But the warrior's target wasn't Enrique, it was that torch. Because it seems that extinguishing that fire is the most important thing to do. And Enrique was perplexed because he didn't even feel it. The approach of this guy, so, wide-eyed and with clenched cheeks. Enrique realizes that this guy is definitely different. And so, Enrique is sure that this is a very strong warrior because he didn't even see him coming. Then, face to face with any enemy, Enrique, with a reversed hand, tries to draw his sword, extremely like Zenitsu. He forgot that the sword was unsheathed and put the morning sword back. Then, that warrior, showing that he is very strong, very proficient in battle, puts on a mean face. He stands there in front of Enrique, showing that he is not afraid of anything. So, our good Enrique realizes that this guy is different from all the warriors he has faced so far. Then, he starts wondering where someone so strong came from. Who is this guy? And then, that big guy, now he draws his sword. And he says, hey, you worm, I'm going to finish you off. Then, Enrique lifts his head and speaks to him. They are late. And the guy says, what? Did you say, you worm? Enrique says, they are late. And suddenly, fire starts spreading throughout the entire camp. And one says, fire, fire, it's on fire. The tents are on fire. Sire, sire. And once again, the enemy's sword returned to its sheath. And Enrique, strangely, still hasn't drawn his sword. Then, soldiers scattered throughout the camp start shouting that the tents are catching fire and that they have to put out the fire. Now, meanwhile, other soldiers are shouting, there are more intruders, it's not just that guy, right? And so, running to the barrel of oil, Andre and another extra head to the middle of the camp, wanting to set everything on fire. Then, that very strong warrior, standing in front of Enrique, tells the other soldiers, put out the fire first, forget the enemy soldiers. Enrique's plan was like this. The Mac attracted most of the enemies. Then, after that, Enrique appeared to draw the attention of the remaining soldiers, but he knew there had to be someone stronger there, hidden. Meanwhile, Andre and the others set everything on fire. So, Enrique Enrique, widening his eyes, knows that now is the time to escape from this place. However, the warrior in front of Enrique turns around, giving Enrique the advantage, as he starts giving orders to his subordinates. Enrique knows that all attacks start from the feet. From the enemy's foot position, he knows what the enemy is planning. And so, Enrique charges at his enemy, trying to kill him with a single blow, and so the attack begins. Kick the ground and propel your body forward to advance on the enemy. While Enrique is doing this, the enemy is turned around, giving orders to his subordinates to put out the fire. And his sword remains in its sheath. Enrique advances with his swift thrust towards that enemy, who seems very strong, but is distracted. And so, taking advantage of this opening in the enemy's defense, Enrique charges at full speed towards the back of the enemy's neck. However, that enemy, in a fraction of 0.1 second, senses the presence and immediately looks back. Enrique, very close to his goal of quickly killing that enemy, is startled. But that guy turned around very quickly. Then, that enemy, a tough guy, just moves his neck, while the blade of the dry thrust passes quickly by him. And so, Enrique, in complete emptiness, passes by that enemy who now already has his sword drawn. And so, Enrique starts thinking, did I completely miss? Did I miss? Was that really it? I didn't even see what happened. Then, blood starts to gush because someone was cut in that spot, in a fraction of a second. And surely, it was our brave Enrique, right? And Enrique starts thinking, what happened? The guy was turned away, with his sword drawn, and I was advancing towards the back of his neck. Suddenly, he was saying that I was cut. What happened? Did you see it? I didn't see it. Enrique thinks that this was the most perfect thrust he managed to deliver. So, it should have hit. After that, he looks back, because that enemy warrior doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Then, the enemy speaks to him. Weak. You are weak. Did you think I was distracted? I simply don't give a damn about someone weak, like you. Enrique knows he can't defeat this guy because, besides being injured, this warrior seems to be very skilled in battle. Enrique knows that, with his current skill level, he won't be able to defeat this guy. Enrique knows he barely managed to reach that place because many times, always, he would encounter a new group of spearmen who would kill him immediately. And when it wasn't the spearmen, it was the crossbowmen who were even more deadly. Enrique suffered many ambushes in that field. Tetramar high, stay like this. Dying many times, Enrique kept moving towards the enemy's field, and so, Enrique remembers all the times he died there. He and his group suffered countless deaths until they reached that place. Then they showed us, Andre, Scar, Erivaldo, and everyone in the group died many times following Enrique. So, our protagonist, after advancing deep into the enemy camp, thought he had conquered the day. Because he thought that today's today was just that impulse, nothing more. Besides that, however, Enrique now knows he was wrong, because today's wall, which he has to face, is this guy, who is the true wall of today, and so they showed us that warrior post, which is the next wall that Enrique has to face. And our hero, with a very deep cut on his rib, knows that, in this condition, he won't be able to fight properly. And that way, he will die very easily without fighting properly with this warrior. And so, Enrique is sure of one thing. He will have to take control of the squad. Once again, escape through the fields of High Granada and repeat today's events countless times until reaching this point again. Because Enrique had died many insignificant deaths until he got there. Because now he knows the wall he needs to cross. And the warrior, the enemy, staring at Enrique very seriously, waits for this invader, weakling, to take some action. But, since Enrique isn't taking action, the enemy warrior frowns and speaks to him. Hey, is that right? Are you laughing? You must be crazy. You're inside the enemy camp. You're injured and still laughing? Enrique smiles even wider and speaks to him. Today you die. Then, the warrior, a very skilled enemy, charges at Enrique and speaks to him. I'm going to cut you up completely and feed you to the dogs. So, it's you who's going to die, you weakling. And so, he charges at Enrique to try to finish off this weakling with his next strike. And Enrique takes a stance for combat, as he knows that the warrior in front of him is very strong. And thus, Enrique makes a decision. To get past this wall, he raises his sword above his shoulders, preparing to deliver a very strong blow to that warrior. However, that warrior is very skilled, easily defending against the strong blow that Enrique delivered to him. Then, Enrique attacks again. And so, that warrior positions his sword at an angle that makes Enrique's sword slide off. And thus, Enrique widens his eyes and thinks, did he parry my attack? How did he do that? However, after parrying that attack, that strong warrior prepares a deadly sword strike. Then, Enrique is surprised and looks up, because if he gets hit by this blow, it will be an instant death. Then, Enrique dodges that blow in a somewhat sloppy manner. However, that warrior, after missing that strike, keeps his eyes fixed on Enrique. Then, he continues his combo of attacks, trying to hit Enrique with another even more violent sword strike. Then, Enrique, who was dodging, dodges again, and this time it was close, as he almost lost his neck, and worse, that enemy warrior attacked from an almost impossible position. How did he manage to do that? And so, Enrique, very surprised by that guy who strikes from unimaginable positions, thinks to himself, oh, I'm done, for this time. I won't be able to save myself, no. However, the fierce Enrique, using all his strength, puts his sword in front to defend himself from that blow. That guy strikes with such force that Enrique uses all his strength to hold his sword.
Go, Henry.
Enrique knows that this guy's movements are precise and fast, and he keeps thinking that this guy is definitely a monster, because a normal warrior can't handle a sword like that, moving it in almost impossible positions. And so, while that great warrior's sword is being defended by Enrique, the brave Enrique realizes that this guy is a very skilled warrior, as he can't find any opening to counterattack. The brave Enrique knows that the differences in skill between him and this guy are very large. It's like the sky and the earth, but this warrior is infinitely superior to him in terms of battle skill. But, since Enrique can't win in a one-on-one sword fight, it's worth throwing a little knife at him. And so, Enrique grabs a throwing knife and hurls it in the direction of that enemy. While that knife is heading at high speed towards that enemy, he, who was spinning his sword behind his back, seems like he's going to be hit by the strike. But no, that strong enemy, using only his hands, defends himself from that deadly knife, which was thrown towards his face. And that warrior, without losing focus, continues looking in Enrique's direction, like a wild animal wanting to tear apart its prey. Enrique, surprised, started thinking. He managed to defend against that with his hands. What a strong guy this is. I don't think I'm going to win. Not him, huh? But then that strong warrior full of hatred doesn't say anything and doesn't even blink, because if he blinks, he loses, and then he charges forward like a bull. Bravo prepared the very strong bull to go after Enrique, so that guy advances with a sharp thrust towards Enrique. And our protagonist, who doesn't even blink, realizes that this time he's going to lose. Dust is kicked up in the air and this guy is charging at him at very high speed. And then, someone says fire. The fire is spreading. It's spreading. Help everyone. Those sharp thrusts pass at very high speed. Forgive him for laughing, because Bravo managed to dodge his head. And that was by a very narrow margin. Then, that strong warrior decides to look back, since the soldiers are saying the fire is spreading. And worse, the flag that exists. They were defending it, and it started to catch fire this time. And so, the strong warrior loses focus of his attention, which was on Enrique, because the object they were defending started to catch fire. And someone shouts, someone threw oil on the flag and set it on fire. So, realizing that the flag, which is the object they are defending, is catching fire, the warrior's focus shifts from Enrique to the place that's in flames. Then, the person says, Commander, platoon, can you hear me? The flag is on fire. And the commander, without turning to that person, remains there, standing in front of Enrique. And the person shouts again, Commander, you understand what's at stake here, don't you? The flag is on fire. You better stop what you're doing and focus entirely on that flag. So, that commander in front of Enrique keeps thinking that this guy in front of him is not going to give up. And of course, Enrique's Bravo is not going to give up, because Enrique, even knowing that this guy is much stronger than him, is not there to give up that fight. So, Enrique, firmly holding his sword, remains focused on that combat, because the word surrender is not in his vocabulary. And so, that strong enemy warrior, looking at Enrique, speaks to him. Hey, you. This time, I have something much more important than you to waste my time on. So, until next time, okay? Because next time, I will definitely gut you. So, he turns his back on Enrique and walks away, leaving our protagonist there, standing, with the sword in hand and not caring about this weak invader who appeared in front of him. And the brave Enrique is left thinking, huh? Is he retreating? Just like that, so easily? He's not going to fight anymore, is he? Oh, could it be that this guy wasn't for real? On the wall? Strange thing. Then, that strong warrior says, hey, all of you, stop putting out the fire in the tent sand. Focus entirely on putting out the fire on the flag. It's an order. Enrique, still with his sword in hand and wondering if this guy is for real on today's wall, then that's when he grips his sword tightly. Because he knows that, even so, he has to move forward to finish this day, as he needs to improve and improve a lot. So, Enrique keeps thinking that he has to face this guy, even if this enemy warrior doesn't want to. However, Andre comes up behind him and says, Lily of the squad, let's get out of here. Everything is on fire, according to your plan. Let's escape from this place. And Andre says, we need to go now, let's escape. Enrique knows that all of this was part of his plan, and that now is the precise moment. However, Enrique turns again to that strong warrior, thinking about strategizing, with his fairies to continue that battle. But once again, Andre speaks to him. Lily of the squad, what are you doing there? We have to escape now. And so, that wall moves away from the brave Enrique, who only thinks about fighting to improve each day, aiming to become the superpower knight. Then, that strong warrior glances sideways at Enrique, who was still standing back there. Enrique, locking eyes with him, knows he needs to defeat this guy, but that will have to wait for another day. Then, Enrique sheathes his sword and runs in another direction. And so, he tells all of them, it's an order. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. Then, while all the enemy soldiers are focused on putting out the fire in their camp, Enrique and his great sword can leave that place as quickly as possible. And so, Enrique leads the way, leaving the enemy camp. But every second without anyone chasing us is essential for the survival of that group. Then, he looks to the side, and there is the Scar and the rival, and the tough one and the rival, walking and holding his arm because he was injured, and so, Enrique keeps thinking that one of the guys who went in that direction ended up disappearing, leaving only 5 members of his squad now, and then that squad, which initially had 7. Now there are only 5 people left, and the Scar says, well, Enrique, is that it? Aren't they going to send a group to chase us and conduct a large-scale search against us? Is that what you think they're going to do? That's what it says. Yes, it's likely they won't come after us. And then, Erivaldo, injured in the shoulder, keeps swaying as if to fall. Enrique looks at his companion, who needs help, and behind Erivaldo, there are 4 enemy soldiers, saying, get them, don't let them escape. While Erivaldo, injured, passes by those 3 warriors, Andre, Enrique, and Mac advance with great fury, passing those 4 enemy soldiers. And then, the math class begins. Enrique is the first to take the math class, successfully decapitating the first enemy in front of him. Mac shows that he has a doctorate and performs a very gentle tracheostomy on the enemy soldier, in front of him, completely piercing his neck. Jean-Bert, boss, shows his shoulder and says, successfully decapitates the enemy soldier in front of him. Then, after killing all the enemy soldiers who were chasing Erivaldo, Enrique turns to his group and says to them, don't stop, keep running, let's get out of here as quickly as possible. So, while being dragged along the path, Erivaldo asks Enrique, boss, I have an idea. If we run to the natural habitat of the foxes and snakes, they won't chase us. I can guide our group. Then, the guy who's dragging Erivaldo talks to him, hey, you crazy, if we go through this place where they train wild and venomous animals, won't it be harder for us? I know a very safe route, but I'm a hunter, remember? Boss, let me lead the way. And so Enrique says, yes, I will trust you, so go ahead, lead us. And so, they head into the forest, following the hunter's path, in an area full of wild animals. Then, in the middle of the woods, one speaks to the other. Yeah, I can't hear the footsteps of that group that's been following us anymore. However, they continue advancing on that very dangerous route, without stopping for even a second, not even to catch their breath. Because if they stop out of exhaustion, they will surely die. And so, as they leave that route, which is full of more wild creatures, that group of warriors, tired and wounded, doesn't stop for a second, leaving behind all the dangerous animals of that route. Then, Enrique thought that, thanks to the efforts of Andre and Mac, the group managed to easily evade the soldiers who were pursuing them. And then, the invader spoke to them. Oh, that lower path, if we go through it, the animals will chase us and kill us. The hunter's route is that of Cimarino, so head that way. And Enrique knows, if it weren't for the safe path that the invader showed them, they certainly wouldn't have been able to evade the soldiers hunting them so quickly. And so, Enrique knows that it was thanks to the efforts of the entire squad that they got this far. Then, the sun rises on the horizon, and Enrique knows that today seems to have come to an end. Then, shielding their eyes from the sun's rays, Enrique and his group continue to gather, moving forward as they ran ahead without resting. Not a single second, because they know that if they stopped to rest, they would face certain death, both from the enemy soldiers behind them and the fierce animals on that route. The sun is rising on the horizon, bringing hope with it, showing that all that effort was worth it. And as that group runs, now far from the enemy camp, 5 warriors from the scout group manage to come out alive from that difficult mission. Then the scene shifts to Enrique's military camp, and the soldiers are talking to each other. Hey, what happened to you guys that you're so worn out like this? Andre, Irir Falenfot. Yeah, but I'm so tired I think I'm going to faint. I think I've never pushed myself this hard in my life. Enrique takes a deep breath, with his hand on his hip, because he's sure that yesterday, which started over and over, has just passed. And he managed to conquer yet another day today, because all the suffering from that incursion is now in the past. And so, a new day begins. And they, all worn out, already inside their camp, finally stop running. Because there, where they are, it's safe now. And so, many soldiers who were nearby come running to help him. And over at the enemy camp, they finally managed to put out that fire. And the flag that those people were defending was badly damaged, almost completely caught fire. Almost nothing is left of that flag. And so, another strong warrior asks, the flag? Is there still hope for the flag? And a hooded person speaks to him, yes, the way it is now, we will need our preparations. Everything was almost completely lost. Then, the system informs us that this guy is the Grey Field, and he is the commander of the company. And the hooded guy says to him, who would have thought that the famous Grey Field couldn't even stop a few stray dogs that invaded the camp? I'm disappointed. And the Grey Field looks around and thinks, I really don't understand, because my soldiers who were in the tall grass field were some of the best, and our company is an elite company that only has the best. So, how did a few enemy soldiers manage to attack head-on and escape in broad daylight and fire? That's practically impossible. What a strange thing. And thus we are informed about the Grey Dog group, and we are shown the emblem of this group. Because this is not a group, but rather an independent company. And the name of this company is derived from the Grey Dog, which resides in the Principality of Aspen. And thus we are shown a Grey Dog, a very fierce creature, with a very persistent temperament. For this Grey Dog, when it finds prey, it connects to it. It decides whatever that prey may be. This fierce gray dog will pursue it, no matter if it's peacetime or wartime. This gray dog is a born pursuer that won't leave its prey for anything. And that's why this company has that name, because they pursue their enemies and never let up on them. And these gray dogs are also called the persistent lovers, because they pursue their victims all the time and never give up on them. And so, Grey Dog, which is the greatest attitude of that company, he speaks with the warrior who faced Henry. He asks, "Hey, was the person you faced strong?" Then, that warrior said to the commander of Spelltown, "If it weren't for the fire, would have finished that guy off right then." And so we are informed by the system that the name of the guy who invented Henry is Mitch, Uriah. And we will call him Mitch. And so, sincerely, the standard commander, upon hearing this, says to Mitch, "Yeah, so that guy was lucky, huh? But luck is a skill in itself." So, Mitch makes a promise to his commander and says, "Boss, that won't happen again." Then, the scene shifts to inside the tent, where brave Henry is there, tending to his wounds. Henry is a bit upset because what's bothering him is that he faced that wall and couldn't overcome it. What Henry really wanted was to keep fighting that guy until he could surpass him. But Henry has hope that soon he will meet that guy again and be able to overcome that difficult wall. Far from David, in the enemy camp, Mitch is thinking, "I definitely, when I meet that bastard again, I will finish him off with a single blow." Because killing that bastard with a blessing for the hands will be an enormous pleasure. As for Henry himself, he has a goal in mind. Overcoming that wall is the next thing he's going to do, because that enemy warrior will surely die. And so, the persistent lovers choose their targets. Mitch, wanting to kill Henry, and Henry, making a promise to himself that he will overcome this wall as well. And then, are you pretending to be from part 3? Let's start part 3. Run is inside his tent. With nothing to do, he plays with his axe, tossing it up, closing his eyes, then catching that axe, which is extremely sharp. All this because he's bored. He keeps thinking, yeah, some time has passed, and the leader of our squad should already be returning from his reconnaissance mission. And he knows that mission would be easy. There would be tall grass, then come back. So, he keeps questioning why it's taking so long, and why there is no news from him. So, with his eyes closed, he holds his axe, showing that he's very familiar with it. Then, quite bored, he gets up and starts thinking about what he can do to brighten his day. Then, as an idle mind is the devil's workshop, Ren starts to think, could Enrique have died? No, he probably didn't die. It was a very easy mission to go there and come back. And Ren keeps thinking that Enrique has improved his combat skills a lot in a short period of time. However, he's still a novice, quite weak. So, it wouldn't be too surprising if news arrived here saying that he died. Ren knows that death is a war. It happens very frequently. However, he liked Enrique. Enrique was really nice. So, Ren comes to the conclusion that there's nothing he can do. If Enrique died, everything is over. It no longer depends on him, because if he were nearby, I would definitely help him. So, Ren, very bored, says, yeah, there's nothing interesting to do. After that, Ren looks ahead and notices that the lazy Ragnar has just woken up, and Ragnar is there, yawning and stretching. Then, Ragnar realizes there's a really ugly guy in front of him. Looking at him, he looks back, staring, and Ren does the same, thinking, why is this half-emo, half-lion staring at me? Could he be into me? Strange guy, it's so annoying to wake up early and have a man watching you. Ragnar talks to him. Hey, why are you looking at me? Haven't you seen me before? And Heim doesn't even respond. He just shows him the ultimate weapon, the middle finger, because a gesture is worth more than 1,000 words. But Ragnar shows that when it comes to 6th grade antics, he's the best at it. And so, he shows the middle toe. Then, Ren, outdone in his 6th grade antics, smiles, as no way, beat Ragnar at antics. Then, he changes his expression and says, hey, Glorinia, I think I want to kill you. He says this with a wide smile on his face, because now his boredom will end. And Ragnar, who just woke up, without taking his eyes off Ren and without blinking, responds to Ren. Hey, you crazy, what did you say? Repeat that, while Ragnar says this and draws his sword. Then the scene changes, for Henry, presenting himself to his commander, and the elf speaks to him, so that's what happened, right? You discovered, by chance, that there was an enemy ranger and, after that, you infiltrated the enemy base and, while you were inside, somehow, you set the whole place on fire. Is that what happened? And Enrique, at ease, speaks to the elf. Yes, ma'am, that's what happened. I kept making the best decisions
to keep my group alive. In that situation, I was very lucky, and she keeps thinking, lucky, my foot, my left boob, that's what luck is. Then, she keeps staring at Enrique and realizes that this lower-ranked soldier has something very strange about him. So she says, okay, fine. Oh, you can go, you can rest, okay. Go recover, because you're saying you got hurt a little, but there are some pretty deep cuts on your body. You can go. Then, Enrique salutes his commander, says goodbye, and leaves. As he's leaving, the elf keeps thinking, I kind of expected something to happen, but I never thought it would be something this big. He really surprised me. So, while Enrique is still leaving his tent, the fairy keeps wondering, who is this guy, anyway, Because a normal person wouldn't do that. How strange. As Enrique was leaving his commander's tent, he keeps thinking that he can't understand what she's thinking. However, someone appears in front of him, and we can see that the person who showed up is Andre. And Andre says, "I'm sorry for having acted poorly towards you at the beginning of our mission. I know I'm alive, thanks to you. Thank you very much for everything." And after Andre says this, he stands at attention and bows, showing respect to his leader, Enrique. Mac, Aravaldo, and the new subscriber to the channel look at Andre, who is bowing to Enrique for his bravery and leadership. Then, Andre lifts his head and speaks to Enrique. "Enrique, will we meet again?" Enrique, continuing on his way without turning back, says to Andre, "Andre, if our paths cross, until that day, goodbye." Then, everyone realizes that Enrique is a very special person, and moreover, the bravest and most admirable person they know. Then, Andre once again stands at attention. And Cicatriz observes that his protege seems to have grown, lost all pride, and recognized that we are only alive because of all of Enrique's decisions. Then, once again Andre bows, showing his total respect for the brave Enrique. And our hero walks away triumphantly. Then, without even being commanded, Aravaldo and Mac also bow, in respect to Enrique. And the newest subscriber to the channel also bows, because if he hadn't clicked the subscribe button, he surely would have died in that ambush. Then, Enrique continues walking and is sure that they are all alive, thanks to the decisions he made. However, unfortunately, I was only able to save 4. So, as he walks towards his tent, Enrique keeps questioning himself if that was his best, because if it were, he wouldn't have lost 2 members of his squad. Then, Enrique keeps thinking that if he were a little stronger, he could have saved even those 2. Then, the scene shifts to the middle of the camp. Then a beautiful day, with a clear sky, because Enrique, with all the repetitions of today, knows that he is capable of surpassing his limits and that if he continues like this, someday, and with a lot of effort, Enrique knows he can achieve his true goal of becoming the superpower knight. So, Enrique has a very firm purpose of using all his todays as a stepping stone to reach his goal. Then, he looks ahead, very determined, and knows that the secret to not having to die over and over again is to be much stronger, both physically and mentally. Then, Enrique walks a little further, and there he is, in that big commotion. "Hey, come here, come see, those damn crazy people are fighting again." So, everyone is cheering. "Go, Lorenzo, get him. Come on, Machado, give him a scissor kick." And Enrique keeps thinking, what is this chaos? What's happening? Rem and Ragna are fighting with great intensity. Every blow they land on each other has a clear murderous intent, and both of them are very serious. They've been fighting for several minutes and haven't even blinked, because whoever blinks loses. Rem, with a psychopathic look, charges forward with his axe, at high speed, trying to finish off Ragna with his next strike. But Ragna is the embodiment of battle proficiency, as he also charges forward with deadly intent, expecting to finish off Rem with his next strike as well. Enrique, in the back, keeps thinking, I've never seen these guys fight like this. What are those expressions? What are those moves? I've trained with them many times and I've never seen the two like this. What is it that they're doing? Extra 2525 is there sweating with fear and says, these guys aren't human. I wouldn't last even half a second against them. They're practically animals because they're fighting with such a murderous intent that it's like a husband catching his wife's lover in the act. And Rem, with a little smile on his face, says nothing because his axe speaks for him. Ragna also prefers to start with his sword. So, he prepares another strong blow to hit that damn Rem. Enrique is sure of one thing, that these guys, while they were fighting against him, never exerted themselves to the fullest, because this level of fighting they're doing against each other is really much higher than what they showed against me. I would have died in just 2 seconds. Then, Enrique grabs his sword. The narrator uncle isn't going to keep putting that meme every time I say he grabs his sword, otherwise our story will just be filled with that meme. So going back, Enrique, grabbing his sword, thinks to himself that he needs to establish what his priorities are, and looking very seriously in the direction of the two, Enrique decides that his first priority is to fight these guys until they make those same expressions in front of him. Then, Rem, with his axe, attacks the skillful Ragna very swiftly, and Ragna, with great mastery, defends himself from Rem's attack, causing the barbarian's axe to veer off its path. Then, Ragna, who was fighting quite a bit, looks to the side and says, beautiful squad, are you here? I didn't even notice. Then, Rem looks at Enrique and says to him, hey boss, you have to misinform me, okay, when you come back. However, Enrique doesn't say anything, he just keeps looking at the two of them. So, Rem says to Enrique, hey boss, are you hiding there like a cat again? I bet it was that traitor who taught you that, right? Then, Rem, noticing that there are a lot of people there, speaks to everyone. Hey, what are you all looking at? If you keep staring at me, in a second, I'm going to fight with you. So, get out of here if you don't want to fight with me. And while everyone is desperately running away from that place, Ragna asks Enrique, hey boss, are you hurt? Because your arms are all bandaged. What happened? Enrique tells Ragna that it was just a scratch, nothing more. Then, as Rem is leaving that place, Enrique calls out to him, hey, Rem, hold on, I want to talk to you. When you blocked that attack from Ragna, what was that? And Rem turns around and starts to leave, saying, our boss is embarrassed again. Let me get out of here. Hey boss, you just got here and it looks like you're thinking about training, right? "Oh, go take a shower and rest." Then, Enrique turns to Ragna and says to him, "Hey Ragna, that cross attack you destroyed on Rem, how do you do that?" And Ragna looks back with a disdainful expression and then responds to Enrique, "Are you serious? You're saying this now?" At this moment, Enrique, not understanding, covered in bruises, says to him, "Huh, why? Can't I ask that?" And Ragna turns his back and leaves the place, saying, "No, nothing, boss. I'm not going to waste time with you. I'm out." Then, Enrique, seeing Ragna leave, starts thinking that it seemed like Ragna had something to say. And of course, Ragna wanted to say that he's crazy because he just arrived on a mission and was already wanting to train. However, it's Enrique who was left completely hanging because the questions he asked the two weren't even answered. The two left and would leave him alone. Well, if he doesn't want to talk, he won't talk. Then, at dusk that day, an order is given for everyone to break camp, as the battalion commander, after receiving Enrique's report, decided to move the entire battalion near the tall grass to avoid future ambushes and also to know what the enemy is plotting in that area. Enrique checks his wounds and notices that they are almost healed, as a few days had passed while the battalion was relocating. And during those days, Enrique spent time reflecting on the battles he fought and continued training. Then, at the end of that night, Enrique, after checking his wounds, puts on his clothes and heads towards the training field. Then, Klaus speaks to him, "Hey, boss, going to train again? We're leaving tomorrow, boss. Don't you want to rest a little?" Enrique says no, that he's just going to train a little bit. Rem, while eating next to Ragna, says to his companion, "Look at our boss. He's out there training again without being fully healed. If he keeps going like this, he's going to end up dying." Then, another day begins, and this day is like the previous one, very beautiful and bright. Ragna is woken up by someone sneezing next to him. Then, he starts thinking, "Geez, why is someone waking me up at 11 in the morning? It's not even lunchtime yet." Then, he sits up in his bed and realizes that Enrique spent the whole night training because the little bit he said he was going to train turned out to be the whole night. Then, Ragna stretches in bed and makes everyone envious, showing that he regularly trains his back. Then, Ragna grabs his sword and gets up to take a walk because he knows he's very good with a sword. So Ragna already knows what to do next. And so, very sleepy and dragging his sword on the ground, Ragna leaves his tent to go to that place. And so, he keeps thinking that getting very strong wasn't difficult and Ragna had the chance to become a knight. However, that was very boring, everything was very dull, and while thinking this, Ragna continues yawning and walking in that direction. And Ragna, still stumbling from sleepiness, knows that being a knight had nothing that caught his attention. So, since being a knight wasn't appealing to him, he didn't need to spend time or energy on it. Thus, Ragna gave up on being a knight because he realized there was no meaning in being one. And since he saw no meaning, he lost his purpose. And so, he gave up training to be the superpower. And for a long time, he never trained again. And as he says this, he realizes that someone is in front of him, training hard. Moreover, this crazy person was training all night long. So, the fierce Enrique is there, swinging his sword here and there, cutting to the right, cutting to the left, all with his legs spread wide apart from the base. Then, Enrique tries to make a quick thrust, and feels a sharp pain between the L4 and L5. And so, he falls to the ground in pain, as it seems he has developed a protrusion in his spine, but he knows this is a temporary pain that will heal in a few days. And as he thinks this, Ragna is there in the back, arms crossed, watching everything. Ragna looks at Enrique and realizes that he learned all the wrong fundamentals. And still standing with arms crossed, Ragna knows that every knight must know the correct fundamentals when they start their training. And since Enrique learned everything wrong, this is practically impossible for him. Ragna knows that Enrique took many shortcuts to start his poor fundamentals. So, even if he trains his whole life, it's impossible for him to become a knight, because getting stronger beyond that is very unlikely, as Enrique's sword fundamentals are worse than bad. Then, he looks at Enrique, who, even in pain and tired, picks up his sword once again. Enrique, who previously had a look of pain, changes his expression to pure determination, because he knows he is bad and if he doesn't train, he will never improve. So Ragna, upon seeing that, starts thinking, why does he do this? Why does he put so much effort into his training? He's injured, with a wounded body, and keeps doing this useless training. But Enrique is pure determination. Not even bullying in the afterlife makes him stop, because he doesn't know the word give up. So, once again, he starts his training with great effort. Then, after that, Ragna, who is already a bit closer, asks Enrique, "Boss, why do you train so much?" Enrique, very serious, tells him for a simple reason, "I want to get stronger. That's why I train so much." And Ragna says to him, "Okay, and what are you going to do after you get stronger?" Enrique tells him, "I will become a knight." And Ragna says to him, "Oh, okay, big deal, but a knight is just someone who fights well. And does that really mean so much to you?" Enrique, wiping the sweat from his face, responds why he thinks he is a knight. And he says, "The knight I aspire to be is someone very different from just a person who fights well, because the knight I want to be is someone who decides for himself what is right and wrong and raises his sword for honor, not just for that." Then, Enrique, placing the sword in front of his face, says that a knight to him is someone who fights for the sick, the poor, and all those who love him. And Ragna, upon hearing this wonderful response, starts thinking, merit. Then, Ragnar remembers and thinks, oh right, that's true, I had even forgotten. Strength is just a tool. I even forgot the basics of what it means to be a knight. Now I remembered what I want to be. Then, with his sword on his shoulder, he heads towards Enrique. And then Ragnar, even closer to Enrique, keeps thinking, yeah, I was thinking that a knight is just someone who fights well, but on second thought, I've never been a knight, and I don't know what it's like to be one. So, from that moment on, Ragnar decides to go back to training to become a knight, because he, who was unmotivated, and had lost his focus, just remembered the path he must follow. Then, he speaks to Enrique, hey, handsome swordsman, I need to talk to you. Enrique says, huh, weren't you already talking? Ragnar looks inside Enrique's house and says to him, hey, Enrique, do you want to learn how to use a sword? Enrique, looking towards Ragnar, thinking he didn't hear right, and then, Ragnar says to him, I asked if you want to learn how to use a real sword. And Enrique, without thinking twice, replies, of course I do. And now, Enrique has a new teacher, as his first teacher was Rain, the barbarian. The second teacher was Jackson. The third one was the very muscular Aldine. Now, Enrique finally has his fourth teacher. But his teacher keeps thinking, huh. He accepted so quickly, I didn't expect that. Then, he looks up at the sky and immediately regrets saying that, because just the thought of training someone makes Ragnar feel lazy. But then, right? He stops looking up, looks forward, and remembers the reason he asked that question. It was that look, because Enrique, even though he's weak, exudes pure determination and has the look of someone who wants to learn. So, thinking that this might even be interesting, Ragnar starts his lesson number 1, and says, oh, the barbarian taught you something, right? About the beast's intestines or something like that. And Enrique says, no, it's not the intestines, it's the beast's heart. Ah, right, that's it. Look, the beast's heart and the dry thrust are the two things you must not forget, because the rest, you have to forget everything. Only those two things are worth it. Enrique says, what? Even the technique I learned from the mercenaries of Balin. And Ragnar says, especially that. Forget it now. Do you know why? If you don't abandon that technique and all your fighting habits, even if you learn a new technique, you'll end up reverting to your old ways and never become a complete warrior. Because if that happens, you might as well give up right now, okay? So, forget everything you learn. So, the question is, do you choose to forget everything except the heart of the beast and the dry thrust? Or can you continue on, in this same mess you're in, without moving forward? So, do you want to start everything from scratch? Enrique, without thinking twice, says to him, yes, I do. I want to start from scratch. And he says this with pure determination in his eyes. And Ragnar wasn't expecting that and started thinking, huh, what do you mean? Has he already decided? And didn't even think for a second. Then, Ragnar widens his eyes and says, are you serious? Are you going to forget everything you've learned in all your years of life? Chief Enrique doesn't even intend to continue dragging out this conversation, and says to Ragnar, hey, where do I start? Since it's from scratch, what do I have to do first? Ragnar notices the pure determination of our protagonist, because this guy is definitely not normal. Then Ragnar says to Enrique, look, you already have a good physique, so there's no need for you to have a light weapon, as a long sword would suit you very well. Trade with me, give me your sword here and take mine. Then Enrique says to him, is it okay for you to just give me your sword like that? And Ragnar replies, of course not, there's nothing special about this sword. It's just a sword. Look, the first thing, the grip of any sword, is the right hand above the left hand, like this. Then, Enrique learns the first thing, which is the grip, to hold a sword correctly. After that, he says, hey Enrique, why are you doing it so hard? And Enrique, looking back, says to him, well, so I don't lose the sword, of course. And Professor Ragnar says to him, who taught you that nonsense? He says, oh, Rain. And Ragnar immediately makes a disdainful face and says, oh, right. It could only have been that troglodyte, that useless monkey. After that, he says, well, get into position, because I'm going to show you what real fencing is like. And then, in the blink of an eye, Ragnar approached Enrique with a very strong murderous intent, aiming to deliver a powerful downward strike on our protagonist. Enrique, with great difficulty, blocks that incredibly powerful blow, as Ragnar used an immense force in this first strike, which initially seemed simple, but was very powerful. Enrique's hand and body start to tremble, as if he had grabbed an iron bar and struck it with all his might against a granite rock, and he really felt that one, because the vibration of the metal punished our hero's hand a lot. Then, Enrique says to Ragnar, what was that? It hurt, you know. And Professor Ragnar says, yes, that was the intention, to hurt you with that blow. Do you know why that hurt you? You're too rigid, and if you keep it up, you're going to end up breaking. Oh, you're practically a dry branch or a column. Or something like that. It. Enrique didn't understand anything. He thinks, my folks are just crazy, man. They don't even know how to talk. These guys are really good at combat, but when it comes to teaching, they leave a lot to be desired. So, Enrique keeps wondering why Ragnar made that comparison between him and the branch. But he thinks that after Ragnar asked why he was holding the sword so tightly, he went and delivered that powerful blow to try to teach me something. So it must be because I'm holding the sword too tightly. That must be it. Does Ragnar want me to be more flexible? Because if I'm a bit more flexible, maybe I can prevent my sword from breaking. That must be it. So, Enrique gets into position again, as he thinks he has already learned Professor Ragnar's lesson. Then the sound of swords echoed in that training area. All of this on that beautiful sunny day with few clouds. But Ragnar shows Enrique that even with a sword in hand, he can use his feet to trip him, and he sweeps Enrique off his feet, making him lift off the ground. And after tripping him, the sly Ragnar says to him, "Hey Enrique, don't lose your balance, okay? Stay alert. Let me ask you something, where are you pointing your feet? Are they going to the right, to the left? What kind of position is that? Your feet need to be facing the enemy. Oh, you're still stiff. Let's go again." And after this sword clash, Ragnar asks Enrique, "Hey you crazy, are you trying to break your hip, is that it? Because that's what's going to happen." And then, the lesson continues. And Ragnar, who has an unlimited range of teasing, asks Enrique, "Jumping like that, it doesn't even look like you're fighting. Are you fighting or are you dancing? Stop doing those little jumps, that's a dance, not." And so, that day, passes by quickly, heading towards the horizon. And then, for the 524th time, Enrique is defeated and falls to the ground. So, Ragnar stops to think, yeah, he had no idea Enrique was this bad, because he doesn't know any combat basics. I'm lost. Now that I said I was going to teach him, I'll have to start from the very basics. But oh, the basics are so basic that it's something we don't teach anyone, and he doesn't even know that. While he's thinking this, Enrique is on the ground, sitting, relaxed, tired. However, he still hasn't given up, so Enrique gets up for the 525th time, even though he's sweating a lot, suffering greatly, and already has some calluses on his hand. Exhausted, he stands up to continue, with the instruction given by Professor Ragnar. Then, grabbing his sword once again, Enrique, the one who never gives up, starts to gather his strength for yet another clash with Ragnar. But Ragnar is thinking, yeah, this guy is really weak. I'm going to have to call him pink hair because this is tough, huh? I'm teaching, and he hasn't learned anything so far. So, Ragnar, very serious, keeps thinking, yeah, I think this time he gave up because he's already taken a lot of hits and I can see that his hand is even bleeding. But Enrique shows he's brave and says, again, let's fight once more because I still want to learn everything you have to teach. Ragnar doesn't even get into a combat stance and says to him, oh, let's take it easy, okay? You're in too much of a hurry. Or do you think my lesson here is just us fighting and you not learning anything? I'm trying to teach you something, but you still haven't learned anything from my instruction. And with that, Ragnar gets back into a combat stance. However, before they start the 525th match, someone suddenly arrives from behind and says, yeah, you were missing, and I was wondering where you were all day. And then when asks the two, so, what are you guys doing? Picnic. Because it looks like a picnic. I bet you brought snacks, right? And all this picnic nonsense, because you guys, with those sticks in your hands, must be having fun at this kid's picnic. Then, Ren points at Ragnar and says, hey boss, are you learning anything from this useless guy? If he's giving you trouble, let me know, boss, and I'll take care of him. Do you want me to knee him? I can stick my axe in him and finish him off right now. Can I do that? But Ragnar says, hey, if you touch me, I'll cut off your hand, okay? Enrique, used to these two brutes, says to Ren, hey Ren, did something happen? Because you came all the way here, dressed like that. Something must have happened, right? Ren, who is ready for battle, speaks to his boss Enrique. We were summoned, so something big is coming. And so, Enrique goes inside his tent to get ready, and inside his crowds, finishing putting on his very flexible armor with a pure iron breastplate. Algie, on the other hand, is a warrior who only uses his fists and has a fortified body. He doesn't need anything to protect himself, as his muscles are his protection. While Jackson finishes getting ready, he is informed that enemy forces are gathering on the horizon. So, a very fierce battle is approaching, and thus, the commander of the 4th Company, the beautiful elf who still doesn't have a name, stands there watching all the soldiers of her company. Hundreds of warriors prepared for combat, as she knows that the war is near and that this time they will defeat all the enemies. Then the squadron of the others also presents themselves at that location, ready for the battle. And there they are, from right to left, Krauls, Jackson, Ragnar, Little Enrique, Algie, and Ren, all dressed for battle and ready for combat. But Ragnar is completely unconcerned, as he is a very strong warrior. But one thing has been bothering me a lot. Telling Enrique that I would teach him the art of the sword was a big mistake of mine, because now, I have to teach this guy from scratch. He knows nothing. And moreover, as the war is approaching, Enrique can't even think about using this new technique I'm teaching him, because otherwise, he will definitely die on the battlefield. And so, Ragnar, with a heavy conscience, takes his great sword and gets even closer to his boss Enrique. Then Ragnar, very close to Enrique, has a certainty. For sure, the boss will need to be babysat, because if he forgot everything he knows and hasn't learned any new techniques, he will be an easy target on that battlefield. Enrique was thinking that he wanted to learn much more of that technique, but he didn't have time for it. But suddenly someone says, hey, what's that over there? Do you see that? Enrique, looking ahead, observes those flags once again, waving high on the battlefield. And thus it is shown that the enemy soldiers are in a very strange formation, many of them, resembling an island around many strange flags that are on that battlefield. Then the sorcerer begins to do his part, for a war can also be won with sorcery. And so he begins his enchantment, saying, witness the end of our enemies. A tribute to the goddess of darkness, Hashugi no Jira. May the end come and may death smile. And after he says this, a very thick mist begins to cover the entire battlefield, and the soldiers of Aspen realize that the sorcery of the end has finally been invoked. The elf on the other side starts howling and thinks, what is that? Could it be magic? Because suddenly everything started to be covered by a dense fog. And then, within seconds, that fog covers the entire battlefield, and the soldiers of our rotund Enrique's army start to get scared, because this fog is certainly not something natural, and so everyone becomes afraid. Enrique, our fierce protagonist, is not afraid, but he knows that this fog that appeared out of nowhere is not something natural, because Enrique looked to the side and couldn't see either Ren or Ragna, who were close to him. So, this situation is definitely very concerning, and thus, Enrique, unable to see who is beside him, knows that from now on, this battle will be terrible. But meanwhile, the soldiers on Enrique's side start to panic and keep talking to each other. What is this? Hey, are you guys still there? Can you see me? And another says, what kind of fog is this? Huh, it appeared out of nowhere. I can't see anything. I can't see anyone. Enrique knows that this situation is very bad, because if you can't even see who's beside you, how are you going to coordinate to face the very powerful enemy in front of you? Meanwhile, all the soldiers remain confused. That battlefield full of fog, and there they are, standing still, looking around, not in combat position, trying to talk to each other to understand this very mysterious situation that appeared out of nowhere. The soldiers start shouting at each other. Hey, what's that noise? Do you hear it? Hey guys, it seems like something is approaching at high speed. And another one says, that noise is coming from above. What's up there? Do you know? But Enrique shouts to everyone, arrows. And he says this just as the sound of the arrows coming towards them at extremely high speed gets even closer. Then, in the midst of all that dense fog, thousands and thousands of arrows cross that battlefield to create total carnage. And then, those unprepared soldiers begin to be hit by thousands of arrows, and thus the shower of red liquid starts to gush from all the new holes that the soldiers on Enrique's side have just acquired. And so, hundreds of soldiers are killed with that first attack. Except, of course, for the fierce elf, because even though she can't see anything, she uses her hearing to perfectly defend herself from all those arrows. And she knows that this fog is not normal, and since she didn't know the enemy would use such a tactic, she didn't prepare her soldiers. And then she shouts, soldiers, cover yourselves with shields now. The fairy knows that this order came too late, so she is certain of one thing. They have already lost this war, because with the first enemy attack, they lost more than half of their soldiers and many others were injured. Then the sorcerer starts to laugh, because his sorcery worked very well in this war. That was going to be terrible is looking more like a massacre, as Aspen's enemies didn't even have time to defend themselves. But he is both happy and angry, because it was very complicated to perform this magic this time. To cast this spell, he needs to sacrifice the blood of 300 animals and also collect the cleanest water from the lakes, as this fog magic requires the prior use of rain magic for 30 consecutive days. And that's why the army on our protagonist's side was saying they were cursed, because it was raining every day, during a period that wasn't supposed to be rainy. Now we know why. It was this sorcerer performing his rain sorcery. This magic works like this. The moment it is activated, it obscures the vision of all the enemies, so the enemies can't see anyone, not even those beside them, because everyone with those flags forward will be affected by this magic. So, all the soldiers of Aspen were not affected by this magic. They can see perfectly an enemy who is practically blind in front of them. So the sorcerer knows that this battle is already over, and thus the name-giving sorcerer informs us that he named this magic of his. He said it was called Mist of Annihilation. Then, a strong warrior speaks to the sorcerer. Yeah, you're smiling a lot. You seem to be very happy. And the sorcerer says, of course, I barely managed to make this magic work, and that's because the main flag was practically burned. If that flag hadn't been burned, casting such a spell would have been easy. But this time I struggled a lot to make this magic work, so that's why I'm happy. And it is shown that the person talking to the sorcerer is Mitch, and Mitch is very angry, looking for the idiot who dared to enter his camp and set everything on fire. On the other side, within the mist, our brave Enrique is using his broadsword as a shield, trying to protect himself from the thousands of arrows still flying across the battlefield, and the sound of the arrows never stops, crossing that battlefield, and soldiers next to Enrique are falling like flies. Then, Captain Obvious strikes again and says, watch out, the arrows are coming from the front. Enrique, using his enhanced hearing along with the heart of the beast, dodges another arrow, because he may not know much, but he is leveling up his proficiency in hearing sounds. But someone shouts, behind him, squad leader, keep your head down, and he realizes that Ragna is right behind him, even though he can't see. He knows that's Ragna's voice. And a little further ahead, in the middle of the mist, someone says, huh, that's definitely a spell, but which son of a good mother cast a spell like that in the middle of the battlefield? Enrique knows that's the voice of Rain, who is right in front of him, because there's no mistaking the voice of his subordinate. And so, our protagonist thinks, strange thing, Rain is right in front of me, Ragna is just back there, but I can't see him because this mist is so thick you could almost touch it. Enrique knows that with this mist, there's no way to fight,
so he takes a step back and with the shaft of the arrow hits the spot, where he releases his feet. Enrique notices that his breathing is heavy and that he's starting to get tense, meaning it seems like he's beginning to feel scared. So, our protagonist starts sweating a lot. Enrique tries to command his legs to stop shaking and move forward, but his legs don't obey, and he knows that this way, he won't be able to use any of the tricks Ragna taught him. And so Enrique starts reverting to his old habits, and he remembers Ragna telling him, "Look, if you don't let go of everything you've forgotten, you'll return to your old habits, even if you learn new things from me. So, it would be better for you not to fight in this battle, okay? Until you learn very well what I am teaching you. Hey Enrique, don't use what I'm teaching you here. In that battle, stay here, because if you go, you'll end up dying on the battlefield." And then Enrique, in the middle of the battlefield, hearing those deadly arrows whizzing past him and annihilating his entire army, realizes that Ragna was right, because he's trying to use what he learned from Ragna and nothing is working. He can't even move from his spot. So, the brave Enrique is certain that this time he is going to die, because he trained the whole day and couldn't learn any secret technique from Ragna. And he also knows that he can't go back to his old habits using Valen's anomalous grima. Then, hearing that sound of massacre in front of him, Enrique knows that soon his turn will come, as the enemies are already very close to him, annihilating everyone in front of him. But Ragna gets very close to him and says, "Boss, stay behind me." But Enrique can't see Ragna, because this spell makes him unable to see anyone, and he can only hear Ragna. But Enrique tells Ragna, "Hey, I found a way for us to win this battle." But our protagonist keeps thinking, "If I can't do it on the first try, I'll do it on the second." Then, he runs at high speed towards the sound where the enemies are coming from, and Ragna says to him, "Hey boss, have you gone crazy? Stop right there." While Enrique is running in the midst of the enemies, a soldier from Aspen appears through the fog, wielding a spear, and coming at Enrique. And so the brave Enrique achieves what he sought, a quick death at the hands of his enemies. Then, that soldier with the spear completely pierces the body of our hero. The enemy soldier looks at Enrique, who is bleeding and near death. He keeps thinking, strange guy. I pierced his throat with my spear and he's like this? And so, it is shown that Enrique is smiling at him, because our crazy Enrique wanted this, to die on the battlefield, as he knows that another day has just begun. And thus, Enrique is sure of one thing, that he will return, and will learn everything with Ragna. And then, that enemy soldier starts to speak. "You bastard, you're really crazy. You're dying and smiling? Who are you, you madman?" And so, as Enrique was dying and smiling at him, that enemy soldier doesn't want to catch this disease, because surely, this soldier I pierced with my spear has lost his sanity a long time ago. So he gently removes his spear very delicately from our hero, and then, a sea of red liquid gushes not only from the artery in this hero's neck, but also a main vein, was completely torn by that blow, and giving Enrique a very gentle kick, he says, "Get away, dog." So a new day begins, because now, it's the second day and the brave Enrique is once again in front of his teacher, and Ragna says to him, "Hey Enrique, why did you fall there? Did you really understand what I said?" Enrique knows that Ragna is very good in combat, but as a teacher, he's terrible. Yet Enrique knows this happens with all geniuses. They learn everything quickly, so everything is very obvious to them, and they think that normal people learn just like they do, which is why teaching from a genius is very hard for us to understand. The best would be to learn from an ordinary person who managed to acquire many techniques through a lot of effort, as this person would know how to pass it on, how to start from scratch, and how to go slowly. But Ragna, a genius in fencing, with his hand on his chin, talks to Enrique. "Hey Enrique, you're saying I'm a genius. I didn't understand anything, Enrique. I'm just asking you to swing the sword. Look, swing it up and down, to the right and to the left. It's not that hard, is it?" Enrique knows that this guy isn't teaching anything. It's not because he doesn't want to, it's because for him all of this is simple and automatic, as Enrique knows that Ragna isn't messing with him. Ragna is genuinely confused, not understanding why Enrique isn't grasping something so easy. And so, Enrique asks Ragna, "Ragna, where should my center of gravity be? Tell me." And Ragna says, What did you say? Center of gravity? I don't get it. What do you mean by that? Look Enrique, your center of gravity has to be around here. He says this while placing his hand on his waist and turning to the side. Enrique comes to a conclusion and thinks that, as he imagined, people like Ragna have no idea what they're doing, because it's all instinctive. Ragna doesn't even know where the center of gravity is. He just does it very easily and instinctively. Taking Ragna's explanations, which are very vague, is quite difficult, but observing, copying, and listening are Enrique's strengths, so he will meticulously observe everything Ragna is doing in order to copy and apply it. And so Enrique promises himself to remember the posture that Ragna is using, even if he needs to go back over it again and again. Then, arrows. And once again, thousands and thousands of arrows cut across that battlefield heading towards the army where Enrique belongs. But Enrique, the brave one, had never died from those arrows, and it's not going to be now that he will. Looking like a baseball player, he keeps dodging all the arrows coming his way. However, with the vibration of the metal, he starts to feel his hand and realizes that it's still very stiff and that he hasn't managed to relax with the sword in his hand. And then, once again, our Henri runs forward, leaving everyone behind, and that deadly enemy spear comes once more towards his throat. And so, for the second time, our protagonist suffers another deadly blow. Then the scene shifts to a new today, where Enrique is there practicing foot posture and how to move with this new fencing style. Then Professor Ragna, very seriously, strikes at Enrique. But our hero shows that he is learning quickly and manages to dodge that attack. And so, Enrique informs us that this is already the 31st today. In other words, he's already died 30 times and only now is he managing to move, quite flexibly. And Ragna says to him, "Hey Enrique, that step you did was good, right? When did you learn it?" "I liked it. Look, the way you are now, you're ready to start learning the basics." "Look, I'm going to start teaching you the basics of fencing. The basics are like this. Look, in fencing, there are 3 basic attacks. First, there's this parry. Second is the thrust, and the third is slicing. Got it? Cut, thrust, and slice. And also, you have to use the tip of the blade to be able to defend yourself." While Ragna is teaching this, he swings his sword to one side and then to the other, imagining that Enrique is understanding everything he's saying. Then, Professor Ragna continues, "Hey Enrique, if your sword is of good quality, you can use its sides to defend yourself, but only if it's of good quality, because otherwise it will break." Then, Professor Ragna, in position, points his sword at Enrique and says to him, "This here is the shortest distance between you and your opponent, and this distance is called the line of attack. Look here, Enrique, the use of the sword is simple and basic. You just need to block your opponent's line of attack while you extend your own line of attack. Understood? If you didn't understand, do this. Picture your opponent in your mind. Then, you reach your opponent with your sword. That's all you need to do. And now, do you understand?" And so, already on that battlefield, that enemy soldier, once again with his spear, notices there's a madman coming his way. So, it will be easy to give him a quick thrust. But this time Enrique doesn't want to die to him, as he has already died 3 dozen times to him. And so Enrique dodges that blow. And by dodging that deadly attack, Enrique realizes that his feet are lighter. And so, since he got past that enemy, let's run forward to see what's ahead, because now, Enrique can dodge with great ease. So, this time 4 spears advance towards our protagonist, and even though he's very agile at dodging, he dies miserably, of course, right? Do you think he dodges? Of course not, he died again, and now, it's the 31st death. It was an F. Enrique is not afraid of dying. I was watching a show where the protagonist had to die to become stronger. And what did the protagonist do? He didn't die. I went to read the story. I think I got up to the 20th chapter, and the guy was afraid of dying and didn't want to die. So I dropped it. Go to hell. The guy has to die, get stronger, and he doesn't want to die. Go to hell. I would have died every day to be like Enrique. And Enrique is my kind of guy. He knows that every time he dies, he learns even more with Ragna, and he realizes that his today starts to change. So in his training with Professor Ragna, Enrique keeps fighting, showing everything he learned from Ragna. Not to mention that he learned from him, of course, since this is the first day Ragna is teaching him. But Enrique, very focused, defends himself for the first time against Ragna's sword. And Ragna looks at Enrique and sees that he is sweaty and very focused. And so Ragna says to Enrique, "Ha! What happened? You parried my attack. How did you predict my sword?" Little does he know that the fierce Enrique repeats this fight every day. Enrique wants to grow just a little at a time, because he is not a genius and is slowly working towards his goal. So, on that battlefield, our hero dies once again, because he has the goal in mind to grow gradually and achieve his objective. Then, after that death, a new day begins and Enrique, training hard, knows that he is improving, little by little. But, resilience is everything, and so Ragna says to him, "Hey Enrique, you don't need to practice that diagonal strike anymore, okay? You're already good at it." And then he wonders, how strange, this Enrique learns so quickly. I taught him once and he already got it. But Enrique is very resilient and little by little he keeps advancing. Only that day. On the first day, Ragna talks to him, "Boss, are you crazy? Stop there, you're going to die." But Enrique runs towards his death because that's what he wants, to start another day and learn a little more. Then, looking like a porcupine, our hero Enrique dies miserably, pierced by several spears, but the smile doesn't leave his face, because dying, even if it hurts, is simply a step for him to reach a mastery with the sword, as Enrique is creating constant progress this way. And then, we return to that scene where Ragnar has swapped swords with Enrique and advances to strike Enrique with great force. And the fierce Enrique, who has already learned a few things from Ragnar, seems to be on the verge of being hit by his teacher, in an almost impossible to escape strike, but Enrique immediately changes his stance and advances with a counterattack to stop Ragnar's deadly attack. Then, the clash of the two swords even sparks, as Enrique shows that he has already learned something about fencing from Ragnar, and Ragnar, in turn, is astonished because the boss, the weak Enrique, managed to defend one of the best strikes. But of course, this was on the 100th day, as Enrique, after learning from Ragnar, runs and throws himself into death. Then, Ragnar, having his strike defended by Enrique, looks at him very suspiciously, and thus, Ragnar stares at Enrique, trying to understand what is happening with this weak boss, who suddenly is demonstrating fencing skills he didn't have. And so, Ragnar speaks to him. "Who was it? Tell me, who was it?" And the blonde guy interrogates Enrique in a very serious manner. Enrique says, "Who was what? Ragnar, I don't understand your question."
what do you mean by that? But Enrique is no fool and knows that he's asking who taught him that fencing, as this is the first time they are fighting. But the tough Enrique keeps thinking that Ragnar is no longer looking at him as if he were a nobody. So, Enrique, once again today, doesn't even draw his sword because he doesn't need it. He knows what to do, run forward and die as quickly as possible. Enrique keeps thinking that he thought he couldn't further develop his talent, but he was wrong. Forgetting everything he learned and learning again from scratch, he realizes that now, he is on the right path to becoming a knight. But Ragnar is back there, desperate. Squad leader, what are you doing? Wait a minute. Don't go running ahead. You're going to die. But Enrique presses F and runs alone on that battlefield, trying to find the enemy doctor, the one who loves to do family treatments. Enrique, after dying more than 100 times, which is the equivalent of training for over 100 days, has already surpassed his previous level as he is now much stronger and more skilled than before. And then, with great ease, he dodges the spear of the enemy soldier doctor. Then, another spear swiftly passes by Enrique's neck, but this time he is going to die miserably. And so, Enrique, running in the middle of the battlefield, dodges all the soldiers who had skewered him before. Then, the soldiers left behind start wondering, what a crazy guy. He's running in the middle of the enemy's field. But Enrique runs with a smile on his face, because now he feels much lighter and can dodge all the enemy spears coming his way. Then, continuing on his path to become a knight, Enrique charges at all the enemy soldiers, trying to see which one will take him to his new today. Then, 5 enemy soldiers at the same time grant Enrique's wish, piercing him and leaving him like a sieve, with red liquid gushing all over his body. But Enrique, even while spitting a lot of blood, is there smiling, looking crazy, because there is something far beyond this pain. So, it's Enrique who finally goes mad, because he finds dying to be very fun, as this pain of death is being very pleasant. Dying is so good that, with Enrique thinking this, having fun in the middle of the battlefield, he keeps thinking to himself that he could go crazy, because he can't wait to come back here, and be killed again by all these soldiers, as this feeling of death is the most pleasant thing so far. And so, our hero Enrique dies once again, with a wide smile on his face. And so, the new day begins and Ragnar says to him, "Squad leader, I have something to ask you." And Enrique, very curious, looks at Ragnar and says, "Go ahead, I'm listening. Do you want to learn the art of the sword?" Because Ragnar, who is still on the first day, feels sorry for Enrique as his boss has terrible swordsmanship, swings his sword like a gazelle, and also can't improve. But Enrique returned to our prison for this very reason, to learn this swordsmanship and become stronger. Even if he has to die, he does it very happily, because becoming stronger is his goal for today. And so, looking at Ragnar, without any hesitation, he says, "Of course I do." Then, our hero keeps thinking that he will die, as many times as necessary to become stronger. Even if it's 1,000 times, 2,000 times. He will die, because staying the same is much worse than death. And so, Enrique, who had started from scratch, is already much stronger than before. After that, Ragnar speaks to Enrique, "How strange. It's not possible that you're such a good team leader." And he says this with a lot of suspicion. Then, Ragnar asks Enrique, "Hey, just now, were you fighting like a rookie, on purpose?" And Enrique, not understanding, says, "Like a rookie? I don't know what you're talking about." Then, Ragnar tells Enrique that his foundation is very good. However, that pretense of swinging the sword doesn't match what you're showing now. But Enrique, after analyzing your fighting foundation, I already know what you're missing. You need real experience to be able to develop. Then, we have that scene again of arrows crossing the battlefield and heading towards the army where Enrique is. Then Enrique, in front of an arrow, tells us that he has repeated this day exactly 200 times, which totals 200 days of training. Then Enrique, walking forward with more boldness, shows that he has no fear of death. And then, with his body much lighter and much more fluid, Enrique begins to grow his battle experience, as he had to forget everything he learned to form a new fighting foundation. And this foundation is of a future knight. And after Enrique dodges that arrow, he looks ahead, because to gain experience, he needs to go much further. So, Enrique wants to see how far he can go, because the techniques he learned from Ragnar are really very good. And then, that first soldier, who has already killed Enrique many times, tried once again to perform that basic tracheostomy. However, Enrique, much more agile than before, easily ducks, dodging that strike. But that soldier is not as lucky anymore, because Enrique's great sword goes deep into his throat. But Enrique isn't going to leave his sword stuck in the enemy's throat, right? Enrique pulls his sword with great force, decapitating that first enemy soldier with a lot of flair in that strike. Since Enrique has repeated this day more than 200 times, he has already memorized where all the enemies will appear behind the fog. Then, grabbing his throwing knife, he prepares to throw it into the middle of the fog. Because now, taking down some of these enemies is very easy for Enrique. Even though Enrique can't see them, he knows exactly where the enemies are. So, the next enemy soldier gets a precise throwing knife to the chest, and the other soldier nearby is left wondering who did it, trying to find where the enemy is. He's there, standing still, looking at all that fog. This fog also seems to affect, in some way, the vision of the Aspen soldier. And after everything goes silent, he talks to himself. Yeah, I guess it's just my imagination. There's no one there. But hey, who threw that throwing knife? Enrique emerges from below, cutting one of that soldier's legs. And now, I want to see him try to fight. Then, the soldiers nearby realize there's a fight going on. However, they don't know what it is, because their vision is also a bit impaired by all that fog. And they keep wondering, what's happening there? But of course, it's the fierce Enrique who is decimating numerous enemies. Then, an Aspen soldier shouts, "The ground, watch out." There's an enemy soldier coming from the ground. And that Aspen soldier, scared to death, points his crossbow at the ground, trying to find that damned enemy soldier. Then, Enrique remembers the instructions Ragnar gave him. Ragnar says, remember 3 things: eyes, feet, and hands. With your eyes, you will observe where the enemy is and what he is going to do. Then, anticipate that. Because with your feet, you will move towards your enemy, quickly and safely. And with your hands, you will finish him off, giving him no chance. And so, Enrique kills the crossbowman, not even giving him time to react, thrusting his sword completely into the enemy's chest. And our hero is ecstatic, having finished off yet another soldier from the enemy army with his hands. But he is laughing like crazy because he realizes that this feeling is very different. Enrique, as he pulls his sword from the chest of that crossbowman, realizes that now the sensation is completely different compared to when he had no idea of the principles. But Enrique is not satisfied. Wanting to know how far he can go, he advances through the mist to annihilate any enemy in his path. Then, Enrique, with the demeanor of a hunter, charges at several crossbowmen, mentally telling himself that he will finish them all off. Then, Enrique stops, looks, and sees a group of more than 10 crossbowmen, and one of the enemy soldiers speaks to Enrique. Well, interesting. You infiltrated very well up to this point, but do you think you're going to get out of here alive? You're surrounded now. Enrique, with his great sword in hand, stops and takes a deep breath because he knows he's surrounded by several enemies. But he wants to see how far he can go. And so he says, hey, you wretches, let's fight with our swords, become men. Those crossbowmen will leave their position. Then, Enrique challenges them again. I want to fight you like men. So, stop hiding behind those crossbows or you're cowards. The enemy soldier, upon hearing that challenge, exclaims to Enrique, hey, you bastard, what do you think you're doing? Do you really want to fight a sword fight with all of us? Okay, you convinced me. Just kidding. Henrik becomes a civ because he thought the enemy soldiers were stupid and gave up their desire to finish him off and fight him with a sword. It's that old story, war is war. And so, our Baron Henrik dies for the 201st time. So then, stop creaking the chair, stop creaking. And so, after that death, Henrik finally returns to that very strange dimensional space. And the person says, hey, foolish mortal, did you walk into your own grave? Is that really what you did? Running like a madman? Then, we can see Sharon talking to him. You must have gone insane. Lost your mind, didn't you? After so many deaths, you've finally gone mad. Then, the scene changes to Henrik starting a new day. He lies there thinking. Suddenly, he stops, sits up in bed. Wait, is that really what happened? Did that guy just appear out of nowhere again just to insult me? Is that it? Every time I see him, he insults me. Strange guy. It seems like the joy of his life is insulting others. Henrik, who was standing there thinking, staring ahead, didn't even realize he had been doing it for a long time. Then someone speaks to him. Hey, what are you doing? Are you daydreaming? You're standing there staring ahead, and it's been a few minutes already. Then Henrik finally snaps out of it, and realizes that Reiner is right in front of him. And he hadn't even noticed. Then he remembers the first time that fog appeared, when Reiner was right by his side, and Reiner said, what? Is this a spell? Who was the bastard that did this? And then, after reflecting on it, Henrik realized that Reiner knows about spells. Then Henrik starts thinking about that enemy formation. From a tactical standpoint, it is completely ineffective. However, there's something wrong with it. It seemed like all the enemy soldiers were guarding all those flags. So, Henrik wonders why they are doing that. And then he asks Reiner, hey Reiner, do you know anything about spells? And Reiner, turning to him, asks, huh, spell? Why that question out of nowhere? No, it's nothing, Reiner. I just wanted to know something about spells. That's why I asked. And Reiner says, okay, maybe. But if by chance, you know the basics, that there's a difference between magic and spells, Henrik says he knows. He says that magic is much more common than spells. That's all he knows. Reiner tells him, yeah, that's not wrong. But look, for a spell to work, a medium is necessary. And moreover, this medium is much more important than the sorcerer himself. Then Henrik starts to think about this, trying to understand why or who this medium would be. Then Reiner tells Henrik that it's impossible for a spell to exist without a medium. It's practically impossible. Henrik knows that this mysterious fog is a spell from the enemy soldiers. So maybe that flag is a medium for it. In other words, if the flag is broken, this mysterious fog should dissipate immediately. Then Henrik talks to Reiner again. Hey Reiner, does your tribe also use spells? Because Henrik knows that spells originate from the west, and Reiner is a warrior who came from that side. Then Reiner, with great joy, responds to Henrik. Yes, I've seen some spells, But did you know, Henrik, that there aren't many real sorcerers? Most of them are just witches. Then Henrik turns his back and starts to leave. Reiner says to him, "Huh, weren't we talking? Where are you going?" Henrik, with his back turned, looks back and says to Reiner, "Huh, what I do every day. I'm going to train." Then the scene shifts to the training area where Professor Ragnar is trying to teach Henrik. And Ragnar says, "Yeah, interesting, huh? Luckily, we have the same basic training, Henrik. I didn't even know that. Oh, do you know anything about the Oniaki sword technique?" Henrik says no. Then sit down because here comes the story. And Ragnar begins to say, 500 years ago, a prodigy was born who was one in a million. And this child, who was born on a sword farm, managed to kill all the bandits that attacked his farm. And he didn't do it with a sword. He did it using only a fire poker. That incident caused that child to lose his parents and become an orphan. And because of that, the child had to learn the art of the sword from an early age. And he, even though he was still very young, was adopted by a noble who had heard rumors that he was an incomparable genius. And the name of that prodigy boy became known as Leonis's Oniaki. However, what that boy had in blessings, he also had in curses, because when he was 10 years old, he began to lose strength in his legs. Then, upon turning 12, he became completely paralyzed, unable to move his legs anymore. And it was in this way that the prodigy was lost to history. But since he could no longer train, he decided to do something else. So, when Leonis turned 20, his body was almost completely paralyzed. But before he became totally paralyzed, he managed to compile all the sword techniques that exist. Moreover, he categorized all existing sword techniques into 5 categories, the first being the art of the precise and elaborate sword. The second, the art of the strong and heavy sword. The third, the art of the fluid and disorienting sword. The fourth, the art of the fast and erratic sword. And the fifth and final, the art of the gentle and deflecting sword. Then Henrik says, "Wow, how interesting. But one thing, Oniaki's sword technique. What kind of sword art is it?" After the appearance of Leonis's, the history of the sword changed completely in this world, as he rewrote that history. And with that, the Oniaki family became the greatest house of the empire. Moreover, the effects of the technique that Leonis has created can still be felt today, as his art became the foundation for all the sword techniques that exist in our world. And so, Ragnar tells Henrik about all the sword techniques he knows. And thus we have the art of the heavy sword, which comes from the north. Meanwhile, the art of the central sword, the art of the fluid sword, and the art of the fast sword, they come from the west. But the art of the disorienting sword, it comes from the south. Moreover, there also exists the art of the oriental kill sword. And among all these sword arts, the one I practice and developed is the art of the heavy sword from the north. Then Ragnar says to Henrik, "Isn't there that technique you learned from Reiner about the beast's awareness?" Henrik says, "No, it's not beast's awareness, it's beast's heart. Anyway, whatever that thing you learned. I'm going to teach you a technique that will be much more useful to you than the beast's heart. This technique is called focusing on a single point. And it works like this: you have to forget everything around you and concentrate only on your sword and your enemy. And that's how it is, got it?" Henrik says, "No, I didn't get it." So Ragnar says to him, "Okay, I'll show you how it works. Hey, stand still there." And with that, Ragnar gets into an attack position. Henrik widens his eyes and thinks, what is this guy going to do? Then, when he least expected it, Ragnar's sword is advancing at high speed towards him. And worse, it's coming so fast that he doesn't know if he'll have time to dodge. Then, with a small cut on the neck, Ragnar hits Henrik's neck squarely. Henrik says, "Huh, what was that?" Henrik thinks that this strike Ragnar just made was much faster than Ren's axe, and he's only not scared, because he's afraid of dying. But he felt it, because it almost took him out, as that strike, if it had been a little more to the left, would have killed him right there. Then, the crazy Ragnar says to him, "So, did you feel anything?" And he stands there waiting for a response. However, someone comes up from behind and says, "You degenerate bastard, what do you think you're doing? Are you crazy?" "Huh." Then Hen approaches and says, "Are you trying to kill our squad leader?" Because from what I saw, that's exactly what it looked like. But Ragnar barely pays attention to him and says, "Ha, people focus better when they're on the brink of death, you know? I was just trying to help him." And Enrique says to him, "Hey, crazy, you know he won't be able to learn anything if he's dead, right? Do you know how long it took him to learn the beast's heart?" And Ragnar says, "Of course, duh. You're a stupid barbarian. You don't even know how to teach. That's why it took so long." So Enrique watches these two arguing, but he knows that both of them are terrible at teaching. Then Hen says to Ragnar, "Hey, Blondie, do you want to taste my axe? I know you're from the far north, and because of that, I know your people are the most barbaric of all." But Ragnar very calmly says to him, "Well, the most barbaric of all are you guys from the south, because I know you came from the southern tribes." But then the narrator got confused. Did he come from the west or from the south? I don't understand, because earlier it was the west, now it's turned into the south. How strange. But Hen, holding his axe, says to Ragnar, "Alright, I'll write that on your tombstone. I died because I lost a fight to a barbarian from the south." And Enrique does what he always does, starts to position the situation and says, "Hey, you two, cut it out, okay? Hey, Rim, let's get going. Didn't you come all the way here because of the war summons?" Then, Ragnar looks at Enrique and says to him, Boss, remember to stay alert in the moments just before your death, because that's exactly when this ability activates. So, good luck. And for you to know that you have successfully activated the ability focus on a single point, everything around you will practically disappear and only you and your target will remain there at that moment. Then, we return to that battle, where the enemy army is in that very strange formation, with many soldiers protecting a tattered flag. Enrique knows that the heart of the beast is completely different from focus on a single point, because in the heart of the beast, you lose yourself in the face of death. But with focus on a single point, you become even more alert. And while he's thinking all this, he's there on the battlefield, waiting for that all-out battle to begin. So, our protagonist intends to gain more experience to recalibrate everything he has learned so far, because he knows that the medium for this spell is definitely that flag. So, Enrique has a goal, to gain experience and advance towards that flag. Because if he gets rid of that flag, surely this deadly carnage that his army has fallen into will naturally come to an end, and only then will the army be able to retaliate. Then, once again, that spell is activated, and a thick fog covers the entire battlefield, and once again, the soldiers are confused and terrified. But Enrique, seeing this, sets a new goal, beyond gaining experience, and his objective is to reach that flag and destroy it. Then Enrique, with great skill, starts running across the battlefield, killing many enemy soldiers, because he knows that Ren and Ragnar are always by his side. If he needs to, he will use the help of the two to break through to that flag. So, our protagonist kills the 10th enemy soldier, driving his sword into his chest without giving him a chance to retaliate. And as his sword got dirty with enemy blood, Enrique swings the sword high to remove that red liquid from it. But Enrique, you know, right? He's crazy. He doesn't care about dying anymore, because before asking for Ren and Ragnar's help, he's going to try to do it alone. He thinks this, with that crazy look on his face. So, Enrique keeps thinking that developing the skill, focus on a single point will be very useful, because on the battlefield, he died several times while he was desperate. For example, a very poorly done tracheostomy. Enrique also remembers that to survive that deadly assassin, he had to train his ears. And on his first day today, to survive on that battlefield, he needed to learn the heart of the beast, which was a very useful skill. However, focus on a single point is an even more refined skill. Then, Ragnar advances his sword at extremely high speed towards Enrique's body. And he, standing there, in front of death, tries to understand this essential skill for his development. And so Ragnar asks him, "So, did you get it now?" And with a blank expression, Ragnar tells him, "When you manage to understand this skill, you'll be able to feel the tip of the blade. Then, the tip of the sword will seem very slow to you." Something like that, got it? Enrique knows that Ragnar is a terrible teacher. He thinks, of course I understand. Isn't he just talking nonsense? He's just putting the sword in my face? Enrique knows that the heart of the beast is about daring and venturing in the face of certain death. So, in front of Ragnar, he keeps trying to understand what the essence of this skill is. Because Ragnar doesn't know how to teach it, but he has to understand. Then Ragnar tells him, "Hey Enrique, it's easy. You just have to feel everything around you disappear. Only the tip of your opponent's sword will remain. Got it?" Enrique doesn't say anything, but Ragnar continues. He says, "Look, with this skill, you can predict the path of the sword and know where the enemy will attack. Didn't you feel anything at all?" Enrique, who isn't feeling anything, asks him, "Hey Ragnar, how did you learn this, huh?" Because Enrique is starting to think that channeling the fear of death isn't the answer for him to acquire this skill, and that's why he asked Ragnar about it. So Ragnar says to him, Learned what? What are you talking about? On focusing on just one point. I've always been able to do that since I was a kid." And Enrique says, "What? Really? You've always known how to do that?" "I've known how to do it. It's really easy. There's even a name for the skill. You just have to focus on one point, nothing else. It's that simple." And Enrique, knowing he has the worst teacher in the world, doesn't ask anymore, because he knows he won't get anything useful from Ragnar. And so, we already know what to do. He will have to figure it out on his own. So, we return to the battlefield, because today will be a good experiment for Enrique's growth. Enrique is not impatient and is no longer afraid of dying. So, the brave one promises himself to keep practicing focusing on one point. However, taking down the enemy flag is still his priority. Moreover, Enrique sets a new goal to minimize the damage to his allies as much as possible while he penetrates the enemy forces. Immediately, that sorcerer casts his spell and covers the entire battlefield with thick fog. And the soldiers next to Enrique start wondering what that is, as they can't see anything. Then, someone shouts, "Attention! Everyone get down! It's an order, go." And so, everyone relaxes, not knowing who shouted, but they think, it must be the battalion commander. Then the person says, "Attention! Shields up front! Go!" And of course, the one saying this is the fierce Enrique, and Ragnar, next to him, is even surprised to see his boss make a decision without consulting the superiors and involving the entire front line. But he knows his boss is crazy, so the boss must know what he's doing.
Thousands and thousands of arrows cross the battlefield. The direction of those soldiers who are on the ground is shielded in front. Thus, that initial carnage was avoided thanks to Henry's command. But the madman continues at the front, clearing a path towards the enemy soldiers. Of course, our protagonist did this over 100 times. So, today what repeats already totals 300 days,
because Henry wants to train his skill and achieve his goals. And dying for him now is becoming pleasant. It hurts a little, but it's pleasant. Thus, Henry, seeing that first spearman, discards his shield and runs forward at high speed. But since everything there is covered by fog, Henry moves very quickly, because he knows exactly where all the enemies are positioned, even with his eyes closed. So, when that spearman sees, Henry is already behind him with his sword. Then, Dr. Henry tries to innovate in medicine and attempts a lateral tracheostomy, but it didn't work. The patient died. While performing that complete decapitation, Henry turns and already cuts down 2 more soldiers with an almost perfect diagonal slash of his sword. The enemy soldiers start cursing as Henry is killing them one after another, and one of them says, "What's happening? Are there many enemies attacking us?" And the other says, "No, it's just one guy." Then, the Aspen soldiers advance, very cautiously through the fog. But up ahead, Henry is wreaking havoc, killing, dismembering, and decapitating, as this battlefield has now turned into pure entertainment. Meanwhile, the soldiers in the back are all tense, realizing there's a guy up front who's killing many of their friends, as the cries for help and screams of suffering are getting closer and closer. Then, out of the mist, Henry emerges, covered in the blood of enemies, with his large sword in hand, also drenched in blood. He charges at the last 2, as 10 have already been left behind. Then, with a single strike, Henry kills the last 2 Aspen soldiers from that first defensive line. And the fierce one is in that state, not blinking for even a second, because he knows that blinking means losing. He is there to develop that skill. Then he looks ahead and realizes that his target is already close to him, because what he really wants is that flag. And the soldiers defending the flag know they have to hold their position. The commander of that combat group says, "Men, hold your positions. Let's finish off this bastard, because it's just one guy, this lunatic, won't get past here." And Enrique comes like a madman, foaming with rage and wanting to kill one more, because he has died more than 300 times. So the least he can do now is kill and massacre everything in his path. Then, in the midst of 6 soldiers, Enrique charges at that commander, delivering a very strong sword strike from top to bottom. And then Enrique, after delivering that incredibly powerful blow, slices the soldier's sword in half, showing that the strike was made with all his strength. And he, looking like a monster, annihilates the commander of that squadron with that single blow. And our brave Enrique, after that, takes the opportunity to cut down the flag, as he has just accomplished his main objective, to take down that flag. Enrique, fulfilled and focused, talks to himself, saying that finally the flag has been cut. But what's happening? The flag was cut and the fog isn't disappearing. What happened? Could it be that the medium wasn't the flag? And Henry stands there, in the middle of that dense fog, because he is sure that he will destroy that flag. So, the fog was supposed to have stopped. Enrique can't even think twice, as 5 new holes were opened in his body. And then, thinking he had accomplished the first of his goals, he lies there agonizing, with a horrible death, being pierced from all sides by several spears. And of course, right? The enemy still does that basic bullying with him and says, "Yeah, it seems like you learned a little about spells, huh? But you were mistaken, okay? He, sucker." And then he gives an order, "All of you, pull your spears out of his body on 1, 2, 3, and..." Then, those 5 spears that were piercing Enrique's body are withdrawn at the same time, causing his body to gush blood from all sides. But the enemy soldier, before Enrique dies, speaks to him, "Sucker, there's only one true flag, okay? The others are just imitations. Well, too bad you couldn't do it. So, die sad, knowing that you're useless." And only then does Enrique remember that there were several flags on that battlefield. But now that this kind enemy soldier gave him the hint, Enrique knows one thing, that he just needs to find the true flag and destroy it. Then, the next day, Ragna talks to Enrique. He says, "Squad, stop. If you keep running like that, you're going to die." Enrique doesn't even listen to Ragna. He runs ahead, like a mad dog. And Ragna asks Rain, "Hey, Rain, why is he going ahead alone like that? Did you teach him something stupid?" Enrique mentioned that there were 6 flags on that battlefield. He already destroyed the first one. So, he only has 5 more chances to hit the right flag. So, advancing through that fog, with hundreds of enemies ahead, Enrique is making his mental path. But then he remembers the arrows that would be launched, right after that fog appears. And then he says, "Attention everyone, get down, and use your shields." Then the soldiers in the back say, "Huh, did you hear something?" It seems someone said the shield had fallen to the ground. Another one said, "No, silly. It was, bury your shield in the ground." That's what the person said. And a third one says, "I'm not going to do that. I'm not crazy." Enrique looks back and realizes that the soldiers are all confused, while those thousands of deadly arrows are advancing directly towards them. And so, the brave Enrique already knows what to do. He puts his shield in front and runs again, towards his enemies. But the soldiers beside Enrique weren't as lucky. Some got a hole in their forehead, others a hole in their heart, and the luckiest got several holes, just like this one here in front, see? And Enrique, up front, looking back, realizes that the soldiers on his side of the war didn't hear the orders he gave. So he starts questioning if it was the timing when he said it, because this time he ran ahead and tried to give an order backwards, whereas all the other times he stood beside the soldiers and gave the order from there. But since this time he was very fast, Enrique thinks he spoke the timing between the 2 orders, and that's why the soldiers couldn't understand. Enrique informs us that he managed to finish off the second flag after 3 today. However, this one was also a copy. Our Enrique has now become 2 because a soldier gave him a wonderful math lesson and then went bowling. So Enrique knows that now there are only 4 left, and after 5 more todays, Enrique manages to take down the 3rd flag. However, he turned into an inverted porcupine. Everyone buried the spear in him, and he didn't have much time to see almost anything after taking down that flag. But he knows that this one is also fake. So, Enrique sets out to take down the 4th flag. And this one was a little harder, because it took him 7 days to get there. And like the other times, Enrique died, in a very ugly way, because from the moment Enrique takes down the flag, the enemies come at him with great ferocity. So, Enrique, looking ahead, knows that there are only 2 options left. He keeps wondering, which one is real? And now, subscriber, pause the video and comment which one you think it is, the one in front or the one behind. And Enrique has the same doubt, but he already knows what to do, get past the enemies and reach the flag's estate. That's what he's going to do. So, the next day, that sorcerer activates the mist spell again. And the battlefield is immediately covered by that sorcery. Enrique looks at the flag's estate before it disappears into the mist, because now, he has a 50% chance of success. However, Enrique keeps thinking, yeah, I think it's further away, but since I'm going to pass by the flag's estate anyway, I have to try. And near the last flag is the sorcerer, who quite modestly begins his mist sorcery. And after that, while the soldiers next to Enrique are very confused, Enrique crouches down and gives an order, attention, men, on the ground, now. And then, those confused men start to crouch down. After that, Enrique gives another order, attention everyone, shields forward, in position, and defend yourselves from enemy attacks. And they immediately obey Enrique's order, getting into a defensive position with their shields forward, leaving only a tiny part of their bodies exposed. And that swarm of arrows crosses the battlefield with its deadly whistling. However, this time, all the soldiers are very prepared, as Enrique warned them and positioned them to avoid a massacre. After that, Enrique moves forward and, looking to the side, he hears Rain say, damn sorcerer. Then, Enrique says to Rain, Rain, come behind me. And so, as Enrique starts running, Rain follows at full speed behind him, saying, hey boss, are you crazy? Stop running. The enemies are going to end up killing you. Enrique knows that the flag is positioned very far away, and he will need help to get there, because Enrique, moving from the 1st to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th flag, got quite tired. So, with Rain by his side, Enrique intends not to get too tired and to arrive there ready for the fight. And so, that first lancer has 2 targets in front of him. Then he says, you bastards, I'm going to finish you off. But Enrique dodges his spear and goes straight past him. Meanwhile, Rain delivers a precise axe blow to the middle of his forehead, killing him instantly. But Rain doesn't want to lose his axe, right? He pulls out his axe, covered in the red liquid that came from the body of the ASP soldier, and starts growling, saying, sorcerer, son of a good mother, I want to know who conjured this. I'm going to find that cursed sorcerer. As Rain throws the body of that enemy soldier back, he says to the 2 in front of him, hey, are you just going to stand there? Because I just killed your little buddy. Oh, I want to know where the sorcerer is, and whoever tells me will die quickly, but whoever doesn't will be chopped by my axe. So which one of you 2 is going to talk? While no one speaks, Enrique moves forward, but back there, the axe is swinging freely. One has already lost his head, and another has just lost his arm. And Enrique, up to this point, has repeated today 365 times, which is equivalent to a year. But he is focused, he doesn't give up. And so, advancing to the 5th flag, Enrique arrives well rested. He knows that now will be the end of this spell. Then, he charges forward with his sword at full speed to cut the flagpole, because ending this mist is priority number 1. But suddenly, someone deflects his sword and says, ha, am I dreaming? It must be a dream. I can't believe it. And so, Mitch, who is the commander of one of the platoons of the Grey Dog Company, appears once again in front of Enrique. This time, he's going to get revenge on the guy who humiliated him, set the flag on fire, and fled the camp. And while Enrique, without blinking, stays alert because this enemy soldier appeared out of nowhere, Mitch says to him, yeah, it was definitely God. He heard my prayers. Then Mitch, quite angry, says to Enrique, I really wanted to kill you with my own hands and God heard me. Then, Mitch, with an angry look, tells Enrique that after defeating him in a sword fight, he will strangle him with his own hands. But Enrique steps aside and looks at him. He thinks, strange thing, really strange. This warrior appeared out of nowhere and started talking to me. Strange thing. Then, Enrique says to him, hey, I don't know you. Who are you? I've never seen you. Why are you talking to me like that? We're not even close. And Mitch, from the Grey Dog unit, stands there thinking, huh, what do you mean? He doesn't remember me. Was I that insignificant to him? And then, Mitch is left completely hanging, thinking he must have messed up something in the life of the brave Enrique. Then, Mitch frowns even more and says to Enrique, you're kidding me, right? You forgot about me. It's only been a few days and you've already forgotten me. For Mitch, only a few days had passed, but for Enrique, it had been over a year. And a very tense year, with war every day, with thousands of soldiers' faces appearing in front of him every day. Of course he forgot about Mitch. And Enrique keeps wondering, who is this crazy guy? I've never seen him in my life. Is he flirting with me? And since Mitch didn't say his name, Enrique asks again and says, so, who are you? I'm serious. I'm not joking. I don't remember you. Mitch gets into a fighting stance and says to Enrique, come on, I know how to make you remember me. Then, sprinting quickly towards Enrique, Mitch says that when he cuts him, he'll definitely remember. And the brave Enrique prepares to face that ancient wall. Mitch's parts fly swiftly towards Enrique, and he, with wide eyes, feels that something is different. Then Enrique moves his body and dodges the deadly attack Mitch launched at him. Spinning his foot and positioning it for the counterattack, Enrique plants his feet even more firmly on the ground. Jumping from the second step to the third, Enrique advances on Mitch with his basic dry thrust, trying to make a precise stab at Mitch's throat, but Mitch is very clever. He jumps back and dodges, then, falling into his fighting stance, Mitch thinks, what happened? Wasn't this guy bad at combat? What was that just now? And as he looks at Enrique, he realizes that in front of him is a completely different guy from the one he met a few days ago, because this warrior now can't even be compared to that noob he encountered on the battlefield. Enrique, without blinking, earns Mitch's admiration, because this guy has definitely improved beyond comparison. And what makes Mitch even angrier is the fact that Enrique tried to reach him with just one step, and if he hadn't dodged, Enrique would have definitely reached his throat. But Enrique hasn't stopped yet. He takes a second step and advances decisively towards Mitch, because our protagonist has no fear of death. Then Enrique delivers a precise downward sword strike, trying with his strong blow to break Mitch's sword. But Mitch uses his sword technique, causing our protagonist's sword to deflect to the side. Enrique, after studying a lot with Ragna, realizes that Mitch is using the basics of fencing against him, as he is employing the technique of the straight sword and more. In the midst of that fight, Enrique also notices that the warrior in front of him is quite skilled in sword technique, as he is mixing the previous technique with the art of fluid swordplay, which is the one that deflects the enemy's attack. So Mitch, who is not used to being pressured, advances with this sword technique against Enrique, because he knows he is much more skilled than our hero. But Enrique doesn't want to be pressured, so he breaks away from that sword engagement and prepares once again to attack the skillful Mitch. However, while Mitch is attacking him, Enrique keeps thinking that he needs to focus all his senses forward on the tip of the enemy's sword, because he knows if he gets distracted for even a moment, he will surely die. And then, without blinking for even a second, Enrique, with his light body, dodges to the side and lets Mitch's sword pass by, hitting nothing. But Enrique stops seeing who is beside him. He intends to focus on cultivating this ability to only see the enemy in front of him. So, seeing the flag in the distance, Enrique thinks to himself that he has to forget this objective of destroying the flag first, because in front of him there is a wall, and to overcome this wall, he has to focus completely on Mitch and the sword techniques he is using. So, focused on a single point, Enrique uses this ability again, in order to get closer to Mitch and have some chance in that battle. Then, Enrique realizes it's true, because everything around him has disappeared. And after dying over and over again trying to perfect this technique, he realizes that at this moment, only he and his enemy exist here on the battlefield. Furthermore, Enrique manages to enhance his focus even more, leaving only the enemy's sword and his own sword. Mitch, very angry, tries to end this fight because he knows that Enrique is very weak. Then, when the two swords meet again, Mitch focused on one side, Enrique focused on the other, and the two in this deadly dance try to kill each other. But you know, right? The artist forgot to draw an eye on Enrique. Wait a minute, let me try to draw an eye here. If he had done that, Enrique would still have his eye open, but he's only got one eye, so he blinked. Blink, you lose. And so, the fierce Enrique is pierced by Mitch's great sword, and we have the festival of grey juice, because everything is grey in this image, as both are extremely focused. Now, the artist remembered to draw Enrique's eye, but it's too late. Now, right? He has a gigantic sword piercing through his chest. Enrique knows he's going to die, but he's no longer afraid of death. So Mitch, seeing our protagonist in agony, looks down at him, showing that this useless guy only knew how to bark, and didn't even fight very well. But Enrique isn't dead yet, and he speaks to him, I remember you. And furthermore, I won't forget your face. Then Enrique looks Mitch in the face and says to him, you're that idiot. Who was guarding that mast, right? I set fire to that mast and your entire camp. Then, Mitch introduces himself and says to him, I am Mitch Hooger. I am the commander of the Grey Dog Squad platoon, and we are from the Principality of Aspen. And Enrique, with a giant sword on his chest, says to him, and I am the commander of the squad, from the kingdom of Nalilia. Then you say, Kingdom of where? Nalilia. Nalilia. Kingdom of Nalilia. Got it? And so, Enrique says, his name is Encrid, but the narrator, being very cheeky, changed my name to Enrique, because Enrique, the narrator's nephew, is also very tough. After that fight, the enemy soldiers arrive and ask, boss, is this the guy who's the enemy? And Mitch says, yes, this is the guy, who's a specialist in hiding, and he was the one who invaded our camp last time. But the other one says, hey boss, this guy looks like a noob. He seems harmless. Was it really him? Mitch looks right into Enrique's face and is shocked by what he sees. And he says, "Huh, what happened to you, you bastard?" Enrique, with a giant sword piercing through his chest, starts to show a smile. Mitch asks him, "Huh, why are you smiling? You are practically dead. Nothing will save you." Enrique, too weak to speak, looks at him and starts to think that Ragnar will pay for this. That crazy bastard told me wrong. It wasn't the concentration that comes from fear that activates the ability to focus on a single point. Then Enrique, still looking at Mitch, is sure of one thing. What activates this ability is a very good rival, and now Enrique has found one. So, let's drain, right? Because we found a sparring partner to train this sword technique, since he knows that killing Mitch will be quite difficult, as Mitch is an opponent who risks everything to kill the enemy. And it's this type of enemy we need now to train his new sword technique. And so, the brave Enrique, full of courage, gives the final twist. And Mitch looks at him and says, "Huh, still alive?" The soldier says, "Boss, do you know him?" He says, No, I don't know him. A madman who knew nothing about fencing." Then, gently, he draws the sword, at high speed, tearing Enrique's chest even more. Since he's a little friend, let's give him a little caress with the sword. Then, on a new day, Ragnar talks to him, "Hey Enrique, when you're at a single point, it's similar to the feeling of nervousness you get before dying. Got it?" Enrique says, "Yeah, I got it," but Enrique knows that's not it at all. So Ragnar keeps thinking, how strange. The boss said he understood, but I think he's ignoring me. Could it be that he's already giving up on learning the technique of focusing on a single point? Then, when arrives at that place and talks to them, "Hey, we were called. Okay, and let's group up for another battle against the Aspen army." Then, Enrique looks back and says, "Ragnar, let's go. I want you with me." And Professor Ragnar Enmo realizes that no, Enrique was actually not giving up. On the contrary, he was very excited to learn how to focus on a single point. And so, Enrique, with his trained back, heads to the battlefield to meet Mitch, his sparring partner. But Ragnar, seeing Enrique moving away, thinks, yeah, the boss is a really strange guy, but should I have been a bit tougher on him today? Because it seems like our training today didn't add anything for him. Then, on that battlefield, once again the mist sorcery is activated. The soldiers, as always, are all confused because this mist left them practically blind, unable to see, even a hand's breadth in front of them. But then, someone says, "Everyone to the ground. Attention, shields up front." And after that order comes from Enrique, the entire army is on the ground, with shields up front, in a completely defensive position. Once again, thousands and thousands of arrows cross the battlefield in anticipation of a massacre. But, since the soldiers were already in position, this rain of arrows fired by Aspen's soldiers was completely ineffective. Enrique moves forward, while Rin is cursing that damn sorcerer who conjured this mist out of nowhere. And so, Enrique runs up front and talks to Rin. "Rin, come after me." As Enrique runs ahead, Rin calls out to him, "Hey crazy, stop there. Don't run like that." But this time, Rin and Enrique are not alone, because Ragnar also started running with them. But Rin still has time to tease Ragnar and says to him, "Hey, what's up Blondie? Coming with us? Did you get an arrow to the head, or what?" But Ragnar, very annoyed, says to Rin, "Hey you idiot, if you don't want an arrow stuck in your head, look ahead, okay?" So, they look ahead. Enrique has already passed through 4 soldiers, and if they aren't quick, they won't even be able to catch up with their leader. Rin, with a double axe strike, beheads one soldier and mortally wounds another. Meanwhile, Ragnar, with a single sword movement, kills the other 2 soldiers. And he does this without blinking once. Enrique plans to keep running ahead, while Ragnar and Rin kill all the enemy soldiers along the way. By doing this, he will arrive whole and rested for the fight against Mitch. And there they are, Enrique and Mitch, facing each other. Mitch wanting to kill Enrique, and Enrique wanting to use Mitch to train his sword technique. But Enrique doesn't arrive like last time. He draws his sword and says, "Good to see you, friend. Have you been well? I'm here to fight you." And Mitch says, "What? You came to meet me? Did you hit your head or something?" Enrique says, "Huh, what's the problem? Is it the first time someone confesses to you? When I saw you, it was love at first sight. Until I pierce you with my sword, I won't be at peace." And so, a sword romance begins in that place, for one wants to kill, and the other wants to slice. Then, Mitch tells Enrique that he is surprised because he is from the Grey Dog Squad, who are known as the Persistent Lovers. And no one comes after them. It's the opposite, they are the ones who hunt people. And so, he says to Enrique, "So you're telling me that you're hunting me?" Enrique, the bold one, says to him, "Huh, are you upset? Stop talking and let's fight." Then, after that, Mitch sprints towards Enrique, but Enrique doesn't stand still and also charges at him, because nothing is better than a conversation with swords. Enrique keeps trying to reach that feeling again, to focus on a single point. But he doesn't have much luck, right? He tried to concentrate, and die. The second time he died, Mitch had that disgusting blood on his sword and says to Enrique, "Wow, you were so weak. You came to hunt me and died so quickly like that? I thought you were something else. Then, I don't know what you thought was going to happen. Did you come at me just for me to die? Is that it? Are you kidding me, old dog?" Enrique realizes that his approach in the fight was wrong, that activating focus on one point still can't be done intentionally. It's the circumstances that make it happen. So, the next day, Enrique and Mitch return to that clash because Enrique knows that if he engages in this fight with all his soul, he will be able to activate focus on one point. But again, Mitch proves to be far superior to Enrique and for the third time, cuts our protagonist with his extremely sharp fencing. But Enrique doesn't care because he will repeat until he can't anymore. So, Enrique knows he needs to find a way to learn how to activate focus on one point because Ragna has been doing it since childhood and involuntarily. So, Enrique, the next day, tries to reach that feeling, to understand how to activate focus on one point. And his favorite sparring partner, Mitch, is doing an excellent job, pushing our protagonist to the limit of his abilities. Then, Enrique informs us that this is the 80th time, okay? That he has been facing Mitch, but after so much repetition, Enrique informs that he can now activate focus on one point whenever he wants. Then, Enrique explains how he learned this technique as it was on the 20th time he was facing Mitch that he managed to activate focus on one point for the second time. So, after dying 20 times to Mitch, Enrique managed to learn how to intentionally enter the state of concentration, but it only reached perfection on the 48th time he died, that is, on the 48th time. So, after dying hundreds of times on that battlefield, and one day, after the 48th time he died to Mitch, Ragna notices that Enrique already knows something about fencing and says to him, "Hey Enrique, I'm going to teach you the tricks, okay? Look." And then, he charges at Enrique with his swift sword, because the first time, he cut Enrique's neck, trying to activate the focus on one point. But Enrique, who had already died to Mitch 48 times, and could now activate this technique intentionally, sees it coming towards him almost in slow motion, because now Enrique is much stronger than before. So, that sword, which was very fast before, now advances towards him a little slower. Then, Enrique deflects that blow, showing that Ragna is fast, but he is also very fast and can see the tip of his sword and its trajectory. And Ragna stands there with a pouty face looking at him and says, "Huh? What? How did you do that? Hey, Henry, hold on. Did you deflect my attack using focus on one point? Was that it? I didn't even teach you. So, how did you do that?" Enrique thought that it was pure concentration, and that now, after dying several times to Mitch, Enrique knows perfectly how to control, entering this state of complete concentration. Moreover, now his body and his sword also enter this state. Enrique thought that he can do this almost involuntarily, and so he turns his back to Ragna and starts walking away. And Ragna says to him, "Hey, boss, where are you going? Huh?" But Enrique, after dying many, many times to Mitch and improving his fencing, knows that the same Enrique who started this today cannot compare to the warrior he is now, because the focus on one point is a truly amazing technique. Then, Enrique, with a protagonist's demeanor, responds to Ragna, "I'm going to meet with Commander Planton." And Ragna says to him, "Huh? Why meet with him?" The bold Enrique thinks it's time to overcome this today, because now he can already defeat that wall and has learned the technique he wanted so much. So, the bold Enrique arrives in front of Commander Planton. "I thought it was a man, but it's an elf. So, introducing to you, here is Commander Planton, the delightful elf." And the elf looks at Enrique and says to him, "What? You wanted to see me? What is it?" Enrique says, "Spells. I remembered that when I was doing reconnaissance, I saw spells." And this makes the elf pay attention to Enrique. And she looks forward in his direction and says to him, "Okay, you have my attention. Go ahead, speak." Enrique says to her, "Boss, the Aspen soldiers were calling. A very strange man, a sorcerer, and he seemed to have a very high status within that army." Commander Planton, looking at Enrique, says to him, "Okay, describe the situation. Go on, elaborate." So, Enrique told his commander everything she needed to win that battle. And then, on the battlefield, the fog spell is activated once again. However, it's the first time all the soldiers have seen it, and they, as always, become very nervous because they can't see anything. And once again, Enrique shouts, "To the ground. All of you, activate shields." And that deadly barrage of arrows is defended by hundreds of shields at the front of the army. And once again, Enrique runs ahead, leaving all the heavy work of killing the enemies to Rain and Ragna. So, Enrique, who has already given all the hints, knows that if I understand these wars, if all his commanders are competent, this battle is already won, because he mentioned through pronunciations what tactics the enemy would use. Then, Enrique heads to the fifth banner, because I remember very well, he didn't break the fifth banner, as now, he knows what he needs to do. So, looking at the banner, and Mitch, Enrique has a very firm goal to overcome this enemy with a sly face and finish the day. But Mitch says to him, You are here? But Henry, the know-it-all Enrique says to him, "Mitch Rubino, right?" And Mitch is startled and says, "Huh? You know my name?" But Enrique doesn't want to waste time on that silly introduction, as he's heard his name more than 100 times. So, Enrique grips his sword tightly and says to Mitch, "I've wanted to fight you since the beginning of this battle, because today, I'm going to defeat you." And after saying that, Enrique sprints towards Mitch, because now, after learning everything he needed to learn, this wall must be overcome. So, it's no longer Mitch who is attacking. Now it's Enrique who takes the first step and delivers a very strong blow to Mitch. However, Mitch dodges the deadly sword strike. Then he advances towards Enrique, trying to take advantage of the opening from that strike. But Enrique, very skillful, defends against that counterattack, because this fight against Mitch, he has done it many, many times. So, using his sword as a shield, Enrique deflects that very strong blow delivered by Mitch. But Mitch doesn't give up and keeps thinking, this bastard, how is he so strong? Enrique appears like a wild beast who doesn't stop attacking and advances with a deadly strike towards Mitch. But Mitch, using the fluid sword technique, parries that blow from Enrique. But this time, he makes a grimace as he narrowly escaped death. Then, the two warriors, after that deflection, prepare another very strong attack. Mitch and Enrique continue in that deadly dance of swords, as it is the purest concentration of battle. And so, Mitch speaks to Enrique, hey, you bastard, were you hiding your skills? Because the first time we fought, you weren't that good. And Enrique replies to him, yeah, I was. Why? Got a problem with that? Then, Mitch tries to hit on Enrique again and asks him, hey, what's your name? Enrique says, my name is Enrique. Why? I don't like men. Then, Enrique breaks the sword lock and prepares to strike Mitch again. Then, Mitch says to Enrique, no, I just asked your name. It wasn't because I was hitting on you, no. It's because I want to remember the name of the person I'm going to kill now. Enrique, very angry, says to him, oh, you little goat. You won't need to remember my name, because where you're going, remembering my name will be the least of your worries, as you're going to hell. Then, the hacker's eyes gleam, as now everything moves in slow motion, because Enrique sees Mitch's sword moving towards him in a very familiar trajectory, since with focus on one point, Enrique can observe, with great precision, even the change in Mitch's attack base, because if he shifted his center of balance to the other leg, it's because he's going to do that. So, Enrique knows that Mitch is going to try to cut him with a diagonal strike. Then, as Mitch's sword barely grazes Enrique's body, Enrique, without any fear, knows that this sword technique he learned in all the todays of this battle, along with the experience he gained from repeating a battle against Mitch more than 80 times, has made him a very proficient battle warrior. And all of this culminated in Enrique being able to see Mitch's movements as if they were in slow motion. So, Mitch changed his combat stance once again, because he knows that the warrior in front of him has a very good combat technique. And Enrique, using this hack, knows perfectly where Mitch's sword strike will land. Then, Enrique shaves Mitch, and Mitch shaves Enrique, because both tried to make a quick thrust. But one moved his head to one side and the other moved his head to the other, and thus they almost killed each other. But Enrique changes the direction of his sword and advances towards Mitch's neck. And then Mitch widens his eyes, because if he slips up, he will die right here. Then, Mitch ducks, while Enrique swings his sword over Mitch's head in a devastating manner. Then, Mitch starts thinking, what kind of madness is this? I thought I would defeat this guy in a few moves, but I'm being pressured. Worse, I almost died. I haven't been finding it difficult against this bastard. Then, Mitch grits his teeth in anger because he can't accept losing a sword fight to a noob who knows nothing. So, not wanting to accept that situation, Mitch once again charges at Enrique because Mitch knows that his precise and fluid sword technique is made for two things, parrying the enemy's attack and then striking with a perfect counterattack. And it's with this technique that Mitch defeats all his enemies, and it won't be any different with this noob here in front of me. But Enrique, holding a two-handed sword with just one hand, knows perfectly well how Mitch will attack him because he just changed his footing again. Then, Mitch advances forward with his sword in a deadly strike, and Enrique, watching that strike that starts near the ground, knows that Mitch is going to make that attack that cuts everything from bottom to top, trying to slice him, from the groin to the head. But Enrique doesn't want to be split in half, because he knows that this spinning strike is one of the most powerful attacks Mitch has ever unleashed on him to this day. But Enrique, seeing everything in slow motion, has an idea of how to counter this type of attack, because now he can see. Seeing that he already died, of course, because Enrique, remember that he died from this technique? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 35 times, Enrique died from this technique. And this scene of this death isn't from now, because now, Enrique is remembering this and won't die from this technique again, since before he couldn't even see where this technique started, but now he can perceive a strike coming slowly towards him, as Mitch is trying to strike him with his fast sword coming from below upwards. But our brave Enrique knows everything that is going to happen, and so, the one who has already died 37 times from this strike won't die this time. Our Enrique is no longer afraid of dying. For him, death is like dancing and dancing with a beautiful woman. It's not a comparison with Mitch, okay? Just with Bess. So, Enrique deflects that deadly blow with which Mitch wanted to kill him once again. Then, Mitch widens his eyes and thinks, did this noob manage to stop my attack? How did he do that? But this happens at high speed. So, sit down because here comes the story. Mitch's family, the Rugals, they are one of the three main houses of the Kingdom of Aspen, and this family is full of skilled warriors, as the House of Rugals represents the brute strength of the Kingdom of Aspen, because they recruit all the people who have great talent with the sword to become part of their family. So, we can see young Mitch, who is also recruited, with the purpose of becoming a member of the Rugals family, because you don't need to be a natural-born Rugal to become a Rugal. You just need to be very skilled with the sword. So, after being adopted, the Rugel's family name became part of Mitch's life, and Mitch grew up in that family, showing that he had great skill with the sword. The first major trial he faced, Mitch was only 15 years old and killed 2 adult enemies who were coming at him. So, Mitch's path to ascension was a very bloody one, where he defeated countless swordsmen, as Mitch, when he was 18, defeated the sword champion of his city. Then, Mitch states that he has never lost to anyone, as his sword technique is perfect. And this made him grow significantly within the Rugel's family. Mitch was strong, and he became the champion of his city at 22 years old. And in the Grey Dog Company, Mitch is one of the 3 strongest, as his sword skill is truly very good. He knows that there are few people who match him in terms of sword talent. Mitch is a sword genius. He finds it strange that people without talent train all day long until their legs are tired. He was watching 2 talentless soldiers who train and don't improve at all. Moreover, those guys who trained until their hands bled were nothing compared to him, because he has always been a sword genius. Mitch always thought that these talents are the real pitiful ones, because they train, and then lose to him. Mitch always defeated all his enemies with just a few attacks, because his fencing, precise and fluid, was always quick to kill, and he never had any difficulty in defeating his opponents. Mitch was satisfied with his level of fencing and very confident in his ability, but he regrets it, because he never trained hard or put all his effort into it. Then we return to the present, where Mitch has just been parried from that deadly strike. He wanted to deliver to Enrique the castrating upward slash. So, Enrique waits for Mitch, and thus, the scene from the beginning of that clash is reversed. Now it's Enrique who thrusts his sword into Mitch. And Mitch, being pierced by Enrique, widens his eyes because he has never lost in a direct confrontation, but Enrique doesn't care, and he pushes his sword further into Mitch, and the tough Mitch felt that, because a lot of red liquid started gushing from that new hole. Then, Enrique, with his 2 painted eyes, is in pure concentration. He pulls his sword out of Mitch's shoulder, because now, it's time for the jaguar to drink water. Mitch, with a severe shoulder injury, can't even hold his sword properly, because Enrique's blow left him quite weakened. Then, coughing and spitting a lot of blood, Mitch widens his eyes. How did this happen? How did he lose to a noob like this? Enrique, victorious, proceeds towards the defeated Mitch to give him a bit of mercy. Mitch keeps thinking that he underestimated this bastard, because Mitch was 100% sure he was going to hit Enrique with that upward slash. Then, Mitch says to Enrique, "Hey, you lousy one, you still took a sword. I am much better than you, both in strength and technique." Enrique says to him, "Yeah, you're right, you really are good, but look, the one who's bleeding and dying here isn't me, okay? I beat you, you fool." And Mitch, a bit upset, still with the red liquid dripping from his mouth, keeps thinking, "Yeah, besides losing, I'm still getting bullied. What a bummer, huh?" Then, Enrique starts to approach Mitch slowly and says, "Mitch, I have a little present for you. I'm going to show you a yellow thing, which I learned from a soldier from Aspen. I'm going to show you a bit of mercy." Then, Enrique looks at Mitch and says to him, "Hey, it was really fun fighting with you. You thought you were all that, and lost. You're the weak one. You could even be stronger than me, but you lost. And worse, you lost to someone inferior to you. So, who's the bad one here? Me or you?" As Enrique's sword swiftly advances for the complete decapitation of Mitch, still giving Mitch time to think that it was all his mistake, because if he had tried a little harder, he wouldn't be in this situation. But then, someone shouts, "Protect Mitch. Go, run." Enrique, who was in the middle of his mercy, realizes that many soldiers have already approached him. Another very strong warrior steps in front of Mitch, blocking the deadly blow that Enrique was delivering to Mitch's neck. Then, help arrived. The medic soldier arrives and begins to treat the severe wound Mitch suffered. And so he says, "Leader Phantom, are you okay?" In other words, Phantom doesn't seem to be the elf's last name, it's a type of position. So, we still don't know the elf's name. Mitch, after being asked if he's okay, coughs up a lot of red liquid, showing that he's not okay at all. And then, Scarface says to the medic soldier, "Hey, take Mitch and get him to a safe place." Then, the medic soldier carries Mitch far away from there. And so, Cut-Nose Soldier talks to Enrique, "I never imagined that just one man would cause such a mess. Yeah, I'm going to give you my full attention, but look, you won't have a peaceful death. I'm going to cut you into little pieces." Then, Scarface charges at the fierce Enrique, because if Mitch was strong, he is even stronger. Then, Enrique looks around and thinks, "Yeah, I can't forget. After killing Mitch, this guy, and all these others will show up." And so, it's shown that Scarface is accompanied by the 4 fools, because Enrique, after all that fighting, realizes he's surrounded by many enemies, as behind him there are 3 more fools who have already approached him, and Enrique practically knows he can't do anything else. Then, Enrique looks ahead and sees that flag waving. So, Enrique knows he has to do the same as last time, break that flag, to be able to escape from there. And so, another wall, much stronger, stands in front of our hero. Then, Enrique, who had already overcome the Mitch wall, realizes how the other, much stronger wall, has just appeared in front of him. But Scarface is the one who brings a gun to a knife fight, and so he says, "Hey, fools, What are you doing there? Shoot him already. Pierce him all over. And so, following Scarface's orders, many darts are fired at Enrique, and by focusing on a single point, he notices all those darts coming towards him, in a deadly trajectory. Enrique won't die like the last times, and so, he charges at that wall. But, if you remember, many darts were coming at him, and the brave Enrique, by focusing on a single activated point, manages to dodge many of them. However, he can't dodge all of them, as that's practically impossible for him. So, Enrique dodges many darts that were going to hit his vital points, but many others hit our hero as he charges at that wall, because he knows he needs to keep moving forward. Then, Scarface gets very angry and says, "What? You're coming at me? Even after taking several darts in your body? You must be crazy." And Scarface tries to hit the fierce Enrique with a deadly blow, but Enrique, who was the sword full of holes, isn't. He parries Scarface's sword, because this clash promises to be much fiercer than the previous one. Only then does Enrique realize that Scarface has much more attack power than Mito's, because his sword just cracked from the first sword strike he received. And Enrique is amazed and thinks, "What? He just struck once, and already cracked my sword. This guy definitely uses an extremely heavy sword technique." Then, Scarface's sword goes one way, and Enrique's sword goes the other, but Enrique is injured by several darts and knows that to win this battle against this guy with the heavy sword fencing, he will have to die many, many times. However, Enrique knows that this video is getting very long and he has to finish this battle quickly, which has already been going on for almost an hour. So, Enrique's goal from now on is to destroy that flag and end that spell. Then, Enrique takes his throwing knife and throws it in the direction of that flag, but Enrique isn't very good at aiming, because besides being injured, his throw was impaired, and so, he misses the flag. And only now does the fool realize this, as he aimed directly at the flag. His throw went past the flag, but Scar on the nose noticed what he did and said, "You bastard. I won't let you do that," and delivers a very heavy sword strike on top of Enrique's head. However, Enrique, very angry, ducks, dodging that attack and pulls out another throwing knife. But this time Enrique doesn't intend to aim at the flag. He's going to aim somewhere else, and so, he releases a swift knife towards his target, because he knows that if he only hits the flag, nothing will happen. So, let's aim at the flagpole, to try to cut the knot. Then Enrique, very proficient in knife throwing, manages with a single protagonist strike to separate that flag from the pole, as he used all the script's power to make that miraculous attack. Then, he looks around and notices that the mist started to become a little different, but meanwhile, that fight in the middle of the mist doesn't stop for a second and you can only hear screams and people being torn apart. The very angry elf commander kills another enemy with great ease, but she is very upset because she informed her commander that the enemy was going to cast a spell and she had requested resources to counter that spell. But they completely ignored her and said they weren't going to do anything. So the elf moves forward, killing several Aspen soldiers, but she knows her kingdom is rotten, because they sent the potato commander to lead the front line. That guy knows nothing about war, and as she looks around, she thinks that if things continue like this, the soldiers of the kingdom of Annalilia will be completely wiped out. Only then does the elf realize something, because everything around her is changing, and that's not normal. And then the Aspen soldier looks around and says, "Huh. Did the fog disappear? What happened?" The advantage they had just vanished, as the fog over the entire battlefield begins to disappear in an instant. Then an enemy soldier says, "Huh, what happened to Bandera?" But you know, right? He blinked, and the elf drove the sword through his heart from back to front. I think he felt pain, huh? So she, thinking that the enemies were caught completely by surprise, since they thought that fog would last until the end of the battle, knows that now is the precise moment. And she says, "Hey, all of you, let's counterattack now. Let's massacre the enemies." Because she knows the enemies weren't expecting this, and if they counterattack fiercely, the enemies will fall as one. Then, the counterattack of the kingdom of Annalilia advances fiercely against the enemy soldiers, as many died, without being able to defend themselves from the enemies. But now that they see the enemies, they want to drink their blood. And so, they advance shouting with all ferocity against the soldiers of Aspen, and the elf, leading that attack, realizes that after the fog disappeared, the battle became favorable for the army of Annalilia. And so she starts thinking, who destroyed the spell? Then, she looks to one side, looks to the other, and starts thinking, could it have been that guy? It must not have been him. Then she looks at Enrique, looking like a porcupine, full of darts in his body and bleeding a lot, and his sword is just a stump. But the tough guy shows he's tough, because even injured and hurt, he gave his all to destroy that spell, but Enrique is worried about something else. He's looking ahead and knows it's going to go badly because he's very injured and there's no way to escape from there, as in front of him are 4 enemy soldiers ready to massacre him, and so, Enrique explains to us that he thought he could escape from there, after destroying the flag. Do you know why? Rain and Ragna were right behind him, and he thought that when he could see around, he would join the two and manage to escape from that place. And so he keeps thinking, okay, where are those two? Weren't they right behind me? Then, we are shown Rain, there in the middle of the enemies asking several questions. Hey, you, I have a question for you. This one here, look, is already dead. He doesn't know Now, whoever tells me what I want to know will have a quick death. Now, whoever doesn't tell, I'll kill slowly. So, I want to know where the sorcerer is. And Rain says this with the head of the enemy soldier in his hands, and then he says, who's going to die first? Speak up. And we are also shown where Ragna is. Ragna was in the middle of an allied squadron, killing everything in his path, but after the fog finally cleared, he saw that he wasn't surrounded by enemies, and so, many allied soldiers stood still, looking at Ragna and wondering, what's this emo lunatic doing? And Ragna wonders the same thing, because he was fighting very fiercely against soldiers from his own kingdom, so he has a big question mark on his face, and he says, aren't you an enemy? I thought you were an enemy. Then one of them says, hey, you crazy, are you trying to get executed? You joined the enemy because you're fighting against us. He says, there was a very thick fog, I didn't even know it was you guys, sorry. But Enrique is far from there, as 4 enemy soldiers are advancing on him, calling him a bastard because he broke their spell. And so they say to our hero, hey, just give up already, or do you think you're going to survive under these conditions? Then, that soldier charges at Enrique to show him some mercy, but the tough guy hasn't given up fighting yet. Then, our friend the jaguar arrives on the battlefield and bites that soldier so deeply that it tears off his triceps in one bite, and Enrique, seeing that scene, thinks, isn't that the puma I saw in the tall grass fields? What's he doing here in the middle of the battlefield? And the puma looks at Enrique with its deep blue eyes, trying to convey some message to our hero. However, the Aspen soldiers, upon seeing that beast, become frightened and shout, where did this animal come from? Everyone, get ready to kill this creature. But you blinked, right? While they're blinking, that puma finishes tearing apart that enemy soldier, and charges at all the crossbowmen, and so, that puma, with unreal speed, leaps onto each crossbowman in front of Enrique, delivering a precise swipe to each of them, and then the other says, what? Are you kidding me? That puma is really strange. Look at what he did. He cut all the strings of our crossbows with a single blow. What kind of strange animal is this? Then, the puma stands in front of Enrique to defend his life while Enrique is very astonished and keeps thinking, what kind of strange creature is this? How did he know that if he cut the crossbow strings, they would stop working? But then Enrique looks at that puma and says to her, hey dear, it's better if you leave here, okay? And then, he looks at Scarface and says to the puma, that guy over there is different. He doesn't seem to be afraid of you. But Scarface isn't scared, he's angry because this animal, which shows a bit of intelligence, is trying to defend this bastard he intends to kill. But then, someone comes up behind Enrique and says, hey dummy, step back, I'm going to save you. Enrique realizes that an allied soldier has just arrived, and says, Vinicius, you're here to save me. Vinicius says, yeah, of course. I owe you one, let me save you now. Then Vinicius, with an angry look, charges at Scarface, because he is much better than Enrique in a sword fight, but Scarface easily parries Vinicius's blow, showing that he truly is a distinguished warrior. Then, Vinicius, who wanted to save the day, falls back like a sack full of crap, and says, are you kidding me? What kind of strong guy is this? Hey Enrique, why didn't you tell me this guy is so strong? Enrique replies to him, well, didn't you say you were going to save me? I let you, didn't I? And Vinicius on the ground says, are you kidding me for real? But then Andre, also very angry, arrives to save Enrique, but Andre didn't come alone. He came with more than 30 crossbowmen and says, fire, men, now. Many darts fly at high speed towards Scarface, but Scarface shows that he is far superior to all of them there and manages to defend himself with his sword against all those darts coming his way. And then the others say, this guy is a monster. How is he defending against everything? But then, Mrs. Puma follows with a sneaky strike, trying to make another scar on that guy's nose, but it's not going to be this time, because this guy is really exceptional. With the hilt of his sword, he strikes with all his might at that puma's rib, showing that the true beast in that place is him.
And also, get out of the way, Satan.
And so, little Puma falls to the side saying, click, because that really hurt. He must have broken about 3 of that puma's ribs. So, Scarface has a single objective, to kill that bastard who broke the spell, and so, he charges at Enrique, who is being protected by more than 30 soldiers. Then, Enrique activates his hack of focusing on a single point again, and he perceives the trajectory that Scarface's sword will take. So, Enrique can also see the blow that will be struck at him. So, Enrique, who had already taken a small knife from his clothes, prepares to defend himself from the heavy attack that Scarface is going to deliver on him, because he knows he can't deflect that sword with his strength. So, if he can't deflect it, he'll simply use another technique, as he has just seen someone use this technique in front of him almost 100 times. So, he does what Mitch was doing with him, just lets it flow, because after observing Mitch a lot, Enrique tells himself that he's going to try to imitate that sword technique. And so, with a very small knife, Enrique uses the fluid sword technique, and with that, he manages with great difficulty to deflect Scarface's heavy sword. Then, Scarface is astonished, because what just happened in front of him, he has seen a few times before. And so he says, hey, man, what did you just do now? Because I know that technique, it's Mitch Huggle's main technique. How are you able to use his technique? Enrique gave a slight smile and thought to himself, yeah, I managed to use a technique that I had never trained in my life and I did it on the first try. Then, Enrique, with a psychopathic look, turns to Scarface and says to him, what? Is this technique patented? Because if it is, you guys forgot to let me know. I just copied this technique. But in the meantime, the fierce Vinicio appeared once again to try to defend our bearded Enrique, who is there, like an inverted hedgehog, like that dog that knows it's going to go badly, hunting hedgehogs, but they're stubborn and hunt hedgehogs anyway. And in your area, do you have dumb dogs like that hunt hedgehogs and come back with their faces full of quills? Because at my work, there are 3 dumb dogs like that. Every couple of months, we have to remove dozens of hedgehog quills from them. And more, they get hedgehog quills in their noses, mouths, tongues. There was one that even had hedgehog quills on the roof of its mouth. Then we go there, with pliers to remove all those hedgehog quills, because we're tough.
Look at him there.
Then Scarface is here, surprised, thinking the narrator must be crazy. Stopped narrating to talk about hedgehogs. And then he looks ahead and realizes that now there are almost 100 enemy soldiers coming at him. And if he doesn't retreat now, he's going to end up being killed. And so, Scarface, looking a bit annoyed, says, darn, I'm going to have to retreat. There's no way to beat everyone. I wanted to kill that bastard. Then, turning his back and walking calmly, he still has time to talk to Enrique and says, oh, you bastard, I won't forget you, okay? You'll have to deal with me the next time we meet. Enrique, protected by more than 100 people, says to him, feel free, I'm right here. Why don't you take me on now? Are you scared? Huh. Then, Scarface gathers his whole crew and says, men, retreat. Let's get out of here now, or else we'll be slaughtered. Then, Andre comes running and says, hey, boss Enrique, how's your shoulder? I'm keeping an eye out for you, okay? You need to retreat to the medical tent. But Enrique is there, taking care of his puma that's not feeling well. And so, Enrique says to him, okay, I might go back to the medical tent, but my puma goes with me, alright? And so, Vinicio picks up Enrique and starts carrying him on that battle stretcher. But Vinicio says to Enrique, hey, man, stop worrying about that puma. Worry about yourself first. Leave it there. Enrique says, do you think I would forget and leave this puma behind? It saved my life. Are you crazy? The 3rd platoon retreats to the rear to protect Chief Enrique, who is badly injured, as the 3rd platoon is commanded by Vinicio. Then, Vinicio says to Enrique, hey Enrique, don't close your eyes. You can't die, alright? Stay alive. Stay alive there. But Enrique, with several holes in his body, continues to lose a lot of red liquid. Then Vinicius tells the other soldiers, let's get out of here quickly. He's losing a lot of blood, and if it continues like this, he's going to end up dying. So our hero, Enrique, starts to drift off on that battlefield, because after losing a lot of blood, he remains conscious. Then, he returns to that place, and the ferryman says to him, hey, you weakling, did you get what you wanted again? Did you know I don't like you? You're an annoyingly persistent person, you know? You should have already gotten on my boat, and gone to the other side. And so, the ferryman gets very close to Enrique and says to him, are you crazy? What motivates you so much, huh? Tell me. Then, Enrique faints in Vinicius' arms, but the brave Vinicius keeps dragging him from that battlefield, because he can't let someone as fierce as Enrique die like that on the battlefield. Then, Enrique opens his eyes and realizes there are many people talking around him, and one says, wow, who was the unfortunate one that got caught like this? But Enrique says to the person, wow, I thought you guys were after me. Then, the other person says to him, oh, squad leader, you went after all the enemy soldiers by yourself. That fog was very thick. I ended up getting lost. And so, Enrique says to him, okay, enough of that. I need to rest a little, okay? I'm very injured. Then, Enrique, all bandaged up, notices that something is rubbing against him. He touches it and starts thinking, wow, what's happening? What's here? Enrique realizes that the puma that saved his life is lying next to him, like a simple pet cat. And so, it's that classic scene of Enrique lying in the medical tent, being watched over by all the super warriors of his crazy squad. And then, Ren talks to him. Hey, boss, are you awake yet? Look, I really thought you had died this time, you know? And there they are, Ren, Craze, Jax, Ragna, and the religious Aldine, who is praying for his boss. Then, AUD thanks God for hearing his prayers, and bringing his boss back. Then, Enrique talks to them. Hey, guys, what's going on? Why is everyone here? Jackson talks to him. Boss, we just came to see if you're okay. Are you feeling alright? Enrique says, yes, I am. I'm just a little thirsty. Then Jackson says to him, well, you can have my glass of water, here it is. Oh boss, we were really worried about you because you had lost a lot of blood. Then Enrique misses his mouth and throws that water on Punga's face. And after that, Cray says to him, yeah, it's good that you're okay, because the doctor said that, fortunately, your condition isn't serious, and none of those darts hit any vital points. And so, Craze tells Enrique that the goddess of luck is on his side. Enrique, after throwing water into Puma's eye, doesn't even think about it, he just thinks that he would have fainted while being removed. And with that, another day goes by, and Jackson, seeing that his boss is already conscious, starts to leave and says, Boss, since you're okay, I'm heading out, alright? I'm not. And Craze doesn't say anything, and also leaves that place. Meanwhile, the sleepy Ragnar says he's tired and is going to sleep a little more. Meanwhile, AUD continued praying for his boss's help. Enrique looks outside and knows that this is a new day, because that today, which lasted 450 days, is behind him. Then, he looks ahead and Rin is there, with his hand on his chin, staring at him without saying anything, and this bothers Enrique and he says, "Hey Rin, why are you staring at me like that? Do you want to pet the puma too?" Rin says, "Of course not, I'm not interested in that beast." "Hey boss, how did you know?" Enrique says, "What? Knew what? How did you know? That it was a spell?" So, Enrique starts thinking of a lie. Because he knows if he tells Rin that yesterday repeated more than 450 times, he definitely won't believe it. So, lying is the only solution. But on second thought, Rin has always been very loyal, so it's better not to lie to him. And so, Enrique says, "Look, a long time ago, I was friends with someone like you, a colonizer. I had suspected it was a spell based on what I saw from that guy." And Ren, upon hearing this, becomes quite thoughtful. Meanwhile, the puma keeps pawing at Enrique, and Enrique thinks, "That lie I just told was perfect. But look, it's not a complete lie, because I heard it from a colonizer. But that colonizer is Ren himself." So Ren stands up and says, "Okay, fine. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. I'll just tell you one thing, don't get too interested in spells either, okay?" So while wrestling with the puma's paw, Enrique knows that Ren already understands. He can't tell the truth. But when Rin gets off his back, Enrique talks to him. "Hey, Rin, speaking of which, where were you during the battle? Because I thought you were by my side." Rin says, "Well, I went after that sorcerer, because to do that, the sorcerer had to be nearby." And then Rin, with a big smile on his face, says to Enrique, "But here's the thing, Enrique, I was asking all the soldiers very politely. So when I finally found the sorcerer, I didn't like the look of him. So I took my axe and chopped off his head. And thus, we have the scene of a math class conducted with great success. Because now, there is no longer a sorcerer. Now there are two parts of a sorcerer." And Enrique is very happy to hear this. Because without that sorcerer and that flag, the ASP army can't repeat that fog sorcery. Meanwhile, Craze approaches and says, little one, here you go, little one. Look, I brought some jerky for you. Here you go. It's really good, okay?" And the puma starts growling at him. "Growl, puma, what's this?" And then Craze says, "Look, if you let me touch your little paw, I'll give you this jerky." The puma gets very nervous and starts growling, even louder at Craze. Only Enrique can touch him. So, Craze shrinks back and hides. Then Enrique says, "Hey Craze, be careful, okay? Because he might tear you to pieces." But Craze says to Enrique, "Boss, what would be torn to pieces is my heart if I give up on those 10,000 kronas." Enrique says to him, "What? 10,000 kronas? What 10,000 kronas?" Craze says to Enrique, "Oh, it was Erivaldo who told me that, the hunter you went out with, on the last patrol." Then, while Craze looks at that blue-eyed puma, he tells Enrique that everyone knows it. Because of its blue eyes, it's called the Panther of the Lake. Moreover, the eyes of this animal hold the Earth's energy within them. But Enrique says, "What? You want the eyes of my puma?" Craze says no, he just wants one of the claws, because each claw of this animal is worth at least 10,000 kronas. So, since it has 10, he only needs one. And I know that this shouldn't hurt at all, because after a while, the claw of this puma will grow back. So, Enrique is somewhat surprised, as he didn't know that the claw of this animal was such a valuable item, because 10,000 kronas is roughly equivalent to a gold coin. And this amount is much greater than the payment Enrique receives. Enrique is informed that after he fainted on the battlefield, that battle remained inconclusive, as both sides decided to withdraw. Enrique's army stays on one side and Asp's army on the other side. Then, Enrique remembers the defense he made that day, as he used the slide, a skill that MIT was using in front of him all the time. So, Enrique is already wondering if he can do that again. But for that, he will need one more today. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Jackson speaks to Enrique. "Hey boss, if you keep moving like that, your wounds are going to open up again." Enrique says, "Huh, didn't you just leave through the door? How are you back there?" Then Enrique answers Jackson's question and says, "I'm not overdoing it, Jackson. I'm just moving a little, okay, nothing more than that." But Jackson knows that his boss is a training fanatic. So, in front of Enrique, Ragnar speaks to him. "Hey Enrique, the most you can do is stretching, okay? And after that, you have to go back to sleep. Don't tire yourself out too much." Then, Rin, who is also there, speaks to Ragnar. "Hey, you crazy, what are you saying to the boss? Are you trying to pass your laziness onto him? Get out of my way, get out." After Rin says this, he shoulders Ragnar and walks past. Then Ragnar says, "Where did I leave my sword, huh?" "Wait a minute. Hey, Rin, stay right there. I'll be back soon." And Rin says to him, "What? Are you looking for a fight?" But then, Enrique says to Ragnar, "Ragnar, I have a question about swords for you. Look, on the battlefield, I was able to use a technique that I had never practiced before. And moreover, I had never done anything like that. Is that normal?" Then Rin answers in Ragnar's place and says, "Well, why wouldn't it be normal? It's nothing special, you know? You mimic what your opponent is doing. Do you know why? By using the beast heart, you can see all your enemy's movements in slow motion and what they're doing. So, it would be quite easy for you to clearly repeat what they are doing." And then Ragna also responds and says, "Hey Enrique, there's only one explanation for this. Do you know what it is? It must be easier for you to learn new fencing techniques now that you know the basics. And if you, during the battle, manage to focus on a single point, you must have seen, with great precision, all the movements your opponent was making against you. That's why you were able to copy it. But hey, I'm going to be serious with you. You must have been really lucky. Do you know why? At your level, you would never be able to imitate an enemy's technique in just one battle. You would need at least 100 battles for that." So, Enrique, who had almost 100 battles against MIT, now understands, because for 80 times, he saw MIT use that same move. Enrique thinks about the basic principles and he understands that it must be this, because having a solid foundation is essential for a swordsman to develop. Enrique clenches his fists and knows that it wasn't luck. It was through hard work and dying more than 450 times. Because Enrique memorized everything that happened that day, not just the repeating patterns. Enrique is very proud of himself, because even as an inferior soldier, he is managing to grow with these endless eyes, because he has a lot of determination. Enrique wanted to become stronger. Now, he has the chance to become stronger. He just needs to die. Then, he says, Ragna, and the two look very satisfied at Enrique, because they know what's coming. Thus, Enrique speaks to the two. "I want to duel. I want to fight against you." He says this in a very serious way, but Ren, down to earth, says to him, "Hey, crazy, everyone in this camp calls me a madman. But look, you're much crazier than I am, boss." And Ragna says to him, "Yeah, it's rare for me to agree with this brute here, right? But look, why do you think you'll manage in the condition you're in? If you even fart loudly, your wounds might open up. So, take it easy, boss." Then, the boss of their boss just arrives at that place, and that beautiful elf doesn't even need to knock, because she's the boss of everyone there. So, she approaches Enrique and asks, "Hey, Enrique, was it you who broke the spell?" Enrique becomes a bit pensive, as he already imagined that the commander would ask him that, but he never thought that the commander's boss would show up here personally. After thinking all this, he responds, "Yes, it was me who broke the spell." And so, Enrique says that he saw that flag on the days he was on patrol in the tall grass. And knowing that the flag was derived from a spell, I didn't think much and acted. But then the elf says to him, "Okay, but there were 6 replicas. How did you discover the real one?" Enrique looks her in the face and says, "I guessed. I was really lucky." And the elf has nothing to say in response. Then she turns her back to leave and says, "You did very well, okay?" Then Enrique asks her, "Boss, did you come here just to ask me that?" She says, "No, I also came here to see your face." And Enrique has a big question mark on his face, because why? His boss's boss came here just to see him. Then, the delightful elf looks back and says, "I think, Enrique, that it was destiny that brought us together." After saying that, she leaves the place. Rin and Ragna can't even say anything, and Enrique, in a resting position, stands there thinking, "Huh! Destiny? What is she talking about?" But Rin and Ragna understood, and Rin says, "Hey boss, what's the secret between you two? Tell us." Then Ragna says, "Yeah boss, a real stud, huh? I didn't even know you had that kind of skill." So, after hearing the duel, Enrique says to them, "Hey, keep quiet, okay? It's not what you guys are thinking." Meanwhile, Kras, who is passing by and overhearing the conversation, says, "Boss, very good boss. Congratulations. Hey, if you want, I can show you a really cool bar. If you want, we can go there, and I can set things up favorably for you. You just need to bring the boss there." Enrique replies to Kras, "Hey, that's not it, okay? Shut up. Don't get involved. Stay hidden, okay?" But poor Enrique keeps asking why she is like that with him, since she is his boss's boss, and saying this in front of all the subordinates makes him quite uncomfortable. Then Kras talks to Enrique. "Boss, I came here for another reason. Hey, I have some news for you. A squire from the Order of Knights has just arrived at our camp." Enrique widens his eyes. What is an important person doing in that place? Enrique knows that in his kingdom there is the Order of the Scarlet Mantle Knights, and his battalion is part of a division called the Cypress Division. And this name, Cypress, is in honor of a knight, and thus we are shown a knight with a scarlet mantle whose name is Cypress, as all the knights are extremely skilled. But within the Order of Knights, there are not only knights. There are also other types of people. The squires, the servants, the knight students, all of these are within the Order of Knights, and thus it is shown to us. The squire kneeling, while his knight moves ahead. Then we are informed that when a squire is deemed suitable by his knight, he becomes a proto-knight. So it is known that in the hierarchy of strength, we have the knight, proto-knight, and the squire. These knights are known as people who have surpassed humanity, as they do things beyond imagination. Henry, looking down, continues thinking, as he knows that a squire rarely leaves the battle without his knight. And for that to happen, it can only mean one thing. This squire is close to becoming a proto-knight. Then a shout echoes across the battlefield, and they say, to battle, everyone get ready. Today we will face the Aspen army once again. Let's go." And so, Kras speaks to Henry. "Oh, during the time we were idle, we were waiting for this squire to arrive, and now that he has just arrived, we will head to the battlefield." Then, and speaks to Henry. "Boss, you'd better rest, okay? Your wounds haven't healed yet." We know that our protagonist is very stubborn, because now that he has a chance to see someone strong, he can't miss this opportunity. So Ren, who is still looking back, thought, oh, the boss will want to watch. I already know what he's going to say. After that, Ren gives a little smile and says, boss, I bet you want to come with us, right? I tell you, not to come. You're still going to come. So let's go. This time we're not going to stay in the front, okay? Let's stay in the back. And so, all the soldiers of the kingdom of Nolilia are already positioned for battle, as the sun is almost rising and the time for battle is about to begin. Enrique knows that the ideal he held as a dream is right in front of him, because to become a knight, he has to go through all these stages. First, he has to be as skilled as a squire. After that, become a proto-knight, and finally, become the superpower, the knight. So, Enrique fixes his eyes ahead, because he doesn't want to miss a single second of this battle, as right before his eyes is a squire, the one who goes with the knight, into the battlefield. But for this battle, in this place, only the knight squire came. So that squire moves forward, leaving behind the entire Nolilia army that will remain stationary, while he advances alone towards thousands of enemies. Then, the archers ready their bows and, pointing all those arrows in the direction of that squire, they just wait for him to get a little closer to launch a precise attack on him, and thus, the order is given. Attention soldiers, prepare. Raise your bows 60 degrees. Aim. Meanwhile, the squire continues forward because he was forged in battle, so, to pass this test and become a proto-knight, he has to win this battle, and then, the leader gives a great shout. Fire! Thousands of arrows cross the battlefield, quickly rising in a deadly parabola, and then the squire looks up and realizes that the arrows are already finishing their parabola. Then, little Johnny, who didn't study, asks his uncle, Uncle, parabola? I don't get it. That's math, okay? Go study about parabolas. I'm not going to explain it. Finally, those thousands of arrows reach the peak of their parabola. Then, they start to descend, but the squire continues walking ahead, showing that he has no fear at all, and as they descend towards that squire, those thousands of arrows reach the final part of the parabola, descending rapidly towards that lone squire who is there, at the mercy of thousands of arrows falling on him like a deadly rain. Then, the squire puts his hand on his sword, and quickly crouches down, striking a very emblematic pose. After that, a strange aura begins to surround his foot, and he stands firmly on the ground. Then Ragna, upon seeing that, comments, interesting. He's using determination in his legs. Very cool. I like seeing that. Enrique, who doesn't know what determination is, just listens to Professor Ragna's instructions. Then, that determination begins to accumulate as the deadly rain gets even closer to the squire, and time seems to stop because all of this is happening in less than a second. That squire moves so fast that it creates a sonic boom as he advanced towards the enemies much faster than the speed of sound. And the vacuum left behind by his movement causes all those falling arrows to be thrown in all directions due to the effect of air displacement. Faster than a bullet, that squire approaches the entire enemy army alone. And Enrique is astonished because he is using his technique of focusing on one point to see everything that's happening. However, it was so fast that he is left amazed, and still, in that second, that squire is already near the enemy line, drawing his sword to finally start the battle, and then, showing that he has mastered mathematics, he gives a lesson in division, splitting everything in half. Soldiers, shields, spears, swords. Everything was split in half because the king of mathematics has just arrived. So, while the math lesson is in session, several soldiers caught by the air displacement from the arrival of that squire are still falling from the sky, while others don't even know what's happening, as we are still in that same second. Enrique doesn't blink in thought. If a squire is like this, what must a knight be like? We'll stop here. If you liked it, ask for part 4, because next week, the commander of the Like the knight of Garnamir on top of his horse. Like the knight of Garnamir on top of his horse. Upon seeing the squire massacring his troops, says to the other soldiers, what kind of abomination is that over there? The enemy commander says this while sweating profusely. Everyone watches the squire channeling determination into his arms and legs, and this is a sign that he is about to deliver a great blow to all the enemy soldiers. Then, after channeling, he starts spinning, like a blender, cutting and slicing everything in front of him. In less than a second, 100 enemy soldiers surrounding the squire met instant death, as he sliced so quickly that the speed of his sword couldn't be seen. You could only see the mangled bodies being thrown into the air. Then, someone with courage, upon seeing that monster, proposes something very brave. He says, retreat. Everyone, retreat, for we cannot face a monster like this. In this way, the bravest soldiers begin to flee from that place, as the less brave were paralyzed with fear. And then, from atop his horse, the commander tells them not to flee, and for everyone to charge at the enemy together, because he is just one man. I think. Right at the moment the enemy commander finished speaking, without him even noticing, the knight squire had already delivered a fatal blow to him. The math lesson was perfect, because now the torso goes one way, and the head goes the other. Then, with that waterfall of red liquid flowing from where his head was attached, it presents a very striking scene to behold.
And after witnessing this scene, even the bravest soldiers lost their will to fight. So Henry, seeing this, realizes that he is still far from becoming the superpower, the knight. But Rem, upon seeing the squire, thinks, yeah, this guy isn't bad at all, and it's no wonder he's called a war specialist. Ragnar thinks that he can also demonstrate that level of power. However, Jackson demonstrates that he is on a much higher level of assassination, as he, through his observations, noticed that Aspen's soldiers had 5 opportunities to kill that squire, and thus he concludes that the enemy commander is very incompetent, as he didn't use any of those opportunities and still died very easily. Meanwhile, Aldine prays to the Lord to take care of these poor souls who will soon be under his care. And Crash says, at this rate, this war will end very quickly. We won't even need to do anything, just sit here and watch. But Enrique, activating his hacked eyes to not miss a split second of that massacre, keeps wondering what sword style the squire is using. Enrique observes the style of the straight sword, but upon further evaluation, he notices that this squire is also incorporating elements of the fluid sword art into his fencing. And thus, we have an explanation. The art of the straight sword is a technique that is both straightforward and intrinsic, as it intentionally shows an opening, just to lure the enemy in. After that, a devastating blow is delivered to the enemy. It is also explained about the art of the heavy sword, which is a very powerful and colossal sword technique, as it primarily uses strength to cut through everything, and, with that, dominate the opponent, with absolute power. The third sword art is the art of the disorienting sword. At first, this sword technique seems a bit confusing, as it deceives and corners its opponent. Enrique remembers that Valen's sword technique, which he had to forget, is entirely based on this technique. The fourth art is the art of the swift sword, and its goal is to surpass the enemy, with great speed, as the sword moves much faster than the enemy can defend against. And the last sword art is the art of the fluid sword, and this is known as the gentlest sword technique. This technique tires the enemy because it deflects their attacks, always creating a great opening to deliver a deadly counterattack. But Enrique knows that the art of the heavy sword and the art of the fluid sword are completely opposite. However, upon analyzing the squire's attack, massacring everyone in front of him, Enrique realizes that this squire can use both opposing arts. Then the squire, after completing his massacre, strikes a protagonist pose, as in less than 10 seconds he killed almost 500 enemy soldiers. In this way, Enrique understands a bit more about how to use various sword techniques simultaneously. Then Enrique exclaims, "Ah, now I get it." Enrique realizes that these sword arts may have different characteristics, but they all originated from the same place. Enrique finally understands the basics, that the most important thing is to comprehend what all 5 sword arts have in common. Then, Enrique concludes that if a person reaches this level, they can wield the sword as if the sword were alive. After witnessing all that display of power, Enrique closes his eyes and reviews in his mind everything he had observed, while watching the squire fight. Then the infantry, filled with great courage, starts shouting, "Attack! Attack!" The Nealilia army attacks with great fury, the hateful Aspen army, which had previously even used spells to try to win this war. While everyone is rushing to attack, Ren looks at Enrique to see if his leader understood everything that just happened. Ragna, on the other side, does the same as Rem, watching Enrique with hope that he saw everything. Then, after that, Rem smiles, because his leader Enrique seems to have understood something. Rem and Ragna know that Enrique needs peace, as Enrique seems to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Then all 5 form an impenetrable barrier around Enrique, who has his eyes closed, replaying the entire fight he just witnessed. Enrique is in total contemplation, yet he realizes that nothing is changing within him, despite having understood all the techniques that the squire used during his battle. Then, opening his eyes in his subconscious, Enrique realizes that just understanding is not enough, and that he needs something more, but he still doesn't know what it is. Finally, Enrique looks forward and upward, as he realizes that he is far from the life goal he set for himself, and thus, Enrique, looking at that immense wall, realizes that he still has a long way to go. The end of this immense wall is to become the superpower, the knight. But this dream is still far from being realized. Enrique can't even see the end of the immense barrier in front of him. After Enrique watches the squires fight, he realizes that it only served to show him how much higher he has to reach, to become an unbeatable warrior. As the soldiers pass around that small island formed by Enrique's group, what was once a war has practically turned into a one-sided massacre. Enrique, in deep contemplation, realizes that he has finally started to climb that immense barrier, as before, he wasn't even close to it. But Enrique has a lot of determination, and knows that, little by little, he will climb this immense barrier, until he reaches the top. Enrique, with great conviction, continues on this path, as he is certain that one day, he will finally reach the top. Sure of this, Enrique moves forward, because with his power of eternal return, day after day, and return after return, our hero grows in skill and power, moving towards becoming an invincible knight.
Time passes, and the massacre continued. The soldiers of Neolilia massacre all the enemies who came to that battlefield. Enrique, who is rising little by little, knows that he is not even close to the knight's assistant yet. Enrique knows that first he has to be as strong as a squire, and only after that will he become the superpower, the knight. The soldiers of Aspen retreat even further, as they are all cowering in fear. Meanwhile, the army of Neolilia advances on them with great anger and shouting to ensure that none of them leave that battlefield alive. As for the soldiers of Aspen, who have lost all will to fight, they cannot defend themselves against the fierce attack that Enrique's side is launching on them. The conclusion of this is that, on that day, the map of that region was completely redrawn as the great army of Aspen fell in that place. Enrique, still deep in thought, knows he gained a lot from witnessing that battle, as just watching that squire fight was much more than a simple lesson. Then, raising his hand at the end of that afternoon, the army of Neolilia declares victory. And with this event, all the soldiers are very pleased, as they spent the entire day killing enemies who previously seemed very strong. But with the presence of the squire in the Neolilia army, the massacre was assured. Enrique, who was recovering from those wounds, remained in the same spot, absorbed in his thoughts and still trying to understand everything that happened in front of him. The war against Aspen's army finally came to an end, as Aspen lost almost all of its soldiers in that one-sided massacre. The sun begins to set on the horizon and, with that, finally, our story will leave this bloody battlefield. Night falls, and the beautiful capital of the Principality of Aspen is seen in the distance, shining with its lights and bonfires. Inside the castle of the Principality of Aspen are the ruler and two other representatives of the three families that govern that principality. The one you're seeing with a headache is the Prince of Aspen. He is lamenting greatly and says, those bastards. They broke the agreement of good manners. And the agreement of good manners states that none of the armies could bring a gentleman to war. Also in that great hall is the commander of the Grey Dogs, Scar on the Nose, as he is one of the representatives of the three families that govern that principality. And the other representative of the three families is the administrator, Hats, and he says, Prince, the kingdom of Neolilia has written to us. They said they did not break any agreement. And in one of their arguments, they claimed that we used the Toad General. So, since the Principality of Aspen used the Toad General, they also had the right to use someone as strong as the Toad General. And then, you might think, Rem faced off against the Toad General. So, is Rem on the same level as the Squire? After that, Administrator Hats tells the Prince that the Kingdom of Neolilia did not send any knights, they only sent the Squire. Then, after that, the Prince begins to curse the Toad General because he disobeyed his orders and entered the battlefield just because of the death of his subordinate. After that, Hats says, My Prince, the Toad species is not trustworthy, as they always do what they want and never obey orders. Moreover, that Toad used the excuse of his subordinate's death, but I'm sure he would have used any kind of excuse to be able to enter that battle. Then, Hats begins to lament, and looking at the scar on his nose, he says, You know this would never have happened if that spell had worked, right? And of course, the Grey Dog knows this, as he had the duty to protect the flag and the sorcerer, but he lost both. The Prince quickly finds a scapegoat and speaks to Scar on the Nose. For sure, the Grey Dog Company will pay for all of this. I give you my word. But the leader of the Grey Dogs makes a promise to the Prince that he will take revenge on the Neolilia army, and also promises to get back at the cursed one who made him lose this war. The scene shifts to the Neolilia army, returning victorious from the battle against the Aspen army, and with them are Enrique and his group. Finally, that bloody battlefield is left behind, and we are shown a very remote city in the kingdom of Neolilia. This fortress city is known as the Border Guard, and it is there that the army headed to rest from the many battles. In this city, 1 in every 5 people is a soldier. Some time later, all the Neolilia soldiers, lined up, are standing in front of the commander, listening to what he has to say. And the commander says, I thank all of you, brave heroes of the Neolilia army, for leading us to victory in this great war. Thank you very much for your efforts. And now, I will reward all the warriors, especially the common soldiers who have proven their courage and loyalty. From the 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad, Enrique, step forward. Enrique is very surprised. Crass is also very surprised. Immediately, the commander speaks to Enrique for destroying that terrible spell of the Aspen army. I want to reward you. Enrique, climbing that platform, walks to receive his reward. But some envious people start saying, Isn't that the leader of the useless squad? How did that idiot break the spell? So, do you guys know? And another one says, I don't know, I just know that guy is weak and that's practically impossible. Do any of you happen to know what happened? And another says, that guy must have definitely stolen the credit from his squad. Then, a soldier, even more malicious, says, for sure, that Enrique must have kissed the commander's butt.
And another, with much more envy, says, his butt? I think he kissed something else. However, Mech appears behind the two and says, you better shut your mouths now. And those gossips were sweating with fear. Then Andre also talks to the gossips, and he says, don't talk about Chief Enrique like that, okay? You can't disrespect them like that. Watch your tongues. Arivaldo, looking ahead with great admiration, knows that Enrique is a great leader because he has a lot of courage and initiative. Vinicius is also very smiling because he saw how brave Enrique is, facing a much stronger enemy warrior, all by himself. While Enrique is receiving his award, many are thinking that Enrique seems to be much more than a useless soldier. That Enrique is someone who was born to shine and has a lot of courage. Enrique, upon taking his prize in hand, realizes that it is much heavier than he imagined, as he was rewarded with great generosity. And so, Krauls has a great idea and says, boss, how are you going to spend your money? On drinks? On women? If you want, I can recommend a good place where you can find all of that. And Enrique replies, that's a good idea, I would like that. Take me to a good store. I want to go to the best blacksmith in this city because my money will be very well spent there. Then, the scene shifts to the workshop of the best blacksmith in that area and Krauls complains, are you kidding me, boss? You're going to spend all your money to buy a sword. And the women, boss, a common use sword. Isn't that bad, you know? You can buy 2 or 3 of these common swords, and with what's left over, you can have several women throughout the year. And besides, on the battlefield, there are many swords lying around, so you can pick up any of them, and don't need to spend money on that. Oh, let me tell you something, boss. Just the swords I picked up on that battlefield are enough to support a squad for the rest of their lives. So, Chief Enrique, don't waste your money on these silly sword things. However, Enrique knows that to become a knight, he needs to prove his strength. Enrique, wielding the best sword of his life, feels satisfied, even though it cost him all his money. However, Krauls is still talking in his ear, Chief, why do you need something so expensive? Enrique knows he needs to show the skills he has. And then, he responds to Krauls, I'm tired of being a lower-ranked soldier. I'm going to take the promotion exam for soldiers, and that's why I need the best sword possible, because my time as a low-level soldier is finally going to end. And Krauls says, promotion exam? I thought you weren't interested in promotions. Enrique responds by saying that he can't stay in the same place forever, and Krauls has an idea, and says, yeah, that makes sense. So, I'll organize things. In Olilia, there's a ranking system for soldiers to boost morale. And we go from the bottom up. We have the very low rank, which is Enrique's rank. After that, we have the low rank, then the medium rank, the high rank, and finally, the very high rank. However, there are those who are stronger than this existing scale. And these people are designated as special. And in the Nalilia army, you are treated according to your rank. So we see that Enrique is already in the challenge arena, because to be promoted to a higher rank, he needs to duel with 3 soldiers of the rank he wants to be promoted to, and defeat all 3. Of course, right, this moment is very entertaining where everyone can even place bets. And Krauls is there, hey, it's now or never, huh. If you want to bet on the leader of my squad, he's about to start his fight. Who wants to bet on him? Shortly after, an extra comes up and says to Enrique, you, trash, you're in a very low rank and you're trying to jump straight to the middle. Is that right? You must have hit your head, right? That prize you won, for your squad's actions, must be going to your head, huh? Enrique is very focused, knowing that this guy is his first challenger. But in the back, the audience is all in on the teasing, and says, oh, King, go easy on the princess, okay? And another one says, yeah, even if you don't go easy, he's definitely going to cry. Enrique knows that the one in front of him is very skilled, even among those of medium rank, because this guy came from a famous group of mercenaries. Then he comes to place a bet and says, ha, did someone bet on the leader of the Loser squad? Who was the idiot that did that? And Krauls, smiling awkwardly, replies to the guy, yeah, you can't predict the outcome until the fight is over. So, let's place a bet. Enrique, in his very strange fighting stance, knows that until now, he has only gotten stronger, thanks to all the deaths he has encountered along the way. But he knows that in this arena, there is no risk of death in these fights. So, he only has one chance to advance in rank. Enrique knows that everyone knows him for his pathetic skills, but he has worked very hard during these seemingly endless days. Enrique is aware and knows that most of the people watching him, he wouldn't even have the chance to face them if this had happened before these seemingly endless days. So, Enrique, very focused, talks to himself, don't mess up, fight with all your strength. He does this, trying to motivate himself. As the fight begins, the medic soldier, Ray, runs towards Enrique and shouts at him, here I come, you idiot, get ready, huh? And at that moment, Enrique thinks, yeah, if I use that defense I learned in the last battle, I'll definitely be able to create an opening. But Enrique, ignoring all that, delivers a very strong sword strike, pushing his challenger, along with his sword backward. And from there, the one who thought he was going to win dropped his sword at the first clash, because Enrique, using the heavy sword technique, struck his sword with great force.
And Enrique, after seeing that, thought, what happened? Why did he drop the sword? And Ray starts shouting and says, oh my fingers, my god, what happened? You broke my finger. And Enrique, with a puzzled look, keeps thinking, I just delivered a regular sword strike, how did I break his finger? But Enrique, with his quick thinking, advances towards that challenger, changing the direction of his sword and striking with the hilt of the sword, with some force, right in the middle of Ray's sternum. And Ray, a mid-rank soldier, falls to the ground with 2 broken fingers, and his sternum cracked and trembling, as he is in a lot of pain. And worse, he was defeated by a very low-rank soldier with just 2 sword moves. But Enrique is still in shock, thinking, why is he so weak? Green Hair was very surprised and another random person shouts, what? The leader of the Loser squad won. Then, Green Hair says, Ray, you were the one who bet on him, weren't you? You knew how strong he was, didn't you? I bet it was you who bet on Ray. And Krause is in shock because even he didn't know if the boss was that strong. Then, Krause, in shock, says, was he really that good? I bet on him because I didn't want the bet to be empty. Wow. And then another says, Krause, even you. You need to have faith in your leader. Krause made a lot of money, but he bet, just for the sake of it, thinking Enrique would lose. Meanwhile, Enrique, completely focused, is wondering if that challenger let his guard down on purpose. Then, Enrique thinks, even if that were the case, duels don't end that quickly. And besides, since he's a mid-rank, he shouldn't be that weak. The next challenger is already in front of Enrique, ready to face him. Enrique, with many doubts in his mind, needs to know what happens next. Then, the challenger says to him, fool, don't get full of yourself, you just got lucky. And the mustached guy with the spear says, talk to Enrique, this time I will be your opponent. Enrique, upon seeing him, knows that this guy is strong because he is part of the heavy infantry. And among the mid-rank, he is the strongest in this battalion. Enrique notices that the cheeky mustache is trying to distract him, moving the tip of his spear back and forth. But Enrique knows what's coming next, as the cheeky mustache must be trying to surprise him. And sure enough, the cheeky mustache stops what he's doing and charges at Enrique with great speed. Enrique, in the blink of an eye, dodges the spear of the cheeky mustache and cuts its shaft, splitting his spear in 2. Why did he attack from that position? Could this have been a trick? I don't understand. He must be planning some kind of trap. But then, Enrique looks at the face of the cheeky mustache and realizes no. Because, from his facial expression, that was exactly what he intended to do. Was that all he had? What a useless guy. Seriously, is that it? Well, then, and now it's my turn to stand out. The first one broke a finger and took a sword strike to the chest. Meanwhile, the cheeky mustache took such a hard hit to the stomach that he flew backward, without any reaction. And there he is, the second challenger, a sack of crap lying on the ground. And all the soldiers who had never seen Enrique fight are left speechless, looking like little skin. Meanwhile, Vinicius and Erival are smiling because they've already witnessed Enrique's strength. And so, one says, what? Did he win again? What's happening? Oh, like this? It wasn't a coincidence. He's already won twice. And then, another exclaims, isn't it something that someone, who is very low-ranked Ragnar, managed to defeat 2 medium-ranked Ragnar? Clays gets excited and says, so, who's next? Who's going to duel with my boss? Let's go. In this short time, the test arena, which had few people, saw a significant increase in its audience. And so, the last one speaks. Hey, you're shameful. You know, you lost to that useless guy. And then, Vinicius says, these idiots. They underestimated Enrique and lost quite easily. Now look at that. Everyone who was underestimating him is now afraid of him. And the Cyclops, next to Vinicius, says to him, weren't you the one making fun of him not too long ago? And Vinicius, still under pressure, says to him, shut up, man. I have no idea what you're talking about. Just keep quiet. Meanwhile, Andre is there worried, asking why. The last time he lost to Enrique, he got upset and has been training with Mac every night. And Andre was about to ask for a rematch. But now here comes Enrique. I think he got scared too. Then Mac speaks to him. You don't stand a chance against him, boss. Andre looks at Mac and says, huh? What? Did you say? Mac, says Enrique, has gotten much stronger than before. I don't think even I could defeat him. And so, Andre and his bodyguard Mac become very serious and focused while watching Enrique's fight. And then the other one says, hey, go on, you, face him, and Captain Haka looks at him and says, what? Me? Face who? Captain Haka's soul almost leaves his body. He steps back and says, what? Is it you crazy bastard? And Rin is right behind him, talking to him, hey, go on, Doe. Weren't you the one who just a while ago said that Enrique had kicked the commander's butt? What now? Are you scared, huh? Go on. Captain Haka on the ruler, trembling with fear. He says, not me. I'm not scared. No, I'm not scared. And then Haim grabs him and pushes him into the middle of the arena. Enrique is very surprised, as it was very common for him to struggle until now. That's because he hadn't realized yet. Since I faced the pervert with the dry thrust, on that first day, today, and after that, the following day, I had to improve my condition to face that assassin. But on the third day, when I faced Mitch Huggins, I hadn't even realized that I had improved so much. Enrique looks at the members of his squad and realizes that even their looks towards him have changed a lot. If this fight had happened earlier, everyone around Enrique would have their weapons in hand, ready to intervene. If the situation required it, Enrique, who has already gone through 3 days, knows that he has only faced difficulties so far, and each difficulty that appears in front of him is greater than the previous one. Enrique remembers that his former teacher always told him something. He would say, "Enrique, you should never underestimate your opponent." Then the guy in charge says to him, "Are you going to stay in La La Land? We're going to fight now, you know?" Enrique responds to him, "No, I'm not." Enrique always thought that this advice was irrelevant to him because all the people were much stronger than him. So, he never underestimated anyone. But now, Enrique, realizing that he is much stronger, it seems that now Enrique is underestimating the guy in charge. And the guy in charge, very angry, says, "What? Are you cursed? You're standing in front of me with your eyes closed. How are you not in La La Land? What kind of face is that you're making?" Little does he know that Enrique is weighing him less. But then, Enrique opens his eyes and smiles at the guy in charge. And inside, Enrique is thinking, "Yeah, I've gotten pretty strong now. I'm even surprised at myself." Then, Enrique says to him, "Oh, I was just thinking about something very interesting, that's all." Then, Ray sprints towards the guy in charge, and he, in a defensive stance, is startled to see Enrique approaching him so quickly. Enrique uses the art of the heavy sword and delivers such a powerful blow to the guy in charge that it makes him grit his teeth and use all his strength to withstand the strike. The kingdom of Norelia is a realm that respects strength, and it is known as the Kingdom of Knights. Enrique knows that to be respected, he must show his strength, so our protagonist prepares another downward sword strike using the art of the heavy sword. The impact of that sword was so great that the sword of the guy in charge becomes completely cracked, to the point of collapsing. The guy in charge gave it his all to hold that sword. But then, his sword completely breaks, because that second strike from Enrique, using the art of the heavy sword, was truly powerful. Moreover, Enrique's sword is of excellent quality. Enrique knows that here and now he has to demonstrate his power, so that he can be respected by others. And then, for the third time, using the art of the heavy sword, Enrique prepares a devastating strike against the guy in charge. Enrique stopping his sword just inches from the guy's head shows his superiority in that fight, as the challenger had no way to defend himself. And so, the guy in charge, sweaty and humiliated, seeing that sword stopped inches from his head, begins to see a black cloud forming in front of his eyes. And thus, the guy's circuit breaker trips, and he faints from fear, because if Enrique hadn't managed to stop that blow, his end would have been right there, and that was too much for him. Then, Enrique, composed as a protagonist, has just proven himself, showing that he has every right to move from the very low ranking straight to the middle ranking, because now, our protagonist is no longer an inferior soldier. The audience, who had bet on Enrique's defeat, stands there, stunned, without blinking, not understanding how that useless guy became so strong. After that, I think the guy with the perfectly trimmed beard will never again mention that Enrique kissed the commander's butt, and so, the other one speaks. "What? The one who broke the spell one." And everyone, looking at Enrique in the center of that arena, they start talking among themselves. "Yeah, it was that guy. He was the one who destroyed the enemy flag." And the other one speaks. "Wait, but didn't you guys say he was weak and took advantage of his squadron's achievements? Isn't that what you said?" "Oh, I don't think that's the case, huh?" Neck and Andre are quite cheerful. Then, they realize that Enrique has grown a lot since that last mission they did together. And so he says, "Hey, Spellbreaker, go ahead." And so, Enrique looks back and realizes it's Andre who is shouting. And Enrique starts thinking, what is that idiot talking about? Why is he shouting like that? Andre, very angry, looks back and says, "You fools, you'd better shout too. Okay? Because if it weren't for them, half of you would be dead on that battlefield. So, it's better. You all should shout along with me too. Come on, Andre, raise your hands and say break the spell, break the spell, break the spell, and everyone, along with him, break the spell, break the spell, break the spell." And so, our hero's nickname now is Enrique, the Spellbreaker. Enrique, who was being scorned before those challenges, is now cheered by those who were previously scorning him. And then you ask, sir, what does cheered mean? Is it throwing eggs at others? No, it's not that, it's to acclaim someone, to applaud, got it? Everyone there is shouting at the same time, break the spell, break the spell, break the spell. Enrique, seeing everyone there shouting his nickname, Spellbreaker, thinks to himself, well, I'm not doing too bad. Like that. Kraz comes over very excited and says, "Squad leader, congratulations, okay? Now you are the mid-rank." Enrique says, "Oh Kraz, it's still too early to celebrate, because my goal is to reach a higher rank." And Kraz is taken aback and says, "What? Are you going to keep going?" And another warrior, afraid that the crowd might stand up, looks at Enrique and says, "Yeah, interesting, huh? I liked what you said." Everyone knows this warrior, they know he's strong. Seeing him heading to the middle of the arena, they are astonished, because there's no way Enrique can face this guy. And so, everyone notices that on his uniform there's an eagle badge, and that this guy is part of the border guard. And he is someone who serves directly under the crown. And this is an elite squad, made up of people of high rank or above. And this guy walks toward the middle of the arena, heading in Enrique's direction after hearing him say that. And so someone says, "Huh, what's your forest warrior doing here?" And he gets close to Enrique and says, "So you're the one called Enrique, right? Leader of Squadron 444. Enrique, very serious, stares at this person who has come right up to him. And this warrior, very full of himself, says to Enrique, "Hey, why don't you duel with me, too?" Enrique, in the middle of that arena, with his sword in hand, is challenged by a very well-dressed guy. And all the spectators are waiting to see what Enrique's response will be. Hen, upon seeing that person, speaks to Ragnar. "Yeah, this one seems tough." And Ragnar doesn't respond at all, just keeps watching. Enrique thinks that the border guards are equivalent to the cancers within Aspen. And what does that mean? It means that this guy in front of him might be as strong as Mitch Rogres. So, Enrique knows that this is a much bigger challenge than the others. Then, Enrique wonders what would happen if he fought someone that strong, without dying even once. And getting into a combat stance, Enrique is practically accepting that challenge. That's how it is. Enrique, full of himself, looks sincerely at that challenger and speaks to him. "Bring it on." And the challenger lets out a little smile and starts thinking, what? Could he accept? Look at this guy. He doesn't seem scared at all, even going up against someone with his specialties. A little voice to myself. Is he crazy? Then, the challenger, finding it very amusing and still with a little smile on his face, starts to unsheath his sword. He thinks about how he watched Enrique fight. But now, since he issued his challenge without even showing any fear, he thinks Enrique has become much more interesting than he imagined. And so, the crowd starts to fan the flames. He says, "Hey, don't stop cheering, okay? Just because he has special powers, show your strength for him to break spells." Everyone, well, euphoric, is cheering for Enrique, the spellbreaker, and then they start to sing. We are those infants with loving hearts who never fear to fight, and so one starts to lead the war cry. Who is the best? And they all speak together. It's the infantry. Who is the best? It's the infantry. Then they give a great war cry. It's the noble infantry of the Queen's arms. For you, I will give my life. When the victory call marks our joy, I will sing, you are the noble infantry. You are the majestic glory of the fighting lines. You are the entity of the bravest. Oh really? I even got excited. Tin was also in the infantry, and the challenger looks back in, thinks, these idiots. Do they not know that we are also from the infantry? Apparently, they are getting too full of themselves after that victory. So, getting into combat position, he intends to silence everyone there. In the blink of an eye, the challenger is already in front of Enrique because his intention is to win this fight in the blink of an eye and leave the entire audience, who are excited and shouting a lot, with nothing to say, and make them humble again. Enrique widens his eyes and shows that he had activated his heck vision a long time ago, and the challenger from the elite group came with a swift thrust towards Enrique, trying to end it in a single blow. However, Enrique manages to dodge that deadly sword strike at the last moment, and the challenger is very surprised, thinking that Enrique's concentration is quite sharp, to the point of dodging that attack with small movements. This is a big surprise for him. The one who thought Enrique would be an easy prey is now astonished. Then, he grabs Enrique by the shirt with his other hand, and delivers that famous move, "Come here, my dear," pulling Enrique close to him, and as he brings Enrique closer, he almost seems like a jiu-jitsu fighter, because with this grip, he intends to throw Enrique to the ground, and leave him completely at his mercy. But Enrique, who knows a lot about grips, holds his arm, and starts twisting it, showing that he also knows some moves. And so, the challenger's arm is twisted gently to the side. And Enrique, with a Hapkido move, leaves that warrior on the ground, completely at his mercy, and prepares a deadly strike with his sword, as he realizes that this challenger is much stronger than all the others he has faced before.
He's looking for me.
And the challenger is now seeing death before him and is thinking like this.
What a miss, huh?
The challenger knows that if he's hit by that strike, it's certain death, because a sword that enters the neck and exits through the waist, no one can survive. But then, unexpectedly, Enrique's swords go straight through and hit the ground, missing everything in their path. The challenger is very skilled in fighting, and managed to dodge that strike, from Enrique escaping, I don't know how, from that subjugation. Then, he becomes consumed with hatred. Now his gaze is completely different, because he saw death up close, and will definitely get back at Enrique. Then, a thrust aimed at Enrique's heart, he charges at full speed, completely forgetting that this is just a challenge, not a Mortal Kombat. Enrique, in total concentration, is only thinking about one thing, destroying the enemy at all costs. So, his gaze is that of a predator, not a frightened victim. Then, Enrique grabs, with his bare hands, that deadly sword advancing towards him, because the brave one is not at all cowardly. With that firm and precise grip, the sword doesn't even move in his hands. So, since this challenger wants to fight so up close, Enrique shows him the famous holy knee and lands a powerful knee strike to his sternum. Yeah, that looks like it hurt, huh? Because even from here, I can feel it. And so, the challenger is pushed back. But Enrique, who had already lost his sword by driving it into the ground with such force, stands there, face to face with that challenger, who still hasn't lost his sword. Then, the challenger advances on Enrique again to deliver that famous dry thrust. But Enrique is not unarmed, because now, he is the king of the dagger, and pulling out one of his very sharp blades, he prepares to continue this duel, which, by the way, is turning out to be a deadly one. Enrique, with the dagger on one side, the challenger, with his sword, has a deadly thrust on the other side, and it's a very beautiful scene to watch. Whoever blinks dies. But suddenly, someone much fiercer than the two of them arrives at that place, and she arrives so quickly that they didn't even feel her presence. The delight of the herb, with a single strike, hits Enrique's dagger and the challenger's sword, disarming both of them in one blow. And thus, the elf shows who's in charge and she says, "That's enough, okay? A little more, and you would have ended up killing each other. So, it's better to stop now." Enrique is sweating, because fighting someone much stronger than him, without using the infinite daring, is just proving how much he has grown these days. The wickedness of death. Walked close. To me. The challenger hadn't even noticed, but behind him, the skilled assassin Jackson already had a dagger at his neck. And if any of his blows were to hit Enrique, he would certainly die. First, and only then does he look back. Enrique's bodyguards. Enrique's bodyguards are all behind him, and each one there is much stronger than him. And so, death has four faces: Jackson, Rem, Ragna, and Aldi. And Rem says to him, "Yeah, you're one lucky son of a fruit. You would be dead now if the boss hadn't arrived." And he, leaving that place, with his tail between his legs, turns back and says, "Hey, what's this, guys? This is just a duel. Don't get too excited, okay? Do that again, and you'll end up with another hole in your neck." But he leaves the place sweating, because he almost died without realizing it. Enrique realizes that the challenger almost hit him, because this guy was very fast and he lost sight of him. However, if the two had gone to the end, the fight would have been quite different. And someone in the audience says, "Yeah, he fights really well. Is that the same guy from before, Henry?" Doesn't seem like it. And then, the challenger, sheathing his sword, says to Enrique, "Hey, you surprised me. I didn't expect much from you, but I can't leave here without acknowledging you. You're impressive." Then, finally, he introduces himself. He says, "My name is Torres. I am a platoon commander of the border guards." And he extends his hand to shake Enrique's. And Enrique does the same, extends his hand, and shakes it. Then, Enrique introduces himself. He says, "I am the leader of the 4th platoon, of the 4th company, Enrique." And everyone in the audience, upon hearing that, is shocked and exclaims, "What? He's a platoon commander?" And the other is even more surprised. He says, "So you mean the Spellbreaker just fought as a special rank soldier?" And so, one talks to the other. In other words, he's practically a high-ranking soldier, and with that, Enrique's #1 fan, Andre, stands up and starts shouting, "Respect Enrique, huh? He's tough." It's no wonder he's the protagonist of this work. And then, Enrique, who wasn't used to that, looks back and sees everyone getting excited. And one says, "Yeah, our boss is tough, huh?" And the other says, "What do you mean your boss? Aren't you part of that platoon? Get out of here. He really is tough." So, Enrique, not paying much attention to that fanfare, raises his hand and ignores his new fans, because Enrique is certain this guy in front of him is stronger than he is. Then, Torres, who is still greeting Enrique, says to him, "Yeah, I like your reaction to the crowd, huh? I hope to see us soon." And so Torres speaks, the high-ranking soldier, to Enrique. It's because he promoted Enrique to a high-ranking soldier. So, Enrique, still focused, knows that this is very good. By being promoted to a high-ranking soldier, he is one step closer to his final goal. Then, the afternoon falls on that beautiful fortress city, as that day was quite busy. Enrique went to rest in his quarters, which is that wooden house. Back there, see it there? That's his house. And the system informs us that the commander of the 1st company, Graham, who is also the commander of the heavy armor infantry, who are known as the Turtles. He extends an invitation to Enrique and says, "Enrique, come to our company." Enrique, in front of him, starts thinking that this is the 3rd recruitment request, as the 2nd and 3rd companies have already tried to recruit him. And Enrique wonders if these invitations are because of his ranking or because of his role as a spellbreaker. But Enrique doesn't know. Then Graham starts pitching his case. He says, "Oh, my company, the heavy infantry, is the core element of this battalion. You know, right, Enrique, this offer is very important. So, do you accept or not?" Enrique knows that as soon as he accepts this offer, he will be among the elite of the army. Enrique is sure this is a great offer, but he has his reasons and tells me, "I'm sorry, but I won't be able to accept your offer." And Graham says, why won't you go? If it's about the commander of the 4th company, I can talk to him. Enrique says, no, that's not it. It's something else. Yeah, Enrique, looking at you, you don't seem bothered. Yeah, I guess I won't be able to recruit you. So Graham turns his back, starts to leave, and says to Enrique, all right, but I still want you in my company. Enrique says, well, if you want someone, I can send you Rem. He's really good. And Graham, sighing, says, Enrique, I respectfully decline your offer because that bastard is crazy. As Graham is leaving, he thanks Enrique because he only survived that last battle, thanks to him. So he says goodbye and leaves. And Christ, who loves eavesdropping on other people's conversations, is quite impressed and says to Enrique, wow, was it the 1st company this time? Boss Enrique, do you want me to pack your things? Are you going to change companies? Enrique says, no, I'm not. I don't need to pack anything. I'm staying here. Then Christ says to him, boss, why are you rejecting everyone? Because if you accepted, you would be treated very well, no matter which company it is. Enrique says, it's just that, and doesn't give an answer, as the reason for rejecting all those offers is still a mystery to those who were turned down. But then, another very important person arrives at that place, wearing steel-toed boots, which are great for giving a little holy kick, and heads towards Enrique. Enrique, looking back, is intrigued. Christ is also intrigued, and Rim keeps fiddling with his foot, trying to do the same trick Ragnar did by showing the middle toe. Then, we can see that the person who arrived is Torres. He says, hey, Enrique, how have you been doing in the squad? And Torres, not wanting to beat around the bush, says to Enrique, look, I'll get straight to the point, okay? I have something to tell you. Enrique and Christ pay close attention to what he's going to say, and Torres says, I want you to join the border guard. He says this, very seriously, looking directly into Enrique's eyes. Enrique, very serious, starts thinking, border guard? Aren't they commanded directly by the crown? This is the best offer of all, even better than joining the heavy infantry, for the turtles. Jackson, Ragnar, and Rim are attentive to hear their leader's response. Rim knows that the squad leader, Enrique, couldn't have even dreamed of such an offer before. And even though he rejected the others, he would be a complete fool if he turned down this offer to join the border guards. And Torres is quite cheerful and says, yeah, I realized how strong you are the moment we exchanged the first blow. And I realized, Enrique, that you want a much bigger fight than this. Enrique, if you join us, the border guards, I promise to give you hellish training and insane challenges. Coming to the border guard has a very significant meaning. And Torres, extending his hand to Enrique, asserts that in the border guards, Enrique will be able to realize his full potential. Rim lowers his head because he knows that this proposal is something Enrique cannot refuse, as it is much more than a dream for all the soldiers. And Ragnar remains there, with his eyes closed, pretending to be asleep, listening to the entire conversation and very attentive. Jackson is, as always, cleaning his dagger and paying attention to everything around. And AUD is very attentive, thinking that finally his boss Enrique is leaving. Enrique takes a deep breath, gathers courage, and starts to speak. Hey, Torres, if you're talking about hellish training. And Torres doesn't understand why Enrique is repeating everything he said. There is no other place with training is hellish as this, because Torres is offering the best training. But behind Enrique are 4 instructors who provide hellish training. Hey, Christ, get out of there, Christ. For now, you're not an instructor. No, hellish training. From AUD, no one in that company does it. Training the ears, wielding the sword, and feeling the heart of the beast. That's something no one in that army has. Enrique, the fierce one, keeps thinking that he doesn't want to reach his full potential. He wants much more than that. He wants to surpass his full potential and rise even higher. Then, a new day begins there. The sky is clear, and there are no leaves on the trees. And the house where Enrique is, along with his team, is an old house full of holes. And in discomfort, Rem, who is huddled under the blanket, is freezing. He says, what kind of cold is this? I wish I could be hitting someone with my axe, just to warm up a little. Then, he looks ahead and says, Leader Enrique, where are you going? Hey, can you bring me some hot stones? Enrique starts thinking about Rem. Since the battle is over, he has practically become useless. He just stays under the blanket complaining about the cold. Then AUD, looking like an older man, talks to him. Hey, give me that thigh here. Come on. If you exercise a little, you'll get warm. So, how about training with me? And Rem, like any adult, tells him, drop that right now, or I'll kill you. Then, AUD lets go of that blanket and Rem covers up to his head. And AUD talks to Enrique. Hey, squad leader, do you want to exercise with me? Because this will loosen up your frozen muscles. It'll be really good. But Enrique replies to him, I can't right now. I need to go to work. And when I get back, we can do it. Then you ask, work? What work? Why aren't they also? Isn't there an offer to join the border guards? So, Enrique accepted. So, while Enrique is leaving, Rim shouts and talks to him. Hey, squad leader, my warm stones, okay? Don't forget, alright? My stones, okay? And Enrique says, I heard you, you bastard. You can stop talking. And so, Enrique heads out for his first work shift on that cold morning. And he's also feeling the cold, as he thinks. It just got a little chilly. And suddenly, winter arrived, and walking through that fortress city, he goes to the market and there it is. Hey, cheap products. At rock bottom prices. Huh? There's warm bread too. Who wants some? Even in the cold, life in that city doesn't stop. The purpose of the border guard is to fight in wars, but when there are no battles, they perform police duties, patrolling the streets, to protect the city. So, Enrique meets his two new partners, and one says, "Hello, how's it going?" And so one introduces himself with a shell-like face and a goatee, says his name is Jack, and pointing to the blonde, Jack says his name is Bo. So on this very cold morning, the three of them go to work together, as if they were a team. Enrique is a bit suspicious because he has heard these names, Jack and Bo, before. Weren't they the guys from the escort mission? Enrique finds this very strange because he heard these two names some time ago, but he doesn't know the exact place. Jack is very happy and says, how cool. To work with a famous spellbreaker, it's an honor for us. And Bo is very surprised and says to Enrique, "Yeah, I heard you were promoted to a high-ranking soldier." "Congratulations, huh?" Bo is very surprised and says, "Yeah, being promoted from a very low rank to a high rank, that's really amazing." Enrique, being quite modest, says he just got lucky. Then, Jack makes a proposal to Enrique and says, "Hey, I wanted to see how strong a high-ranking soldier is. Would you like to duel with me when we get back?" Enrique, looking at him, says, "Of course, I accept. I never refuse a duel," and Jack is very pleased. He says, "Hey, that's a promise, right? When we get back, we will duel." Then, that cold morning becomes even colder as an almost freezing wind starts to sweep through the city. Jack starts complaining because he didn't want to be working in such weather and says it's very cold. Bo, on the other hand, says that this winter is colder than usual, but Enrique is very annoyed because these guys are too close to him. If Enrique stops, they step on his heel. Moreover, Enrique knows he's not big enough to block the cold wind from hitting them. Sometime later, they enter the fair. And there it is, one selling roasted fish, another selling warm bread. The fair in that place is quite lively. Fresh fruits, bread, cheese, salami, baked potatoes, hot stone. All of this is offered at that fair. Enrique moves ahead, with Jack and Bo right on his heels. In front of Enrique, there's this little red hat, walking calmly. This little red hat looks like a child, as he is much shorter than Enrique and is moving in a very strange way. Suddenly, the little red hat trips and stumbles to fall. And Enrique quickly moves forward to help him. And he says, "Hey, kid, are you okay?" Then, that kid pulls out a very sharp dagger and moves towards Enrique. Enrique is alert, but this kid is already too close. There's nothing more he can do. So, with that dirty trick of pretending to fall, that kid plunges his dagger into the middle of Enrique's chest, delivering a fatal blow. And only now does Enrique realize he has been hit. And then he starts wondering, when did he do that? What's happening? And so, red liquid is expelled from our hero's mouth, and Jack, slyly, covers Enrique's mouth and says to him, "What a thing, huh? Drinking early in the morning. You're already dizzy, huh?" And Bo, even more deceitful, asks Enrique, "Hey, are you okay? What happened to you?" Meanwhile, Enrique suffered a fatal blow. Enrique realizes that these three are working together and hiding him from the crowd, as no one around noticed that he is being murdered. So, our clever protagonist starts thinking, are they working together? Then, Little Red Riding Hood says to Enrique, "Hey, you're surprised, aren't you? I bet you're surprised." Then the half-elf gives a very sinister smile to Enrique and says to him, "A persistent hand never forgets its target." Upon hearing this phrase, Enrique knows that this half-elf assassin came from the Principality of Aspen, as he is using the same phrases that the cancerous ones use. And Enrique is sure that they are there to take revenge for him breaking that spell. Enrique, with his mouth covered, arms immobilized, and a dagger buried in his chest, has nothing left to do. Then, the baseboard painter pulls that blade from Enrique's chest with great force, widening the cut even more. Enrique falls to his knees as his body begins to fail, because having his heart pierced is a sure death sentence. Then, Jack, Bo, and the bonsai climber leave the haunted Enrique lying there, in the middle of the fair, with his heart pierced and bleeding to death. And so, Jack says, "Yeah, our mission was a success. Let's go back. Houghton, come with us." Then, Bo looks up to where Houghton is hiding, as he is also part of this murder. Then Enrique, who hasn't died yet, starts thinking, Jack, Bo, Houghton. Of course, now I remember. These are the soldiers who returned wounded from the reconnaissance mission. It was them that Christ talked about. Then, Enrique remembers Christ talking to him, Enrique, they all came back injured. Jack, Bo, Houghton, and the others. These three returned very wounded from their reconnaissance mission. Now, Enrique is sure that these three are traitors who used the reconnaissance mission to make contact with Aspen. Then, our Enrique, after thinking all this, starts to fall as he is finally losing his consciousness. So, Enrique knows that it's 4 against 1, Jack, Bo, Houghton, and the garden gnome. So, while the blood of our hero is draining from his body, and he is in agony, Aunt Pinha is walking in that direction with a basket of clothes, and she notices that something is wrong. Then, Aunt Pinha, upon seeing that, gets a huge fright, and she does what she has to do. She lets out a very loud scream and says, "Someone died here. Someone was murdered." So, there it is, the body of our hero lying on the ground, bleeding to death. On that cold floor, And Enrique, before dying, has only one thought: yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Then, Enrique wakes up in his room today because this is going to be very interesting. And the first thing Enrique does is sit on the bed and say, "Hey, Ren, good morning," because Enrique has no trauma nor any fear of death. And this is a good day. And Ren, curled up under the blanket, talks to him. "What, boss? What's up with you? You were excited in the morning?" And Enrique says, "Nothing, I just wanted to start this day with a lot of energy. This seems to be a day." And Enrique does the usual, gets ready, and goes to his job. But before that, he meets Aldi on the way and says, "Hey, Aldi, how's it going?" Then, inside the cabin, someone shouts, "Hey, since you're going out, don't forget to bring me some hot stones, okay?" Aldi is training his body, taking a cold bath, in that temperature, which is measuring 1 degree. That water is almost freezing. But Aldi is tough, he takes a cold bath, even with water that's almost freezing. And for him, it's a lot of fun because it's just training and Aldi's body is practically a furnace. The water that falls on his body starts to evaporate, and he, with a white smile, looks back and says, "Hey, boss, did you call me? What do you want, my boss?" "Hey, Aldi, you told me some time ago that you had training to grow the body, didn't you?" And Aldi, very smiling, says, Training for the whole body? Of course I do. Oh, the training I have is essential to maintain your strength on a cold day like this. Do you want to do it? Then, let's go. Enrique, with the training I'm going to give you, you'll be prepared for all situations. So, do you really want it?" Enrique, very seriously, looks in Aldi's direction and says, "Yes, I do. Teach me, please." And then, Professor Aldi will begin his lesson. Enrique remembers seeing the bonsai climber at the moment he drew the dagger. However, his body was so cold that he couldn't even react. And Enrique knows that all of this happened to him due to lack of preparation. If he had warmed up beforehand, he wouldn't have died so helplessly like that. Then, Aldi says to him, "Boss, the name of this training is Catch This. So, you need to stay in this position for a very long time until your body gets used to it." Enrique is a bit upset because he should have realized that something was wrong, since when Jack and Bo got so close to him, there was something off about it. So, Enrique promises to take those two down first, and after that, Enrique plans to deal with that half-fairy. Enrique has been in that position for over an hour, and Aldi arrives with a big smile and says to him, "Hey, boss, if you don't push yourself, your muscles are going to get sad, okay? So, see if you can maintain that position." Enrique, trembling from the effort, says to him, "Oh, Aldine, you don't even need to say it, okay? My muscles are already screaming. Balancing on one leg in this position has already warmed up my whole body." But Enrique's mind is on those four because he needs these guys to be within his reach so he can get to them. Then, just like the day before, Jack introduces himself and introduces Bo, saying that the three of them will work together. Enrique, knowing these traitors, plans to take them down one by one and answers the same question as before: "It's a pleasure to meet you." Then, Jack repeats the same phrase from the day before, asking if he's cold. Enrique says, "No, I'm not. I just finished training a little while ago." And Bo is surprised and says, "Huh? So it's no wonder you earned your reputation, right? Training in this kind of cold?" And so the three of them continue patrolling in that city. Jack and Bo once again complain about the cold and stick close behind Enrique. But Enrique knows that his body, this time, is well prepared. And it's all thanks to Aldi. So Enrique clenches his fist because he knows what's coming next. And this time, his fingers are paralyzed. Then, he looks ahead, trying to find that baseboard painter. At first, he looks around and can't find him because he's short, looks like a child, a dwarf's offspring. Then, shortly after, Little Red Riding Hood returns to the scene, walking slowly towards our hero, because now is the time for the murder. Enrique isn't foolish, and takes the initiative, because now with his body warmed up, he knows exactly what to do, and by punching Jack and Bo in the face, at the same time, Enrique intends to finish off these two quickly. And after that, with everything aimed at that dwarf, Bo shouts to Jack, "Hey, he noticed." Thus, Bo decides to draw his sword, because now they've been exposed and they have to complete that murder. Enrique, in turn, looks ahead and wonders if the bonsai climber will flee or attack. Because when he saw Enrique attack the two, he stopped in the same place he was. So, while Jack had his nose broken, Enrique quickly draws his sword, because he needs to finish off these two soon and then face that garden gnome. Little Red Riding Hood makes a very quick movement with her hands, and a very mysterious sound is quickly heard in that place. The fierce Enrique wonders what sound it is that he heard. However, when Enrique looks at his chest, there was already a very sharp blade, piercing his heart. And this leaves our protagonist surprised. He thinks, "Huh? A throwing knife? When did he throw that? I didn't even see it." Then, Enrique, with that throwing knife stuck in his heart, knows he is going to die. And so, Enrique looks ahead and realizes that Little Red Riding Hood is quite far from him. Moreover, she's in the middle of the crowd and no one noticed it, because it was so quick that Enrique didn't even have a chance to react. Then, Enrique, looking ahead, feels happy because this guy seems to be good. And this is a very amusing situation. Then, the half-elf, with a displeased look, says to Enrique, hey, a persistent hand never forgets its target, okay? And with that, Little Red Riding Hood is sure she has completed her mission. It ended with a spellbreaker. In this way, Enrique staggers and begins to fall, because Enrique didn't notice the moment when that knife was thrown. When he heard the sound, it had already pierced his heart. That dagger was much faster than the sound. Then, Aunt Penna, once again passing by that place, starts to shout, hey, look over there. Someone just died. It looks like someone was murdered. Meanwhile, our Enrique is on the ground, bleeding heavily and in agony, aiming to die. Enrique realizes that this situation is quite difficult because he needs to face people who attack him at both short and long distances, all at the same time. So, our Enrique is dying, but he dies with a wide smile on his face because this has been very fun. Then, he starts thinking about how he should prepare for this. Enrique, quite sleepy, keeps thinking when the garden gnome is close, he stabs, and when he's far, he throws that swift dagger. So, the situation he finds himself in is not that difficult to understand. Enrique, trembling quite a bit, realizes that this new wall is relatively simple. Then, Enrique says, death. And Audie, who is behind him, putting his weight on Enrique's body, says, what, boss, was that a threat? Enrique says, no, I'm the one who's going to die if I keep going like this. Meanwhile, Audie continues, with that hellish training. Then, Ragnall, watching from afar, says to Enrique, hey, boss, what are you doing? Are you training your resistance to torture? And Ran, under the blanket, says, hey, boss, is it really that hard? You're groaning a lot. Some time later, Jackson arrives at the landing and says to Enrique, hey, boss, the next shift is yours. But before he fully opens the door, he hears someone speaking. Let's go. That's how it's done, huh? Come on, follow me. Enrique is sitting on the floor, listening to Professor Ren, teaching how it's done. And Ren says, look, it's like this, see, you just have to stretch your back with force. And Professor Ragnall also teaches Enrique and says, hey, Enrique, if you can't even do this, I'm going to have to train your flexibility. And Puma stretches like a cat and also shows Enrique how to do it. And this is the scene that Jackson is seeing now. But Audie starts laughing and says, hey, you lazybones, this territory here is mine, okay? So, get out, because you don't know how to teach this. He does this by stretching all over, looking like a very difficult yoga position. And Jackson, a deadly assassin, watches the whole scene, with a huge question mark on his face. And then someone says, hey, Jackson, what's with that face? We're just training, okay? Come join us. A little while later, Enrique is drawing on the ground with a stick. He's thinking that he needs to find a way to block that dagger that's going to be thrown at him. Enrique, a natural artist, draws that dagger with perfection. He knows that the precision and speed of that dagger are not like the other daggers he knows. Jackson approaches him and asks, boss, is that a whistling dagger? And Enrique looks at Jackson, then he asks, huh, whistling dagger? Is that what this weapon is called? Jackson says yes, and it's known that way because of the sound it makes when it's thrown. And then, Jackson adds, look, if this weapon is used well, the target will never know what hit them. So, Enrique, you'd better stay away from these things, okay? And Enrique, very seriously, says he will remember that. Jackson doesn't know that Enrique was already a target of that dagger some time ago. Enrique is tough, and he knows that no matter how good that garden gnome is at throwing the dagger, he will be able to stop him. And so, the next day, the bonsai climber is there, coming towards Enrique. And Enrique was wondering what this little guy could do if he blocks the dagger at the right moment. Then, Enrique prepares that old move and quickly moves his hands. And once again, he punches Jack in the face, but Bo manages, as always, to dodge that attack. But Enrique, who has lived this day more than once, already knows what to do, and immediately grabs Bo, not giving him time to draw his sword. And so, Enrique has the brilliant idea to kill Bo and use him as a shield, in this way, not getting hit by that dagger. That dagger once again goes through Bo and very precisely hits Enrique's heart. And all of this happened in a fraction of a second. But it wasn't just Enrique who got hit. Bo was also mortally hit by another thrown dagger. And Jackson didn't escape either, as a third dagger is lodged with great speed in the middle of his neck, hitting a very important artery in his body. And Jackson didn't even have time to scream. Then, Enrique is surprised because that guy threw 3 daggers at the same time, and all of them mortally hit 3 different targets. Enrique realizes that Little Red Riding Hood is a much more skilled assassin than he imagined, and so he notices the baseboard painter with a wide smile on his face because finally the persistent increase has finished off his target. Then Aunt Penha does the basic thing, starts screaming and says, "Murderer! Murderer!" And there they are, 3 bodies on the ground, Jackson, Enrique, and Bo. Enrique realizes that this assassin doesn't hesitate to even kill his own companions to achieve his goal. Or did he never think of them as his allies? They're just disposable. Little Red Riding Hood gets very close to him and says, "Yeah, you were admirable, huh? I like what you did." He says this, smiling sarcastically in front of Enrique. Enrique, with a serious face, stares at Little Red Riding Hood, while he says, "Hey, you wretch," a persistent man, never forgets his target. Die, bastard. Enrique, with a dagger stuck in his chest, responds to the baseboard painter. "Yeah, that's great, huh?" And the garden gnome talks to him. "Huh? Are you making jokes on the brink of death? Is that right? You're really crazy." Then, Garden Penguin, holding his whistling dagger, says to Enrique, "Man, you're really weird. You know that?" Enrique finally admits that he underestimated the situation, as this wall is not as simple as he had thought. Then, the bonsai climber forcefully pulls that blade out of Enrique's heart, causing a lot of red liquid to gush out in the process. But Enrique is very happy because a wall is still a wall. After that, Enrique is transported to the dimensional space where Sharon is, and Sharon says to him, "Are you enjoying this? That's what it seems like, because you died smiling. So, laugh while you can." And thus, the ominous Sharon waits for Enrique to despair over so many deaths. But I think his strategy isn't very good, because Enrique is getting happier and dies with a smile on his face. But Sharon tells Enrique that there is always a despair waiting at the end of joy. And that's why what is upon you is a curse, and not a blessing. But Enrique is having a lot of fun with this curse. So finally, Enrique wakes up on another day and stands there staring at the ceiling, thinking about everything that ominous figure had told him. Then, shortly after, Enrique is fully dressed and ready for battle, because he is sure that no, this is not a curse, but a blessing. And as always, outside where they stay, Jackson is there with a very sharp knife in his hands, and Enrique says to him, "Jackson, can you tell me about the whistling dagger?" And Jackson says to him, "Where did you get that from?" Enrique says, "Will that help you with the explanation?" Jackson knows it's not, so he begins his explanation, saying that whistling daggers are multiple thin blades, all of them long and very close together, appearing as a single blade, and that's why they make the whistling sound, because whenever they are thrown, they make this characteristic sound. Then we are shown the whistling daggers, as they are so close together that they seem to be a single blade. Jackson explains to Enrique that these weapons used to be nicknamed the daggers. That could only be heard, because it's quite difficult for the human eye to follow their path. "Okay, but what if I wanted to see them to be able to dodge them?" Jackson replies, "You can't." And Enrique insists, "Okay, but if I needed to dodge them, what do I have to do?" Then, Jackson looks at Enrique and says, "What? You need to dodge these weapons?" Enrique, very seriously, replies that yes, he needs to dodge these weapons. Jackson starts thinking that Enrique is doing it again, asking questions about weapons that almost no one knows about. And moreover, how did he hear about this? Then, Jackson says to him, "Hey, Enrique, there's no point in trying to see a dagger that's been thrown. What you really need to do is watch the thrower's hand, because the path of the dagger and where it will hit is decided the moment it's thrown." But Enrique, there is a way to hide the way you throw, but it's not hard to notice once you understand a bit about the subject. Enrique says, "Jackson, do you think I can learn this technique?" He says, "Of course not. The way you throw, you'll never understand this technique." Enrique knows what Jackson meant, that his throwing technique is one of the worst he's ever seen. "Enrique, do you want me to teach you how to throw?" Now, finally, Enrique is going to learn from a professional. Enrique wonders why Jackson offered this without him even asking. But since Enrique hasn't responded yet, Jackson says to him, "Or not, right? Maybe you're very confident in the way you throw." But of course, Enrique is not at all confident in his throwing technique. And so he says, "I accept. I want to learn from you." Then, we return to that market where products are sold for next to nothing, and someone else says, "But that product is expensive," and the vendor says it's priced like golden bananas. Then follows the repetition of another day. Jack and Bo say the exact same thing they had said before and continue to stick close behind Enrique. And then, Enrique remembers what Professor Jackson taught him. He said, "Enrique, relax your entire body. Then, I want you to be completely focused only on the blade, right at the moment it leaves your hand." Jackson concluded by saying that seeing and dodging are the same thing. From the moment he can see the thrower's hand, it will be very easy to dodge. So, Enrique is there, trying to see the garden gnome. Then, that half-elf, who is quite short, comes walking through the crowd, with that red cape that everyone has already seen. Enrique, upon spotting him, doesn't wait any longer, and draws his sword. The math class was perfect and Jack was decapitated so quickly that he didn't even have time to change his expression. When Bo saw what had happened, Enrique was already coming at him and Bo hadn't even managed to draw his sword yet, and so, in the next math class, Enrique scores a 5, because he couldn't cut the cake in half, but that cut was so big that Bo can't do anything anymore, so Bo falls to the side, losing his life, while Jackson has long gone to hell, and thus, Aunt Penha does her part, and she screams, "Murderer, murderer." We have a murder here. At that moment, Little Red Riding Hood passes right by Aunt Penha, as her target is in front of her. The bonsai climber draws his blade and gets ready to throw. Enrique keeps an eye on him, not losing sight of his hands. Enrique changes his stance, going from relaxed to focused, but grabbing his sword
He protects his heart, because if that dagger doesn't hit his heart, he has a chance to stay alive. So, Enrique becomes completely focused, watching the fingertips of that half-elf. That blade enters Enrique's arm very quickly. He only realized it had arrived after hearing its sound. Then, he looks to the side, and only then does he understand that he was hit and feels a bit of pain. While Enrique looked away, the other very fast blade hits his heart. You know, right? He didn't even need to blink, just looked away and practically died. Enrique, before falling to the ground from that blow, still has time to think that it was very fast and that he only looked away for less than a second. Then, our hero finally falls. But of course, right? He falls with a smile on his face because he saw. Finally, he saw what happened. Thus, Enrique, who was about to die, dies again with a smile on his face. Enrique noticed, in that split second, a very fast flash coming from the fingertips of that pygmy. Then, Little Red Riding Hood comes close to Enrique and starts to speak. Hey, a persistent mind. Enrique says, okay, I already know. Never forgets its target. I already know, okay? Don't push it. And the pygmy is startled, because that's practically a secret code. How did he know I was going to say that? And so he asks, hey, how did you know? Enrique, who is dying, thinks he just needs to do this a few more times, until he finds a really effective way to get rid of this useless pygmy. And so, Enrique, with a smile on his face, boldly turns to him. Alright, we'll see each other soon, okay? See you in a bit. Because Enrique wants to know all the tricks this bonsai climber has. So, on the next day, Enrique already draws his sword because he wants to end this as quickly as possible. Jack quickly realizes he's going to attack me for free, and doesn't even have time to scream. Immediately, Enrique turns and thrusts his sword into Bo's chest, also killing him with that strike. And so, these two are eliminated, very quickly. Then, Aunt Pinna starts screaming and says, "Murderer, murderer." We have a murderer here. Meanwhile, a lot of blood is gushing from Bo's severed artery. But Enrique has a thought, because before, he only dreamed of improving, but now, after everything he has been through and acquiring all these skills, Enrique finally has a certainty that he can go much further than that, because now he can even see that swift blade in the hands of that skilled assassin. Enrique knows that if he tries hard, he can have whatever he wants. Then the assassin positions those blades in his hand once again. And so, in a fraction of a second, the whizzing dagger is thrown in a deadly curve. But Enrique is prepared, because now, he has a metal plate on top of his forearm. And with a very quick movement, he manages to stop the advance of that blade. That garden gnome gets very furious about this and says, "You lunatic." Because Enrique is using his body as if it were a shield since that first blade went into his arm. Enrique realizes that from the way he's holding the blade, he's going to attack from the front. So, Enrique just needs to move to the side to dodge. But the dwarf pretends to throw and doesn't, abruptly changing the position of his throw.
Gotcha!
And then you know, right? Enrique is wide-eyed, knowing it's going to go badly because he's in the air, dodging a blade that wasn't thrown. So, the brave Enrique falls for the dwarf's trick, and takes a deadly dagger to the middle of his heart. Then, once again, our hero falls to his knees, as this assassin has many different ways to attack. Enrique realizes that the assassin is very clever and adaptable, and with every move he makes, the pygmy adapts perfectly. Then, Enrique starts thinking about that weapon, and he does the unexpected. He pulls that dagger, embedded in his heart out. Thus, Enrique makes that psychopath face, and he thinks, this weapon is really cool, I want one of these, I need a weapon like this. Then, twirling his dagger with just one finger, Enrique prepares to make his throw. But that's silly, it's the next day, right? Because he had his heart pierced. Of course, he died, and Enrique, showing he's very good at aiming, misses that apple that's only 5 meters away from him. Then, Jackson says to him, "Hey Enrique, what are you doing?" Enrique replies, "I'm practicing my whistling dagger throw." Jackson says, "Are you crazy? You know that's not a whistling dagger, you know that, right?" Enrique, twirling that razor-sharp blade in his hand, smiles at Jackson and says to him, "I know, but soon I'll have one." That dagger shatters and a razor-sharp blade flies out at high speed.
The wicked death came close to me.
Jackson wasn't expecting that. That deadly dagger passes within millimeters of his face. Then, the atmosphere gets really tense. Enrique thinking he messed up and Jackson thinking he's a useless person who knows nothing. Damn it. So, we're already on the 8th today, and Little Red Riding Hood throws 2 daggers this time. But Enrique, very skillful, manages to dodge that dagger and keeps advancing towards that damn assassin. And he tells himself that he won't fall for this trick again, as he's seen it more than 5 times in a row. Enrique, this time, heard a very strange noise coming from behind him, so he thought about not looking back, but he had already been hit by a deadly dart from behind. And so he keeps thinking, oh man, I forgot about Hooten. That damn guy was behind me the whole time, and Hooten is there, with his crossbow in hand, doing what he was paid to do, kill the spellbreaker. So, on the 9th day, after Enrique kills Jack and Bo, he goes after Hooten and throws his training blade in his direction.
and Enrique shows that he's gaining proficiency with this and hits Hooten's vital point with that precise throw. Then, the garden gnome talks to him. Are you an idiot? You looked away. At that moment, the whirling dagger heads towards Enrique on its deadly path. Then, the next day, Enrique hits the apple, in Jackson's hand with great precision, because before, Jackson was far away, but now, he's holding the apple in his hand. And so, the brave Enrique, who has repeated this day 10 times, becomes much more proficient in blade throwing. Then, very suspicious, Jackson looks at Enrique, because his boss suddenly became very good at blade throwing. Then, Enrique goes over the basic teaching and says, arms and hands are to guide the dagger, and the body should be used to throw it. And then he asked Jackson, isn't that right? So, what am I doing wrong? Jackson says that's exactly it. But Enrique, where did you learn to throw a dagger like that? And Enrique can't say it was with him, so he makes something up. Oh, I saw someone in a fight throwing a dagger like this, so I'm just trying to imitate him. And Jackson is surprised. He thinks, what? At this level? Just by watching? What kind of genius is Enrique? Hey Enrique, have you ever heard about the blade throwing technique? And before Enrique can answer, Jackson starts his explanation and says it was created by a man named George. This guy, he was the assassin. That name was given to him because of the weapon he used, the whistling dagger. George really wanted to create a very silent dagger made with thin-bladed knives. However, it was too difficult to handle. So, he kept perfecting it until he reached the whistling dagger, which we know today. Enrique says, oh, really? I didn't even know there was a story behind it. Pretty cool, huh? Jackson says, what, you didn't know? I thought you created it because of that. Enrique says, huh? I didn't understand. What do you mean? You know what, Enrique? You use a perfect stance to throw that dagger. That's very interesting. Then, on the 10th day, Enrique says, Jack, Bo, I want you to follow me. And Jack says, what? Where do you want to go? Enrique takes the lead and tells them, come on, just follow me, okay? We will patrol a different place today. And Jack says, what? But we were ordered to patrol the market. This way, we'll get reprimanded. Enrique looks back and says, hey, I'm the one in charge. I have the highest rank here, okay? So, whatever happens, I'll take responsibility. Let's go. And then, Jack starts whispering to Bo, what the heck is he doing? What should we do now? Bo quietly replies, come on, let's follow him. Let's see what happens. Then, Enrique climbs a mountain, followed by the two. However, they are no longer right behind Enrique, because what Enrique really wanted to do was get them out of the market, as it's the perfect place for an assassination, since any assassin would take advantage of the crowd and execute a foolproof plan. Then, Jack speaks to Enrique, hey leader, I think we should go back, you know? Then, Enrique looks back and says to him, hey, how much did you get paid to betray us? How much money did they promise you? Jack and Bo realize they had been found out, and their expressions changed immediately. Then, at that moment, they draw their swords and charge at Enrique, saying, let's finish him off. He found out everything. But Enrique makes a terrible math mistake, and can't cut Jack in half. However, it was a fatal blow, but Bo, Enrique once again, pierces his chest with his sword, killing him instantly. Then, he notes that he died. For this ox to pass a herd, with so much blood spilled, why not make blood sausage? Hold on, the uncle told a joke, okay? So laugh. It's meant to be funny, okay? It's meant to be funny, and you all are like this, right? Just like Enrique, looking at my face, because the uncle's joke was terrible. If you told a better joke, write it all out in the comments. Enrique notices someone approaching and stares at them very fiercely. And there he is, a guy less than 5 feet tall looking like Little Red Riding Hood. But this time, he's not alone, because Hooten is with him too, and both are short. So, the 7 dwarfs lost 2 of their dwarfs. Hooten and the half-fairy came after Enrique to ambush him. But when they got up there, Enrique had already killed the 2. And so, the brave one speaks to them, hey, you guys are late, huh? You know, don't you? Bring it on, I'm just waiting for you. Little Red Riding Hood, who was dubbed Bonsai Climber, gets very angry. And right away, he throws 3 whistling daggers. Enrique dodges 1, dodges 2, and dodges the 3rd. And while he does that, he moves in on them. Enrique keeps thinking that this assassin can throw 3, 4, 5, 6, as many daggers as he wants. But as long as Enrique can see his hand, it will be in vain, because he will dodge them all. But Hooten shows he's clever, as he's already behind Enrique. Then, with his crossbow loaded, he prepares to shoot in the direction of the spellbreaker. But Enrique, looking back and reacting very quickly, makes a move with his fingers, and a very fast dagger is embedded in the middle of Hooten's forehead. Then, the bonsai climber starts laughing and says, you idiot. You looked away, now you're dead. As he says this, he throws a deadly whistling dagger, but Enrique has an iron plate on his wrist and manages to stop that deadly dagger. Then, Little Red Riding Hood is left speechless, as he didn't expect that. Enrique, even without looking, managed to stop the dagger he threw. Then Enrique, with that dagger embedded in his arm, starts to turn towards the assassin, and our protagonist, with a look of pure hatred, shows that the dagger pierced through the metal plate and entered his arm, but that's what he wanted. Then the assassin is very intrigued and says, "Who the hell are you? How did you manage to do that? You're not an assassin." Enrique, pulling the dagger out of his arm, responds to the assassin, "Hey, Walking Dead man, you don't need to know that, because I'm going to kill you right here." And so, Enrique finally removes that razor-sharp blade from himself and, with a psychopathic look, says to the dwarf, "Hey, how many of those do you have? After I kill you, I'm going to take all of them for myself. Thanks, okay?" The dwarf, after hearing this, starts thinking, does this guy know how to use that? Could he also be an assassin? And so, he replies, "I have 2 more. And Enrique, approaching him, says, "Wow, I'm so jealous. I only have 1. And the assassin calls our hero shameless, because he's joking in front of the enemy, "You must be crazy." Then, that half-elf also approaches, and threatens Enrique, saying, "You know, right? You can already consider yourself a dead man, because as soon as you throw that dagger, it's over for you." Enrique says, "Look at my scared face. Oh, pygmy, we'll only find out if what you're saying is true after we really fight." Enrique says this, but keeps his eyes wide open, not blinking for a moment, because he noticed that the footnote hid both hands. However, he couldn't hide the entire arm. So, Enrique still has a partial view of his arm, and with that, Enrique knows he can dodge. Then, let the fight begin. Garden Gnome on one side, preparing to stealthily attack, our hero with his deadly daggers. Then that little guy starts spinning the dagger swiftly in his hands at high speed, and Enrique realized that with this movement, he will throw both daggers at once. Enrique, with complete focus, manages to dodge those deadly throws, and then our hero throws his dagger, which leaves his hands. However, the Garden Gnome proves to be very quick, and also manages to dodge that attack. But Enrique knows, right? That guy is definitely lying, and so Enrique keeps his eyes sharp, and so, the Garden Gnome, very smiling, pulls out 2 more blades, and starts smiling at our hero. But this didn't catch Enrique by surprise, because Enrique knew he was lying. But Enrique was also lying, and so our hero pulls out that dagger. He was practicing with Jackson. So, he also lied about only having that one, and the gnome, upon hearing this, even starts to sweat because he hadn't imagined that Enrique had another dagger. Enrique caught him by surprise, because at the same moment he dodged the other 2 daggers, he also threw his surprise dagger at the gnome, and it almost hit, because if the gnome hadn't sucked in his stomach, he would have had a cesarean right there. So, the gnome gets very angry and says, "You're a liar. You lied to me. You said you only had those 2. And so, the gnome draws his rapier, because now, his anger has risen too much. Enrique says, "Well, you lied too. You said you only had 2, and then, you threw 2 more at me." But Enrique finds this situation very unusual, because until now, in these recurring games, this assassin has never drawn his rapier. Enrique knows there's an unspoken rule among assassins, which is that a respectable assassin only attacks from a distance, but Garden Gnome is very angry and has gone for melee, as he now promises to stab our hero all over. Then, he leaps towards Enrique. Enrique is thinking, "Wow, what a strange move. Hold on. Is he really coming at me so fast? Is that right? Is he going to attack me directly like this? Head on like that? What kind of new attack is this?" Then Garden Gnome extends his rapier to deliver a sharp thrust at Enrique, and you know, right? Garden Gnome, tiny, rapier, thrust, sharp thrust. Enrique is the king of dodging sharp thrusts, and he grabs the hand of that assassin, and even teases him, saying, "Hey, do you need a stool so I can reach you?" That assassin wasn't expecting this, as Enrique turned out to be much faster than he imagined, and Enrique says to him, "Hey, shorty, I'm going to show you something really cool, so get ready, because I'm going to show you some mercy." Enrique lands a precise sword strike right in the middle of that half-elf's face, and there it is, a beautiful scene to behold. Enrique with his sword embedded right in the middle of that half-elf's head, and since the sword is stuck, it's time to pull it out with force, and when Enrique does this, he opens such a large hole in that dwarf's head that a shower of red liquid spreads everywhere. Then our hero stands tall and triumphant, as it only took 10 attempts to overcome this wall. Brave Enrique thinks that growing up is always like this. Fight, lose, get stronger, and win. And this feeling is truly incredible. And so Enrique stands triumphant among those bodies as 4 people came to kill him, and the 4 assassins turned into fertilizer, and you know, right? After you kill the enemy, there's always something you can loot, and Enrique looks at the bonsai climber who came from afar to bring his gift. So, let's loot the bodies. Since the Garden Gnome won't need the whistling daggers anymore, let's grab this drop. Then the scene shifts to inside the city and the person is saying, "What? You were almost assassinated? You lured the assassins out and killed them all? Was that really it?" And Enrique says no, that it was just a coincidence, but things unfolded that way, and the beautiful elf says, "What? A coincidence? What kind of coincidence is that? That you fight against 4 people and come out with so few injuries?" Then Enrique, very shamelessly, says, "Yeah, that's right, the goddess of luck must be on my side. The commander knows that Enrique has something different because he manages to get out of almost impossible situations. And there is Enrique, acting nonchalant, waiting for his commander to decide something, and she says, "Alright, you can return to your post, okay?" And Enrique, being a good commander, says, "Yes ma'am, I'm returning." Then, the scene changes again to the quarters where Enrique and his group are staying, and he very calmly opens the door and says, "Hey, I'm back." The flying axe, straight from hell, quickly advances towards Enrique. And the brave one, with his sharp reflexes, manages to dodge his head just in time, but it was very close, as he almost died there. And he runs, right? And Enrique says to him, "Hey boss, you're doing well. You managed to dodge my surprise attack. That's good, huh?" Enrique says, "Are you crazy? You almost killed me. If I hadn't dodged, I would have died." Hen says, "Yeah, you would have. But look, there's an assassin on your tail, so you'd better always stay alert." And Enrique gives him a thumbs up and says, "Hey, catch this," and throws a glowing stone in his direction. And Ren catches that stone and gets really happy and says, "Wow, that's cool." A hot stone is more. Hen lets out a loud scream of pain while Enrique is checking his hair because that axe came so close it even cut some strands. And then Enrique says, "Hey Craze, can you cut my hair?" Craze says, "Of course, it's 10 coppers. Meanwhile, the glowing stone is burning Ren's hand and he says, "Hey boss, isn't this how you give the stone, right?" "It's burning my hand." But Enrique doesn't care about him and says to Craze, 5 coppers. And Craze, who only thinks about money and is a great negotiator, says to him, "Neither you nor I, 8. Then, outside, while Craze has already cut half of Enrique's hair, he says, "Hey boss, you could pay me more, right?" Enrique says to him, "What, didn't you give me a discount?" "Of course not, it's going to be just 8. Then Craze says to him, "Well, if you're not happy, go to the city and get it cut there." Enrique knows that Craze is the best barber around and then says to him, "Of course not. Those guys don't even know how to cut hair." And then at that moment, snowflakes start to fall. Craze looks up and says, "Yeah, it's really cold today, huh? It seems like winter has finally arrived in full force." Then Ren, who is nearby, says that it's not snow, it's powdered crap made by the devil. And Ragna, crouching and also cold, says he agrees. But AUD says no, that this is definitely a test from God to improve their resilience. But Enrique keeps wondering, why are all these guys here? I didn't understand anything. I went outside, and everyone came out with me. And of course, we know why. Since that assassin got past the border guards, other assassins could also get through. And those 4 are the bodyguards of their boss. But Enrique keeps wondering how those assassins got past the border guards. And when did Jack, Bo, and Houghton return to the camp? That's very strange. And so, Enrique thinks there's someone inside the city, working with the people from Aspen. And so, Enrique asks the gossip, Craze, "Hey, Craze, do you know where those 3 came from?" And Craze says, "What? Are you talking about Jack, Bo, and Houghton? Those 3? If that's the case, Jack was exiled after they were caught stealing. As for Bo, he insulted the noble." And Ren says, "Yeah, Bo was cool." And Enrique agrees with that, but those 3 sold out to the enemy. Hey, Craze, what about Houghton? Craze says that Houghton was part of a group of mercenaries, but the association he belonged to went bankrupt. So those 3, after that, must have stayed in the same guild. And so, our investigator Enrique starts thinking about what kind of guild would accept people with such a bad resume. And of course, right? Only one guild comes to mind. The Thieves Guild, because in it everyone is either a thief or someone shunned by society. And so, Enrique thought that the notorious Thieves Guild must have a secret way to enter and exit the city. Then, he looks at Jackson and says, "Jackson, do you know anything about the Thieves Guild?" And Jackson says, "Why are you asking me that?" Enrique is straightforward and says, "Well, I thought you might know. Jackson is an assassin, but he never imagined Enrique would ask him that so openly." Jackson explains that the contact he had inside died some time ago, and after the guild was restructured, he lost all contact. And then finally, Craze finishes his haircut and says, "Boss, I'm done." And Ren, seeing that, says, "Yeah, boss, it's much better than before, And so our Enrique has a nice haircut, as now his hair doesn't fall in front of his eyes. And after that, Enrique notices that the snow is falling more heavily, and at the same time, Jackson offers to stand guard all night. And Ren says, "Of course not. You're definitely trying to get out of shoveling the snow. I'm the one who will stand guard all night, not you." And Enrique, seeing the 2 arguing about who will stand guard to avoid shoveling the snow, has a really cool idea, and then says to them, "Hey, why don't you go on a mission?" Because those who are on a mission don't have to shovel the snow, and if you agree, no one will have to shovel the snow. And after hearing this, Ring gets very excited and says, "Boss, let's go now." And Jackson says, "I'm in, we can leave right now." And Craze, not wanting to shovel the snow, says, "I'm ready, boss, let's go." And Enrique hears that and says, "Wow, Craze, do you also hate shoveling snow that much? You practically never show up in our story, you're always hiding." But Enrique tells them, "Well, I also want to go on this mission, but first I have to ask the commander's permission." And Ragnar says to him, "What, you haven't asked yet? You're too slow, boss, go on. Shoveling snow, I'm out." Ragnar also doesn't want to shovel the snow. He says, "Boss, go on, okay? We're waiting for you in here." So, Enrique knows that his group is very different because they prefer to go on a mission rather than doing the very tedious job of shoveling snow. So the scene shifts to the place where the commander of the 444 is, and she says to Enrique, "What? You suspect that the Thieves Guild is helping the assassins? And then you want to go there and ambush them, is that it?" Enrique says, "Yes, ma'am, and with your permission, we will go." Enrique's ferry commander looks at him and starts thinking. Enrique, with a blank expression, waits for his boss's response. "Hey Enrique, satisfy my curiosity. You're doing all this just because you don't want to shovel snow, isn't that right?" Enrique, the biggest smooth talker in the world, says, "No ma'am, that's not it." But inside he's thinking, the guy's a genius. Wow, what a smart woman. How am I?
And so we begin part 5. And finally, we're in the city and Enrique has a philosophical question. Where did this whole story about the Thieves Guild come from, anyway? And Crass asks, "Are you talking about the Gilfin Guild? By any chance, boss, do you have any information about it?" And Enrique says he doesn't, and that's why they're there. And as always, Enrique, with his flawless planning, shows up there without knowing anything. And the bold Enrique delegates this task to Jackson and says, "Jackson, we'll wait for you at the tavern. Your job is to find out where they're hiding." And Jackson, confused, says, boss, how am I supposed to do that?" And Enrique, with a motivating answer, tells him, "If I knew, I would have done it myself." And Crass, upon hearing that, speaks for all of us. He thinks to himself, what kind of order is that? But Jackson, cool as ever, just says, "All right, boss, got it." And then I start wondering, is Jackson really that good? Or has he just gotten used to getting terrible orders? But Crass, after hearing that response, gets even more confused and thinks, am I the only weird one here? Well, Crass, I wouldn't say weird, but definitely the least crazy in this group. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad heads off to enjoy Vanessa's pumpkin souffle. While Jackson is doing all the investigative work, the rest of the group is just living it up, eating and drinking without a care in the world. Then Crass asks, "But what if the Gilfin Guild is innocent?" And the tough guy over there replies, "Yeah, even if none of you are involved, that guild is full of criminals." And Ragnar asks, "Hey Aldine, don't you think you're eating a bit too much?" And Aldine, with his mouth full, says, "I need a lot of meat to keep up my muscles." And so, he keeps eating his basic meal, 20 juicy steaks for lunch. While Crass is deep in thought, Enrique says it's way past time to do something about this Thieves Guild. Then Crass gets an idea and says, "Lisa, hold on, come here." And she comes over, all cheerful, and says, "Do you need anything else?" And so, Crass starts gossiping. Enrique gets really curious, trying to listen in on what he's saying to her. I think he's saying something like, "Hey, see this guy next to me? That's my boss. He's a virgin who hasn't been with anyone yet. So how about you hit on him right now? Because he's definitely an easy target right now. And you, subscribers, what do you think Crass is whispering in her ear?" Enrique's conscience starts to weigh on him, but just a little. And as he looks back, he starts thinking that Jackson is taking quite a while. So he wonders if his instructions were too vague for someone who's starting out with no clues at all. And only now does he realize that they really were too vague. Enrique, while eating a very juicy and hot piece of meat, well sheltered inside that tavern, starts to feel sorry for Jackson. And so, he feels a little guilty. And speaking of Jackson, look at him, up there on the roof, in a bone-chilling cold, standing like a statue, covered in snow and searching for anything suspicious. But he doesn't give up and shows a lot of determination in his eyes. And then time goes by, and the snow starts piling up even more on top of him. But he, blinking one eye at a time, stays right there, unmoved, like a statue, determined to perfectly carry out Henry's orders. Well, he definitely found something, because those two shady guys weren't supposed to be here. So he thinks, suspicious figures at night, with hoodies and all, the classic of all classics, at the tavern. Henry asks, "Hey Crass, do you know that woman?" He says, "Yeah, I do. Her name is Lisa. Look, her dad's a shoemaker. Her mom does this, and she's trying to open a tavern of her own." Henry says, "Wow, you sure know a lot about her, huh?" And Crass says, "Of course, man. Pretty soon, she'll definitely be my customer. And more than that, boss, are you interested in her?" But before he could answer, look who showed up. Jackson, covered in even more snow, still standing at the door, says, "Boss, I found the thieves' location." You almost feel sorry for him. Everyone else is warm and cozy inside the tavern, eating plenty, and he's the only one working out there, covered in snow and freezing. Yeah, he doesn't look happy. And for good reason. He's cold, hungry, and thirsty. Enrique, noticing this, says to Jackson, "Hey, do you want some food? I can share mine with you. Look, it's really good and you look pretty tired." Enrique keeps insisting and says, "Come on, eat, I'll give you half of my food." And Jackson, still pretty annoyed, says, "No, I don't want to eat. I don't need it." Either he's really tired or he's just super pissed off at everyone. Enrique says to him, "Well, if you don't want any, let me keep eating because it's really good." And Jackson is surprised and says to him, "Well, what are you waiting for, man? Let's go already." But Enrique, looking like a dog guarding his meat, stuffs his mouth again and doesn't answer Jackson. Jackson looks at Hen and says, "Hey you barbarian, get your butt up and let's go outside." And Hen states the obvious, "I refuse, it's way too cold out there." So Jackson says, "Oh yeah? You want me to bathe your body in your own blood? So you can stay nice and warm." As always, one grabs a knife and the other an axe. Then Enrique says, "Hey, I want to go too, okay? But with the snow piled this high, our mobility is as bad as it gets. So let's stay here for a bit and wait for the snow to stop falling." And so, Enrique looks outside and waits for the blizzard to pass. and after 30 minutes, he looks at everyone and says, yeah, the snow's not going to stop falling. Let's go right now. Everyone get up. And Kras says, boss, but didn't you just say? And Enrique doesn't even let him finish and says, and now I'm taking back what I said. Let's be careful and head out right now. So, while the snow falls, they walk very carefully through it, trying to make as little noise as possible. As they walk, Hen doesn't stop complaining, because he's really cold and it was nice and warm inside the tavern. And as they're passing by, several very suspicious-looking beggars are there in the snow, asking for some financial help. Then, after everyone passes by, one of those beggars pulls out a dagger and gets ready to make his move. But of course, the beggar isn't alone, right? There's beggar number 2 with him, also ready to attack that poor innocent soul who's walking last in line. But since it's really cold, Hen decides to warm himself up. With a psychopath's look in his eyes, in an instant, he's already standing in front of that thief, because now he's definitely warmed up. But you know how it is, right? Hen only knows how to talk with his axe. So the axe starts swinging, and the former would-be mugger is now a dead mugger. As for the second one, he got luckier. He just had his upper and lower jaw broken, but he also went straight to sleep after that hit. And Hen, who has already forgotten all about the cold he was feeling, starts wondering, yeah, these guys aren't Jackson's friends, because they just showed up out of nowhere. But Kras says that these guys must be from the Gilfin Guild. A little while later, Jackson finds the entrance to the hideout, and says that those guys were the lookouts for the hideout entrance. So, he tries to open it and says, too bad, it's locked. And then Aldine, smiling brightly, comes up to him and says, excuse me, brother, I'm going to knock on the door to see if anyone answers, okay? Excuse me. And then he says, knock, knock. Is anyone there? And with a really strong punch, Aldine completely shatters the entrance. Then he looks back with a big smile and says, yeah, I found the key. So guys, shall we go in? And Enrique says, man, do you even know what it means to knock on the door? But Enrique says, yeah, very good, Aldine. At least the door opened. Let's all go in. While they're inside that hideout, Hen asks Enrique what we should ask them first. And Enrique, looking really angry, tells Hen that they'll figure that out later. But first, we have to overpower them with our attack strength. So, they keep going down that huge hallway, and at the end they see an even more reinforced door. Then Enrique says to Jackson, hey Jackson, are you sure the leader of the bandits is in here? Jackson says yes, that was the conversation he overheard from a bandit who was passing by. And all the bandits who are having a meeting in that place notice that someone is coming down the hallway talking. So one asks the other, what's going on out there in the hallway? Because we heard a really loud noise, and the bandit leader, looking pretty unfriendly, says that the door is very sturdy, and when whoever is coming gets tired of banging on it, we'll open it up and finish them off quickly. But right there next to him, one of them looks sad. So he says, I wonder if our guards outside are okay? Hey, I heard that this guy Enrique is coming with him. And the boss says, who cares about that? They're all weak. And that Enrique is the weakest of them all. I could beat him with both my hands tied behind my back. And then they hear, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Very politely, he kicks that fortified door and shatters it completely. So Ragnar, with a big smile on his face, says to them, knock, knock, since you didn't answer me, I decided to knock a little harder. And the bandit boss starts sweating, because how did this monster manage to knock down that fortified door with just one kick? And Rem gets really excited and says, hey boss, since we're going to take everyone out, want to bet on who can take down more? Enrique, very serious, says, of course not, we don't kill the weak, because I know that weak people would rather be captured than fight someone much stronger. As he says this, Enrique slowly draws his sword from its sheath. After that, tapping his sword on the ground, he says to all of them, hey, instead of dying, I have a proposal for you. Then the toughest of the tough draws a line on the ground and says, look, anyone who drops their weapons and crosses this line will stay alive. Now, anyone who doesn't do that, I guarantee you'll have a very painful death. Then Rem, clearly annoyed, says to Enrique, weren't we going to kill all of them first and then talk? Yeah, but Enrique, he says to Rem, we were going to, but now I changed my mind. And Enrique the tough is thinking, I really nailed that performance just now. I sounded like someone really powerful. And Rem is confused because he doesn't know why Enrique is acting like this. And the leader of that group is seething with anger and says, hey, idiot, do you really think you can give us orders? Is that it? And Saint Aldine, still smiling, says to Enrique, hey boss, they're judging us all wrong. Looks like they're only going to listen to us after we use brute force on them. So, should we go ahead and crush them? After that, Enrique gets into a fighting stance and says, yeah, you're right. We're going to have to use force against them, because that's the only way they'll start listening to us. And so, Enrique issues the challenge, hey, which one of you is the strongest? Take it easy, take it easy. And the boss starts to smile and says, this is going to be funny, huh? But he smiles respectfully, because he knows that everyone with Enrique is a really strong warrior. So he says, hey, come here. So, he starts to draw his sword. And the boss in front introduces him, saying that this guy is the strongest warrior they have. And then he says, so you think you're tough, huh? I want to see how many seconds you'll last fighting against him. And, looking straight ahead, he follows his boss's orders and says, yes, boss, leave these idiots to me. As he walks toward Enrique, he asks the question, hey, do you think you can block my sword in a single try? And let me tell you something, I've never been defeated before. Then, suddenly he lets out a shout and charges at Enrique at full speed, trying to catch our hero off guard. Enrique, already used to his poker face, easily dodges the direction of that sword. And now, he opens his eyes wide because Enrique, with great skill, leaves that show-off's guard completely exposed. Then, the bold Enrique thrusts his sword into the loudmouth's shoulder, piercing it all the way through, not giving him any chance to react. Enrique, as he delivers that sharp thrust, is sure that he's using the fencing style of the mercenary Valen, which involves striking while talking. Enrique knows he went through a lot to learn this technique, but now, the technique he possesses is far superior to Valen's fencing, and the head of the Thieves' Guild is sweating even more, since his strongest warrior was defeated in just 2 moves. And now, Enrique shows he's the tough one while he's writhing in pain, on top of his own blood. Enrique looks at the rest and says to them, "Hey, if this guy is the strongest, I don't even want to see the rest of you." Then Enrique raises his sword, completely covered in blood, and gives everyone an ultimatum. "Hey, either surrender now, or all of you are going to die." So, behind Enrique, all his subordinates are just standing there with blank expressions, because they were so shocked they couldn't even change their faces. So they start thinking, yeah, the boss is definitely trying to act like a hero. Then Enrique just stands there, waiting for each person's response. Suddenly, a club drops to the ground, because someone has just surrendered. The guy in the hood, sweating a lot, raises his hands and says he surrenders. But the boss doesn't seem to like that, because he's looking at him with a really nasty expression. Immediately, he raises his sword and says, "You damn coward, I'm going to finish you off right now. How dare you surrender?" Then, filled with rage, the leader of the assassins comes at the coward who just surrendered with a deadly sword strike, aiming to cut him in half. A whistling dagger hits the leader of the assassins, making that unfair attack stop immediately. And so I think he died, because that razor-sharp knife was buried deep in his forehead, and we can see Bravo Enrique striking a hero's pose, showing that he was the one who delivered that deadly blow. And the one in the hood, who had surrendered, feels relieved because he didn't even notice what hit his former boss. The attack that saved him was really that fast. And so we have this beautiful scene. The strongest member of the Thieves' Guild is on the ground, bleeding and writhing in agony as he dies, defeated in just 2 moves. And the leader of that guild taken down in only 1 move. So the badass Enrique is there, striking his pose, showing off how good he is. And Rem is thinking, wow, I can't believe I thought that attack was. But it really was. Damn, I actually like that. And Aldine, in turn, is thinking, yeah, that was. The squad leader really is. Meanwhile, Kraz is left speechless and goes, whoa, that was awesome. The boss is. Meanwhile, Jackson is thinking that this move Enrique just pulled off really wasn't bad at all. He learned it perfectly. And Ragnar is there like, ugh, damn. I actually like that move of his. Now I'm jealous. And Henry, who is very proud of his humility, thinks that his entire squad must have thought this was very. And in the back, Rem and Ragnar are both really jealous of that move, because their boss really pulled off something that made him look very. And so, all the thieves from the Thieves' Guild drop to their knees and say they surrender. And the bald guy next to them begs not to be killed. But Rem turns to Enrique and says, "Boss, what do we do now?" "Oh, in my opinion, we should kill all of them right now, because these guys are like cockroaches. If we don't kill them now, they'll just want to come back later." And the bald guy, kneeling in front of Enrique, begs not to be killed and pleads for his life, saying that many people there have sick mothers. Enrique replies to him, "Well, you might have sick mothers, but you're still criminals, right? So, one thing doesn't justify the other." And the bald guy, crying and pressing his face to the ground, says that if someone has to be killed, please kill me, Jilfi. Enrique says, "Huh? You're Jilfi from the Jilfi Guild?" And then Enrique says, "Hey, bald guy, so you were the boss, not the one I killed?" And the bald guy, pointing at the dead man, says, "No, that one over there, he was the boss." Enrique, really confused, says, "Okay, so he was Jilfi, right?" And the bald guy says, "No, I'm Jilfi." Enrique has a huge question mark on his face, so Kraz explains to him, "Boss, a lot of thieves' guilds name their guilds after random people in their group, and they do this on purpose. If they ever start getting hunted down, the guards will come and arrest the person whose name matches the guild's name. That way, the real boss of the Thieves' Guild can escape while the person with the guild's name gets arrested in their place. This is a plan that most thieves' guilds use." And the bald guy, still trying to explain himself, says that his late boss was a terrible person, but all the other members of the Thieves' Guild aren't bad people. Then he makes a request to Enrique, "If you really want to kill someone, please, kill me instead of them." And he says this with a voice full of tears. At that moment, all the others, crying even harder, start to say, "No, not Jilfi. He's a really kind person." And the blonde guy with the mustache in the back begs not to kill Jilfi, because Jilfi had taken care of his mother when she was sick. He also says that Jilfi is a great person, so the one who first offered himself says that if someone has to be killed, let it be him instead of Jilfi, because Jilfi is a wonderful person and deserves to live. And the tough guy Rem, with tears in his eyes, says to Enrique, "Boss, are you really going to kill him after all that? I didn't think you were a heartless demon, you know?" Then, Enrique looks back and says to him, "Wait, weren't you the one, little guy, who suggested killing everyone in the first place?" And the not-so-bright Jilfi, with tears in his eyes, remembers a very important bargain and says, "The guild's fortune. We have a fortune, you know? If you let us live, I'll show you where all the Thieves' Guild's money is hidden." Enrique doesn't know what to say, But back there the greedy Kraz is grinning from ear to ear, and while the snow falls outside, Mosquito Airport points to a safe nearby and says, "Most of the guild's money is in that safe, but there's a problem. The boss who just died recently was the only one who knew where the key was." Then Forte Aldine says, "The key? I have the key." Aldine, with his bare hands, rips the safe door off like it's nothing, and inside there really is a fortune. There are even gold bars in there, and so Gilf, a bit embarrassed, says, "Well, looks like you don't really need the key, huh?" And then Enrique says to his subordinates, "Go ahead and take whatever you want." And just like that, his subordinates look like kids, because the race to see who gets the best stuff first has just begun. Rem grabs a warm, thermal leather, because not feeling cold in this cursed winter is the greatest treasure for him. And Ragnar, seeing this, looks back and says, is that piece of thermal leather really that important?" And Rem just says, so warm, so warm." Meanwhile, Jackson finds a legendary dagger. Ald, on the other hand, keeps looking for something that catches his eye. Enrique is just like Rem, spots a unique glove, and says, "This is exactly what I needed." But our hero Enrique doesn't stop at just the gloves. He also grabs a suit of flexible, yet very tough, leather armor for himself. And so, our hero's protection keeps getting better and better. While Ragnar is in the back grabbing handfuls of gold rings, Krauls looks at Enrique and says to him, "Squad leader, I have an excellent idea." So, Enrique, a bit suspicious, starts paying attention to Krauls, since Krauls is just grabbing gold. The redhead, grinning from ear to ear, says to his boss, "Hey, how about we start a thieves guild?" Then Enrique says, "What? Are you telling me to become a thief? Is that it?" And Krauls says, "Yes, that's it, but a little different. We'll be the thieves guild that doesn't kill." And that makes Enrique think about the whole situation. Krauls, pointing back toward Gilf, says, "If we take down this thieves guild in less than a month, others will pop up to take their place. So, thinking about it that way, we can use these guys as puppets, just like the old leader was doing. We'll be the real leaders of the Thieves Guild, while Gilf keeps acting as the puppet." What do you think? Enrique starts to think that the situation is just too perfect, since all the thieves are gathered here in this place. And that's when he remembers that moment when Krauls whispered something in the attendant's ear. So, the bold Enrique says, "Hey, Krauls, you said something to that waitress, didn't you? Because all the members of the Thieves Guild are gathered here. So, they're not here just by chance." And Krauls, laughing a lot, says, "Yeah, boss, you caught on, huh? We caught all of them at once." And then the negotiator Krauls starts to bargain with his boss and says, "Oh, if you allow me, I'll give you a really good payment every month. And more than that, I'll use the Thieves Guild to keep us informed about everything that happens in this region." Brave Enrique thinks he's thinking about money, but having money isn't a bad thing. Alright, so be it. And so he tells Krauls, "I allow it, go ahead." And Krauls, turning immediately to the bald guy, points his finger and says, "Did you hear that, Guild? From now on, we will be the Thieves Guild that doesn't kill. So, you are now under our orders. Another thing, all the thieves who owe too much to the law and have no way out, we will send them to prison, and we will slowly work on reforming this guild." And the bald guy, looking really scared, says, "With the changes you want to make to the guild, it's possible we could all end up dead." And Growls, very surprised, says to him, "Why? Like I told you before, the boss who died, he worked for Aspam and he was paid by them. So, every autumn spring, a toad comes here to check on how the guild is doing. And if he finds out what happened, we're definitely going to die." And Gilf, shaking with fear, says that Toad is a monster, and it's going to kill everyone there. And Krauls looks at him and says, "What? The Toad? Oh, I see. That Toad isn't a problem at all, don't worry. In our group, we have monsters way worse than that Toad, and the shoe fit Rem perfectly." And he says, "What? Say that again if you're a real man." Enrique also looted, some gold in a cloak. And he tells his subordinates, "Hey, if you guys have grabbed everything you wanted, let's head back." And he says this while looking at Rem, and Rem looks back at him and stays silent, trying to show his boss that there's still something very important that needs to be done there. Then Rem says, "Hey boss, do you think they've done clearing all the snow yet?" And only then does Enrique remember the real reason they're on this mission, to get out of having to clear the snow. So Enrique looks outside and realizes that the snow is still falling heavily out there. Ragnar, comfortably lying on the floor near the fireplace, says to Enrique, "Oh, I think we still have some unfinished business here." Enrique says, "What business?" And Ragnar replies, "I have no idea what business." Ald, on the other hand, says he'd rather stay there, reflecting in front of the fireplace and preaching a little more about the word of God. Jackson, meanwhile, says he has to leave and will only be back tomorrow morning because he needs to take care of something very important right now. So, only after all the snow has been cleared will I come back. Then Enrique starts to reflect and says, "Guys, I had no idea about something. Look around. We need to study silence. So, let's all stay here in this warm place, studying what silence is like." And so, the difficult task of just standing there resting and doing nothing has just begun, because taking a comfortable nap is a very important task. And so, many, many hours go by in that place, and the blizzard lasted almost the entire night. Then, early the next morning, Enrique starts to write his report and says, "Oh, my squad and I have just returned. We located and completely destroyed the Thieves Guild." And his boss, the tough elf, looks at him and says, "So, you were having fun, while you skipped out on the snow removal duty?" Is that what you're talking about? Enrique, bold as ever, replies to her. That's definitely not it, ma'am. I don't even know what you're talking about. But inside, he's thinking, what a clever woman. It's like she knows everything. And then she says, oh, I heard you never turned down a duel. Is that true? Enrique says, yeah, I usually never refuse. Then, the toughest of the tough elves raises her sword and says, then come spar with me. And our hero Enrique, looking a bit unhappy, says, of course I accept. And then he thinks, she wants a duel? I thought she was going to punish me. But surely she can't be mad, because she invited me to a duel, which is what I love doing most. The tough elf charges quickly at Enrique and strikes the back of her sword hard against Enrique's leg, not even giving him time to react. And so, our very tough hero falls to the ground like a sack of crap, because he really felt that one, huh? It even turned purple. Then, the fairy looks back at him and says, hey, stop crying, get up and let's go again. Enrique, crawling on the ground trying to grab his sword, shows that he still hasn't given up on that duel. The elf hits Enrique with her sword so hard that he actually lifts off the ground, and then he starts thinking, what is going on? Is this woman going crazy? Has her sword always been this thin? It almost looks like a whip. This doesn't feel like a duel. It feels more like a shrimp dinner. Those who know, know. If you got that reference, write it in the comments. Then, the really pissed off elf raises her sword and says to Enrique, get up, let's go again. Get up. Get up, you wimp. What happened to you? Need some soap? And then, Enrique realizes he can't do anything without his sword. And so, the elf commander gives Enrique a beating while he can't do anything about it. And after half an hour of getting whipped, the tough guy Enrique is completely worn out on the ground, covered in bruises and with his ego totally beaten down, because he, who thought he was something special, realized he was nothing, since his boss beat him so easily, crushing his ego. And then the elf is really surprised, because she's seen Enrique react instantly before, almost like he could see the future. But now he's fighting like a little girl. It even seems like he's blind, and so, she just can't understand what's going on. And so, looking at the battered guy on the ground, she can't figure out who this person really is. But one thing she's sure of, he was the one who broke the spell and killed 4 assassins without getting hurt. Then, the commander of the 4th company looks up and says, yeah, it's snowing again. And turning her back and leaving that place, she says to Enrique, hey, I'll be watching you, okay? Then, Enrique realizes that the beating he just took was because of the snow, and so, our hero ends up feeling pathetic, because even though he's been training nonstop with a sword in his hands, he didn't stand a chance against his boss. That's when Enrique realizes, he's never trained with his hands, he's only ever trained using his sword, and since his boss took his sword away from him, he was left with nothing to do. So, there, sitting in the snow, Enrique finally realized what he was missing. Now, he needs to use his body and his limbs as weapons, not just a sword, so that he can become a complete warrior. Then, Enrique thinks about that subordinate of his, who trains his body as a weapon and focuses on martial arts. So, from behind, we can see Audie, the warrior skilled in martial arts, whose body has been shaped into a deadly weapon. Then, the scene shifts to Audie, who is doing a basic squat workout. He puts a tree on his back that weighs more than 300 kilos and does several sets of squats, then holds a calisthenics position for more than 3 hours straight in the position you see here. And while he's doing this, he's giving instructions and says that one of the most basic things in martial arts is, before he finishes his sentence, he grabs that huge tree and throws it to the ground. Then he says, a well-trained body is the foundation of martial arts, and he shows off an impressive physique. But honestly, I'm not impressed. You know why? His abs are all ripped and defined. Now, my uncle's abs are perfect. He's got just one big up. And Enrique started thinking that he already has a trained body. But from what he just heard from Audie, his body still has a long way to go. Suddenly, someone yells, hey, who threw this tree in front of my house? But Audie and Enrique just ignore that angry guy. Then, flexing his muscles, Audie tells Enrique that he has the perfect method for body training. And this training will require Enrique's body to go to the limit. Enrique says, what? Your training isn't with that tree, is it? And Audie replies, of course not, that tree is way too light. The method I use is called the isolation method. And so, with a big smile on his face, Audie says to Enrique, it's going to be painful, you know? So, you might as well consider yourself a dead man. And Enrique thought to himself, is this training or a threat? But the tough guy, changing his expression, says, that's my specialty, pushing my body until it can't take it anymore. Let's start right now. 2 hours later, there's Enrique. Oh, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Now I'm really going to die. Basic training. You guys know what I mean, right? You've all done that walk at the gym to strengthen your thigh muscles and some other muscles too, haven't you? If you've done that walk, let us know in the comments. But Enrique is doing it with a 300-kilo stone on his back. And more than that, after walking, he's been standing in that position for over an hour, and Professor Audie is really pleased. He says, look, this is the fundamental principle of the isolation technique, and it's known as overload. And with this method, your muscles get much stronger when they're torn to pieces. And Enrique, sweating a lot and giving it his all, stays there in that position without moving, because his strength ran out a long time ago. Now, he's holding himself in that position, out of a burst of rage, pushing his body beyond its limits. Then, Professor Audie, thinking it was too easy, starts pressing that weight down and says, hey, I need you to hold this position for 10 more seconds, okay? Can you do it? And before Enrique can answer, the professor says, "Hey man, I know your limits. Better than you do, so hang in there." And Enrique thought to himself, "You know my limits? You don't know anything. How would you know that?" And so Professor Audie, seeing Enrique struggling, gives an even bigger smile and says to him, "So, are you already regretting your decision, huh?" Audie explains that with the body Enrique has right now, he can't even start basic martial arts training. So, he tells Enrique that he should have started this
training since childhood. But Enrique, very determined, tells him, "I don't have time for regret, so I'm going to see this training through to the end." Enrique knows that the past is in the past, and what he needs to focus on now is the present. So he remembers the time when he considered himself a very weak soldier, and if he hadn't focused on improving, Enrique knows he would never have made it through his first day. So, the tough Enrique, sweaty and tired, looks at ALD and says, "Hey, can you teach me something about martial arts while I'm in this position?" Titi, the tough guy, proving he's really tough. Even if he dies, he'll die trying. And ALD is actually surprised and starts wondering how someone can be so focused like that. He realizes that his boss Enrique has unshakable ethics, and then ALD gives a respectful smile, because the leader of his squad, even though he's weak, shows that he's completely focused on that training. So ALD says to him, "Alright, you convinced me. Let's move on to the next step." ALD immediately grabs 3 more stones and says to him, "Alright, since you want to advance in your training, you're going to carry all 4 of these stones and crawl on all 4s to the border post." And so, Enrique's load, which was already heavy, became humanly impossible because he was already carrying 300 kilos, and now he has an extra 900 kilos added on. And Mrs. Puma, who is passing by and watching everything, realizes that something isn't right, and she hears ALD's voice saying, "Hang in there, you can do it, go on, keep crawling on all 4s. The well is just up ahead, go." After that, Enrique starts training his shoulders with hardcore calisthenics, and Mrs. Puma is up on the roof watching that insane workout. Enrique is there thinking, "Even if I die from exhaustion, I can't stay this weak." Mrs. Puma is worried when she realizes that Enrique is pushing himself way beyond what his body can handle. Then, finally, the training ended, and when Enrique opened the door to his quarters, he collapsed from exhaustion, since his arms and legs were completely wrecked. Ragnar, lying there comfortably, just watched the whole scene. Meanwhile, Rem says to Enrique, "Hey boss, is someone messing with you? Because if someone was bullying you, just let me know and I'll get back at them for you." And Enrique, shaking from exhaustion, drags himself over to his bed. Then Rem says to him, "Hey boss, why do you always come back looking so beat up, huh?" Enrique explains that this is just his normal training. Then that Puma, like any cute cat, climbs onto the bed next to his owner and starts cuddling with him. And Rem, watching the whole scene, says, "Hey boss, since you're going to keep her, why don't you give her a name?" Enrique says, "What? A name? Come to think of it, I totally forgot about that. Well, since you're so warm, I'm going to call you Toasty." Drum roll. Right away, that Puma starts growling in anger. Enrique realizes she didn't like that name, so Enrique looked into those beautiful blue eyes and said to her, "Alright, I'll change your name. Since you have such beautiful blue eyes, your name will be Blue Little Lady." Then Rem says to Enrique, "Hey boss, do you hate her or something? Because these names you're giving her are basically animal cruelty, you know that?" Enrique says, "What? Blue Little Lady is so cute, don't you think so? But since you subscribers don't know how to speak Puma language, I'll translate for you." She said, "Hot stuff is your mom. Give me another name." What kind of ridiculous name is that? And when Enrique called her Blue Little Lady, she said, "Blue Little Lady is your..." But Enrique, completely exhausted, lies down on the bed and says to the Puma, "I'm going to have to think a little harder about what name I'm going to give you. The way you growled, it seems like you didn't like any of the names I gave you." And so, Mrs. Puma lies down on top of Enrique. As Enrique is falling asleep, he starts talking to the Puma, and she, paying attention to what he's saying, realizes that Enrique is talking in his sleep, because he was so extremely tired that he fell asleep right away. Then, things start to get blurry for Enrique, because besides sleeping, of course he's going to dream. And his dream is very beautiful. A starry sky and many flowers blooming in the middle of that night. Then, our hero Enrique opens his eyes inside his dream and starts thinking, what is this place? Where am I? So he tries to get up, because just a few seconds ago he closed his eyes and woke up in this place. And so he keeps wondering, what's going on? He is in a very beautiful place, with a gorgeous starry sky and an aurora streaking across the whole sky. And beneath all of that, there's an endless field of flowers stretching all the way to the horizon. So, the tough Enrique keeps wondering if this is a dream. Because if it is a dream, it's the strangest one he's ever had, since he knows he's dreaming and this place is a bit different from when he goes to meet the boatman. So the tough Enrique looks around, trying to find the boatman. But he knows this place isn't really the boatman's style, since that strange being doesn't fit in at all with these flowers. Then the wind sweeps through all those flowers, and fragrant petals start drifting toward our hero. And as he looks back, he realizes that these flowers are filling the whole place with their scent, making his body feel lighter and lighter. Then, the tough guy gets a surprise. He's not alone in that place, because instead of Sharon, there's a very beautiful woman walking toward him. So Enrique starts to notice every curve of that unparalleled beauty. Mouth, nose, eyes, hair. And it seems like she's saying something to our hero, and subscribers, what a knockout, huh? And she, locking eyes with Enrique, keeps talking with those gorgeous lips. But the tough guy can't understand what she's saying. That woman says something that Enrique just can't make out. Enrique is just standing there, looking dumbfounded, staring at that stunning woman, and she says again, Esther, my name is Esther. And Enrique, who's usually pretty sharp, looks at her, totally confused, and she says, Hey, my name is Esther. My name is Esther. Do you understand? My name is Esther. But of course Enrique doesn't get it. So, he wakes up from that dream. Weird, who's standing in front of him? Because now he's not dreaming, and there's a head right in front of him. And so, the tough Enrique, eyes wide open, starts thinking, this is so strange. Am I dreaming? No, I must really be dreaming. There he is, Enrique, sleeping cuddled up with a very beautiful woman, and this woman is completely naked, but she suddenly opens her eyes wide in shock. So I ask you, subscriber, what's going on here? Now I'm starting to think I'm going crazy. You're seeing a beautiful woman too, right? Esther realizes she did something wrong, and looking in Enrique's direction, sweating a lot, she quickly figures out what's happening. So that cold night goes on as if nothing happened, but our Enrique is still there, cuddled up close with a totally naked babe. And you know how it is, right? Have you ever tried to hook up with someone like that? I have. It's really tough, because any little move you make in bed, it makes a noise and everyone wakes up.
Mango Joe.
But let's get back to my vibe. Esther gets super embarrassed, because that situation is just way too awkward for her, and we can see the hottest of the hot, this unmatched beauty, and Enrique, still half asleep, says to her, Yeah, good night, Esther. So Enrique, who's great in bed, at falling asleep and snoring, that is, lies down and starts snoring, but Esther, curled up in a corner, can't even move, because she never imagined she'd end up in that situation, being there in that room, sleeping cuddled up with Enrique. Meanwhile, everyone else keeps sleeping like rocks, not even noticing what's going on in that place. So, another day begins in that city. And here's the scene. Enrique is getting ready to go out. And Ren says to him, You're going out again? And baby Enrique replies, Yeah, I'm going to train again. And now our girl Esther is there too, in her puma form. Then Ren asks Enrique, Hey boss, aren't you sore from yesterday? Isn't your body sore from the training you did with Aldi? Enrique looks at his muscles and says, Yeah, that's weird. Actually, my body feels really light and I'm totally recovered. How strange. And Esther, our puma, looks at him and thinks, Yeah, I'm sure you're recovered, because I used my magic to heal you. And as she looks at Enrique, she keeps thinking that she needs him to break her curse, because it seems like Enrique is able to free her from the curse she's under. And so we have another character, Esther, who is actually a person and not just a simple blue-eyed puma. Then Ren, curled up under his blanket, says to Enrique, Hey boss, did you meet with the healer last night? Because your recovery is looking pretty miraculous. Enrique, looking back and getting ready to leave, says no, he didn't meet with anyone, but actually, last night he dreamed about a woman. How strange. But you know how it is, right? Enrique is like every other guy. It takes him a while to figure things out, because he didn't even realize he was holding a woman in his arms. Soren says to him, Well, boss, I never imagined you were that kind of guy. What kind of dream did you have about her? And another thing, what did this woman look like? Come on, boss, tell me all the details. And of course Enrique remembers Esther, because even a blind man could see that kind of beauty, with those piercing eyes like a puma and that irresistible mouth. There's just no way to ever forget her. But of course, all of that stayed in Enrique's thoughts. He didn't say any of it to Rin. He just said, The woman I dreamed about, she was really very beautiful. And Esther, letting out a big sigh, thinks to herself, At least his eyes aren't broken, because I really am beautiful. Esther tells us that it's natural for mages to endlessly explore magic and mysticism, and on her quest for knowledge, she ended up being cursed. That's how we see Esther, the puma, who was cursed, to live as a beast, and because of that, her magical powers were sealed, because, in reality, Esther is a mage. But one day, while she was walking through the fields, she was drawn by the scent of a curse, and it was on that day that she met that man. In the middle of the tall grass, there he was, Enrique, near some blood, wielding a sword. She is certain that it was the scent of the curse on Enrique that drew her there. Then we return to the scene with Aldi, the teacher, talking to Enrique. Your recovery is unbelievably amazing, my boy. It was truly miraculous, you know why. Normally, it takes a whole week for someone to recover, and now here you are, doing basic calisthenics with 2 extremely heavy stones, pushing your body even further. Meanwhile, Mrs. Esther is up on the roof, watching all that intense training. An hour later, that training session finally ends and Enrique's body is completely wrecked, so he looks up and says, Hey, blue girl! I'll translate for you what she said. I'm not blue girl, I'm your mother, you idiot. And then Enrique realizes she's mad and says, Oh right, Esther, right? Hey, since when have you been watching my training? Esther explains to us that the world of magic is influenced by names. If she is carelessly called by another name, her powers would weaken even more, so she can't let that blockhead Enrique call her anything other than Esther. So Esther explains to us what happened that night. She used a bit of the power she had left to tell Enrique her name, but she ended up making a big mistake while doing it, which is why she ended up in human form. But thank God Enrique is such a fool, he didn't even notice there was a woman right in front of him. What a woman, huh? Because Esther is a beauty like no other. And what's more, she even blushed, huh? Do you think we can ship her with our Enrique? Esther observes Enrique and is sure of one thing, that he is under a curse. However, she still hasn't figured out what kind of curse it is. But one thing she does know is that Enrique's curse isn't complete yet. Still, the curse that's on him is much more powerful than the one that's on her. Esther says that Enrique's curse is so powerful that it slowly devours the curses around him, and that's her hope. Because if she stays by his side, her own curse will slowly be consumed. That's how the mage Esther plans to free herself from the curse that turned her into a puma and return to her original form, because she knows that at some point she will regain her powers and then she'll be able to return to her true self. Then the scene shifts to another very peaceful day. Aldi and Enrique continue their martial arts training, and it looks like Aldi is enjoying giving his boss a hard time. But since Enrique is distracted, here comes a need to the stomach to see if he can still breathe after that. But our protagonist doesn't even blink, eyes wide open, and that's how he escapes certain death. Enrique barely dodges that knee, but the difference in their physiques is really striking. Aldi looks like a giant, and even though Enrique is muscular, he looks like a wimp next to his teacher. Aldi is really superior to Enrique in hand-to-hand combat. Now, he comes at Enrique with his big hand, and the tough guy, even without blinking, knows this is going to end bad. And Aldi, with a lot of gentleness, slams Enrique's head into the ground. Yeah, I think that one hurt, huh? Enrique is there with a tough look on his face, thinking that Aldi could have gone a little easier on him, because this time he's going home with a lot more bruises on his head. And Aldi, always smiling as usual, says to his boss, "For a martial artist, your body needs to be ready, just like a sword for a swordsman. But all of that is completely useless if you're not fast." And while Enrique is getting up, Aldi tells him the harsh truth that he's still as slow as a turtle. But not everything is a waste, because for sure the boss's body is improving a lot, and Aldi, looking at Enrique, who's sweating a lot but still focused, says to his boss, "Squad mate, you really don't know when to give up, do you? You get beaten up, and then come back to get beaten up again. I really like that focus you have, boss." And just like that, a month flew by in the blink of an eye, and new green fields started to appear where there used to be nothing but snow. Enrique spent all those days busy with intense training, and the training went like this. One day he trained with rain, but you know how it is, right? Even though Enrique has improved a lot, he still doesn't come close to any of the members of his squad. And Rain is impressed and says, "Yeah, boss, you've gotten a lot better, huh?" He says this while staring at Enrique, who's completely focused on the training. And then the psycho starts to smile and says, "Yeah, you've really improved. Now we can finally fight like men. So get ready to take a beating." At another moment, Enrique quickly finishes his lunch and says, "I'm done. We can train again." Then he goes up to Ragna and says, "Hey, to make up for that meal I gave you, let's train again." And Ragna, still feeling lazy, said to him, "Man, I'm still eating, okay? And after this lunch I still have dessert, so just stay quiet and let me rest." So, after Ragna took his afternoon nap, the beating session continued. And we have the scene, Enrique lying on the ground, defeated for the 109th time, and Ragna says to him, "Oh, your adaptability is still pretty lacking, you know? But your fundamentals are perfect now. Let me tell you something else. You could do these moves even in your sleep thanks to your muscle memory. So, a tip I'll give you is to repeat these moves over and over, until you can do them completely consciously. It's going to be tough, but can you do it?" Enrique, taking a deep breath, says, "Huh, what? Repeat the same moves over and over?" Ragmi, in that case, I'm definitely an expert, because our Enrique never gets tired of repeating the same moves until he gets them perfect. So, that day comes to an end, and night falls, and the sky is beautiful, with just one very bright moon, and babysitter Enrique is in his quarters, sheathing his sword and lost in thought, remembering that training with his squad has been great, but what he's missing now are real-life experiences to further his growth. But suddenly, Enrique feels something changing inside him at high speed. At that moment, he doesn't even blink. Turning slightly, he catches the deadly thrust that Jackson was aiming at him, and then Jackson says to him, "Yeah, boss, you've gotten a lot better. Now you won't die in an ambush anymore." Then, under the covers, Kraz, who was sleeping, wakes up really annoyed and says, "Hey, let's go outside to train, guys." "You guys are kicking up too much dust," Enrique says. "Hey, Kraz, you got here early? I thought at this hour you'd be out there making money." And so, Dona Puma, who is relaxing, gets up and starts to leave the place. And Kraz becomes totally alert to what's happening, because who knows, this might be his chance. And as soon as Dona Esther left, Kraz started searching the spot where she had been lying down and kept saying, "Claws, claws, I bet she left a claw around here." Because Kraz knows that each of that puma's claws is worth 10,000 kronas. And he wasn't there sleeping. He was waiting for the puma to leave to see if that treasure had dropped in that spot. And then Enrique says, "Well, I don't know if you're lazy or hardworking, because waiting around all this time takes a lot of determination." Enrique, with his highly trained hearing, notices that someone is behind the door, and he starts wondering who is approaching. So, we don't have the tough one. The leader of the company, Fada. And she, looking toward Enrique, says to him, "Squad leader, come with me." Then outside, Enrique says, "What did I see wrong?" There's no more snow, and Fada says to him, "Enough of that, okay? What I want from you is something else. I have a new mission for you. I want you to pick up a mission from the Mercenary Soldiers Board." Enrique remembers this mission board, that by completing each mission, you can also move up in the soldier ranking. And that's perfect for Enrique, because he was already wanting to test himself, since he's been training for a long time without putting his hard training to the test. And there, the gossipy soldier is yawning, because his shift is finally over today and he's been on duty for a long time without a break. So he needs something new to do, because this patrol is getting so boring. But then, turning the corner, the gossipy soldier sees two figures talking in the night. He thinks to himself, huh, Commander Fada and Enrique? What are they doing there? And Enrique asks his commander, how many do you need? And she replies, only 3 people can go on this mission, and bring one of your squad members with you, okay? And the company commander tells Enrique that she will be the 3rd member of his team. So Enrique gets puzzled and starts wondering, wait, Fada is the company commander? Why does she want to go on this mission? I don't get it at all, but since she's the boss, let's just do what she says. But from a distance, the gossipy guy passing by just sees a couple talking quietly. And so he thinks, yeah, I've been seeing those two together a lot for a long time now. This is really suspicious. I heard that those two even had a duel. There's definitely something going on between them. Well, I think those two are dating, because meeting up in the middle of the night like this is super suspicious. So the gossip tries to listen in on what they're talking about, and Fada says, what's with that face, Enrique? Do you feel uncomfortable going on a mission with me? Is that it? And the gossip starts to sparkle in their eyes and says, what? Now I'm sure. Those two are together, because this is totally looking like a couple's fight. So later that night, the gossip is running wild. Hey, did you hear about this? What? The commander is the spellbreaker? Are those two together? I knew it. Well, I already suspected there was something going on between them. And the other one says, yeah, I saw they were together even before they joined the army. Then, the other gossip talks to gossip number 3. Hey, and that's not all, you know? From what I've heard, those two even have kids already. And the other one says, what? They already have kids? So, that night of gossip goes by and another beautiful day begins. And as always, the tough guy Enrique is focused on his training, doing push-ups, and then a lot of calisthenics, and training his ears. So, he hears all the gossip going on there, and someone says, did you know Enrique managed to get with Fada? This guy deserves my respect, huh? Because even though he's ugly, he still managed to get with that hottie. But hey, they actually make a good couple. After hearing that, Enrique gets this sweaty shell look on his face, thinking, what are these guys even talking about? Are they crazy or something? Me and the commander never had anything going on. So, after his training, Enrique goes back to his quarters, and as soon as he opens the door, someone says, hey, look, Daddy's home. Of course, it's the annoying Ram, always messing around. And he says, Enrique, how many months have you been with her now, huh? I even heard people saying, your baby is about to be born. Enrique, looking serious, tells him, you heard wrong. This is just a misunderstanding. It's all just rumors, nothing more than that. And cries, stirring things up even more, says to Enrique, hey boss, don't be shy. Sooner or later, we were going to find out. Enrique says, no, that's not it. And you know how it is, right? The more someone falls for the teasing, the more we tease them. So, Lazy Ragnar says to Enrique, it's actually a good thing, you know, boss. Look, stay with her. Then you can train with her. Then Aldi says he's going to pray for the boss's future together with the company commander. So Enrique stands there thinking, are these guys messing with me? But then, it still doesn't stop. He notices and says, hey boss, when is the meeting going to be again? It's going to be really weird if I have to be your lookout. Okay. Then Enrique looks back and says, are you talking about the mission? You're not going. And Rem stops smiling and says, what? So who's going then? Enrique points at Jackson, who hasn't joked around yet, and says, Jackson's going. And then Jackson, already ready, says, hey boss, I'm all set. Let's head out for the mission. They turn their backs and start to leave, while Rem is still trying to process everything. And then he explodes and says, why are you taking that damn cat instead of me, huh? Did someone hit you on the head with an axe, boss? And Enrique, without turning around, says to him, you're not coming with me because of your temper. I know that if you get mad, you'll be the first one to take an axe to the commissioner. So you're not going. And after leaving the quarters, Jackson says to Enrique, hey boss, are you taking me because you think I'm going to cause trouble? Enrique says yes, because he knows Jackson has often taken on similar missions. Then Enrique tells him that he thinks he'll be a great help. As they continue, Jackson says to Enrique, boss, if I may, let me give you some advice. Enrique pays close attention, listening to what Jackson has to say to him. Don't share too much of your heart with a woman, because if you do, you'll end up getting hurt in the end. Enrique was expecting anything but that, but then he responds very angrily. Who asked you for your advice? Mind your own business. Shortly after, the pair meets with the company commander. Then Enrique asks, Commander, when is the commissioner going to arrive? She, with a very calm expression, replies that it will be soon. But Enrique breathes a sigh of relief and thinks to himself that she probably hasn't heard the rumors about them yet, because it would be really awkward to stand next to her while those rumors about the two of them are spreading around. Then Fada, with her beautiful face, looks at Enrique and says, so Enrique, did we ever do anything that would make people think we have kids together? And he replies very seriously, of course not. At that moment, Jackson tries to hold back his laughter and even turns his face away. Then Enrique looks at him and says, was that a laugh? And Jackson, unfazed, says, I have no idea what you're talking about. But Enrique, who's trained his ear for a long time, tells him, I heard a laugh. So the fairy continues, hey Enrique, are my questions making you uncomfortable? And Enrique, very seriously, says no. And then Fada flips the question and says, oh, okay. So do my questions make you happy? Enrique says, yes. No, 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 yes, yes, and Enrique gets all mixed up. Then Fada asks him, Enrique, what did you like about me? Enrique starts thinking, what did she ask? And then he keeps thinking, why is she asking me these things? I didn't understand anything. And at that moment, the carriage starts to arrive at that spot because the commissioner has just arrived. Jackson, looking back, says, Boss, the commissioner's coming. But Enrique is still lost in his thoughts, trying to figure out why the commander of the company is talking to him like that. Then the commander says, just when the game was starting to get fun? After hearing that, Enrique starts thinking, what? Fun? What do you mean? Not even a smile on her face? What a crazy woman. Was she messing with me? Was this all just a joke? The mission they took on was to protect the son of a wealthy merchant, because there was going to be a process at that location to decide who would be the heir of that merchant, since the heir would take command of the Rogfried Trading Company. And the three of them were hired to make sure that none of them would hurt each other. Then, finally, that merchant starts to step down from his carriage. When Enrique sees that, he thinks to himself, well, I thought the heir would be some slimy toad, but this is completely different. And so, the beautiful one introduces herself. She says her name is Leona, the heir to the Rogfried Company. Then, radiating beauty, she says, it's a pleasure to meet you. Then they set off on foot toward a building that was nearby. And the commissioner starts whispering to her maid, while everyone else is walking in silence. This is something that bothers Enrique, because ever since they met the commissioner, no one in that group has said a single word, and the little communication that does happen is through the maid. So the maid, looking back at them, says, we're going to get a room at the first inn and wait for the other heirs. And Enrique, seeing the serious faces and that atmosphere where no one talks to anyone, starts wondering if they really want to be escorted, because it sure doesn't seem like it. Then Enrique remembers Professor Adio's classes, where he says, look, age, body posture, positioning, the look in their eyes, all of that is valuable information. And understanding your enemy's strategy can also be considered a skill. So, Enrique does the basics. He starts to observe and analyze everything, and that's how he notices that the guard is left-handed and that her footsteps are really heavy. So she's definitely using heavy weaponry too. And just by looking at her swords, Enrique knows she's strong. However, none of them seem to be as strong as the special rank. Enrique knows his analysis has several flaws, but for now, it's enough. After that, Jackson asks Enrique, Boss, if you're not bored, we could play a game. And that gets Enrique a little interested. And this Enrique says, what are we going to play? And Jackson looks at him and says, let's identify the sounds. A paper bag being crumpled, done by a woman in front of the food stall. The sound of a hammer. Enrique answers that it's a blacksmith who's next to the alley, a tongue click. Enrique starts looking around to see who clicked their tongue. And then Jackson says to him, you took too long, you missed it. Next, a man is coming near a shoe store. Enrique knows that the goal of this game is to locate and identify the sounds. And that's a lot harder than it seems. Then, finally, they arrive at the inn. While the women are going upstairs, the left-handed bodyguard looks back and says, we're going to stay in the room upstairs and you all wait here. But nobody there wants to wait standing up, so the fairy sits down next to Enrique and Jackson and she says, that game you were playing seems really interesting. I want to join in too. Enrique had already heard that fairies are much more sensitive to sounds than humans, and their hearing is much sharper. And the game starts with Jackson. He says, a knife falling on the floor. Enrique says, it's upstairs. And the fairy says that it happened on the second floor, near the stairs, a dagger being drawn and then unsheathed. And the fairy says that it happened at the inn's entrance, someone breathing with a cloth over their mouth. And the fairy says, outside, near the window. Enrique realizes he's the odd one out here. He can't even participate. He just listens to the two experts going back and forth. And then Jackson says, someone crouching down quietly. And the fairy says, under the table, at the entrance on the right. Hearing all this, Enrique starts to wonder what exactly they're hearing, because this seems like a problem. So, Enrique starts thinking that this doesn't feel like a game anymore. And at that moment, Jackson says, someone is quietly watching us. And the fairy says, behind you. And behind Jackson, there really is a masked man, slowly drawing his sword, with not so good intentions. Then, in a split second, Jackson instantly kills the guy coming up behind him. But the elf isn't far behind. With a very quick strike, she pierces the heart of another hooded figure who was sneaking up behind her. It's only at that moment that everyone realizes they're being attacked. While Jackson is finishing off that sneaky attacker, he says he was already suspecting an ambush. And the fierce elf says she was already suspicious too. With that, she pulls her blood-stained sword out of the invader's heart. Only after several seconds did the commissioner's escort soldiers realize they're dealing with assassins, and so one of them shouts, assassins! If it weren't for the elf and Jackson, they would definitely already be dead. But a third assassin sneaks up quietly behind our hero Enrique. But the tough guy proves he's even quicker. Spinning around lightning fast, Enrique delivers a deadly thrust to that assassin. From upstairs, a desperate scream is heard, and the tough guy, glancing quickly, realizes that the scream came from Leona's room. And since they're acting as bodyguards, the commissioner is the top priority. Without hesitating, Enrique quickly heads up the stairs, showing that in the story, he's our hero. But then a hooded figure suddenly appears out of nowhere, and throws 3 daggers at Enrique, saying he's not going upstairs. Enrique, unfazed, keeps moving forward, because he knows his subordinate Jackson is already behind him to protect him. and Jackson, with great skill, blocks all 3 daggers with a single move. Meanwhile, the elf, the tough one, comes in so fast it's like she's doing math class with 2. And the third one, the one who threw that dagger, looks back, in total desperation, realizing that his death is near.
A certain one is getting very close, and more assassins show up. And they keep asking themselves, why are they so strong? But the assassin with the axe tells him not to worry, because they outnumber them. So, all we have to do is attack them all at once and we'll definitely win. And in that very second, Jackson stabs another assassin, while our hero keeps climbing those stairs, since all of this is happening in less than a second. And the elf, watching the situation, realizes that the squad members are much stronger than their leader. However, they all listen to and trust him, and so she starts wondering who helped form this group. But then, very stealthily, another assassin, noticing that she's let her guard down, comes in to deliver a fatal blow. But the badass shows she's the baddest of them all, starts smiling right in the middle of all that chaos, and thinks to herself how interesting Enrique's group is, because this guy is truly fascinating. So, Dr. Elf shows that she's really good at cutting arteries. With a single strike, she slices through the assassin's arm and neck, not even giving him time to groan. Meanwhile, Enrique, at the top of the stairs, kills another assassin, making red liquid spray everywhere. As he makes his way, Enrique remembers that after he faced the assassin who went after Krang and the other assassin, that fairy, attacks from ordinary assassins like this are no longer a problem for him. And so, the hero continues his charge. Then, an assassin, a parkour king, jumps up from below toward Enrique and asks where he thinks he's going. And the badass, turning to that assassin, remembers that his teacher Aldine said he's way too slow. However, Enrique is sure of one thing. The badass throws a spinning kick at that assassin, sending him right back to the hell he crawled out of, because Enrique is certain that now his moves are completely different from before. He might be slow when facing Aldine, but when it comes to ordinary assassins, he's pretty fast. Yeah, the bodyguard looks like she's in trouble, since she got thrown back like a sack of crap. Meanwhile, Enrique quickly approaches the commissioner's room. Then, the badass, proving he's our hero, shows up at the door to that room looking seriously tough. And this is the scene he sees, an assassin jumping toward Leona and shouting glory to Aspen, but the maid doesn't serve her mistress just for the money, she's there out of pure devotion. Stepping in front of her mistress, she intends to protect her with her own body. Meanwhile, Leona, still very sleepy, shows a lot of fear. In that split second, Enrique thinks the assassin is too close for him to use the soothing dagger, because even if Enrique throws the dagger, he can't guarantee the assassin will stop his attack. So, still in that split second of this dramatic scene, Enrique wonders if he can stop the attack while running, but then, our hero comes up with a way to get even closer, even faster. Then you might be wondering, how did he think all of that in just a fraction of a second? Well, Enrique has absolute focus, don't forget that. It's just like that moment before death, when your whole life flashes before your eyes in slow motion. And that's when the tough guy remembers he's seen this before. So, he recalls that battlefield, where the Night Squire started injecting determination into his legs. With that, he was able to advance very quickly toward the enemies. The tough guy knows that perfectly imitating that is impossible, at his level, but he's going to try. So, Enrique plants his feet on the ground, trying somehow to pull off a miracle. The toughest of the tough manages to pull off that miracle, and so, while that assassin is closing in on Leona, the tough guy is already by her side, trying to stop the assassin. Completely focused on carrying out his mission, that assassin brings his dagger down with great force, but as that deadly thrust continues on its path, Enrique, our hero, has already moved in front of the assassin. And now, it's time for him to show why he's the hero of our story. I thought Enrique was going to hit him, but no. Enrique stopped that assassin's deadly attack with his own body. Yeah, I think this is going to go badly, but the assassin is slightly surprised and starts wondering, what just happened? Why did I hear that sound? The assassin's hand started to hurt, because the impact of the blade felt like it was hitting an anvil. And our hero, Enrique, tells us that he wasn't hurt, thanks to that very efficient leather armor he got from the Jilfi Guild. Because that leather is so tough it feels like steel, but it's still flexible. And our hero, without thinking, says this to the assassin, hey, why don't we go talk outside? And before the assassin can make sense of the whole situation, Enrique grabs him by the waist and charges very quickly toward the window. The tough guy jumps from the second floor, holding the assassin in a bear hug. That cinematic fall went like this. The assassin was on the bottom, Enrique on top. So, the assassin got the worst of it because not only did he hit the ground on his back and head, but he also had Enrique's weight added to his own. The pain was so intense that the assassin couldn't even scream, he just kept coughing and shaking a lot. Enrique is the first to get up, and he thinks to himself, good thing I managed to cushion my fall with his body. At the window, Leona and the maid are both shocked by everything that just happened, and she looks down, trying to see how the whole situation is going to end. Enrique knows he only needs to worry about this assassin, since there weren't any others. Upstairs. Enrique thinks this assassin is really brave, because he basically did a bungee jump without a cord, and that assassin coughed up some red liquid and was still in a lot of pain. He says, you crazy bastard, I'm going to finish you off, and with that, he starts to draw his two swords. Then he asks Enrique, "Are you with the border guard?" And Enrique replies, "No, I'm not." And after hearing that, he gets pretty happy and says, "Then I don't see any reason why I couldn't beat you. So, get ready to die." But Enrique, watching that assassin with 2 swords of different sizes, realizes this guy isn't easy to deal with, because even after that fall, he's still able to fight. And the analysis isn't over yet. Enrique keeps wondering if this assassin uses the art of fluid swordsmanship. Then, that assassin starts talking and says, "First, I'm going to kill you, and then, I'm going to finish off that woman up there." Enrique says to him, "Hey, has anyone ever told you that you talk too much? Come on, bring it." The assassin knows he can't waste any time. And right away, he lunges at Enrique. And the tough guy, as he sees the assassin coming closer, thinks that this is his first fight after a long period of training. And that makes Enrique happy, because this guy seems strong enough to really test his limits. And that assassin charges in fiercely, determined to settle this fight in no time at all. And the tough guy Enrique, changing up his fighting strategy, already figures out what to do to counterattack this assassin. And Enrique, striking a protagonist's pose, starts thinking about which technique he should use first against this assassin. The assassin, gripping his sword with both hands, charges at our hero Enrique with all his fury. And Enrique, the professional analyst, realizes that this dual sword style is the tandem style, also known as Valen's duet. So, as the tip of the sword comes at our hero, he's there, eyes wide open, knowing exactly what to do. And just like that, Enrique dodges to the left, slipping away from that deadly attack. However, the assassin doesn't give up, and tries another attack with the other sword. But our hero just ducks down and lets him swing at nothing. But then, there's a third attack aimed at Enrique's legs, but like a nimble wildcat making a quick leap, Enrique just jumps back and dodges that attack too. Then, that assassin, holding his 2 swords like a pair of tongs, prepares another deadly strike against Enrique. He charges at Enrique at full speed, but the tough guy just ducks and dodges that attack again. So, that's the scene. Enrique, striking a protagonist's pose, faces the assassin, with a shell-shocked look, thinking, I don't get it. I attacked, and didn't land a single hit, and then fear sets in, and he starts to sweat. He says, he dodged everything. This guy is definitely not just anybody. But Enrique looks back and says, yeah, I'm impressed, you know, I couldn't learn that technique because I just don't have the talent. But inside, Enrique is thinking that, judging by this assassin's speed and precision, he seems to be just as good as that bastard with the dry thrust. But the assassin, in a fit of rage, charges at Enrique, shouting, "What are you saying, you bastard? You're going to die now." But the tough guy already has his eye hack activated, because Enrique has already overcome many obstacles and he's not going to lose to this assassin. Time practically stops while Enrique has his eye hack activated, since focusing on a single point has become his specialty. Enrique is thinking, oh, so that's how it is, huh? That's the way he's going to attack. Enrique already knows in advance the direction of the assassin's attack, because the ability to focus on a single point is truly superior, revealing the entire path of that attack. So, the badass Enrique, spinning his sword, prepares his deadly counterattack. Enrique, the king of math, goes head-on against the assassin's attack, so that, besides attacking, he also dodges his opponent's strike. The scene becomes beautiful to watch. Enrique, who used to be the victim getting stabbed, has now become the executioner delivering the clean stab. And that assassin had his chest pierced by Enrique's swift sword, which struck him with a devastating blow. After turning off his hack, Enrique thought to himself, man, maybe I'm not that good after all. I tried to hit his heart and missed. I only hit an artery. Yeah, he forgot to mention that it's the biggest artery in the body, right? So the assassin still has time to groan, because Enrique's blow gives him about 2 more seconds of life before his body shuts down. And just like the guy with the dry thrust used to do to him, Enrique does the same thing. He pulls out his sword to watch the blood spurt, but deep down he's thinking he still has a lot to improve. You need to practice a lot more with Ragna. And so Enrique shows that he's not the same as before, because with just 1 blow, he took down this skilled assassin. But then Enrique hears, retreat, retreat. And so, looking to the side, he notices that several other assassins are withdrawing from the area, because the ambush they set up has failed. After that, Enrique thinks about chasing those fleeing assassins, but Jackson says to him, boss, your fight drew a lot of attention. Then Enrique says to him, those guys are getting away. And Jackson says, yeah, they really are, huh? Look at how they're running away, they're almost turning the corner. So Enrique asks him, okay, and you're not going after them? What happened? Jackson explains that they weren't hired to chase after criminals. And if they ran away, Miss Leona is definitely safe. That's when Enrique realizes that Jackson just wants to focus on the mission. Suddenly, the elf, the leader of the company, comes up from behind and says, not bad, Enrique, you did a great job. And looking back, he says, and you, Commander, are you all right? And she turns her face and starts thinking, did he really just ask that? And so, she makes a cute but serious face. Then she says, Enrique, are you worried about your beloved by any chance? I won't be able to sleep with all these butterflies in my stomach. And she looks even more cute but serious. But now it's Enrique who gets serious, and he starts thinking, what a crazy woman. I don't understand anything. After that, Leona comes up to them and says, "Wait, are you two dating?" And Enrique immediately says no. But the fairy, who loves stirring up trouble, says to him, "What? So all of this was just a joke to you, honey?" But Enrique puts on this stone-faced look and starts thinking, what's wrong with this woman? Huh? We're not even together. Crazy woman. But then, Leona, getting closer to her savior, asks him, "What's your name?" And Enrique introduces himself, saying his name is Enrique, and she, very grateful, thanks Enrique for saving her life and says she'll repay him in the future. But the tough guy immediately says there's no need, since all of this is already part of his mission, so she doesn't have to pay him for it. And Leona, after hearing that, is left speechless, just watching everything Enrique does. Then the sun sets, and that day full of emotion starts to come to an end. The few assassins they managed to capture were sent to the army, and many reinforcements from the Aulilia army were also dispatched to protect the commissioner. Enrique is there, sitting and thinking about who those assassins were, because some of them were really skilled, so they definitely weren't there just to steal. So Enrique, deep in thought, concludes that these assassins must have been sent by the other heir. But suddenly, the beautiful Leona appears, and as she comes down the stairs, she notices that her savior is alone, lost in thought. Then she says, "You woke up early, huh? It's already 5 in the morning." And Enrique, looking at her, says, "No, I didn't wake up early. This is my shift. It's my turn to stand watch." Then, without even asking, she sits down right next to Enrique and says to him, "Soldier Enrique, I have a proposal for you." And Enrique is surprised, and the beautiful Leona says to Enrique, "Come with me, and I'll give you the chance to join the forces." But inside, she's thinking that her company, the Hog Field, is an extremely powerful trading group, and more than that, they have very influential partnerships all across the continent, including with the shepherds of the wilds, the lands, and the beasts. These warriors are extremely strong. There's also the Black Leather Guild, which is very famous for hunting dragons, and there are also the Glacial Guardians. They are strong and resilient warriors who call themselves the Defenders of the Permafrost. And these are warriors like no other. Besides that, there's the Hogfield map. This map shows the main routes of our continent, highlighting the specialties of each region. So, basically, this map is a gold mine. It's so valuable that if someone sold it to another company, that person could live in luxury for the rest of their life. And the beautiful Leona knows that all of this is way too valuable to leave in the hands of the previous owner's idiot son, because he would drive the company into bankruptcy in just 1 year. Leona knows she needs to protect and expand the organization, and for that, she needs talented people. And she saw our hero's talent. And she wants Enrique, because he has enough talent to save her life from imminent death. He has a personality that doesn't look for extra rewards. And what's more, Leona is sure that a position in her association is something everyone wants, and she thinks Enrique is probably no different. So Leona raises the stakes and says, "I'll give you anything you want." Ask me that. Question, do you have the guts? Watch what I won't ask for. Obviously, to ask for her. But Enrique isn't the uncle, right? So he answers her, "I have to refuse. I'm not interested." And she's surprised, and says, "Huh, you didn't even accept. Why? Why don't you want to accept?" At that moment, Jackson shows up and says, "It's rude to keep asking after you've been turned down, you know?" So Leona looks back and realizes they weren't alone. And above Jackson, the elf Delicia, commander of the 4th Company, says she agrees. It's inappropriate to keep asking after being rejected. So Leona, still in her pajamas, stands up and agrees. She says they're right, and so she starts to leave. As she's walking out, she looks back and says, "The other heirs will arrive at noon. I have to go now because I need to get ready for that." Then, as Leona is leaving, Jackson and the fairy approach him. Then, Jackson says to Enrique, "Hey, Enrique, did you seduce a rich heiress too?" "Boss, complicated women are your type, right?" And Enrique says, "Of course not." But Jackson goes on, "Boss, you need to stop seducing women everywhere." And Enrique, really upset, says, "I didn't do any of that." And then the elf Delicia looks at him and says, "What? You're not satisfied with just me? Did you get yourself a mistress? I'm going to cry." She says this with the most serious face in the world. So Enrique, fuming with anger, even in this situation, is getting bullied. So, very seriously, he looks at the elf and says to her, "I'm sorry, but I don't think you're my type." And Jackson is surprised, because his boss did the unthinkable. The hot elf is also surprised and thinks, "Huh?" He answered back, "Usually we just take the bullying in silence." Yeah, I think he's changing. But of course they're not alone there, because gossipers 1, 2, and 3 are in the back, and one says to the other, "Hey, did you hear that? He just tried to hit on another woman while he's with our commander. Damn, what a jerk this guy is. How could he do that, right in front of the commander? Is he really trying to cheat on her like that?" Enrique looks back and realizes that the gossip is already spreading, and for the first time in our manhwa, finally, the elf Delicia smiles, because she's finding Enrique to be a very interesting man. And Enrique, since he can't do anything about it, just stands guard, waiting for his shift to end, ignoring those gossipers. So, finally, another day begins and the night of gossip is behind them. The night is over, and now the day of gossip begins, because Craze is saying, "What? I saw everything, boss. Everyone's talking about it. Did you really sleep with the commissioner on the very first night? boss, you're the man. In the back, someone says to Enrique, you are a player, huh? Even managed to land a rich heiress. And another one says, yeah, we're going to have to change his nickname. He's not the Spellbreaker anymore. Now he's the Heartbreaker. And Enrique just listens to all of this in silence. But then, his patience runs out and he says, oh, Craze, are you here to make fun of me too? And Craze quietly says, no, boss. I came to talk to you about the Guida Guild. I came to update you on what's been happening. But Enrique says to him, oh, Craze, I need you to do something for me that has to do with the Guida Guild. Enrique, seriously, knows he needs to capture those who escaped to find out what they're really plotting and who sent us there. Then the scene shifts to an explanation about the Hogfield family. The father, Renus Hogfield, was the previous owner of the Hogfield Merchant Association. He was a very admirable man with a sharp mind for business. He had 2 children. The first of them is Miss Leona, who was his adopted daughter, and Renus thought she would be the best choice to be his successor, since she was very shrewd and had a superior intellect. However, Renus couldn't just pass over his own son, who was a rather below-average fellow. But one day, a tragedy occurred, and Renus passed away without having named his successor for the Merchant Association. And so the scene shifts to the city where Enrique is, and we see a carriage escorted by 3 guards. And inside the carriage, the guy in lilac with his arms crossed is lamenting that the assassination attempt was a failure. And there, we can also see 2 other people with him. This cocky blonde guy with a scowl is named Polidio Hogfield. It says Hogfield there, but since the beginning of the story there's been a G instead of that Q, so it's going to stay Hogfield. That's the only biological son of Renus Hogfield, and he's making that face because the guy in purple just told him he should have left. The assassination mattered to him. Now, they've lost a golden opportunity, but the one in lilac is still optimistic. He says, well, everything might have gone wrong, but we'll find a way to fix this. And then he says to the chubby guy, our deal is still on, right? And the chubby guy says yes, says that after he inherits everything, he'll reward him handsomely. Meanwhile, the third person in that carriage just listens to the 2 of them talking, not sharing his own point of view. Then the scene shifts to the 3 of them arriving at the inn, all with serious looks on their faces. And when they walk in, they come face to face with our hero, who also has a serious look, along with Jackson and the extremely dangerous elf. And the chubby guy immediately starts complaining, saying it's way too dusty in there. And he says, go call that tramp, Leona. But Enrique keeps his serious face, keeping an eye on that bodyguard, because just by looking at him you can tell the guy is strong. And so we can see that the bodyguard has style, and he notices that someone is looking at him. So, he looks back and sees our hero, who's staring at him, looking like he wants to pick a fight. But since he realizes Enrique is weak, he doesn't even bother staring back, because to him, Enrique isn't any kind of threat. But the chubby blonde guy is really annoyed and says, hey you, crazy redhead, go over there and call Leona now. And Enrique, seeing the blonde guy talk to Jackson like that, thinks to himself that he made the right choice bringing Jackson with him, because if it were Rem, that brute would have immediately said, hey, there's a fly in your hair, let me kill it for you. He would have smashed that arrogant blonde kid's head right then and there. So, Enrique looks at Jackson and notices that the squad's assassin is slowly pulling out his knife, because, contrary to what Enrique thought, Jackson's patience has already run out. So Enrique grabs Jackson's hand and says, hold on, don't be unreasonable, okay? Meanwhile, the blonde kid is talking to Jackson, hey, redhead, what are you waiting for? I'm talking to you, redhead. Go on. Jackson is practically shaking with rage while Enrique is holding his hand to keep him from killing that arrogant blonde kid. But suddenly, Leona shows up and says, hey, stop yelling. Don't you know that's really rude of you? We could hear you squawking from all the way upstairs. Then, the tough girl stares down her brother and says to him, you're late, you know that. And when Leona gets close to her brother, he, really angry, says to her, the only thing that's late is my cassava. You should teach your bodyguard some manners. Leona, caught off guard, slapped her brother so hard across the face that his head actually turned. Enrique, seeing that, says, wow, that's some violence. Huh? No one I know is normal. And when Jackson hears that, he stands there thinking, huh, what did he just say? And the chubby guy starts yelling at his sister and says, are you crazy? Why did you do that? Commissioner Leona says that the crazy one is him. Then she explains why she did it, telling the chubby guy, her brother, that he has no idea who he's messing with, because those soldiers are mercenaries from the border guard. She asks her brother if he wants to end up in prison for the rest of his life, and the chubby guy hears this, gets a little humble and says, oh, okay, I really didn't know. But before he can apologize, the one who came with him in purple clears his throat. Right then, the chubby guy remembers the signal. So, he completely changes and says, hey, it wasn't me, okay? If you want to blame someone, you should blame yourself. And another thing, you're not even part of the family, so why are you yelling at me? And the chubby guy says this, while pointing at Leona. And she, very calmly, says to him, I know I'm adopted, but I'm way better than you. You know why? You can't even analyze the sales cycles. And worse, you're not even good at math. You don't even know how to calculate our finances properly. You're terrible. Then she says to him, okay, quick, think fast. 3 times 5. He does this face. 3 times 5? That's work for my servants. I don't need to know that, okay? 3 times 5. 3 times 5 is 12. Leona, crossing her arms, sighs and says to him, I don't even know why I'm wasting my time with you. If it weren't for the will, I wouldn't even be here wasting my time with you. But since the will says the successor would be chosen, after a discussion between the two of us, I'm here for this discussion. And Enrique, seeing the two of them, realizes that their father, Mr. Renus, was actually very kind, because it's obvious that the best choice would be Miss Leona, since this guy doesn't even know basic math. But Enrique knows why Renus did this. It was to give his biological son one last chance. Then, Leona, with her arms crossed, says to her brother, "Hey, Chubby, is your only argument for being the successor that you're his son?" And the chubby guy, cornered, starts to stutter and says, What? What? That reason is really important, you know? I'm his legitimate son. You're adopted. So, I have to be the heir. Leona, grabbing the chubby guy by the cheek, says to him, "All right, handsome, you can be the heir if you answer me right now. What's 5 times 7 divided by 8? Go on, tell me." And the chubby guy starts to stutter and says, "Man, if it were 1 minus 1, I'd know that." Then, Leona says to him, "It doesn't matter how much it means to you, you don't even look like our dad. Look at you, you're ugly, you stink, you're chubby and cuddly." Then, Leona gets up close and says, "Your ignorance and your ugly face didn't come from our dad at all." So the chubby, cuddly guy starts to lose it and says, "You're a real pain in the neck, you know that." But the chubby guy, who just lost the argument, isn't going to back down. So, cursing at his sister, he gets ready to draw his sword and says, "I'm going to finish you off right now, you daughter of a good mother." But Enrique, the bodyguard, isn't about to let him kill Leona right in front of him, so he also starts to draw his sword and moves toward the chubby guy. But then, Enrique senses a great danger, because behind the chubby guy is someone Enrique is sure is much stronger than he is. And then, Enrique realizes that his real opponent isn't the chubby guy, but rather the bodyguard standing behind him. At that moment, Enrique stops, because if he keeps moving forward, that bodyguard will kill him on the spot. And so we have the scene, everyone is extremely agitated, ready to draw their swords, and start a bloodbath. If someone so much as sneezes, the fight will break out instantly. So Enrique, focused, watches his target, who stands behind chubby guy. And the chubby guy, meanwhile, is there, stammering and sweating profusely. Hey, why you can't do this to me, you know? You can't do this to me, you hear? Meanwhile, the chubby guy's bodyguards step in front to protect their boss. And it's at this moment that Enrique starts to analyze, trying to figure out what stance his opponent is using, and by noticing the steps ahead and the way he's holding that rapier, Enrique is sure this guy practices the art of fluid swordplay. So he starts wondering just how fast this guy must be, Could he be faster than Rem's axe? Or faster than a whistling dagger? So the brave Enrique, who isn't afraid of death, keeps thinking to himself, "Come at me, come on and show me what you've got." Then the bodyguard, noticing that stare down, starts to draw his rapier, because now he's going to kill everyone in that place. Enrique starts to smile, because fighting someone who's clearly stronger than him is exactly what he loves most. But then another voice says, "Hey, let's cut out this nonsense right now, okay? Everyone stay quiet and put your swords away." So, Enrique and the other strong bodyguard look back and realize someone has arrived, and they introduce themselves by saying, "We are from the border guard and we serve directly under the crown. We will consider you traitors if you don't put your swords away immediately." Oh, now that's showing who's boss, And so the chubby guy hears that, starts trembling, and says, WH. Enrique slowly begins to put his sword away, realizing that the fight he thought was about to happen definitely isn't going to happen anymore. So, pretty disappointed, he says, "Man, what a shame I won't get to fight." And Jackson, noticing his boss's attitude, starts thinking about what Enrique had said to him earlier. Nobody I know is normal, but Jackson does know one thing. The weirdest guy he knows is his boss, Enrique. Then Torres, commander of the border guard, says to them, "We found out that those assassins, they were foreigners. So from now on, we will be taking over the case, because after a very relaxing massage session, they confessed everything and said they were paid by a trade association to carry out this assassination." Then Torres asks the chubby guy, "You didn't contact those assassins because of the dispute over your sister's inheritance, right? It wasn't you who contacted them, was it?" And the chubby guy starts sweating and doesn't even know how to respond. However, the one in lilac, sounding like a lawyer, says to them, "Did those assassins, by any chance, specifically mention which trade association did this? Because if they didn't mention it, I don't think that's enough evidence to blame anyone." Torres, crossing his arms, says to the person in lilac, "You sure talk a lot, Do you really think we, the border guards, are stupid?" Then Leona takes the initiative and speaks to them. "I have a proposal. We can try to gather more evidence to identify the real culprits. But in the meantime, you can detain the two of us, me and my chubby brother, until we find those responsible." And the chubby guy starts repeating and says, "Hold on, I didn't agree to that. I don't want to be detained." And Enrique gets confused and starts thinking, "Wait, but isn't she a victim? Why is she asking to be arrested? I don't get it at all." Then Torres says to her, "Okay, but all the killers we've arrested were small fish. They didn't know anything. And they always kept repeating the same thing, that it was their boss who ordered them." But Leona speaks to them. "But there are still people who need to be questioned, because Enrique told me that right after he defeated the one who tried to kill me, he saw several other assassins quickly leaving that place." Leona continues, "With your arguments, It's very likely that one of those who escaped is their boss, and for sure this boss knows a lot more details. So, why don't we try to find this boss? But Torres, following Leona's reasoning, says to her, okay, but what if even then, we can't find out who's behind all this? And Leona is quick to respond. She says, well, if even then we don't find out, this problem won't be ours anymore, but rather the border guards. And to wrap up, Leona tells Torres that it's not wise to discuss the matter of succession with the border guards. So she says, we will return to our city on the condition that everyone comes back here, if you call. Enrique finds this very strange, because if Leona leaves the city, she'll be left unprotected, since her bodyguards are much weaker than her brothers, and especially that guy with the rapier. That guy seems to be really strong. Enrique knows that as soon as Leona leaves the city, he's going to die without the protection of the border guard. So, Enrique keeps wondering what Leona has in mind, because she's not stupid. He keeps trying to figure out what she's planning, and so, the incredibly clever Leona asks her maid to bring that thing, and says, I'm a merchant, and I never ask anyone for anything without proper compensation. So, I'll give this to whoever captures those who escaped. She's unwrapping it, and taking her time, really building up the suspense. And when she finally reveals it, Jackson is shocked and says, huh. Enrique looks back and wonders, why did that object get such a reaction from Jackson? And Leona says that this is the fourth piece in Carmen's collection. And this is Carmen's box cutter. Then, looking at everyone, she says, go catch them, because this box cutter will be given as a reward. Then, Jackson says, boss. Enrique, who was already looking back, responds to Jackson, go ahead, I'm listening. So, the red-haired assassin, Jackson, says, boss, leave it to me. Those guys can already be considered captured. Enrique, looking at that box cutter, wonders, it looks like an ordinary box cutter. Why did Jackson get so motivated? Because our hero doesn't know what that dagger really is, so he keeps wondering if that's some kind of special item. Then, someone can't help themselves and says, Carmen's box cutter. Are you crazy? And then the chubby, sweet guy says to his sister, do you have any idea how much that thing costs? And Leona, very coldly, replies to her sister, the box cutter is mine, I'll do whatever I want with it. And Enrique, in the back, doesn't even know what box cutter they're talking about and says, hey Jackson, is that thing really that amazing? And Jackson lets out a sigh and says, yeah, boss, looks like you really don't know anything. I'm actually surprised you don't know about that weapon. That box cutter was made by the legendary weaponsmith, Carmen. And so, here comes the story. Carmen was a slave. So, to get revenge for everything she went through, she worked as an assassin. The whole time, she used 7 weapons that she made herself. And then, was shown all the weapons. Jackson explains that the 4th weapon she made was the box cutter. Jackson also says that there are people who would sacrifice others' lives just to get that weapon. I start thinking, what did he just say? Oh, right, people would kill for that, wouldn't it be easier to just say that, Jackson? Then Torres says, all right, I accept your proposal, Leona. Everyone here will be held in custody by the border guard, and no one leaves this inn anymore. And Jackson, knowing he can't leave, glances over at his boss. Enrique says, Jackson, don't worry about the box cutter, I have an idea, because I have a plan that's already in motion. As soon as those guys attacked and ran off, I sent Cross after them. So we should know more soon. But the chubby guy didn't like being stuck there in custody and says to me, that crazy, cursed woman. Now because of her, I won't even be able to go out in the city, but her bodyguard is always keeping an eye on everything that's going on. He glances to the right and there he is, our hero, Enrique, watching everything going on around him, but he notices someone is watching him. So, Enrique looks back and stares right at him, because fear is something our hero doesn't carry. And the guy with the strong goatee stares back, trying to figure out why this weakling is looking at him like that. But then, since he doesn't want to waste time with weak people, he turns his face away and goes back to his work. As he leaves, Enrique realizes that this guy has a really strong aura and that it would definitely be great to fight him. Then night falls, and in the blonde kid's room, the light is still on. And there he is. Do you think they'll be able to catch up to us? But Delilah says that when it comes to the border guards, there's nothing they can do. That for now, they just have to be patient and wait, because none of the assassins are going to say anything. But Delilah's has a plan. He says, according to the will, if the two of you can't come to an agreement about who will be the boss, then the border guard investigators will be the ones to decide. So, we can take advantage of this moment. And the cunning Delilah says, don't worry, everything's going to be fine. I've already even sent a letter. While the bodyguard is up there, something else outside catches his attention, and he looks through the crack in the window, trying to figure out why he's doing this at this hour. And there he is, our hero Enrique, practicing calisthenics, with the goal of improving his physique, because he knows that when the day comes, he won't have any more time to get in shape. And so, dreaming big and fighting to push past his limits day after day, Enrique keeps going strong, never missing a single day of training. But then, those 150 kilos that were on Enrique's back suddenly drop to the floor. And then Torres says, hey Enrique, why are you still doing that boring workout? He looked back and said, you guys are here. I didn't even notice. And Torres keeps pleading, saying, don't you think this is a golden opportunity for us to take a little break? Enrique thinks that if he were a genius, like everyone around him, he would need a break just like Torres, but their learning pace isn't the same, because a genius learns much faster than an ordinary person. And Enrique, who doesn't have any talent at all, learns even more slowly, because the fencing techniques they learn in a week, Enrique is sure he needs a month for, and depending on what it is, he might even need a whole year to learn. And he remembers that he spent more than a year in a yolj just to acquire a single skill. So, our protagonist, lifting his stone dumbbells, keeps thinking, yeah, while you rest, you carry stones. And so, with the intention of using every day to build a solid foundation for his future, Enrique hasn't been focusing on maximizing his body. Then, the weird guy in the back says, man, that Enrique guy really is weird. He never stops training, not even for a moment. Or maybe we're just too lazy. That's weird, there are even some kids who are just lazy. So, Torres, with his hand on his chin, starts thinking about everything that weird guy behind him just said. And then he says to me, hey Enrique, stop with this whole getting stronger thing, just take it easy for a bit. Look, in my opinion, you're already pretty strong, you know. Then, Torres, staring at Enrique, says, you know what, Enrique, the only reason we tied last time was because I didn't expect anything from you and you caught me off guard. But what about now? Do you want to fight me again? And Enrique, all sweaty and tired, does what you're doing, and just stares in Torres's direction, because Torres said what he likes most. And even Enrique's expression changed, because a challenge is all he wants. So, the night goes on, and there they are, fighting each other. And the crowd is just shouting, whoa, a thrust. The boss, he's trying to stab you. So, Torres dodges the quick thrust, because now he's not going to be caught off guard. So, once again, Torres wins the challenge, showing that Enrique only caught him off guard that day. And then the crowd says, with that one, and Torres starts celebrating and says, hey, you bastard, I managed to win, see, that's the 4th time I've won. And the other guy in the back keeps saying, yeah, boss, but you've lost to him 7 times. So, we can see that Enrique is on the same level or even above Torres, but the tough guy shows he's tough and says, again. And Torres, startled, says to him, aren't you tired yet, you freak? With this one, it's already been 11 times. Look, I can't take it anymore. Then, the side character says, well, if you don't want to, I'll face him. And the weird blonde guy standing there says that after he gets tired, he'll be the next one to face the leader of the squad of weirdos. So, from up in the room, the chubby blonde kid is also watching while the crowd shouts, yeah, go for it, finish him, give him a roundhouse kick, poke him in the eye, come on, kick him. What is this? Did he dodge it? And the chubby kid is already really mad because he can't sleep and says, ugh, this bunch of barbarians has been doing this all night. It's already past midnight and no one has gone to bed yet. They're just yelling. Then, that challenger gets really close to Enrique and throws him with an ippon. Or was it a waziri? I don't even know. Put fighter on the screen. Was that an ippon or a waziri? Or a cocker? I don't even know. Tell me. Enrique lands on his back on the ground. And he really felt that one, because it hurt a lot. Meanwhile, up above, the rapier's bodyguard keeps staring at Enrique, noticing that Enrique is a bit different. So, our hero, after being thrown to the ground again, says, what kind of move was that? Can you do it again? And the soldier who beat Enrique clenches his fist and says, what? You really are crazy, aren't you? You like getting beat up, don't you? The rapier's bodyguard keeps thinking that even if Enrique loses, his pride isn't hurt. What's even better is that Enrique looks like a kid who just found a new toy, because the more he loses, the happier he gets. And there you have our hero's face, getting beaten up and having a great time. But then, the rapier's strongman remembers Enrique, because Enrique was showing him a lot of hostility, even knowing that he's stronger. So, the rapier's bodyguard is sure that Enrique is a one-of-a-kind person. Then, he watches Enrique facing that guy again, because even though Enrique is unique, he doesn't seem very smart, since once again, he got caught by the same move. And then someone in the crowd says, what? You got caught by the same move again. So, the rapier's strongman realizes that Enrique falls for the same move at least 3 or 4 times. Then he realizes something. Enrique has no talent for fighting at all. But the interesting thing is that Enrique never gives up. So, on the 5th try, Enrique doesn't fall for that move, manages to quickly dodge his opponent's hand, showing that he's already learned that trick. So, yeah, now I think this is an ippon, okay? Because Enrique said, hey narrator, this right here is an ippon, okay? It's not that other thing. And he threw his opponent to the ground with all his strength, showing there's a big difference between an ippon and a waziri. So, Enrique, the bravest of the brave, wins another match. And the crowd goes wild and shouts, that's it, go get him. Because, mysteriously, they're all cheering for Enrique. And one of them says, yeah, finally, after the 5th try, the spellbreaker managed to counterattack. Then this extra says, oh, I'm up next to face him. Then, the beautiful elf says, why does Enrique keep going around giving everyone concussions? Look, everyone is cheering for him. I think he's kind of mean. And the commissioner, who's also watching the fight, asks the elf, hey, are you two really dating? And the elf, without even looking, says no, they're not dating. Then Leona, thinking she might have a chance, says, oh, okay, so that was just a joke, right? And the fairy, without looking at Leona, says to her, no, we're married. And Leona is shocked and says, you two are married? And the elf, being really mischievous, says yes, they've been married for a long time, they just haven't had the ceremony, and that they even have a child already. So, Enrique, who has really sharp hearing, is listening to all of that and thinks, this woman just won't stop talking, she's distracting me. Why don't I just go back inside? I think that elf has her eye on him, you know, literally. But suddenly, someone says, hey, sorry to show up like this, but do you guys mind if I join you? So, everyone looks at the person who just arrived. Enrique, with a stern look on his face, stares at that person. And that's when we see that that guy from Fort Rapiera also came down to join the party. But nobody there likes him. So, Torres is thinking, what's this guy's deal, huh? What does he want? Azuda Rapiera, as he gets closer, is thinking, Enrique, I think that's his name. His talent is way below average. But I don't know what's going on. I have this huge urge to teach him. It's so strange, I couldn't even hold myself back. And now I'm here, ready to teach him and I don't even know why. And so, the one who just got hit with an ippon looks at Forte de Rapiera and says, hey, get a grip, okay? You're not with us, got it? So just sit there quietly and watch. But Enrique, really angry, says to them, no, let him come. I want to face him, because he had already been waiting for him. So, Enrique is all smiles, because now, a really strong challenger has appeared right in front of him. The guy with the goatee, not even knowing why he's there, realizes that his presence in that place still hasn't bothered Enrique. So, Enrique, who had been serious up until now, cracks a smile, because this really weird guy just accepted his challenge. But up above, the assassin Jackson just heard everything and is paying close attention to everything happening with his boss. Jackson, looking down, realizes that this guy is really strong, much stronger than Enrique. Then, out of nowhere, someone hands a wooden sword to the guy with the rapier. But Jackson knows that even though that guy is using a wooden stick, he's still a dangerous person, because Jackson feels that this guy is so strong that even with that wooden stick, they'll be able to kill Enrique. So, Jackson starts to draw his knife, because if he needs to save his boss, he'd better be ready. There's no way he can just watch this fight from a distance anymore. And so, Enrique gets into position, because what excites our hero is facing someone stronger than himself. Enrique immediately assumes his fighting stance. Then, that very strong challenger takes another step toward Enrique, showing no openings, and bringing with him an imminent threat of death. And now we have the scene of Enrique ready to face the rapier strongman. The rapier strongman, holding the training staff, shows no expression, but it's clear that he is completely focused. He stands there, watching Enrique, but Enrique, on the other side, is extremely tense because he is certain that the warrior he is about to face is very strong, and so, he remembers that this feeling is just like being at war. Then, he remembers that moment when he met the bastard with the dry thrust. And so, instead of facing the guy with the dry thrust, he replaces him with this one, the rapier strongman. And at that moment, the rapier strongman starts to attack, trying to show Enrique that he is the strongest one there. But our brave Enrique has his eye hack turned on, because from the moment he got into fighting stance, Enrique has had his senses at their peak. So, our protagonist keeps thinking that he can clearly see the path of the enemy's attack. And these hack eyes, with their battle prediction, prove their effectiveness, because Enrique can even notice a small feint in the attack his opponent is about to make. So, Enrique comes to the conclusion that this opponent is doing the same thing as the one with the dry thrust, aiming for his neck. Enrique keeps thinking that he needs to block that attack. However, it's already too late, because the rapier's forte is much faster than he imagined. Even though Enrique knew the direction of the strike and where it would land, he couldn't even defend himself. And so, the brave Enrique realizes that standing before him is a monster, because Enrique has never met anyone so fast in his life. And then, after Enrique snaps out of his daydream, we can see that they're actually fighting with wooden sticks. And that whole thing about Enrique having his throat pierced was just his wild imagination. However, if they had real swords, that's exactly what would have happened to Enrique. So, Torres and the others realize that this enemy is way superior to them and much faster. Then, the rapier master says to Enrique, yeah, you read my attack very well, but you're slow. Enrique realizes that this guy uses the fluid sword art, and this is the fastest sword art of them all. And it's much faster than he ever imagined. Much faster than Ren's axe, and much faster than the whistling Naraga. And so, Enrique gets a reality check, because he thought he was getting strong. But he felt like a child facing a giant. He didn't even have time to react. So, our hero realizes that this opponent is so unimaginably far ahead and so terrifyingly above him that he can't even reach him. Enrique starts imagining what a wall this guy would be if he were his opponent. Because out of everyone he's ever faced, this guy is without a doubt the strongest of them all. But while the rapier's stronghold turns his back to leave, Enrique doesn't react at all, just lost in his thoughts. But then, the tough guy starts to smile, because facing someone so much stronger than him is exactly what he needs to grow. So, getting into a fighting stance again, he says, one more time, let's go again. And the guy with the rapier, who was leaving, turns to Enrique and says to him, your attitude is exceptional. Let's go again, then. As the night goes on, so does the duel between the two. Everyone else is asleep, because that's not really a duel, it's a beatdown, since Enrique has been facing him for a long time and hasn't managed to win even once. He's just been getting beaten up. But while that beatdown continues, the elf, commander of the 4th Company, is still awake, watching her man. Even though she teases him, I think our protagonist has won her heart. And she keeps watching Enrique, who has fought the rapier fortress more than 100 times, and has been beaten more than 105 times, because some of those beatings counted for 2. She knows that anyone who's ever held a sword knows the desperate feeling of facing someone you just can't beat. But Enrique is very different. Even though he can't defeat the rapier fortress, he gets up and asks for another match. So, our hero is defeated once again, and with ease. And just like that, he loses for the 101st time. Every time he's defeated, the force of the blow leaves a welt on his body because it really hurts. And Enrique, lying on the ground and badly beaten, is in a lot of pain. The rapier fortress keeps looking at Enrique, who is a very intriguing person because he showed Enrique a distance between them that's impossible to reach. But he keeps wondering, but why doesn't this guy give up? He gets up, I win. He gets up, I win. He just won't give up. What a crazy guy. But tough Enrique is already back on his feet again and says, again. Jackson, watching from above, notices that Enrique's reaction speed is very slow, and he's sure that Enrique can't even see or dodge everything that's happening. And he knows that if Enrique keeps going like this, he'll never get past this wall. So, with his hand on his chin, he thinks, I need to teach Enrique a few things about speed. And so, we can see that Jackson can perfectly see what the rapier fortress is doing. Because if there's anyone fast around here, it's Jackson, the fastest one in that place. Then, the rapier fortress says, hey, I'm tired, okay. That's enough. Let's get some sleep now. Enrique, wobbly from taking such a beating, gets up and falls back down, still shaking and sleepy. And knowing he can't beat this wall, Enrique says to the rapier fortress, yeah, you really are amazing. I've never met anyone as strong as you, and that makes me really happy. Then, Enrique, with a smile on his face, asks him, is that what you're using, the fluid sword art? Well, let me tell you something, I'm going to learn that sword art one day. Then, the rapier fortress starts to smile and says, who knows? I don't know, right? Maybe it is. But inside, he's thinking, yeah, I'm impressed with this Enrique guy. He has unshakable determination. It's just a shame that he's a little slower than me, just a little bit. But then he says, hey, Enrique, lower your sword. I admire your effort and your strength, but you don't have any talent to face me. You're never going to win. Hey, Enrique, it's painful and embarrassing to watch this, you know, there's no way you can beat me, so there's no reason for me to keep fighting you. I'm at such a high level that I'm sure of one thing. You're never going to reach this level. And Enrique, all battered, falls to the ground. And hearing that, he starts thinking that it's been a long time since anyone told him that he's weak. But if he's a wall, I'm definitely going to overcome him, because in the past people used to say I was weak and that I'd never get better. And here I am, way better than before. So it's not now that I'm going to listen to what others say. And so, Enrique keeps looking at that wall and starts smiling. Then, the rapier fortress looks at Enrique, who's smiling at him, and thinks, why is this crazy guy smiling at me? I like this guy. He seems really cool. So, the rapier fortress puts his piece of wood down on the ground, because it's almost dawn and fighting Enrique more than 300 times during this night was really exhausting. And so he leaves to try to take a few pouts before dawn. And then, the day breaks, and judging by the height of the sun, it's already been morning for a while. Suddenly, someone arrives shouting and says, leader of the Torres squad, we've captured the fugitive mercenaries. So, it's shown that they were captured. Cries, with the help of the Thieves Guild, captured those 3 fugitives. And then they asked, what happened to them? He came walking and tripped several times, more than 100 times. That's why they're so beat up like that. And Cries, from the place where he captured them all the way here, gave them a very nice massage session. So, Enrique, looking back, feels all proud and thinks to himself, good job, Cries. You really deserve congratulations. And Cries, seeing the way Enrique is looking at him, already knows his boss is praising him, because for Cries this was really easy. Finding people in hiding is like taking candy from a baby. And Leona, who was paying attention to all of this, shows up in the scene, already knowing what must have happened. And she says, hey Enrique, those captured fugitives are members of your squad, right? Thank you so much for your help. So, now it's time for a friendly chat. Torres gets close to the prisoner and says to him, who hired you? Who was the person? Tell me. And the chubby blonde guy starts trembling and sweating, because if this assassin gives him up, he's sure he'll be killed. So, the assassin, who had fallen off his horse several times and was still a bit weak, starts to speak quietly. It was the Principality of Aspen. They were the ones who hired me. Enrique, upon hearing this, finds it very strange, because what does Aspen have to do with this? And Torres, not believing it, speaks to him. What did you say? Say it again. The leader of the bandits said it was the merchant from the Aspen Association who hired him. And the reason was because they wanted to expand their trade into the conflict zones. And so Torres asks, okay, but what's the name of this merchant? If you saw him again, would you be able to identify him? And the bandit says no. Then Torres says to him, you swear. And the bandit replies, I swear. I swear on the narrator's mother-in-law. If I'm lying, may my sin fall upon her. Then, the chubby blonde guy is shocked and starts wondering, I didn't understand anything. Merchant from Aspen, because the chubby blonde guy knows this guy is lying. And Torres noticed it too and says to him, okay, since you said you can't recognize him, how did you two do business then? The bandit explains that he received a letter with money, and that if he did the job, he would get the other half of the payment. And then Leona says, so that's how it was, Yeah, so now it's up to the border guard, right, Mr. Torres? And Torres, thinking this story sounds really fishy, says, yeah, right. But, Chief, Leona, for some reason, you seem very pleased with this outcome. Weren't you expecting that ugly bastard to be behind all of this? Leona, looking sad, said yes, of course she expected it to be her brother, and that's why she offered the precious stiletto as a reward. Then Torres, with no more questions, says, well, everything's settled then, right? Let's give these guys a few more massage sessions and then castrate them and hang them upside down. Then Torres says to everyone, you folks from Hogfield, you're free now. You can go. Then Leona gets into her carriage and starts leaving the city. As she heads toward the exit, her personal bodyguards and hired mercenaries continue to protect her. But one of them is really happy because he got the dream of his life, Carmen's fourth weapon, the stiletto. He's like a kid playing with a new toy. So Enrique, seeing that, says, hey, man, you're acting just like a kid, huh? You know you can't draw your weapon in public. Jackson says, oh, boss, my bad, I got carried away. But Enrique kept thinking, Jackson is so happy, he looks like a chick in trash. Cries, getting closer to his boss, says, boss, don't fall in love with Miss Leona, okay? And Enrique replies, don't worry, I won't. Boss, that woman is scary. And Enrique shoots back, cries, I already told you there's nothing going on with her. Then, Cries speaks very quietly to Enrique, boss, but those guys were definitely hired by her brother. And Enrique asks, but why did they say Aspen? Then, Cries starts to explain. Cries says that while he was giving those thugs a very relaxing massage, suddenly a mysterious person showed up. And that mysterious hooded person came up to me and said, you're the leader of the Guilford Guild, aren't you? And Cries tells Enrique that even before he could answer, the person spoke to him. Oh, right. Well, I know you're Cries, from Squad 444, right? And Cries is surprised because this mysterious hooded person knows everything about his life. And then the mysterious hooded person says, I am a servant of Miss Leona and she sent me here. Cries explains to Enrique that this servant of Miss Leona already had a lead on where those hidden assassins were and knew everything about the Gilfi Guild. And even worse, that hooded guy even wanted to bribe some people in the army to let those assassins get away. And what's more, it was that envoy from Miss Leona who told those assassins to say it was Aspen and not her brother. So our Enrique, being pretty slow, starts thinking, but why would Leona do that? What would she gain from it? Because if they find out that Paulette is behind all this, she would come out on top of everything. But then, Leona, paying close attention to everything that was happening, looks out the carriage window and says to Enrique, yes, Soldier Enrique, it's a relief to know that Paulette wasn't behind this. Then Enrique looks suspicious, and Cries looks even more suspicious. Then the beautiful Leona says to them, if Paulette had done this, he would have left behind a terrible legacy, and that would definitely tarnish the name of the former leader. And only then does clueless Enrique finally understand that everything Leona did was out of loyalty to her father, because she didn't want to stain her father's name by involving his son in a murder plot. But Enrique looks at her and says, Miss Leona, I have a question for you. Are you going to be alright leaving the city like this, without an escort? Because the moment you leave the city, you won't have our protection anymore. And what if Paulette decides to attack you again? And Leona smiles and says, what? Were you ready for that? Enrique, don't worry about it. I've already taken care of that a long time ago. And so, Enrique looks ahead and notices that at the city gate there's 100 armed soldiers, all of them very well dressed and looking ready for battle. And in front of them is someone who looks very strong. Then, he introduces himself. My name is Mats. I am the commander of the guards of the Rookfield Mercantile Association, which means I'm the head of all security for the family. And he says he's there to listen to the new leader of the family, Leona Rockfield. He also says that Leona was unanimously chosen to be the next leader of the Rockfield family. Then, all those soldiers kneel before Leona and swear, Miss Leona Rockfield, we are at your command and will give our lives to protect you. Enrique realizes that this woman is extraordinary because while she stayed at the inn for 2 days straight, she managed to get the vote of all the shareholders in that time. And so, Enrique realizes that this woman, in addition to loyalty, decisive action, and information, is actually very intimidating. Then, he sees Leona Rockfield's beautiful face, which closely resembles that of an invincible lioness. Then, she looks back and says, hey Enrique, asking again would be insulting, so, I won't ask you to come with me again, okay? But look, then she reaches out her hand to Enrique and says to him, you have a gift, you know? You make everyone root for you, and that's amazing. Then, smiling at Enrique, the woman says to him, and I hope, Enrique, that we can help each other in the future, even if it's just as friends, okay? Then Enrique holds her hand and says to her, of course, I also hope that we meet again someday, as friends. But the chubby guy jumps out of his carriage, which was coming right behind, and says, hey, Mats, what are you doing? Do you know how generous my father has been to you? Are you really going to betray me? And Mats, looking at the chubby blonde kid, says to him, hey, you little punk, stop dishonoring your father's name, just keep quiet now. It's better if you don't say anything, okay? So, the chubby blonde kid totally freaks out because Mats spoke to him so seriously that he even peed himself. Then, the wannabe lawyer dressed in lilac says to Forte de Rapiera, yeah, our life here was a failure. And Forte de Rapiera says no, that they actually achieved something, because now we know that the new leader of the Rockfield Empire is a very clever person. Then, he looks to the side and starts thinking, yeah, but in this godforsaken place, there's also something really interesting. He looks at Enrique and realizes that the existence of this soldier is truly peculiar because he manages to charm everyone around him, and that's how another part comes to an end. If you enjoyed it, ask for the next part.
So, we're back for a new part, where another beautiful day begins in that fortress city. And Enrique woke up excited and says, hey, run. And Ren, sleeping even more than I do, is already in a bad mood and asks not to be called by name, because for sure the boss is going to go out there with that damn cat and leave me behind. But Enrique says no and says he wants to train, and that he wants to train with Ren. Speaking of training, Ren immediately changes his expression and says, "What? You need me? Alright, let's go, boss." Enrique knows he needs to train with his sword to make it even faster, so training with Ren is going to be a big help. And so, Ren and Enrique start basic training. If you blink, you die. And Enrique, with his hack eyes activated, knows that the first thing he needs to do is make a decision for a more efficient attack. So, he notices the trajectory of Ren's strike and knows that's exactly the spot where he can attack. Then, Enrique, looking like a cat, gets ready to pounce. This time, Enrique plans to use an explosive move. And Enrique wants to pull off the most efficient move possible. And he was so fast that he even surprised Ren, because a thin trickle of red liquid came out of his neck. Then Enrique's eyes go wide, because how on earth did he hit Ren? He never lands a hit. And Ren, seeing his neck bleeding, realizes his boss is a bit faster and even tried to give him a shave. Then Ren puts his hand on the wound and starts thinking, what? He actually hit me. Did the boss get better? Then, looking at Enrique, he realizes his boss is quite different from when he left. But Enrique is feeling himself and thinks that now he's way faster than Ren, since he repeated his fundamentals and his flexibility became much smoother. And now, with his muscles strengthened after training with Audi, that was enough to create this effect. And so, Enrique keeps feeling full of himself, and Ren, wiping the blood with his hand, says to him, "Yeah, boss, you really surprised me, huh? Looks like you figured out how to swing your sword fast." Then Ren changes his expression and says to Enrique, "Alright, if that's how it is, I'm going to speed up too." And Enrique, with a confused look on his face, thinks, "Huh? What do you mean, speed up?" Ren triples his speed, to the point of surprising Enrique, because Enrique thought that was Ren's limit, but he was very wrong, and that axe blow Ren landed on his sword looked like it hurt, because Henry couldn't even move, as he was hit by a blow so fast that it almost broke his bones. But you know, right? He fished, he lost. While Henry was feeling pain, Ren's second axe came deadly towards his head, but Enrique shows that he is quick and, ducking slightly, he escapes that deadly blow. So, Henry on the ground has a surprised shell-shocked look on his face, thinking about Ren's axe, wondering if it was always this fast. But Henry never imagined that Ren could be this quick. But Ren doesn't care at all, since the boss only got a little better, now it's time to show a bit more speed. And so, Ren charges at Henry like a wild beast. And Henry isn't intimidated by that, he also goes after Ren, because fighting is something these two love. Henry knows he still has a long way to go, since he lost to Ren again, who once more proved to be far superior to him. So, Henry goes back to basics, training his fundamentals so he can do them with simple muscle memory. But then his instincts kick into high alert. Henry senses an imminent danger. And, defending himself from certain death, Henry notices the deadly blow that Jackson was sneakily aiming at him. Then, Professor Jackson says to Henry, "Yeah, your eyes and ears are working well, huh? You don't even need to train them anymore, alright?" And Henry is surprised and says, "What? You came here just for that?" And Jackson, leaving that place, says yes, for now that's all. Henry sighs and thinks that Ren nicknamed Jackson the sneaky cat because he's so stealthy like that. However, Jackson shows that he's many levels above Henry. And getting close to Henry at double the speed, he delivers a deadly thrust to Henry's neck, killing him instantly. Henry, feeling that blade pass across his neck, starts choking and sweating. Then Jackson says to him, "Hey, Henry, that was killing intent. That's what you need to learn now." And Henry knows that if Jackson had wanted to kill him, he would have died just like we saw. So, looking back as Professor Jackson walks away, Jackson gives his lesson on killing intent. He says that this intent, it always shows up when someone wants to kill another person. And he tells Henry, if you can't predict an attack with your sight or your hearing, you'll only be able to detect it through your enemy's killing intent. Then, Professor Jackson stops and tells Henry, this ability to sense killing intent lets you detect something that goes beyond your 5 senses. And Henry is surprised and says, "What?" He said, detecting killing intent is the 6th sense. Then, Jackson, holding 4 trays of meat on the stiletto, says he's going to teach this to Henry, as payment for Henry having gotten a stiletto for him. So, Henry knows there's always more to learn, since his subordinates have shown a level of superiority far beyond what he imagined. So, right then, Henry says to Jackson, "Let's get started." And he gets into a fighting stance. And so, an endless amount of fun is about to begin for our hero. And just like that, another day goes by, and Henry has started training his 6th sense. And for that, he pushes his senses to the limit. And the first thing Jackson teaches Henry is that he can't trust his perception, because perception depends on his 5 senses. Jackson explains that your center of direction and your abilities are what make you move. It's just like the way a predator moves. All of this is part of your instincts. So, looking at Henry, he teaches that if Henry fights repeatedly with all his senses at their peak, it's likely that he too will be able to sense murderous intent. Then, Henry looks back and says, "Back there." And Jackson, walking past him, says, "Hey, dummy, you're not going to develop that so easily right at the start, okay? But as you keep training, your sixth sense will definitely awaken." Then, night falls, since that day was filled with intense training. And Henry, who only thinks about training, is there sharpening his sword, because a person has to be ready at all times. And then, someone says to Henry, "Hey, boss, you seem a little different, you know that?" And Henry, showing off his muscles to Ren, says to him, "Yeah, maybe I got more muscular." But Ren says to him, "Hey, boss, that's not it, okay? I'm talking about something else." And Audi says to Henry, "Boss, you're a lot more cheerful." And Ragna says she doesn't think that's it, but he's definitely different. Kreis also tries to guess why the boss is different. And he says, "Boss, I know what's different about you. You're crazier than usual." And Ren says, "Perfect, Kreis, that's it." And Ragna says that Kreis's answer was perfect. The boss is crazier. And Henry, not liking that answer, says to them, "Humph, as if. I'm the only normal one among you, okay? You're all crazy. So is that what you live for? Like a madman." And Jackson, looking at Henry, wonders how the boss never noticed that out of everyone there, he's the craziest of all. Because Henry, even though he's weak, always throws himself headfirst into certain death. So, the night goes on. And Henry, after sharpening his blades, shows he's not made of iron and heads to bed to sleep. So, while Henry goes to sleep, Esther quietly comes over and goes to sleep with him, of course. And Ren, looking at that feline, starts talking to the puma and says, "Hey, are you going to sleep with the boss again? Does he smell like food or something?" Esther realizes that Henry has pushed his body to the limit again, and if she doesn't help, he's definitely going to suffer a lot. And so, Esther, lying down on top of Henry and being careful not to revert to her normal form, keeps thinking that Henry is training hard enough to die every day, since he trains until he's completely exhausted. Esther knows that, because of this intense training, Henry's body would have collapsed a long time ago if it weren't for her healing magic helping him. So, the wicked Esther, in her Puma curse, starts to imbue her magic into Henry, because she knows this man can't die, because she knows that for her to break that curse, it's the tough Henry, our hero. Esther knows that if she loses Henry, she'll never be able to break her curse and will live in feline form forever. So, she looks at Henry's clothes and, placing her paw on top of Henry's clothes, the Magister begins to cast the spell. And so, she imbues Henry's clothes with some kind of magic, and it's definitely to help Henry. Then, another day begins and Henry has already been up since 5 in the morning working out. Henry loves repeating his days, but since that's not happening today, he plans to train hard every day to grow even more as a warrior. So, he starts his shelf training with Ragnar, and after training with Rain, he goes to do his training with Aldi, because pushing his body to exhaustion is something that doesn't tire him mentally. And so, Henry, meditating after all that training, knows that if he keeps this up, he'll improve a little, and that's more than enough of a reward. Then, while deep in meditation, Henry feels something strange, something that even gives him goosebumps, and turning around, he says, "You're back there, aren't you, Jackson? I can feel the intensity of the moment." And the next day, in his cabin, he says, "Now I can feel it, Jackson." And Henry, looking back, on yet another new day, says, "Jackson, I can feel you back there." There, Rain, Ragni, and Aldi don't even understand what Henry and Jackson are doing, since those two are always caught up in that weird training. And so, Rain says to Jackson, "Yeah, you really think the boss doesn't look any different, huh? You know, boss, look, you haven't changed at all, you're exactly the same." But Aldi says that he is different, actually, because he's improved a lot over these past few days. And Agna says she felt that too, because earlier, Agna had thought that Henry was the twin. However, after training with him all these days, Agna is sure that Enrique isn't the one, he improves way too slowly. But Jackson is pretty down-to-earth and tells them, sure, Enrique has improved a little, because after all this repetitive training, anyone would get better. And Rain says that for Enrique to really improve, he needs something real, but since those Aspen soldiers have been idle for so long, there's no way for them to go into real combat. And Rain says, "Hey, you know what you need? A contract to hunt beasts, because that could help you improve a bit more." So, following Rain's advice, Enrique goes to the request board, intending to train in real combat. And it wasn't just Rain who said that, everyone else said the same thing. And Enrique, realizing that they all want him to test himself, decides to pick something really difficult. Enrique knows he's improving very slowly, and after all his instructors get tired from training with him so much, Enrique sets off on a new adventure. And so, as someone is picking up a mission, they look at Enrique and say to him, "Hey, if you're not enjoying anything, do this job for me." Enrique, seeing that strange task, stands there thinking, this one. Is there anything useful in this? And so, Enrique finally takes on a mission to investigate the cobbler's basement. Enrique says, "What? You really want me to investigate the cobbler's basement? That's not even that important. A recon team should be enough." And the guy who gave Enrique this mission says that a recon team definitely isn't enough. You know why, Enrique? According to the cobbler, he thinks there are undead in his basement. And Enrique gets curious and says, what? Undead? Enrique knows there's no way something like that could be in the city, because the cobbler probably just heard a rat or something like that. And Enrique thought, since he needs more experience, he might as well take this on, right? The soldier who gave Enrique the mission says to him, want to learn a secret? I'm going to tell you something nobody else wants to say. The cobbler, he's a grumpy guy, but he's a good person, okay? But do you know why I'm asking you to go there? Because the cobbler's wife has also disappeared. So, for sure, he must be really distressed. Go there, take a look, and see how you can help him. And Enrique says, I'm not going, okay? Because this kind of request isn't for me. I need something way more dangerous. But after a while, Enrique is there, arriving at the cobbler's house. Because even though he didn't want to do this mission, he accepted it. And the cobbler's daughter is really happy and says, oh, I'm so glad you're here. My dad is down in the basement. And when entering the cobbler's house, his daughter says that he's down in the basement digging a hole. And Enrique goes unprepared, since the soldier had told him that the cobbler is very grumpy. Quickly, Enrique gets to the basement, and the cobbler, looking back, says, what? A soldier already came. Hey, come here, it's right here, look at this. Then, the cobbler shows Enrique the huge hole in his basement. And Enrique says, did you dig that deep hole there? He says, no, I just took off the boards on top and the hole was already here underneath. Enrique finds this really strange, a tunnel right in the middle of the city. And for a tunnel this big, it definitely wasn't a rat that made it. So, moving forward into that dark tunnel, Enrique lights a torch and heads toward his destination. And Enrique, looking at the marks on the wall, realizes that this was made by people, because there are tool marks from digging this tunnel. And the shoemaker, showing off his athletic build, also climbs down into that hole. However, the shoemaker, despite being well trained, slips and falls flat on his face. And after the shoemaker gets up, the two of them continue on through that dark tunnel. And Enrique starts thinking that this tunnel is really big, and that there really could be a monster down here. But a little further ahead, in the midst of that darkness, something catches Enrique's attention, and he stops in his tracks. And looking straight ahead, the narrator sees 5 caves. But Enrique says, hey, narrator, there are 6, okay? There's one that's not showing up in the painting. So, Enrique realizes there are 6 different directions to go through. And the person who made this did it with the intention of turning this place into a maze. After that, the cobbler comes up to Enrique and says to him, hey, soldier, do you hear that weird sound? Look, there must definitely be undead down here. But Enrique, noticing the cobbler coming up quickly, says to him, hold on, stay there, let me go in front. So the cobbler follows right behind Enrique, sticking close, as Enrique leads the way, clearing the path, while the cobbler follows in his footsteps. So, Enrique enters the first tunnel, and after taking his first step, he steps gently on the ground and doesn't feel anything unusual. But not really. A blue flash appears in half a millisecond, and Enrique and the cobbler's eyes go wide, and then Enrique feels the heat coming closer, so fast that he doesn't even have time to blink, because a blue light is rushing toward him at high speed, lighting up the whole cave, and it looks just like a dragon's breath, because Enrique and the cobbler are completely obliterated, leaving nothing but a puddle of what used to be their bodies. And so, Enrique's eyes go wide, because another day has begun, and he's just standing there, frozen, thinking, what? Did I die? I didn't even have time to blink. And Esther is there, comfortably lying on top of her man. Enrique keeps thinking, as soon as he sensed the danger coming, he didn't have time to do anything else. Enrique realizes how small he is, that he wasn't even able to take a step and try to escape that certain death. And so, Enrique is sure that this is a magical trap. Enrique gets ready to leave. He keeps thinking that it's common sense when you're up against a magician. But Rain, cutting off Enrique's thoughts, says to him, hey, boss, like we were talking about yesterday, I think you need more experience, okay? Real experience. But Enrique is totally focused on his mission, because the common sense when facing a mage is this: if you're lucky, you'll die in combat fighting the magician. Now, if you survive, you'll have a fate worse than death. And that advice also applies to traps made by mages. Enrique stands there, in front of the mission board. He keeps thinking about what he can do to fight these magical traps, because for that he needs to train some of his skills. He keeps thinking about which skill to train to escape this trap, but then the same person comes up to him and says, hey, since you're not seeing anything you like, take this. Enrique knows that to fight the mage, he'll need some magic specialists or at least support from his superiors. Because Enrique knows one thing: the mage is very different from any wall he's ever faced. Enrique knows he can't face the mage head-on. So, Enrique started thinking about telling his company commander, because she would definitely listen to his request. And that hot-headed cobbler wasn't going in there alone. Then Enrique's eyes widen, because he remembered that cobbler, and he's sure the guy is already digging that tunnel. And so, Enrique takes off running at full speed, trying to reach that tunnel before the cobbler gets in. Enrique, very politely, doesn't even call for the cobbler. He just kicks the door open and walks right in. And the cobbler's daughter jumps in surprise and says, "Soldier, what happened?" And he asks her, "Where's your father?" And the cobbler's daughter, clearly frightened, says her father must be down in the basement. Enrique doesn't waste a second. He just goes and jumps right into that hole, because he knows the cobbler is in danger. Leaving the girl behind, Enrique tells her not to follow him. And so, Enrique falls into that hole, landing really awkwardly. He knows he needs to run as fast as he can to try to save the cobbler's life. And so Enrique makes his way through that tunnel where before he needed a torch to get through. But now it seems like the artist forgot and left everything brightly lit. Then Enrique sees the cobbler standing in front of 5 different tunnels. Someone else says 6. The soldier sees 5. As Enrique nears the cobbler, he shouts, "Stop." The cobbler looks back, startled by someone's presence. But he knows, right? Just follow the script. The cobbler takes a step forward and then a very intense, warm blue glow quickly comes to embrace him. Enrique, who is still in that split second yelling for the cobbler to stop, only notices that warm embrace coming closer to him. And so Enrique and the cobbler return to dust, for only the broth of their bones remains, as that draconic flame left nothing alive in its path. Then the scene shifts to a very peculiar place, where the ferryman is found. Enrique, inside, no longer even questions what kind of place this is. He keeps thinking about finding a way to get closer to the cobbler more quickly. So, sitting there in the other world, Enrique has an idea. He knows he needs to run as fast as possible to get close to the cobbler and tell him not to go into that hole and to stay far away from there. Then the ferryman, passing by in the background, speaks to him. "Hey, it's good to see you again, huh? Did you feel it or not? I bet you felt it, right? Too bad it was just for a moment." Sharon, quite maliciously, speaks to Enrique. "But you definitely felt pain, because being burned alive can't be a good experience. Too bad it was over too quickly." Then Sharon says to him, "Do you want to go through that pain again? Being burned alive to death, even if it's that quick, can't be a good experience." And Enrique, talking to the king of bullying, says that he's right. The pain he felt was like more than 1,000,000 needles piercing his body at the same time, but it only lasted an instant, so of course I'm going to that place. So, Enrique rises up in the world of the dead. Enrique, quite determined, tells Sharon that what really hurts is seeing an innocent man die. And that's not the way of a knight. A knight always fights for the weak. So, that's what I'm going to do. And so, the next day, Enrique gets out of bed really quickly. He got up so fast it was like he almost threw his lung to the side. And with that, Enrique dashes off toward the cobbler. And Ren asks him, "Hey boss, where are you going in such a hurry?" "I need to tell you something, boss." Enrique looks back and says, "Hey Ren, I'm going to save an annoying old shoemaker. I went." And Ren asks Enrique, "Hey, are you going to the shoemaker? Is there a monster with boots out there?" But Enrique ignored it and ran away. A short time later, Enrique is there, at the shoemaker's house, digging that tunnel in his place. And while he's doing this, Enrique keeps thinking that he had to come running to stop the shoemaker from digging this hole. However, Enrique knows that there's something very dangerous down there. So, he can't just ignore it, turn his back, and walk away. And so, Enrique himself is the one digging that hole, trying to find out what secret is hidden down there. And so, Enrique says to the shoemaker, "Hey, I'm going in alone, okay? Don't follow me." And the shoemaker replies, "All right, but this is my house. I can't just let you go in alone." Enrique tells him, "I'm going in alone. Don't follow me." And so the shoemaker nods and lets Enrique go in by himself. Enrique knows that facing the wizard is something very difficult, and he doesn't know how long it's going to take to do it. And what's more, damn, these creatures are really going to keep screaming like a bunch of lunatics. Go to hell, Enrique. How annoying. Enrique spoke to his superiors, but they didn't even listen to his request. They thought all of that was way too far-fetched, because there was no way there was an enemy wizard in that town. Enrique gulps and looks ahead, because he knows there's a magical and mysterious trap there that he can't understand. What's more, Enrique has no information about it. But since Enrique has already died twice in that tunnel, he's not going in there to die a third time. So, Enrique looks at the second tunnel and says he's going to go through it, because if anyone goes in here, it's certain death. Lucky for him, he has an infinite today to help him. So, Enrique says, "Dooney, Dooney, Tay, Salami, Ming, a colorful ice cream, the one chosen was you." And he enters the second tunnel, because Enrique can't even take his squad with him, since they would definitely die in that place. So, trying to gather as much information as possible, Enrique moves on to the second tunnel, because time is against him and he needs to do this as quickly as possible. Then, as Enrique walks toward the second tunnel, he keeps thinking that, since there are several tunnels, one of them probably doesn't have a trap. And so, Enrique enters the second tunnel. He takes one step, 2 steps, and nothing happens. and he keeps thinking that this tunnel doesn't seem to have a trap. So, Enrique starts inspecting the entire entrance of the second tunnel to see if he can find any hidden mechanism or anything that might indicate there's a trap there. Since Enrique didn't find anything, he moves on. He keeps thinking about everything he's been through so far, since he started his first day today, about what he felt. Then, Enrique takes his third step, trying to remember the feeling he had when he died for the first time. Then, Enrique takes the fourth step, trying to sense if anything feels different. It was the first time a blade pierced his throat that he felt something very strange. And more than that, when another very strong opponent knocked his sword away, Enrique felt the same thing. So, as Enrique takes his fifth step, he wonders if the feeling he needs to reach might be something completely different. And so, as he steps onto that ground, Enrique feels something very familiar. And so, Enrique realizes that this feeling is more like a sharp stab, because that sensation of instant death is something Enrique is sure really happened. And so, Enrique understands that what he felt for the first time was a murderous intent coming his way. And so, Enrique remembers his teacher, when Jackson told him that murderous intent is something that wants nothing more than your death. And so, as he continues through that tunnel, a deadly glint appears in front of Enrique. And it all happened very quickly, because the blade that came toward Enrique was as fast as that fire that had been triggered. And so, Enrique widens his eyes, because he just felt something really strange, but he doesn't know what it is. And he just stands there. Enrique gets ready to take his sixth step, because he felt something back there on the fifth step, but it was something that happened very fast. So, Enrique takes the sixth step, trying once again to get that feeling. And then, Enrique didn't even have time for anything else, because something deadly passed right through him. And here, we have the scene. What passed through Enrique was so fast that it burst open the wall behind him. And Enrique is there, even though he's dead and split in half, he dies with a smile on his face. He keeps thinking that he finally felt it, because what happened on the fifth step was the murderous intent of the trap. And so, Enrique doesn't even have time to say, ouch, because he died split in half. So, the next day, Enrique ran to the cobbler's shop, and when he got there, the cobbler had already started digging, and staring intently in that direction. Enrique knows that today's lesson was to detect the murderous intent of traps. Then, a little while later, our hero finds himself in front of all those caves. And then, right? He does that Russian roulette thing, because he doesn't just want to go in. Even if he goes in and doesn't trigger the trap, Enrique promises to go in and out again until he can perfectly detect the murderous intent of the traps. So, walking very slowly, paying close attention, Enrique looks ahead, because he knows this is going to hurt a lot. And now, he takes path number 2, and this path seems a bit different, because Enrique has already taken a few steps and still hasn't felt anything. So, he keeps wondering if this is the right path, because if there are no traps, it can only be the right way. So, he finally took his first step into that cave, but since nothing was triggered, he turns to the other side and starts heading in that direction, because that's where those blades came from. And so, looking at the cave of blades, Enrique gathers all his courage and moves forward once again toward those deadly blades. On his first step, Enrique feels the sharp death approaching. So, with his torch held out in front of him lighting up the whole path, he still doesn't notice anything. And so, that first murderous intent he had managed to sense is no longer there. Because suddenly, someone appears behind him and says, "Hey, what are you doing here? Why are you going back and forth? Are you trying to hide so you can take a leak?" Enrique, looking back, says, "Hey, you crazy old man, didn't I tell you to stay up there? What are you doing here?" And since the cobbler interrupted him, Enrique turns once again toward that path he hadn't taken and decides to go down it, because as long as no trap is triggered, Enrique promises to keep taking 2 steps at a time into each cave. And after that, he plans to take 3 steps. So, in that new cave, Enrique finally takes his first step. Then, the night passes, and with that, the day goes by and night falls, with a high moon in the sky. So, after thoroughly investigating that hole, Enrique finally leaves that place. And there he is, the old cobbler, asking him why he's doing this so late. And what's more, it seems like he hasn't eaten anything. So, as Enrique leaves that hole, he tells the old man that he'll be back tomorrow and warns him not to go down there, because everywhere he went, there was a trap. Then, the cobbler, afraid of losing his daughter, once again asks Enrique for help. And so, Enrique looks back and says to him, "Hey, don't you have any clue you can give me that might point to your wife's disappearance?" The old cobbler, with a sad face, says that lately a lot of people have been disappearing in the city, and that's why the guards haven't paid much attention, since there have already been dozens of missing persons cases. His wife is just one more among the missing. But he tells Enrique, "If you see a brunette woman with freckles, that's definitely my wife, the most beautiful woman in the world. And also, she has a ring just like this one, because they were made as a pair, it's our wedding band. So, if you find a woman like that, please let me know." Enrique, quite determined, tells the shoemaker to leave it to him, because as soon as he finds his wife, he will definitely let him know. Then, Enrique heads to his lodging, since it's already late at night and he's tired. So, while he's deep in thought, Esther is lying on his lap, enjoying a nap next to her savior. Suddenly, Enrique turns abruptly and says, "There." But then, he was left hanging, because he looked one way and Jackson was on the other side. And Hen, watching all that nonsense, says to Enrique, "Whoa, are you losing it, boss? You've been hanging out too much with that weird guy back there." Then, after that, Hen, getting ready to sleep, tells Enrique to do the same, to give up looking for that woman and go to bed. But when Enrique is getting ready to sleep, he keeps thinking that this is the first time he hasn't finished today and doesn't know what's going to happen, because this time he didn't die. And so, lying down in his bed, Enrique is curious, trying to figure out what will happen if he doesn't die today. So, he wonders if he'll be able to move on to tomorrow. But there's only one way to find out, right? Sleeping. So, he closes his eyes and takes a nap. Then, that night, Karen's world appears to Enrique and the curse is activated. So, another beautiful day begins, because it seems that
today has passed. So, Rem, noticing Enrique is awake, says, "Boss, you need more experience, okay?" Enrique realizes he's today. He didn't move on to the next day, because what he has is a repetition curse. So, Enrique, once again on the same day, heads to the cave, and there he is, walking and thinking, if he doesn't sleep, what could happen? Because he slept and the day restarted. So, what if I don't sleep? And so, that night, the bold Enrique plans to stay up all night, pulling an all-nighter playing LOL with his friends until the sun comes up. That night was extremely long, but after the whole night, a beautiful day appears on the horizon. Enrique, even with dark circles under his eyes, knows he managed to break through another day, because he stayed up all night and didn't sleep a single second. So, our hero starts to get sleepy, since that day has now passed. And he, looking like a driver overcome by sleep, dozes off for a moment. And when he opens his eyes, where is he? On today. Because Enrique, after going through that little night, of course, as soon as he dozed off, he was transported to the beginning of today. And so, he keeps thinking, what? I just blinked. How could I end up in my bed? Then Rem says to him, "Hey boss, about what we talked about yesterday, look, we've come to the conclusion that you need some real-life experiences, and now, Enrique is certain, he can't go through today without overcoming the wall." And since he has to overcome the wall, not long after, our hero finds himself in that cave, focused on getting through all those traps. But that was already his intention anyway, because Enrique doesn't plan to face tomorrow without conquering today's challenges. So, 10 days go by quickly, and when Enrique realized it, he was already on the 20th day. And so he goes on, step by step, facing that wall, because the feeling he has now is very different from fear. He simply takes a step and starts to feel everything around him, trying to sense that murderous intent. And that intent is of imminent death. It doesn't feel like fear, it's something only those who have been through it know what he's talking about. So, Enrique steps forward trying to sense the murderous intent, but feeling nothing, he pulls his foot back, yet dies in that place. Days and more days, 40 days passed in the blink of an eye. And now, Enrique, in the midst of that darkness, intends to leave all fear behind. And so, Enrique, throwing his torch to the ground, plans to face today with all his bravery. Then, our brave hero dies 10 more times and 50 days go by quickly. And he, walking toward death, day after day, knows that 60 days have already passed. And the brave one, already getting used to the darkness, moves forward very slowly, trying to sense certain death. And so, on the 70th day, he feels the curse of the undead coming to claim his life once again. Then, Enrique is caught by a trap of undead, which grabs him with great ferocity and tears him apart completely. Thus, our hero is buried alive with all those undead corpses. Then, the next day, Enrique is there, in front of another cave, trying to sense certain death. But now, for our hero, everything is different. And so, he cracks a smile, because he finally manages to sense the murderous intent. And suddenly, Jackson appears behind Enrique, with a swift, deadly thrust. But Enrique, very alert, manages to dodge that deadly blow, because he sensed the murderous intent. And so, standing still, looking at Jackson, Enrique realizes that for the first time, he was able to sense Jackson's murderous intent. Then, Jackson says to him, "Huh, you managed to sense the murderous intent in such a short time." But Enrique knows it wasn't in such a short time, because 72 days have already passed. So, Enrique, in yet another new today, knows that he has already achieved what he wanted, to sense the murderous intent. And so, he gets ready and prepares to face yet another new today. Then, Rem says to him, "Hey Enrique, why are you dressed like that? Are you going to war or are you going to the shoemaker's house?" And Enrique, wearing his full uniform, says to Jackson, "Hey Jackson, I don't plan on coming back until I've killed 10 boots." And Jackson, not liking the wisecrack, curses at Enrique as our hero leaves. But Esther pays close attention, because Enrique is acting very different today. And so, the brave Enrique once again finds himself in front of those 6 paths, and thinking that only one of them leads to an exit without traps, which is what he had thought at first. However, Enrique, who has gone through all 6 paths, knows that these tunnels are really strange, because each of the 6 paths has a deadly trap. And so, knowing that there is no safe path, Enrique finds himself in front of all those deadly caves, because in the first one, he was pierced by spears that shot out from the wall. In the second cave, there is deadly poison in the air, and so, he died suffocated. In the third cave, there is an infernal fire that incinerates a person instantly. In the fourth cave, there's the Blade of Death, which was the one that split our hero in half. In the fifth cave, there's the Pit of the Dead, where undead hands come out from everywhere and drag a person to an agonizing death. And in the sixth cave, there's a stone so huge that it rolls through and crushed him instantly. And so, Enrique knows there's no safe path, but he also knows there is a way, and that way is not to trigger any trap. And so, our hero remembers his first path, where right after he stepped on the trap, he was instantly incinerated, leaving behind nothing but the broth of his bones. And so, Enrique makes up his mind and decides to take this path, because now what he needs to do is detect these traps and avoid stepping on them. And so, Enrique moves forward into the incineration cave, and as he takes steady steps, he feels that murderous intent to burn him to death. And so, treading lightly on that ground, Enrique takes his first step. After that, he lifts his foot again to take a second step in another direction, because instead of stepping forward, Enrique intends to step to the side. And so, changing the position of his feet, Enrique takes his second step very firmly, but in a very different spot in that cave. And after taking his second step, he realizes he hasn't been incinerated, so he becomes confident and knows that now he has a chance. Then, staying very focused, Enrique takes one step at a time, trying to memorize where he can step without feeling that murderous intent. So, step by step, Enrique keeps moving forward through that darkness. Then, after Enrique takes several steps, he starts to feel something very different. At that point, Enrique's focus becomes absolute. And so, as if he were following in someone's footsteps, Enrique starts placing his feet on invisible tracks, because if someone had passed through there, they definitely took that path and stepped in that way. And that's how Enrique awakened his sixth sense, because now, the one who couldn't feel anything can sense perfectly where he should step, and, most importantly, where he shouldn't. And so, with his eyes closed and focusing mainly on his sixth sense, Enrique takes several steps. And then, with his eyes still closed, Enrique notices a brightness in that place. So, our hero opens his eyes, because after taking several steps with his eyes closed, he realizes that he has finally left the cave of death. But now, he finds himself in a slightly different cave, because there are several torches there. And if there are torches, someone must have lit them. And so, our hero feels very proud of himself. But then, right? He widens his eyes, and a Gruul comes running toward him at incredible speed. But Enrique isn't the same as before. Without blinking or showing any fear, while drawing his sword from its sheath, Enrique slices that Gruul in half with ease. And just like that, Enrique gives a math lesson, because where there was one Gruul, now there are two halves. And the badass, eyes wide open, looking straight ahead, cracks a smile and says, "Huh, is that all you got? Let's get this massacre started." So, several Gruuls rush toward Enrique, trying to take down our hero, because in that place where there are no traps, there's another kind of defense, one made of hungry undead. And for Enrique, that's just another great gift. Enrique is truly excited, because a gift like this isn't something he comes across every day. So, dozens of demonic Gruuls charge at Enrique with intense fury. And the one in front even looks like my mother-in-law. Enrique knows that the Gruuls have a very powerful poison in their claws, and even a tiny scratch can turn into a fatal wound. He also knows that it takes several soldiers to subdue a single Gruul. And now, right in front of him, there are dozens of furious Gruuls advancing to kill him. But Enrique isn't the same anymore. After countless battles, he's now a slicing machine. And the first, second, and third Gruuls get a crash course in math. The lesson in division and multiplication finally begins. Enrique, with mastery, moves his feet and arms in a deadly dance. So, let's kill what's already dead. And so, he keeps slicing through 3 more Gruuls who, despite being immortal, have flesh and bones that are easily cut. And the tough guy, gritting his teeth, doesn't rest for even a second, because he knows that just one scratch could bring this day to an end. And so, while the Gruuls charge at him, Enrique does the same and charges fearlessly at the Gruuls, because if you're going to slice, you might as well do it with style. After all, if it takes several soldiers to kill a Gruul, why not? That doesn't apply to Enrique, because now he's as strong as a special forces soldier. And so, Enrique, leaping at the Gruul, prepares another deadly slash. And with precision, he schools the monster in front of him in math and delivers a perfect decapitation to the Gruul behind. All of this while still in midair. And when Enrique finally sets his feet on the ground, and that wasn't easy, because to defeat all those Gruuls, Enrique had to put in a lot of effort. He's sweating heavily, breathing hard. And knowing that defeating all those Gruuls wasn't easy, Enrique realizes that, despite everything, he fought well. And that's when he remembers his squad, because if they were seeing this, they'd definitely be dying of envy. But then, after hearing a growl, Enrique looks to the side and notices a creature rushing toward him at high speed. Enrique doesn't know if that's a dog, a demon, or the narrator's mother-in-law coming out of the shower. Enrique thinks he's seeing things, because at first he thought it was a demonic wolf, but that creature has another head. Then, he realizes that these beasts have been mixed together. And with no time to figure out what it is, Enrique doesn't just stand there waiting to be attacked without doing anything. And so, even though he's really tired, he charges at his enemies again, because whatever is up ahead, the only way to find out is to get there alive. And so, Enrique starts fighting again. Then the scene shifts to Esther jumping across rooftops, since Enrique left really early and she noticed that he was acting very strange. She keeps wondering why he would go so heavily armed to the cobblers. So, something really strange was going on, and that's why she's following Enrique. Esther is really worried about Enrique, because she knows he's reckless. It would be really bad for her if he died, since he's the only person who can break her curse. Then, standing in front of the cobblers, Esther starts to feel something very strange, and looking toward the cobbler's mouth, she notices a very familiar energy coming from inside. And mixed with that energy, there's the scent of a spell. So, Esther gets even more anxious and knows she needs to hurry as fast as she can, because where there's a spell, there's a sorcerer. And she knows that Enrique isn't capable of defeating a sorcerer. But at that moment, inside the cave, one of those combined beasts has just taken a fatal blow. And Enrique proves he's the tough one, because after fighting all those grolls, even though he's still tired, he fought against several combined demonic beasts. And more than that, he defeated all of them without getting hit. And so, Enrique says, "Hey, head, if you move, I'll decapitate you." And so, that last grotesque creature has just been finished off by our hero. And Enrique notices that further ahead in the cave, there's a very muffled breathing sound. And this breathing is so faint it seems like the person could die at any moment. So, Enrique proceeds with caution, since he doesn't know if this breathing belongs to another demon or to the person who dug this tunnel. And so, with a stern look on his face, Enrique finally arrives at that spot, and as he looks around, he sees dozens of mutilated bodies, many of them completely dismembered. Enrique is shocked, but at that moment a hand reaches out toward our hero, and as he quickly looks in that direction, he realizes that this is much worse than the battlefield, because the cruelty inflicted here is truly repugnant. Enrique, after all the time he spent on the battlefield, was used to seeing torn up bodies. None of it made him flinch, but what he's seeing in this place is truly revolting, and so, he keeps asking himself who could have done this. But suddenly, he hears a voice, "Hey, please, give me peace." So, he looks up and realizes there's someone alive in that place, and the person is begging to be killed. And they say, "Please, I'm begging you, kill me." And the tough Enrique fixes his gaze on that ring, because it's the same wedding band the shoemaker told him about. "Oh, if you see a brunette woman with freckles and she's wearing a wedding ring just like this one, that woman is my wife." And so, Enrique realizes that he has finally found the shoemaker's wife. But suddenly, someone speaks to Enrique, "Yeah, I heard a noise here and came to see what was going on. And I'm impressed, because now I have new material to work with. I don't know how you got here, but it's okay. I'll make you a new friend for Frankenstein. And his name, Bamilo." And then, behind that hooded man, we can see a very grotesque creature, which seems to be the strongest creature in that place. Then, Henry says, "So, were you the one who killed all those people?" And the person in green says, "Hey, who else could it be? Of course it was me, dumbass. But don't worry about it. Those people were just trash, because they were all failures. Now, this kid here behind me, Bamilo, he's truly a masterpiece. Oh, this right here is pure art." And we can see that Bamilo is locked up behind bars and is even chained so he can't leave that place. After that, the hooded figure in green looks at Enrique and says to him, "Hey, I'm going to make you into something as beautiful as Bamilo." Enrique knows that the person in front of him is a mage. So, he keeps thinking that what you should do when you see a mage is run, since his squad had already warned him about that. And one of them told him, "Oh, you'll be lucky if you just die when facing the mage. Now, if you survive, your fate will be much worse than death." But Enrique, filled with hatred in his heart after seeing all those bodies, didn't think for a single second about running away from that place. And so, drawing one of his whistling daggers, Enrique gets ready for battle. And so, he says to that mage, "Hey, you filthy bastard, I'm going to kill you, even if it takes 10,000 lives." Then, Enrique throws his whistling dagger in a deadly arc to take out that mage. And the mage, without even moving, is protected by his combo of power that deflects the thrown knife. But while the mage blinked, Enrique was already right in front of him, ready to finish him off once and for all. But Enrique, while still in the air, senses a very strong killing intent coming from ahead. So, he becomes alert. Well, not that alert, right? Because the mage, using an invisible spell, hits Enrique in midair, sending him flying backward with great force. But Enrique, who's been training for a long time, lands like a cat, showing that all his training hasn't been for nothing. Then, behind Enrique, we can see that Esther has already arrived at the scene and is there, spying, and she thinks to herself, as expected, he's facing a mage. Esther knows she still hasn't managed to gather much of her power, but if she uses everything she has right now, a nobody like this mage will be easy for her to kill. And so, Esther starts to focus all her magic into her paw. After that, the mage, from inside his protective barrier, points his finger at Enrique and, without saying a word, casts another deadly spell in Enrique's direction. And that is a wind projectile. This projectile is invisible, since it's made of air.
Enrique, standing still and unable to see anything, is just a few centimeters away from having his head pierced by that attack. But then, Enrique, who has been training his sixth sense, dodges that invisible attack, because even though he can't see or hear the magic, he can sense the murderous intent behind it.
Then, the mage says to him, "Ha, you dodged. That's weird." But Enrique, activating his hack eyes, has no intention of just standing there waiting for the second attack. So, he charges at the mage again. While the mage is casting several spells at Enrique, he, using his sixth sense and his battle-predicting eyes, can easily tell where those attacks are going to land. And so, while dodging and moving forward, Enrique gets even closer to that mage. Then, the scene shifts to a long time ago, because he had asked his squad to teach him what to do when facing a mage. And Rain told him, against a mage, you grab an arrow and shoot them from a distance. And as he thinks about this, Enrique, using his battle prediction, dodges another deadly attack. And so, he remembers Jackson, who said that to defeat the mage, he has to land a deadly blow on the mage while he's not looking. Then Alden, smiling at Enrique, said, "Oh, against the mage, you just need to get close to him like normal, buddy. Then, just hit him and they'll die." And so, Enrique closes the distance even more between himself and the mage, because he remembers very well the teachings of Ragnan, who said, against the mage, "Oh, that's easy. Look, anything that breathes can be cut, you just have to slice him in half." And the mage, realizing that Enrique is making a deadly approach, starts to show his fear. And so, we have the scene, Enrique, full of fury, coming in to deliver a mortal blow to that mage, and the mage, afraid, but still protected by his shield. But our Enrique isn't stupid, and he knows there's an invisible shield protecting this mage. And since Enrique couldn't break that shield with his absolving daggers, the only way is to try to shatter it with sheer brute force. And so, bringing his sword down with great force against that mage, Enrique intends to finish off both the mage and the shield in one go. But the mage, who was previously afraid, starts to laugh and says, "You messed with the wrong guy, huh? Come on, because now you're dead." And so, Enrique senses that the mage is using another spell, but this time, the magic is coming from the ground and approaching at a deadly angle, one from which Enrique can't escape. And Esther, seeing this, realizes that the situation is truly dire. So, as that invisible wind projectile draws dangerously close to Enrique, our hero senses that his death is imminent. Esther realizes that it's all over, because at this rate, that man has won. But then, Esther uses her magic to shield Enrique's body, further strengthening his defense. So, when that wind projectile hits Enrique, something very strange happens. Then, a counter-magic erupts from Enrique's chest, completely dissolving that wind projectile and unleashing a total power nullification. And so, the mage, whose magic shield has been shattered, is left with a look of utter shock. How could his magic shield have broken? But while he's thinking this, Enrique is already attacking him with the art of the heavy sword, delivering a frontal blow with all his strength. And so, that mage who was laughing before is now part of the math lesson. And so, Enrique didn't even need another hit today, because that hateful mage was split in half. So, our hero, with all the hatred he had built up, finally defeats that mage, using Ragnan's teachings, cut the mage in half, because every living being, when split in two, will certainly die. Then Enrique, showing that he's the hero of our story, keeps that angry look on his face, because in his first encounter with the mage, he came out victorious. And so, that's the end of that mage, since Enrique basically sliced him in half. However, the attack that the mage unleashed on Enrique was so powerful that it even cracked our hero's sword. And the tough guy is actually pretty grateful, because even though that sword was really expensive, it was the only thing that got damaged. However, Enrique keeps thinking about what happened earlier, because the impact of the magic he took from that mage was really intense, and he doesn't understand why he wasn't sliced in half. And even worse, Enrique wonders why he didn't even get hurt. So, as he runs his hand over the spot where the attack hit, the guy starts thinking maybe it was his armor, and he didn't even know it was that strong. But you guys know how it is, right? If it weren't for Esther using all her power, right now we'd have two Enriques, the top half and the bottom half. So, looking back, Enrique focuses on his goal. But the cobbler's wife, who was moaning before, now isn't making a sound. And just like that, tough guy Enrique realizes that the breathing, which was weak before, has now stopped. Enrique looks on sadly, because he couldn't save that woman. And with that, he hangs his head, because he trained his sixth sense and even defeated the wizard. But that doesn't make Enrique happy, because even though only a few hours have passed since he was hired, he still couldn't save that woman and realizes he's still not strong enough. And so, he leaves the cave and was shown the math class. A piece of the wizard goes one way and another piece goes the other. But suddenly, someone else shows up in that scene, because Esther was still there hiding. And she thinks to herself, what a foolish and reckless wizard, he could have used his creation but ended up not using it, died from overconfidence. And after that, Esther approaches that flesh golem, since this golem was created to make up for a wizard's physical shortcomings. And then you might be asking, so why didn't the golem do anything? because the golem isn't finished yet. So, clever Esther knows the perfect way to awaken this golem with just a few touches. So, seeing that killing machine right there, she's not just going to leave it standing around, right? And so, the mage Esther reaches out her paw, because finders keepers, and that wizard won't be needing this golem anymore. So, that golem is transferred to her dimensional space. Then, after that, Enrique climbs out of that hole and goes to talk to his boss. And she's there, arms crossed and in disbelief, saying to him, "What? You found a wizard's tunnel underneath the cobbler's shop." The elf starts thinking that a sylph was kidnapped and used as a test subject, and all of this happened right in the middle of the city. And she knows that if this news spreads, there will be chaos in the city. But Enrique interrupts the elf's thoughts and says to her, "Ma'am, I think it's better to keep this matter hidden." And she's surprised and says, "Huh, why? If it stays hidden, you won't get any rewards. And that way, your contributions would go unnoticed." But Enrique shows he has a hero's mindset and says that people's lives are more important than recognition or getting a few gifts. So, you know what happened next, right? The army went to the cobbler's shop and found a way to seal up the entrance to that tunnel. When people started to notice all that commotion, they realized something was wrong and wondered what was going on at the cobbler's shop for there to be so many army people there. But it was explained to the citizens that they were sealing up a tunnel made by the Thieves' Guild. Then, the old cobbler, standing next to Enrique, says to him, "So that was it, huh? So it was thieves under my shop, not monsters, right? What a thing, huh?" But Enrique notices that the cobbler is carrying something, and right after that, the cobbler hands him that bag and says, "Here, please accept this. It's a gift for you." And when Enrique opens it, he sees that they're shoes, and the cobbler tells Enrique that his shoes looked pretty worn out. So, he decided to make new ones and give them as a gift. And the cobbler, still sad, tells Enrique that at least now he has one less thing to worry about, but he's still hoping his wife returns safely, because Enrique didn't tell him that he found his wife. If he told the cobbler that his wife had been used as a test subject, and that she went to the wizard, it would cause panic in the city. And so, Enrique, with his gift in hand, hears from the cobbler that Enrique really tried hard to find his wife. But it was a shame he couldn't find her. And so, our hero swallows hard, because he's caught in a terrible dilemma. And so, Enrique, smiling awkwardly, thanks the cobbler for the gift and leaves that place deep in thought. So, outside the city, on top of a mountain, the tough Enrique stands there, watching the sunset with his chipped sword in hand. He wonders, did I do the right thing? Because by not telling the cobbler that I found his wife, I still left him with hope. Would it have been better to tell him the whole truth and let him fall into despair? And so, at sunset, Enrique realizes that if he became a knight, he might be able to prevent this kind of thing from happening. However, Enrique isn't sure, because on the very same day he got that mission, he went down into the wizard's tunnel, got through all the traps, killed all the ghouls and the wizard, so he doesn't know if it would make any difference if he were a bit stronger. And so our hero, with a broken soul and full of doubts, picks up his old sword, because he knows he needs to leave old things behind and move forward toward his goal, the superpower, the knight, in order to change people's lives and help everyone in need. Then the scene changes. My brothers-in-law, mouths wide open, are coming in really fierce, trying to bite someone. And so, the first one who arrives is pierced by a spear, and Enrique and Rem are there, holding up their shields with blank expressions, because this isn't exciting at all. Then, all those frightened men say to each other, "Men, hold your ground, don't fall back." However, there are two among them who aren't feeling the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, they're actually feeling really bored, because this is way too easy. After Enrique took care of the mage, he didn't just stand around. But while Enrique is thinking about this, two fierce demonic wolves charge at that formation, trying to tear apart that cleanup group. And that's how Enrique ended up there. He accepted the request to hunt monsters, and that's why he's in this place. And so, the soldiers, in that very tight defensive formation, mortally wound another demonic wolf. And then, a third demonic wolf charges at them fiercely. However, it met the same fate as the others, almost like that movie, 300. Each one that comes is mortally wounded and falls lifeless right there. Enrique, completely bored, knows that if things keep going like this, he won't get any stronger. And Rem is so bored that she opens her mouth and starts yawning, because it's actually making her sleepy. Then, Rem looks at Enrique, since the guy seems really bored. And at that moment, Enrique is thinking, "Man, I should have come alone. Why did I accept a group mission, huh, and not a solo mission?" And Rem, wanting to break, says to Enrique, "Hey boss, you think too easy, huh?" Then, Rem, acting all crazy, changes his expression and says to Enrique, "I've got an idea, boss. I'm going to make this way more fun. Whoever catches the most demonic wolves wins." Rem charges, rushing at those wolves. And the leader of that group, seeing this, starts yelling, What's gotten into him? That bastard's finally lost it, huh?" But Rem shows that these creatures are nothing to him. And while he successfully decapitates one, the other is mortally wounded by an axe blow to the spine. So, the leader of that group looks at Enrique and says, "Hey, Spellbreaker, get your subordinate under control. But then, when he looks at the spellbreaker, Enrique has already dropped his shield and is charging forward with everything he's got. And so, the leader of the group says, "What the? Did this squad of lunatics corrupt the spellbreaker too?" And the fierce Enrique charges forward, drawing his sword. Then, in front of all the demonic wolves, Enrique advances with his new sword, which has yet to taste blood. And so, with a single strike, Enrique successfully decapitates 2 demonic wolves, because if this is a game of tag, he's not about to lose to Rem. And Rem, looking back, says to the soldier's leader, "Hey, don't get it twisted, okay? We weren't the ones corrupted by him. Yeah, he's the one who corrupted us, because he knows Enrique is crazy enough to jump right into death's arms. But no wonder knows that Enrique has an eternal today." And Enrique, thinking Rem is crazier than he is, says to Rem, "Hey Rem, you craziest of them all." And Rem says, "Seriously, boss? You think that? Everyone knows you're the craziest." But Enrique, as he says this, grips his sword tightly, because he doesn't want to lose to Rem under any circumstances. Enrique slices through the demon wolf, Rem, with all his strength, nearly splits the demon wolf in half. The soldiers, seeing, think, "What? Those 2 are crazy. Look at that, look at how they're killing everything." Just a little while later, Enrique swings his sword to shake off the red liquid on it, because this ended so quickly he didn't even have time to catch up to Rem, since Rem got ahead and killed 2 more wolves than he did. And so, Rem looks at Enrique, who's standing there, a bit sad and downcast. And so, Rem says to him, "Yeah, boss, looks like this still didn't satisfy you, huh?" The leader of soldiers, hearing, suggests to them, "If you are looking for action, why join armored unit? They go against worst monsters." Enrique immediately responds to him, "What? They're fighting monsters even stronger than ours. Show me where they are." The leader of those soldiers says that the armored battalion went to face a horde of monsters. And then the scene shifts to a bunch of monsters looking like angry in-laws. And then an order is heard, "Archers, why haven't you fired yet? Where are the archers? Armored unit, hold your position." Then, stealthily, a very quick claw appears above the last soldier in that formation. And he, totally focused ahead, doesn't even notice that death with wings is coming from above. Then was shown the monster coming from above. And it's a harpy, thirsty for blood. So, those harpies do what they do best. They grab the archers from that formation and start flying with them as high and as fast as they can. You know how it goes, right? The harpies do their thing, reverse fireworks. When they reach 100 meters up, they just drop the soldiers and let them fall in free fall. So, those armored infantry soldiers, when they see their comrade falling from that height, know there's no way to save him, because falling from that high is certain death. So, Rem, seeing that scene from afar, says to Enrique, "Yeah, looks like he got hurt, huh?" And Enrique, looking ahead, realizes that the harpies always use this tactic. And Enrique doesn't have good memories of a harpy attack, because during the brief time he was a mercenary, Enrique actually faced a harpy like that. But that wasn't a fight, it was a massacre, because the harpy's tactic is really effective. So, Enrique remembers that out of the whole group of mercenaries he was with, only. So, Henrik and Rain charge at the harpies, and the harpy does the same, rushing towards them. However, the harpy uses its secret move and lets out a deafening scream, sounding a lot like a banshee's wail. The soldiers, upon hearing that scream, are stunned, because the noise is so loud it's almost bursting their eardrums. Henrik knows that a harpy's cry is enough to disorient any man. And Henrik, who has just been hit by this ability, stops his advance. But meanwhile, the harpy, taking advantage of Henrik being dazed and with his head down because of her ability, lunges at our hero with powerful claws. But Henrik is being forged in battle. So, with a fierce look, he stares down the harpy once again and charges at her, because the harpy's cry may be painful. However, the pain he feels every time he dies is much more intense than that scream. So Henrik, catching the harpy by surprise, is the first to attack, landing a very quick sword strike on the harpy's wing. And from this angle, we see that Henrik, before the sword strike, had already dodged the harpy's claws, clearing the way for that deadly blow. And so, Henrik moves forward unstoppably, because he knows that the wound he inflicted on the harpy was at a vital spot, so that bird will certainly die. But right nearby, Rain is in high spirits, holding a harpy by the leg, and he still has time to praise his squad leader. "Why don't we make a bet? What do you think?" And after saying that, Rain, with his monstrous strength, slams that harpy against the ground with all his might, killing the bird instantly. And so, Rain makes a proposal to Henrik, "Hey, whoever kills the most of them wins the bet." However, Henrik doesn't seem to have noticed yet, but another harpy is sneaking up behind him. And that harpy got so close to Henrik so quickly that in less than a second its claws were already ready to grab our hero. However, Henrik, who is totally focused, still has time to answer Rain and says, "Hey Rain, we're not here to have fun, okay?" So, this time we're not making a bet. And so, Henrik, as always, very quickly dodges that harpy and prepares a deadly back attack. Then, Henrik, putting a lot of strength into his sword, slices that monster in half, spraying red liquid everywhere. And the heavy infantry soldiers nearby are really impressed with the duo.
one of them says, "Yeah, that crazy Rain, he's always fought well, but the Spellbreaker is really surprising me." And another soldier, holding his shield in front, says he's also impressed because the Spellbreaker is fighting incredibly. But Rain, even knowing there's no bet, doesn't want to be left behind. And so, he kills another harpy and moves forward. Then, a third harpy tries to grab Rain's hand. But that barbarian is so fast that, with a quick spin of his axe, he completely chops off the harpy's legs. While that now legless harpy is writhing in pain, Rain is already winding up for another deadly axe blow to finish off the monster, but Henrik doesn't want to be left behind. And so, another harpy takes a critical hit, also losing one of its wings. Then, not far from there, someone is sitting and watching everything that's happening. And he says, "Yeah, Henrik's gotten a lot better, huh?" And that extra, who has already lost several duels to Henrik, looks at the leader of his squad and says, "Hey boss, can we really just stand here? Shouldn't we be helping him?" And Torres, sitting there, has already analyzed the whole situation and tells his subordinate that their help in the fight against the harpy isn't necessary. While he's saying this, two harpies swoop down dangerously at Henrik. And so, Henrik slipped up. The harpy manages to hit Henrik's hand hard enough to knock the sword out of his grip. Henrik is fast, but that harpy turned out to be even faster. So, Henrik, who was running at high speed, sees his sword being thrown in another direction. And then he thinks, I lost my sword. And that's when those two harpies team up and go after Henrik, because now that he's unarmed, he's easy prey. Well, not that easy, right? He didn't even notice when a whistling dagger had already lodged itself in his head. And so, while the red liquid drains from his head, that bird only has time to let out a grunt of pain, because our hero is totally focused, since Henrik is no longer the same, because some time ago he lost his sword and took quite a beating from his commander. And now, Henrik is no longer the same person who depends on his sword for everything. And so, the other harpy, complaining that her sister has just died, charges at Henrik with all her rage. But Henrik, moving even faster, tries to recover his sword. And so, we have Henrik on one side and the harpy on the other, because in this clash, the fastest one wins. And so, Henrik, who has his eye hack activated the whole time, notices that the monster's claws are on a deadly trajectory. And so, Henrik, grabbing his sword just before being struck by the monster, barely has time to react. But of course, right? Henrik wasn't just going to stand there. So, as he jumps back, dodging those claws, he delivers a powerful blow to the harpy, using a very sharp sword technique. Seeing that, the other harpies start screaming at each other. And one of them says, "Oh, this is bad, huh? Let's get out of here, because these humans are really freaking me out." And at that moment, the soldiers look up, because the harpies started screaming even louder. Then one of them says, "Hey boss, is it just me or are those harpies running away?" And their boss, sweating a lot, says it's not just his imagination, because those harpies got really scared. So, he tells his subordinate that only something even more monstrous than the monster itself could have that effect. And that's when we're shown what is even more monstrous than the monster, Henrik the Brave, because this last harpy, besides having its wing cut off, also had its leg almost completely torn off. Meanwhile, Henrik the Brave is standing there after causing all that carnage, because he remembers once again what happened before, when many harpies wiped out his squad of mercenaries. Henrik thinks that these probably weren't the same harpies that wiped out his squad of mercenaries. But then Henrik remembers why he didn't die that day either, because another, much stronger warrior showed up and managed to save his life. And that warrior, after saving Henrik's life, says to him, "Hey, do you know why everyone is dead? It's because you're weak, you idiot. Those bastards, they died trying to save you." And so, back then, Henrik not only needed to be saved, but was also humiliated by his savior. But now, in the present, Henrik knows he's a completely different person, because now he's not the one being saved, but the one who will save others. Then, Vinicius says to his men, "Guys, the harpies are gone. What do you guys think we should do now?" Then, that same extra speaks to Vinicius, "Hey, boss, it's going to look bad if we come back empty-handed. What do you think about us killing a few monster dogs?" After that, the heavy infantry chief, upon spotting Vinicius and his men, thanks Henrik for the assistance and says they can leave now, since his reinforcements have just arrived. Then, Rain looks at Henrik and says, "So, boss, what do we do now?" And Henrik is still really excited and says, "Hey Rain, it's way too early for us to head back. Let's go kill all those dog-faced guys." And so, Vinicius and his men are left in disbelief after hearing that. And he starts thinking, these guys must be crazy. They just got out of a fight, ran over here, won this fight, and still want to keep fighting. So, at the end of that afternoon, Henrik finally returns to the city. And there, everyone is talking about how Henrik helped the heavy infantry. And so, they look at Henrik, who after doing all that, is still there, working on his calisthenics, because he doesn't want to skip a single day of his training. And those people, seeing Henrik doing that, realize that he really has changed a lot and is much stronger now. And while Henrik is sweating a lot doing his calisthenics, the two soldiers passing by are talking about Henrik, and one says to the other, "Hey, has Henrik always been this strong? Look, it seems like he's pushing himself really hard. I think you should go do that too." And one says to the other, "All right, I'll do it, but only if you go first." And then, the next day, Henrik goes to the mission board and says, "Yeah, I'm going to take this mission." A short extra comes up to Henrik and says to him, "Wait, didn't you take a mission yesterday?" Henrik says, "I already finished yesterday's. Now, I'm going to take this one and complete it as fast as possible so I still have time to pick up another mission tonight." And then the short guy says to him, "Hey, do you have a clone or something? Look, if you have a clone, you're in the wrong place, okay?" And so, that same night, Henrik, after completing both missions, goes back to his basic training because he knows that the more he trains, the stronger he gets. So, Henrik doesn't want to miss a single day of his tough training. And so, you guys remember this one, right? The gossip. He's there, patrolling and doing what he's paid to do, watching everything that's going on. And the gossip, even though he's really sleepy, stays there, admiring Henrik, who's very dedicated and trains every day. And so, as he notices that Henrik is getting stronger and that the tough guy is doing this training every day, he thinks that Henrik must be doing it just because it must be a lot of fun to live like that. And so, the seed is planted, and he thinks, should I try this too? And then, on the next night, after his watch shift, the gossip tries to imitate Henrik and starts his own training after his shift. Then, the next day, Henrik does the same, mission after mission, and then heavy training. But the gossip, wanting to imitate Henrik, has already found himself a helper, and now there are two people trying to copy Henrik. They work during the day and train at night. Then, another day goes by, and Henrik does the same, mission and training. But something is changing in that place, because now, besides the gossip and his friend, many other soldiers are copying everything Henrik is doing. And so, Henrik, even without realizing it, ends up with more and more followers. And then, at dawn the next day, the elf, head of the fourth company, notices that something isn't quite right. So she asks, "Hey, assistant, the men of the fourth company seem pretty different these days, don't they? Do you know what's going on?" And over there, everyone is training, running, sparring, doing calisthenics. And the assistant says, "Ma'am, everyone's acting like this because they're copying the spellbreaker." And when she hears this answer, she lets out a big sigh and thinks to herself, "Yeah, I can't just ignore this anymore." A little while later, the company chief is there talking to Enrique and she says, "We had a long meeting and talked about you. So, these are the orders that the higher-ups have given you. From now on, Squad 44 will be promoted to an independent platoon, operating under the orders of the 4th Company. And Enrique, from this day forward, you will be the leader of this independent platoon." And Enrique, standing at ease in front of his commander, questions her and says, "Ma'am, I only have 5 men under my command. We can't be a platoon." And the elf, arms crossed, says that's not a problem, that she'll reassign some men to his platoon. Enrique thinks to himself that being a platoon leader sounds great, but the crazy guys in his squad are definitely going to give him a lot of trouble. And so, the commander, noticing that Enrique is hesitant, says to him, "Hey Enrique, if you become a platoon leader, you'll be free from manual duties, okay? So, Enrique, you'll have more time to train." "Huh? More time to train? And I won't have to do manual labor like shoveling snow anymore?" And so, Enrique bows to his commander and says, "Ma'am, I accept being the leader of the independent platoon." Because Enrique, who loves to train, didn't even think twice. Having more free time for training is all he needs. But the elf says to him, "Hey Enrique, it's a shame you just left after we met. Platoon leader, would you be interested in dueling with me?" And so, the elf raises her hand toward Enrique and says, "This will be our weapon. We will use only our hands." And she asks if Enrique accepts her challenge. Enrique, really fired up, remembers everything that happened the last time they faced each other. Enrique remembers how he lost to the commander in their last duel. Lost? Not really, right? He more than lost. He suffered a complete humiliation, because every time he got up, the woman would hit him and he'd go down again. That was a one-sided beating. But Enrique also remembers that after that, he pushed himself to the limit, because his training with Aldine went way beyond extreme. And so, the fired-up Enrique throws his swords to the ground and says, "All right, ma'am, I accept your challenge." And so, Enrique, getting into a fighting stance, faces the company commander and thinks to himself that it's actually great this is happening, so he can see how much he's improved with all that intense training. Then, Enrique drops not only his sword, but also his cape to the ground, getting ready for a fight with just his fists against his commander. And he remembers what Aldine told him, and stays focused on his master's teachings. Aldine, at first, explains the basics, that hand-to-hand combat requires him to stay close to his opponent. And the number one tip Aldine gives is that Enrique doesn't need to throw any complicated strikes, but rather something really quick. At that moment, the elf does exactly what Aldine had taught Enrique, and charges at him with great speed. But Enrique shows that he's not the same as before, and blocks that first attack. However, he remembers the second lesson from Master Aldine, and so he starts by pushing his commander back, because Aldine's teaching was just that, to use the size of his body as an advantage. Since Enrique is bigger than his commander, he uses the weight of his body to shift her center of gravity. And so, in a split second, the elf was already being thrown to the ground. Enrique, the tough guy, was already on top of her. And so, catching the elf off guard, Enrique slams her into the ground with great force. Then, straddling the elf, he says, "I won." The cat girl, pinned down beneath Enrique, asks him, "Right here?" Are you sure? She says this to Enrique, who's confident, but the fight has just begun. And you humans, you always think you're the best. After hearing this, Enrique gets lost in his thoughts, because he knows his boss loves to give long lectures. But at that moment, the elf, using her legs, spins with incredible speed on top of Enrique. And just like that, in less than a second, the woman who was underneath is now sitting on top of Enrique. And what's more, she has him completely pinned down. Then she says to Enrique, yeah, you did a great job analyzing your opponent's weakness. After that, you turned that weakness into your own advantage. And so, with a radiant look, she says to him, great job, my fiancé. Oh, keep it up, and one day you'll beat me. She says this with the look of someone who's in love. But Enrique looks at her. What? I'm not your fiancé. And besides, get off me, please. And so, the elf gets off Enrique and they each go their separate ways. But then, the elf apologizes to Enrique, and this really puzzles him, because he doesn't know why she's apologizing. She tells Enrique that she couldn't stop, and as he watches his beautiful commander walking away, he starts to think, stop? Stop what? What is this woman talking about? She's always so full of mysteries, but what she's saying now is much deeper, because as the cold retreats, the battlefield heats up again, and so the army prepares for a new season of battle, and now it's all-out war. And so, because Aspen is mobilizing for war, since the defeat in the last battle still sticks in their throat. And so, while everyone there is in position, a very important person steps onto that stage. Then, everyone looks from afar and realizes that he has arrived. That's how the army of Neolilia began to prepare for war. And the important person who stepped onto the stage introduces himself to all his subordinates and says, I am the new battalion commander, and my name is Marcus. And Kraz, upon seeing him, realizes that there really is going to be an all-out war, since even this guy is here. Kraz explains to Enrique that Marcus is the warlord, and more than that, he's one of the key officers under the Cypros division. So, this guy is the best war strategist we've got, because unlike the last commander, Commander Marcus is recognized by everyone for his excellent war strategies. So Marcus, standing on the stage, starts thinking that Aspen is not a weak enemy. And looking at his army, he realizes that among them there are a lot of greenhorns, since most of them have never even held a sword and are just there to make up the numbers. Except for the heavy armored warriors and the border guards, everyone else there is complete trash. However, there's one person who caught his attention, and so he looks to the side and notices that the mysterious soldier everyone calls Spellbreaker was highly praised by the former commander, because this warrior has performed heroic deeds since the last battle. He's an admirable soldier, and so, he keeps wondering if that was luck or if it was the skill of this warrior. And then, he gets an idea. He wants Enrique to prove himself. So, he comes up with a strategy for Enrique to show his usefulness. Then, that meeting ends and evening begins. And so, the Mad Squad all look sad. And Rain says, what? You got an order to patrol the Pianio River? And you're telling me this was a direct order from our new commander? While Enrique is talking with Rain, he's also doing another basic training session with Aldi. And it looks like Enrique is about to give up and ask for mercy, because I think he's going to faint. But while Enrique is in that training, he keeps thinking that must be why his commander apologized. But Christ gets scared and says, hey boss, you know what that area is like, right? Then, someone else says, it's near the Cressida. And someone asks, Cressida? What's that? Not that carport, right? Another one says, of course not, man. Cressida is a huge fortress of the Principality of Aspen, built solely as a military base. And that place is on par with the border guards. The elite of the elite have their base there. And the one who said that was our hunter friend, Erivaldo, because now he's part of the platoon of crazies that became a squad. And Erivaldo, looking discouraged, says to Enrique, look, if he's sending you there right now, there's only one reason that could justify it. And Christ doesn't even let him finish his thought and says, you're definitely going there to gather information. And Reem, looking really down and sad, says to Enrique, boss, don't go there, that place is way too dangerous. But Enrique shows he's tough and says, I can't refuse a direct order from our commander, I have to go. And then Reem says to him, all right, but I'm going with you. But then someone comes over and starts speaking really loudly. Yeah, but the battalion commander gave us another order, and all of you have to follow it, okay? Because now I'm the new squad leader. So, follow my command, men. And so, we can see that Andre has now become the new squad leader, since he's also part of the crazy platoon. At that exact moment, someone quickly comes up to Andre and gets his attention. And so, licking his axe with a psychopath's look, Reem starts staring down that wimp. And so, without taking his eyes off his prey, Reem stares down that wimp who dared to want to be his commander. And then he says, how strange. Looks like there's an insect among us. Yeah, I think I'm going to kill you. And Andre starts to tremble, but showing he's got guts, he still manages to speak and says, I am the new squad leader, okay? So show me some respect, alright? But Aldi cuts him off and says, hey boss man, you're shaking so much I can hear your bones rattling from here. And Enrique, who's now fighting Ragna, looks over to see everything that's going on. And Ragna asks Enrique, hey boss, is that kid over there looking like a sick chicken really our squad leader? And Andre, even though he's scared out of his mind, musters up all his courage and says, "Hey, you got a problem with that? You want to settle this with your fists? Come at me. Come on. Look, I volunteered to fight alongside Enrique and I'm not leaving. Now I'm part of this squad." And then Reem, with a psycho look on his face, stares at him and says, "What? The bug wants to fight? I'm gonna cut you in half, you bastard." But Aldi, showing off all his swagger, says to him, "Hey Reem, let me kindly scratch his nails first, then you can slice him up." But Jackson says that he should be the first to cut this chicken's bare skin, since just a finger should be enough to calm his anger. And Enrique, while he's fighting Ragna, looks back and says, "Hey guys, go easy on him, okay?" And Professor Ragna isn't liking this one bit and says, "Hey Enrique, can you focus on the training here?" And Mac, seeing things are about to go south, says to Enrique, "Hey boss, please stop Andre, because he can't be the leader. There's no way he can survive this." And Enrique says, "Why? It looks like they're getting along so well. Look, if he's offering a duel, that means he's making friends. Let him fight a little." And Mac, looking at Enrique, says to him, "Seriously, this is definitely not going to be a duel. This is just straight up murder. These guys are not okay." And then he says, "Hey Andre, you'd better shut your mouth, okay? Don't say anything else because you've already said too much." And so, Mac, Andre's bodyguard, forcibly pulls him away from Reem. But as he does this, Andre keeps provoking. "Hey, come fight me. I'm Andre, from House Gardner. I'm going to finish you, and I'm not running away from this fight." And Mac says to Andre, "Hey man, stop provoking them. They're going to kill you." But at that moment, Aravaldo says, "Hey boss, do you know anything about the geography of the Pienio River?" Enrique says no. And so, Aravaldo says the area is really dangerous. "But if you want, boss, I can tell you everything about that region before you leave." Enrique asked, "Do you have information about the place?" After Enrique heard the sun was high, the mission was about to begin. And so, Enrique leaves that border town and heads toward the meeting point. And so, fully dressed for combat, Enrique shows that he has changed his armor, because before his throwing knives were on his chest, but now he carries them on his thigh. And just a little further ahead, someone speaks to him. "Hey, aren't you on duty today? I've seen you so often these days that I hadn't realized you were the person I was waiting for." "Hey, Enrique, congratulations on your promotion. Now we're at the same rank. Congratulations." But Enrique, being quite humble, says that he can't compare himself to the king's elite because Torres, the commander of the border guard, is the king's elite in that place. And so, Torres looks at Enrique and says to him, "So Enrique, how old are you?" Enrique says, "I'm 30. Torres frowns and says, "What? You're older than me? And with that baby face?" And so, we can see Enrique's face, handsome and cute, 30 years old but looking like he's 18. So, how old do you think Enrique looks? Leave it in the comments. I honestly think he looks 18. What about you guys? But Torres, really annoyed, looks to the side and says, "Yeah, it seems like time is only passing for me, because you, Enrique, even though you're older, look way younger." And then Enrique says, "So, what's up with this mission? Why did you tell me to chill out?" And then, as the two of them start to leave that place, Torres tells Enrique that their first mission is to cross the Pienio River, which is currently at its highest level. "After we cross, I'll tell you the rest of our mission." But then, Torres and Enrique notice that the boatman isn't there, only the boat is. So they say, "Where's the person I hired to help us cross the river?" So, since the boatman hasn't arrived yet, Torres sits down and waits. And Enrique gets ready to relax too. So, he draws his sword and says, "Well, since there's nothing we can do, we'll just have to wait here." At that moment, Enrique begins his new training. Torres says, "Enrique, you're supposed to be resting, okay?" Tough guy Enrique says this is resting, he works. So, Torres, feeling really jealous, thinks to himself, "Yeah, this bastard is really persistent. He trains so much that everyone is starting to recognize him." So, Enrique is there, swinging his sword back and forth, and Torres, watching Enrique, realizes that besides being young, he's also very handsome. And so, envy creeps into Torres' heart and a strong murderous intent starts to grow inside him, because Enrique is not only strong, but also good looking. Sensing this murderous intent, Enrique stops what he's doing and looks back. But then, the murderous intent that was emanating from Torres completely disappears, and Enrique is left confused, because it really seemed like Torres wanted to kill him. So, Enrique, not knowing what this guy's deal is, stands there wondering why Torres doesn't like him. Then, Torres lets out a big sigh and says, "Hey, Enrique, in our last duels, the score was 14-6, 14 for me, 6 for you. At least in one thing, I'm better than you at fighting." And Enrique looks at him and says, "Hey, that's old news. Now I'm way stronger." And Torres, now looking pleased, says to him, "Oh yeah? But look, you're not the only one who's the strongest. How about we have a duel?" Enrique, really excited, talks to him. "That's all I want. Let's duel. Now I'll show you how much better I am than you." And so, the duel begins to see which of the two is the strongest. The two of them, who were supposed to be sitting and relaxing, are now having another duel and making a lot of noise in that place. But our tough guy Enrique shows that he really got stronger and starts to overpower Torres. And so, the fight seems pretty balanced, with Enrique attacking on one side and Torres defending on the other. But it's not easy at all for Torres, because he keeps thinking about how he saw Enrique was way stronger when he was fighting the Harpies. But he never imagined that Enrique had gotten frighteningly stronger. So Enrique, fired up, is there, totally focused on the fight, wanting to prove that now he's way better than Torres. And it seems like Torres can feel it, because he's gritting his teeth and realizing just how much stronger Enrique is than him. With a lot of fury, Torres uses all his strength, because in one area where he's better than Enrique, he can't let himself be beaten. So Torres starts using all his tricks to try to beat Enrique. He gets ready to throw a powerful punch. Enrique, with his hacker eyes activated, thinks to himself, wait, is this guy really going to use his fist? But then, in that split second, Enrique realizes that's not the case, because under Torres's hand, a very sharp blade is coming right at him. So Enrique narrowly dodges that sneaky attack. Well, actually, it wasn't that close, okay? Because a bit of red liquid was drawn from Enrique's face. So Enrique says to him, hey Torres, where did that blade come from? How did you do that? And Torres, looking pleased, says, that's my little secret. It's a hidden blade. What did you think? Enrique says, man, I'm speechless. That's so cool. And Torres says to him, huh? Aren't you going to say I'm unfair or that I cheated? And Enrique says to him, of course not. Man, that's really cool. Teach me how to use that. I want to try it too. Torres, Enrique, you're crazier than I thought. But I'll teach you. Look, but first, you have to practice this with a stone. It's like this. Look, while Professor Torres is teaching Enrique, the boatman has already arrived a while ago. And so he's thinking, huh, don't these guys see me here or what? They just won't stop fighting. And there, Professor Torres says to him, like this, raise your hand. Yeah, just like that. Hey Enrique, you're terrible at this. Do it like this. Look, move your wrist. Bam. What? Like this? And then the boatman says to him, hey, I'm already here. You know, aren't you guys going to cross the river or what? And so, while the two of them cross the river, the training doesn't stop because Enrique loves a good training session. And now, even while crossing the river, he keeps trying to do what his teacher Torres is teaching him. So, sometime later, they finally reach the other side of the P&O River. And with that, the boatman leaves and the two of them continue toward their goal. Enrique asks Torres, where is our meeting point? Because we were supposed to meet the reconnaissance squad here, right? And so, Torres says to him, hey Enrique, you're trying to know too much. Look, we fought a lot and sweated a lot. Let's go take a bath, because I'm not going to stay stinking. And so, the tough guy Enrique is there, looking at his hand, and realizes that he really does stink. So, Torres is the first to jump into that meltwater. And so he says, wow, this water is really cold, huh? Enrique says to him, of course it is, right? The snow just melted, so of course this water is really cold. And then Torres says to him, all right, you can get it now. But when Torres looks back, Enrique was already taking off his pants. This scene is kind of weird, huh? And so, Torres looks at what he shouldn't be looking at and realizes, what? His is bigger than mine? Oh, no. No way. No way. You're a son of a bitch. Look, after seeing what I just saw, I don't even feel like competing against you anymore. I've already lost at everything. Enrique says to him, hey, Torres, don't say that, okay? I love fighting against you. Look, we're going to keep fighting. And Torres says to him, dude, I'm not talking about fighting. I'm talking about something else. Something I've already lost it and there's no way I can win. That's just messed up. Even his is bigger than mine. Mine? Is that so? A very sweet voice appears at that spot and says, hey, we came looking for you because you were late. And here you are wasting time taking a bath? Enrique, completely naked, looks back because he realizes it's a woman's voice. And so he starts wondering, how long has that woman been there? Did she see him getting into the river naked? And what's more, he didn't even notice when they arrived. And that's how this very beautiful redhead enters our story. And then she says, hey, get out of the water, okay? Because we still need to get close to the crossguard today. We don't have time for leisure. And Torres says to her, okay, but how are we supposed to get out of the water with you watching? And she says, what? You don't even have anything for me to look at. It's so tiny. You can get out of the water, okay? I'm not going to look at your little worm. No way. But then our protagonist gets out of the water because he has no shame at all. And so everyone ends up staring at Enrique's little worm. And when that redhead stares at Enrique, oops, she's not staring at Enrique. She's looking at Enrique's color and she thinks, what? Is it that big? Damn. And so she lets out a smile and says, hey, looks like you have something worth looking at, huh? I like that, huh? Big guy, huh? But Torres looks at her and says, hey, you're looking really dirty, you know? She says, oh crazy, I'm looking at his abs. It was his abdomen I was talking about, not yours. And Torres says, okay, but my abs are also ripped, and you didn't talk about my abdomen like that. And then that gorgeous redhead comes up to Enrique and says to him, hey, my name is Pin, and I'm the leader of the reconnaissance squad. It's a pleasure to meet you. She does this while reaching out her hand to Enrique and looking somewhere else. And Enrique, you know he's hardly ever shy, reaches out his hand toward her and says it's a pleasure to meet her. But then, Torres looks at his own abs and starts thinking, am I really that bad? I've got ripped abs. Why are his abs bigger than mine? I don't get it. But then, everyone gets dressed and heads toward the objective. And Pin, leading all of them, says that before she explains the mission, she needs to tell them something very important. She tells them that she has a spy in the crossguard, and her code name is Kitty. And not long ago, Kitty sent word that she had something very important to tell me. So, Pin tells the pair that Kitty was supposed to have delivered this news 4 days ago. However, Kitty didn't show up at the meeting point, so Kitty is missing. And then Enrique asks, do you think something happened to her? Pin, answering Enrique, says that's exactly what they need to find out, because their main mission is to infiltrate the Crossguard and rescue Kitty. Pin explains that the Crossguard is very close to the land of monsters and beasts, and that place is so dangerous that the enemy doesn't patrol it often, leaving the mission at the mercy of the monsters, since all the monsters there are extremely fierce and strong. So, Pin explains that they have 3 main infiltration routes. The first is a tunnel beneath the wall, as that's the route smugglers use to enter the city. And knowing this, the guards leave that tunnel unsupervised. The second route is to climb the walls at night. She explains that the wall is huge and it will be very exhausting, but it's the safest option. And the last option is for them to disguise themselves as merchants and try to enter the fortress through the main gate. And she states the obvious, that this third option is very dangerous, but it's the least exhausting one. So, Pin tells the 2 of them that her squad will go ahead and wait at the designated meeting spot with the cat girl. So, it's just the 3 of us who want to enter the Crusader Guard's fortress. Meanwhile, Enrique keeps thinking about all the options, and Pin says that whichever route they choose will have its own level of difficulty. Enrique, after hearing all this, thinks to himself that Pin talks about these 3 options as if it were something simple, but given her position, she surely knows better than anyone that this mission is extremely difficult. And so, Torres says to her, hey Pin, since you know the area better than we do, how about you pick the route? She says, oh, okay, look, we'll leave tomorrow morning, alright? So, we'll go through the tunnel under the wall. And so, while the second moon is rising on the horizon, the guards are taking turns keeping watch through the night. However, there's someone there who isn't sleeping, because they're trying to practice that sneaky training they were taught. And so, Enrique shoots another smooth stone from his wrist. Then, the smooth stone travels about 20 centimeters and falls to the ground. And Torres says to him, hey, how can you handle a sword if you're this bad? Man, you're terrible. You're the worst apprentice I've ever had. You're the horse bandit's poop, squashed with a tail. You're really bad, man. But hey, go on, keep trying, you'll get it eventually. And while he's saying this, Pin comes over and says, yeah, I was wondering what you 2 were up to, since you didn't come to dinner, but is this all you were doing? Stone training? And the little cat Santa Pin says this while looking in Enrique's direction, because she saw something really big that got her all wet. But Enrique says to her, yeah, we're training. So, Pin, already making her second move, says, hey, eat something first. Do you want a little bit of my food? One of the members of our squad, he wants to be a cook. He made this right here, and it's really tasty, okay? Because he cooks really well. So, everyone grabs a piece of meat and starts eating. Enrique says it's really good. Only Torres asks what kind of dried meat this is, because the seasoning is really good. And Pin just says that this soldier's parents have a shop over at the border guard. If they like it, she can just go buy more. And so, she points in a direction and says, hey, see that over there? Don't train in that spot, okay? Because under those brown rocks. And then Enrique cuts her off and says, there's a viper, right? I bet. She says, yeah, how did you know? Enrique says there's a hunter in his squad and he learned that from him. And so, we can see the first thing Aravaldo taught Enrique. And after Enrique says that, Pin, with her hungry look, compliments Enrique, saying he came well prepared for this mission. Then she flashes a mischievous smile and says, hey Enrique, I like you, you know? Do you want to train with me too? But listen, let me tell you, our training is for grown-ups. Me on top, riding, and you underneath. It's going to feel so good. Enrique, hearing that, puts on a blank face and thinks, another crazy one wanting to sleep with me. My focus is on getting better, not on women right now. Women, I'll get them later, not now. So Enrique just keeps looking and doesn't give her any answer. So she says, hey Enrique, I'm hitting on you, you know? Are you stupid or something? I want you, but if you want to be on top, go ahead, feel free. And also, I'm really nice, you know? I know how to do it just right. So, hearing that woman being so blunt with Enrique, Torres says to both of them, hey, could you guys not talk about that in front of me? I'm still here, you know? And then Enrique says to her, I refuse, thank you very much, but I don't want to. She says, why? Are you involved with someone? Oh, right, I heard about you and the commander. You 2 are together, right? What a shame, wow. But look, if you don't tell her, I won't either, okay? But Enrique is there thinking, wait, since when did this rumor about me and the commander spread throughout the whole army? Then, the busty and hot redhead, walking away from the 2 of them, says to Enrique, hey, Torres talks to me casually, and you, Enrique, can do the same, okay? And just like that, Pin, the hot redhead, leaves all the doors open for Enrique to make a move, if he wants to. And while she tells the 2 of them to get some rest, since tomorrow will be a big day, Torres says to Enrique, yeah, I got ignored last time. She acted like I wasn't even here in this place. Then, the night reaches its peak and the 2 moons are already high in the sky, and the tough guy Enrique, taking a nap, actually falls asleep, since he knows there are plenty of guards around, keeping a close watch on the place. And so, Enrique's sleep starts to get deeper, and things get a bit blurry for him. But suddenly, he finds himself somewhere else, as if a new day is beginning right there. And so, he sees Sharon, the ferryman, approaching him, because Enrique, the cursed one, has just entered yet another new day. Then, the tough guy Enrique opens his eyes and thinks, man, that sucked. I dreamed that bastard again. It's been a while since I dreamed about this guy. How annoying. I don't like dreaming about that ferryman, and so Enrique sits up and wonders why he dreamed about that guy right now. Enrique still hasn't realized that every time that ferryman shows up, a new host begins. Enrique thinks that maybe the being was trying to tell him something, and then he remembers the commander who apologizes because she couldn't stop it. Then Enrique breaks into a wide smile and thinks to himself, this mission must definitely have a new host starting, and that makes Enrique really happy because he knows he's going to die but that he'll grow a lot from it. So, the next day, they set out to infiltrate the fortress. Pin leads the way, Enrique follows behind, but he keeps thinking that this obstacle is going to be huge. And then Torres asks, hey Pin, why are we going in the morning when usually people invade places at night? She replies, are you stupid or something? Even if the guards ignore this route, it's much easier for them to detect our presence at night, because everything is calm and quiet, so let's take advantage of the daytime noise to sneak in. And then Enrique says to Torres, yeah, she's right, they'd never expect an invasion to happen in the morning. So, Pin looks at Torres and says that Enrique is right, because good-looking guys are always smarter, and when Torres hears that, he says, why do I feel like this woman just insulted me, huh? And so, Pin moves ahead and says that the explorer has to lead from the front, and with that, she keeps guiding the group. Enrique, behind Pin, knows that explorers are the best at finding the right path, so he keeps watching Pin's behind as she leads the way. But Enrique, being a bit silly, was actually thinking about something else. He was thinking that explorers can move in complete silence, and that's why they use really small weapons so they don't make any noise. Pin, leading the way, takes a completely imperceptible step that makes no sound at all, not even leaving a mark on the ground. Enrique, behind Pin, notices that even with his highly trained hearing, she barely makes any noise when she walks. So Enrique follows behind, trying to imitate her, because this is definitely going to be a learning experience. But then Enrique gets startled because someone speaks to him, caught you and your rats. And in front of Enrique is an entire platoon from Aspen's army, all of them with hatred in their eyes, and the three of them in the middle of the tunnel are completely surprised, because that tunnel was supposed to be empty. That's when Pin starts shouting, it's a trap. Run back now. But when they turn to run away, they realize they had fallen into a complete trap, because there was nowhere to escape. Behind them, there are already several crossbowmen blocking their escape route, and so the enemy commander gives an order to his subordinate, kill them all now. Pin shows she's tough, pulls out her knife and axe, and tells Torres and Enrique to attack the enemies now since they have no way out, but the crossbowmen show why they're there. They fire several deadly bolts in the direction of the trio. Enrique, the badass, with his hacker eyes activated, charges at those enemies. While Enrique manages to deflect all those bolts, Pin isn't so lucky and gets hit by one, but she proves she's tough and, with a swing of her hatchet, lands a deadly blow on that crossbowman. Torres, in turn, shows he's very skilled and kills an enemy soldier with a very quick and precise strike. Enrique, seeing the whole situation, knows that Pin and Torres aren't used to this kind of fight, since battling in such a cramped space means they can't use their full strength. So Enrique looks at Pin, because while she's finishing off the crossbowman, there's already another one coming up behind her. Torres is in an even worse spot, because there's another spearman behind him closing in with a deadly strike. And so, the scene turned out really beautiful. Torres was killed by a spear, and Pin was taken out by a deadly dart to the head. With that, both of them were killed instantly, and then only one was left, right? Enrique, surrounded on all sides by several guards. Enrique realizes he's gotten himself into a huge mess, but he promises himself he won't die that easily. He'll do everything he can to stay alive. So, Enrique draws his curved daggers and throws himself at those soldiers. With a single attack, Enrique kills 2 soldiers at once, and the 3rd soldier is taken out with a deadly sword slash to the neck. But then, here's the scene. Enrique hasn't just killed 1 soldier. As he pushes forward, he's already taken down 4 more. So now, 7 soldiers have been killed by Enrique. But the enemy commander gives the order for everyone to surround the enemy and kill him immediately. Surrounded on all sides, Enrique takes a hard kick right in the chest and falls to the ground, because he's been surrounded by dozens of enemy soldiers. At this point, I think he's going to die, but Enrique is going to die fighting. Even as a spear pierces his arm, his stomach, and his thigh, he drives his sword through the enemy soldier's chest. He's going to die, but he'll die fighting. And so, Enrique, the tough guy, is lying on the ground at a total disadvantage, but he still hasn't lost his fighting spirit. But you know how it goes, right? Enrique, pinned to the ground, looking up, knows there's no way out of this situation, and so a new day begins, because our brave hero, Enrique, was chopped to pieces. They stabbed him all over right there on the ground until there was nothing left of him, and so there lies our brave hero. Enrique sits there that morning, thinking about everything that happened, because there's no way that many soldiers would just show up in that place like that. It was definitely a trap. And so, deep in thought, Enrique is sure of one thing: the enemy got wind of his invasion plan ahead of time. Then Pin, beautiful and charming as ever, says to Enrique, "Hey, what's up? We have to go into that hole, okay? Shall we go?" Enrique tells her there's something strange about that hole. I think we should go along the wall, in a serious tone. Pin remembers the time Enrique trusted his intuition like this, destroying the spell catalyst. So she thinks following his advice can't hurt. Enrique knows it wasn't intuition, it was his eternal purple hack. Pin nods. Okay, that works. Let's go with his suggestion. But Enrique, it's safer if we climb the wall at night, okay? What do you want to do until then? Enrique says to her, hey, I have a fun game to play with you, you're going to love it. Pin replies, what did you say? You want to play with me in broad daylight? You're so naughty, Enrique. I'm all yours, okay? Enrique says, hey, that's not the adult game I want with you. I just want a duel, not the duel you're thinking of. Pin says to him, oh, what a shame, I was getting wet. Pin gets close to him and says, hey Enrique, we can duel, but it has to be without swords, okay? Because we're too close to the enemies. Enrique says, what? You want to fight me hand to hand? Pin says to him, yes, hand to hand. I want to see if you can beat me, because I'm really good at this. We have the scene. Pin on one side, Enrique on the other. But Enrique's thoughts are somewhere else, because since the enemy knew they were going to invade, it's likely that on the other route there are also enemies waiting for them. Our brave. Enrique plans to use this whole day for training, because now is the time for him to get stronger. So he says to her, are you ready? And Pin, super hot, replies, bring it on, I was born ready. So Enrique comes at her with a strong punch aimed at the redhead, but the short hottie just dodges to the side and lets Enrique's punch fly by. But then Pin shows she's tough and lands a really hard knee on Enrique. However, the brave Enrique still manages to defend himself, because this woman might be short and hot, but she's also really good at fighting. So Enrique goes one way and Pin goes the other, but while Pin is moving away, she shows she's great at hand-to-hand combat and already throws a kick at Enrique's head. But the tough guy, with his eye hacker mode on, realizes that against this shorty he can use the same strategy he used against his commander. So Enrique, using his body weight, throws himself on top of Pin, making her fall backwards. And Pin, lying on the ground, seems to have been beaten by Enrique with ease, but the woman is a jiu-jitsu fighter. She grabs Enrique's hand and says, got your hand, and puts him in an armbar. Hey, I'm not a jiu-jitsu guy. What move am I doing on him? Is it an armbar, a leg lock? What is it? I don't know what this is. Fighters, tell me in the comments what move this is, because if she pulls a move like this on me, I fall in love instantly. Look at how she wraps herself around him like a snake, man. Damn. Yeah, I think this time Enrique's in trouble, huh? Because the shorty shows she's got a really strong leg game, and for sure he's about to pass out. Enrique is feeling the pressure from this move, because this woman is really good at fighting. And when Torres sees this, he tells them both to stop now, that's enough, and says that Pin won. And so, our Enrique, lying defeated on the ground, even though Pin is small, she's really strong, and you can tell that woman is pure muscle, so Pin, striking a really cool pose, looks at Enrique and says to him, hey, I won, okay? Are you okay with that? But Enrique just smiles, because this woman is an awesome training partner. So he replies to her, hey, how about a rematch? Wanna fight again? She says, huh, what? You liked seeing me all tangled up with you, didn't you? And then Enrique says to Pin, yeah, I thought it was just a normal match. And she says, what, you noticed what I did? Enrique said he noticed. But then Torres is there. Hey, I want to fight too. Because he also wanted to get hit like that, but he was completely ignored. Nobody paid any attention to him. Enrique and Pin kept dueling the whole day, and then one says to the other, hey, it's almost time for us to go, okay? And then, looking at Enrique, they say to him, wait, you're going like that? Enrique says to both of them, why? What's wrong with me? Of course I'm going like this. Pin comes up to him and says, hey Enrique, you twist your weapon too much, you know that? While she's saying this, she keeps patting Enrique down and tells him, look, if you walk around carrying all this weight, by the time you get halfway there, you'll be completely worn out. And Torres, who's jealous, hey Pin, what about my armor? What do you think? Pin looks back and starts thinking, what, he was here? I didn't even notice. And Pin turns her face away with a look of disdain and says to him, hey, Torres, check it yourself, okay? Don't get in my way, because if the commander slips up, I'll steal her man. And so, Torres, deeply hurt, sits down on the floor in a fetal position and just sits there stewing over everything he just heard. But Enrique, the tough guy, says that even with all that weight, he can handle it just fine. And Pin, still crouched down, says to Enrique, man, you're way too naive, you know that? Our climb is going to be really dangerous. Then she points upward and says, it's not just that wall we have to climb. First, we have to scale that. And then, it shows a very steep mountain, which is the trio's first obstacle before reaching the wall. And Torres, seeing that, says, wow, that's way too high. I'm tired just looking at it. But tough guy Enrique knows that climbing isn't something so easy. However, nothing has ever been easy for him in this life. So, Enrique is actually happy, because climbing that mountain will be good training. Then, the scene flashes back to when Enrique was leaving the wizard's cave. And as he was returning by another path, he came across a vein of magic stones. And the donkey, of course, only took a few with him. And Christ, who's crazy about money, when he sees that, his eyes practically pop out of their sockets. Because if Enrique just sells one of them, he'll become one of the richest guys around. So, Christ says something that gets Enrique excited, saying he could even buy brand new equipment with that. And so, Enrique says, "What? I can buy new equipment? I'm going to get the most expensive sword." And Christ says, "What? A sword again? That's all you like, huh?" Then, the scene cuts back to Enrique climbing that mountain. And this time, his new sword is strapped to his back, because to him, a sword's blade is like a lifeline. And so, already 300 meters up, Enrique keeps thinking that it would be impossible for him to leave his sword behind, because if he did, it would be like leaving his own life. And the hot redhead up there looks down at Enrique and says to him, "See, that's why I told you not to bring anything, because carrying all that weight is just going to drain all your energy." And Enrique, who is still climbing, knows she's right, because all his full gear is really heavy. But Enrique isn't someone who gives up easily. So, he keeps going, giving more than 100% of himself. And of course, Enrique, Aldine's student, has only one thought: that's what muscles are for, to be trained. So, our hero takes one step at a time toward that summit, because he, who has already pushed past his limits time and time again, only needs to do one thing: push past them once more. And then, finally, Enrique reaches the top of that mountain. And even though he's sweaty and really tired, he knows that nothing can stop him now. And so, reaching the top of that mountain, half an hour after the others, Enrique kneels down, because he really is exhausted. But immediately, the tough guy stands up, striking a protagonist pose and hoping that this scene, with a moan in the background, becomes the cover of this story. And Pin, seeing Enrique showing off, says to him, "You just keep getting yourself into trouble, huh?" And back there, Torres looks really serious. And so we start to wonder, did this guy do that on purpose? From the way he's showing off there, it almost looks like he's working out his muscles. No, that can't be it. That would be way too crazy. And so, while the other werewolves howl, Tin howls too. That wasn't a special effect, okay? I howled myself, because with 2 moons, I actually felt like howling. Enrique, looking down, realizes that this path is the werewolves' route, and he also notices there are dozens of them. Torres then says that this is a very rare sight, seeing so many lycanthropes moving together like this. But while the two are admiring those werewolves running, there's someone there who's really down to earth and is already set off toward the goal. And so she says, "Hey, you two, don't let your guard down. Let's go." Then, looking ahead, they realize they're finally getting close to that fortress. From where they are to the fortress, there's nowhere to hide, and that's really a tough situation. And yes, guard number 1 is doing his patrol duties, and this guard doesn't see anything wrong happening, but Pin tells everyone to relax, that there's no need to be afraid, because on nights with 2 moons everything around here gets really bright, almost like daytime, so the guards don't even worry much. So, I think guard number 1 is still walking by absentmindedly, not really paying attention to his side of the wall. So the trio, taking advantage of that lack of attention, quickly moves to a blind spot. And just like that, the 3 of them find themselves in an extremely dangerous situation, out in the open, with a wall ahead of them where any archer could hit them. And Enrique knows this. That's why he's really focused, thinking the enemy could shoot at them at any moment. Then, that guard, who was distracted, heard a small noise and quickly looked in that direction. So, he looks again. Huh? It seems like he saw a shadow. Yeah, I guess it was just my imagination. The guard slipped up and the 3 of them already reached a safe spot by that wall. But that was really risky. Then Pin says to them, "See? That was way too easy. Just follow me and everything will work out." But Enrique, with his eagle eyes, doesn't see it that way, because he was watching that soldier and it seemed like the soldier saw them. But since the soldier didn't raise any alarm, Enrique thinks it was just his imagination. Pin, while rubbing some powder on her hands to keep them from sweating, tells them that behind this wall there's a favela. So that's the plan. After climbing up, they'll go down into the middle of the favela and blend in with the locals, because that way they'll never be found. And then Pin says to Enrique, "Hey, Enrique, but for that, you're going to have to leave your sword here, okay? Because now we can't just keep waiting for you. But this wall is way harder to climb than the mountain, you know?" Enrique says, "Of course I'm not going to leave it. Did you know I trained with this kind of weight on my back? Let's go. I'm going to keep up my training." And when he hears that, Torres is sure that Enrique is really crazy. Pin climbed up first. Enrique hesitated and Torres got ahead of him, because the view Torres has from the top of the wall is way more beautiful than Enrique's. And only now does Enrique understand why this is the safest route, because after they climb, they'll be sneaking into the favela. But as the tough guy climbs, he keeps thinking, if they run into trouble in this situation, then this wall will be the worst place to be. Because, just like there was that soldier waiting for them in a hole under the wall, this could also be a trap. And so, Pin tells them to climb up quickly. Pin is the first to reach the top. She looks around and doesn't see anything, then tells them, "Hey, you can come up, it's clear up here." But then, someone wearing some really fancy boots arrives at that spot, stomping their foot hard. These people draw everyone's attention. Pin, Enrique, and Torres are startled to see someone in high heels standing right in front of them. And the person says, "Yeah, you guys must have worked pretty hard, huh? Because getting all the way up here is really exhausting." Well, then, great news for you. Now it's time for you to rest. Then that woman brings her fingers together and says something incomprehensible. Right away, 3 thorny vines burst from the ground and move toward the trio. Pin knows that things have gone wrong and tells everyone, guys, this woman is a witch. Get down. Then she grabs Enrique and pushes him down right away. And so, those deadly vines quickly pass over that trio. While Torres is running, Pin gives an order for all of them to retreat now, as facing the sorcerer is an impossible thing for them. Then, Pin throws his hatchet in the direction of that witch. But the witch proves to be very skilled in combat, and by guiding her vines, she manages to stop that hatchet. And not only did she stop it, those vines show just how powerful they are. They completely shatter that hatchet, and the witch herself seems to be enjoying what's happening. Meanwhile, the tough Enrique realizes that this is the hardest place to get through, because defeating a sorcerer is almost impossible. But Enrique isn't there to die, since this is a good trap, much better than he expected. And since he already beat the wizard, taking down the sorcerer is going to be a piece of cake. Thinking like that, Enrique charges straight at the sorceress, because all he has to do is cut her in half and the fight will be over. So, as our hero rushes quickly toward the sorceress, he doesn't even notice the moment she summons another vine. Then, the brave Enrique is stopped, as a 4th deadly vine suddenly appears in front of the sorceress. And as he had said before, Enrique thinks that since he already defeated the wizard, taking down the second one will be easy. So, focused on defeating the sorceress, Enrique sharpens all his senses, because he only needs one thing, to cut off her head and end all of this. But meanwhile, those deadly vines are wrapping themselves around Enrique's body, and so, that woman, with snake eyes, senses the deadly approach of Enrique's sword. And then, he remembers what his teacher Jackson once told him, look, a strong opponent can sometimes fool you, okay? You think you've got them, but it's actually the other way around. And so, a great example of this is a sorcerer. Enrique, thinking he had caught the sorcerer, gets punched so hard by those vines that he even drops his sword. And what's more, those vines started to wrap around him. And then, the sorceress says, go on, grab him and start crushing him. So, while Enrique is being squeezed gently, Pin and Torres, who still haven't managed to get down that wall, realize that their companion has been caught. And then she says, you idiot, did I tell you to run? And she asks Enrique what he thinks he's doing. But Enrique can't even answer anymore. At that exact moment, the vines head toward the sound, because if someone is screaming, it means someone is alive. Those vines, which look more like steel, pierce through Pin and Torres' chests, killing them instantly. Meanwhile, Enrique is still there, struggling against the vines, which are squeezing him tighter and tighter. It's only now that Enrique realizes these branches are way too strong, and he can't even move. Then, the branches keep squeezing and keep squeezing. Enrique realizes that something's not right and glances over at the witch. And down there, she starts talking to him and says, hey, congratulations, okay? You had a lot of courage to face me and didn't run away like the others. Congratulations. Enrique, getting even more entangled, can't move his arms or his legs. As long as he has teeth, no reason to quit. The brave hero Enrique starts. He starts nibbling on vines, and then that cheerful mage introduces herself. Hey, my name is Lydicia, from the Thorny Rosebush. Pleasure to meet you, brave hero. To make things easier, we're going to change the sorceress's name to Lydicia, but you know how it is, right? He squeezed, died, and Enrique ended up in the afterlife. And only then does he realize the big mistake he made, because just as soldiers are different, sorcerers are also different from one another. And so, Enrique realizes he was naive, because he thought that just by getting stronger, he could take on a sorcerer. That was the cause of his defeat. Then someone really annoying shows up and says, hey, do you know what your level is now? Huh, do you know? And there appeared the little 5th-year student, Sharon, ready to mess with him, and grinning at Enrique he says, did you know you were really arrogant to think you could just use today to get stronger? Today was made to make you suffer, not to train you. And Sharon says this with a big smile on his face, and then Sharon says it's really great to watch this, because in front of this wall it's going to be impossible for him to get through, since from up there he looks like an ant. Enrique looks at Sharon and says, thanks, okay? You're a real friend. And Sharon was startled, but Enrique is already smiling and says to him, look, thanks to you I ended up in this place and was able to really think things through. Now I know what to do, because it's exactly an impossible wall that I need. Thank you so much. And so, Sharon, realizing Enrique's craziness, says to him, hey human, I want to see just how far your courage and that little smile of yours will go, because now you're in an impossible situation to get through. I want to see the desperation inside you. Then the scene shifts to that morning, and Enrique tells Pink that he wants to go in disguised as a merchant, because he doesn't think the whole is a good idea. And Pink, agreeing, says he just needs to blend in with the merchants who regularly enter the fortress, and Enrique asks when that will be. She says, tomorrow morning. And Enrique is really torn, because tomorrow morning is already another day. So, if he doesn't do anything, will he even make it past this wall? Enrique keeps thinking that to get to tomorrow morning, he has to get through today, and if he doesn't do anything, will that really help at all? Well, since Enrique has nothing to lose, he's going to wait until tomorrow morning. Torres asks Pink, what, are we really going to have to just stand around until tomorrow morning? Pink is already happy and tells him, yeah, I think so. And since we're going to have a lot of free time, how about a party? Then the lovely Pink looks at one of her subordinates and tells him, hey, bring everything we've got. The subordinate runs off to get everything, and Enrique says to her, hey, what are you doing? So, the party is set, meat, lots of drinks, and plenty of free time to chat as much as they want, and Enrique is just standing there, looking lost, wondering how these people can drink so close to the enemy. They must have gone crazy. So he says, hey, isn't it dangerous to let your guard down like this? Weren't you the one who said that? Pink tells Enrique that being too tense isn't good either. So, let's just relax. Then, the beautiful Pink, pouring herself another drink, tells Enrique that if he keeps being so tense, his body will end up stiffening and he'll lose focus. And so, the one who's always thinking about nonsense says to Enrique, hey, come drink with me. Your shoulders are as hard as rocks. Come here. But Enrique keeps thinking that spending his energy in a fight is the only way to calm down. And so, Enrique steps forward, drawing everyone's attention, because out of nowhere, Enrique starts to pull out his sword right in the middle of everyone, since he, who had been training desperately, thinks the solution must lie in another method. So Enrique, wanting to clear his mind, holds the sword in front of him and starts to focus, trying to understand what this day that belongs to him is all about. And while Enrique is holding that sword in front of him, Pink says to Torres, see, didn't I tell him to rest? But what is he doing? Torres, taking another sip of the water that passes by but doesn't drink, says that Enrique is resting, that this is the only way he rests. And Pink, who had been thinking nonsense, realizes she won't be able to get Enrique drunk and take advantage of him, because this guy is really focused. Enrique, all muscular, starts training, swinging his sword from one side to the other and sweating a lot, while Pink drinks calmly and, seeing such a muscular man like that swinging a sword in front of her, she can't help but check him out. And so, the naughty Pink gives a big smile and keeps enjoying the view, and Torres says to her, hey, don't say things like that, okay? I'm right here. Then finally night falls at that camp, and everyone is gathered around the campfire, waiting for time to pass so they can continue their mission the next morning. Enrique keeps thinking that he witnessed something very rare today, and it was enough to make his day better, because if they had left early in the morning to climb the wall, by now they would already be arriving there. And more than that, by this time, the unit of the Grey Cancers would definitely already be getting ready to catch us in that pit, so Enrique knows there are Grey Cancers in the pit, the sorceress on the wall, and this time, what will there be this time? Then the wind starts to blow across that field and a paw rushes quickly through the place, and so, let's howl at the moon. The werewolf gets close to that camp, and by doing so, he calls all his little friends. Pink looks back, terrified, because how could there be a werewolf in this place? Torres also becomes alert, since that was never a werewolf route, they're not supposed to be there. Enrique is really surprised, because he knows that a werewolf is a very strong monster, and so they all go on full alert. They know that Howl could only have come from a werewolf, but it's not just one werewolf, it's an entire pack of them, and they're already coming. Rushing straight toward the group, all of them with blood in their eyes. Pim does the basics. Guys, everyone run. Retreat. You know, right? They were in a little corner with only two exits, one where the werewolves came from, and the other, this paw just blocked off. So, that group finds themselves surrounded by dozens of ferocious werewolves. Torres tries to lift everyone's spirits and says, to fight just one of these, we need 10 soldiers. I did a quick count. There are about 20 lycanthropes here, and there's only 6 of us. Yeah, I think this is going to go badly. And so, Tori, sweating a lot, knows it's not just going to go badly, it's going to go really badly. Pim knows that place isn't on any monster route, so they weren't supposed to be there. And where did they even come from, since they couldn't see them at all? Enrique, who's really honed his hearing, also keeps thinking that he didn't even sense their presence, let alone hear them. And so he realizes it could only have been a concealment spell. Then he remembers Busty Lidisha, and he's sure that the fact these werewolves got here so quietly could only have been magic from her. Werewolf 1, Werewolf 2, Werewolf 3 start to growl, because the food is right in front of them and it must be really tender. Enrique sharpens his gaze, because he's not about to get eaten by anyone, he's totally focused. He tells himself that he's never going to lose his cool. And so Enrique, with his senses fully activated, charges at the werewolves, not waiting to be attacked by these beasts. Focusing on a single point, Enrique notices the trajectory of that monster's strike. So Enrique takes a step back, because another werewolf has shown up to help his buddy. Enrique realizes that it's total chaos there, because the werewolves are attacking from all sides, to the point where he can't find any opening. So, focusing on a single point is going to be impossible in this situation. And so, Dr. Wolf number 3 lunges at Enrique. And the tough guy puts his precious sword right in front of him to block that deadly bite. So Enrique decides to shift his focus from a single point to a full 360-degree awareness. And with that, Enrique realizes that a massacre is happening right there, and so Enrique sees that everyone who was with him has been mortally wounded. Extra number 1 took a fatal bite to the neck. As for Pim, he got such a huge gash on his back that he died right there. Now Torres suffered the worst humiliation of all, because a very strong werewolf drove its paw straight through his body, not even giving him a chance to react. Then, the werewolf grabs Pim's body and finishes her off. And with that, red liquid spurts everywhere. The tough guy Enrique, watching everyone die, thinks that even though he knows all this will happen again, witnessing the brutal deaths of his companions is not an easy thing to see. Meanwhile, the angry little dog in front of Enrique keeps trying to bite his sword. But Enrique does the obvious. He puts some strength into it and pulls the sword to the side. And so, the little dog grins from ear to ear, because the sword went so deep into its mouth that the cut almost went all the way through to the other side. But the tough guy doesn't stop there and charges at another werewolf. Then Enrique, the tough guy, lands another deadly blow on the second werewolf. Meanwhile, a third werewolf, with a serious punch, charges at Enrique. Because this is a wolf, this is a cursed werewolf. And so, Enrique takes a punch to the chest so hard that it cracks his sternum and breaks 5 ribs. You know how it goes, right? He broke 5 ribs, a rib punctured his lung, and our protagonist starts coughing up red liquid, because now, in this situation, he manages to escape. And worse, that creature only hit him once. And why did that creature punch him? Isn't that an animal? Why is this creature smarter than the others? Enrique realizes that the wolf that punched him is completely different from the others, and is definitely their leader, because this being seems to have intelligence. But while Enrique is being thrown back, that wolf isn't going to miss the opportunity, right? It grabs Enrique's skinny little arm, bites it, and starts crushing his bones, because the meat is a bit tough, but if you chew it well enough, it'll go down smoothly. So, poor Enrique starts having his arm crushed, while he can't do anything about it. And just like that, the little wolf decides to play with its prey. It tosses Enrique up in the air, because tearing him apart up there must be a lot of fun. So, poor Enrique, who still has his battle focus activated, keeps watching that wolf and realizes the wolf has picked Enrique out for its underlings, so they can all try to bite him before he hits the ground. And Enrique, looking down, knows there's no way out. Broken arm, broken sternum, broken ribs, there's no way out anymore. And just like that, he looks to the side and realizes that all his companions are already dead too. Then, a great friend of Enrique suddenly appears and says, "Hey, it doesn't matter which path you take, okay? All these paths are going to be really tough. It's been a lot of fun. Ever since you fell into this today, you can look for as many paths as you want, but all of them will be impossible." And so, Sharon, smiling right in Enrique's face, says to him, "And now, are you finding this fun? Look at me, I want to see you despair." Enrique, with his head down, says that this is making him feel awful, and Pim and Torres, hearing this, get a bit puzzled, because Enrique just said that. So she says, "What do you mean it's making you feel bad? Are you feeling sick? Are you ill?" Enrique knows he doesn't want to go through this again, and that's why he can't just sit here. And so, our hero stands up and replies, saying that he's not feeling sick, that he's fine, and says, "Let's go." Because the brave one, even knowing that every path has a stone, just needs resilience to find a new way. And so the trio heads once again toward the tunnel beneath the wall. Enrique moves forward anxiously, because he knows there's a trap ahead. But there's no other way, right? Let's go in and try to change things. Then, Enrique gets an idea. He plans not to get cornered inside that tunnel, since something must have happened for the soldiers to show up behind them too. And so, as he moves forward, he tries to sense the location of his enemies. But you know how it is, right? He never learns that first. And so, he falls into the enemy's trap once again. So, just like the first time, Enrique, Pim, and Torres are surrounded again. And this situation leaves Enrique really confused, because he used all his detection skills and still couldn't sense anything. And you know how it goes, right? Enrique ends up looking like an inside-out hedgehog, because they stabbed him so many times with spears that he died writhing in pain. And so, he can only think of one thing: these soldiers must also be hiding their presence with magic. And then he remembers that woman, because they know there's a sorceress in this group, so it could only have been Letitia, since that woman is strong enough for something like this. So, Enrique recalls what that woman said, and even if they made it this far, in the end, it doesn't matter, they will die. So Enrique, trying to face off against that sorceress again, obviously gets the worst of it, right? But this time, he couldn't even get close to her, he got completely stabbed up. And so, the brave Enrique, on yet another day, I don't even know what number it is anymore, keeps practicing his hidden blade throwing technique. And Torres asks Enrique, "What? You can't do it?" This is so easy. But Enrique is thinking about something else, because thanks to the sorceress, he can't hear either the wolves or the soldiers. That's a big problem. So, Enrique knows, even if he manages to detect the soldiers, the sheer number of them is a huge problem. And so, the next day, Enrique stays there, waiting for the werewolves to show up. And just like last time, Enrique charges at those wolves, not expecting the massacre that's about to happen. So, knowing he just needs an opening, Enrique gets ready to tear through these paths. But then, right, you know how it is, right? It didn't go very well. So, holding his sword and trying to go through the hole in the wall, Enrique decides he can't keep going like this. Then a swift blade parries Enrique's sword. And while the tough guy is slicing up the first one, behind him several soldiers appear, armed with crossbows. But then, on another day, Enrique tries a new tactic, cutting those thorny vines. However, that's not very effective. But tough guy Enrique is a madman and is sure this is just another chance for him to practice. So, on yet another day, Enrique keeps training, alternating, aiding between the werewolves, the hole in the wall, and the sorceress. The tough guy has already tried dozens of different tactics, but all of them end with him dead. However, on yet another highly repetitive day, Enrique manages to cut those thorny vines for the first time. And so, he starts getting used to the rhythm of battle. And even better, while Enrique's sword is covered in blood, he realizes that this practice is being unrealistically effective because one thing Enrique never does is waste a chance to improve his skills. So, the tough guy Enrique keeps practicing, because if all the walls are impossible, why not do all 3 and get 3 times better? And so, the tough guy Enrique keeps on practicing. But he knows, right? Those werewolves are really strong, and our hero dies again. Then, Sharon calls Enrique over and says to him, "Hey, how long are you going to keep this up? I can see in your eyes that you're not desperate, but it's getting boring to watch, okay? You go, die, come back, go, die, come back. Look, instead of you going down those 3 paths, I'll give you a tip. You need to look for another solution. I'm already tired of seeing the same thing over and over." But Enrique, being a real badass, answers Sharon that the more he repeats, the more he understands that all the paths are good. So, it would be a shame to choose just one of them. I'm going to take advantage of all of them and grow as much as I can. And Sharon says to him, "You must be crazy, son of a donkey." So, the new day begins. But there's no one there. Why is that? What happened? Oh, right, everyone was sleeping inside the cave. And the first to wake up is Torres. So, looking to the side, he sees the usual Enrique training. And so he says, "Hey Enrique." But Enrique keeps practicing, trying to improve that skill he was taught. And just like that, the tough guy shows he's no longer training with a rock, but with a real blade. And Torres, hearing that, even gets startled and says, "How did you manage that? Hey Enrique, that wasn't working yesterday. How did you manage to learn that skill in just one night?" Enrique says, "Well, I managed to master this skill 30 days ago. And Torres says, "What are you talking about? You crazy guy. What do you mean, 30 days ago? I only taught you that yesterday." Enrique knows he's already improved his skills as much as he could. It's already day 79. So, the badass Enrique, who used these impossibilities for training, knows he can finally overcome today and move on to tomorrow. And so he says to Pin, "Hey, we've got time to try the hole, don't we? Could you sew a pocket for me?" Pin says, "I'm not a seamstress." Talk to him, he's the tailor. Enrique says, "Hey, tailor, can you do me a favor? Make a small pocket in my glove, because I need to keep something really sharp in here." And the tailor says, "Yes, that's easy to do." Then Enrique gets close to Finn and says to her, "Hey Finn, I noticed your boot is really different." "What's inside it?" She says, "This here? My boot is lined on the inside with mountain sheep wool, and that's why when I walk, I barely make any noise. And more than that, it even makes me less noticeable." And so, Enrique turns to Torres and says to him, "Hey, we're going to use that too, okay?" And Torres says, "Of course not, that's kid stuff." Enrique says no, that everyone is going to use that, because it will keep the werewolves away. Then, Pin tells Enrique that in the place where they are, werewolves don't even show up, the chances are really low. But then, the tough Enrique, now wearing his silent boots, heads toward that tunnel. And Pin, noticing how quietly he's walking, asks him, "Hey Enrique, have you ever worked as an explorer before?" Enrique says no. And Pin is surprised, and tells Enrique that it seems like he's always been an explorer, because even if you use that sound dampening fabric, it's really hard to walk with it as effectively as you're doing. But Enrique keeps thinking that he's practiced walking without making a sound over and over again. So, the tough Enrique knows that to survive in this hole, he needs to create an opening and find the enemies that will show up behind him. However, everything there is really dark and they're moving forward by touch, and that's why he and Pin are walking with their hands on the wall. Enrique, watching Pin from behind, knows she's a real pro, because walking in the dark without making any noise is an art that few people know. So Enrique says to her, "Hey Pin, what if there's an enemy in here waiting for us? What do we do?" And Pin says the chances are low. But if that happens, we just fall back. Then, the bold Enrique says, "Okay, but what if they block our way out? What do we do? Because we've already walked a lot and this place seems bigger than I thought. How deep does this place go? Because I have a question. What can we do if all the exits are blocked?" And Torres, after seeing Enrique ask so many questions, says to him, "Hey Enrique, are you scared? Or are you sensing something bad? Because the kind of questions you're asking are pretty weird." Enrique says that he has a feeling there are enemies waiting for them. But then, the bold one, with a fierce look, tells them that doesn't mean they're going to die. They just have to kill all the enemies. Then the beautiful Pin tells Enrique that if he's scared, they can all just go back, because standing around here thinking about this nonsense isn't going to get them anywhere. And Enrique, looking sheepish, says he's not scared, he just wants everyone to be careful. So Pin gets curious, because if Enrique isn't scared, why is he saying all this? But the tough guy just wants Pin and Torres to follow his instructions, because before, on that tall brass path, Enrique had a leader, Andre, who he just had to beat up to take the lead. But with these two, Enrique knows he can't do that, he'll have to use another way to convince them. And that's when Enrique remembers Cross, who, even though he seemed weak, had a really intimidating aura. Enrique plans to imitate Cross, showing that he has a really strong determination to make everyone follow him, because Enrique knows that words alone won't convince these two. So, the best way is this, to speak in a decisive manner. And so, Enrique stares at Pin after asking that question. And the gorgeous redhead says she was being a bit careless, walking through this tunnel thinking there were no enemies, but now she'll pay more attention along the way. So, the mood changed. Pin, up front, starts walking more slowly, since that way she can detect everything that's going on. Then, as she passes through an intersection, she thinks there's something really strange on the ground. And if Enrique hadn't said that to her, she would have walked right past without noticing, because that's clearly a footprint. So, there are more people here who have already entered this tunnel and tried to erase their tracks. And that's when Pin has a reality check and exclaims, "Something's wrong here. Look, I just found something really weird. Let's go back right now. We need to secure our escape route." Let's go. But then, at that moment, many footsteps are heard coming toward them. And there it is, a whole squad of Aspen's crossbowmen. But you know how it is, right? The crossbowmen come out of the tunnel and start searching. However, Pin had already noticed them beforehand, and they stay there, hidden, holding their breath, hoping not to be discovered. Enrique knows it was through Pin that they found the place where the crossbowmen were hiding. Suddenly, someone comes running and says, "Message, message. I have a message from the captain." And the crossbowmen in that darkness can't see who's approaching. However, since the messenger said he was bringing a message from the captain, they don't shoot. And so, everyone keeps thinking, this guy must have gone crazy, there's no way he could have done that. Then, one of the crossbowmen looks at the other and says, "What, a message from the captain? Hey, number 2, did we have a messenger by any chance?" And so, the bold messenger starts to get closer, since he has a message from their captain. Enrique realizes they didn't shoot, so now's his chance. At that moment, the bold one switches on his hacker's eyes, because he knows that now's the time to pull off the mischief. While Enrique is running toward the soldiers, he remembers the sorceress Letitia complaining that Captain Roger isn't doing his job properly. And Enrique, taking advantage of being in a dark place where the enemies definitely can't see his face or his clothes, comes running and shouting, saying that there are lots of monsters in the city and that Captain Roger is calling all of them. And then the fool in front talks to him, "Captain Roger? What are you talking about?" By saying this, Enrique knows that the enemy soldiers will mistake him for an Aspen soldier just because he mentioned Captain Roger's name. But then, Enrique, with a serious look on his face, is close enough to do his part. And the Aspen soldier, realizing this, only has time to say, "Huh?" Enrique got too close, and so, the soldier in front is the first to receive a fatal blow, because the Rangers slipped up and let the melee get right up to them. However, it's too late for the enemies, because Enrique is already very close to them. Then, one of them says, "What? Is there an enemy soldier?" Then, that commander orders all the crossbowmen to shoot at this intruder. But before he could finish speaking, Enrique had already grabbed him by the uniform and pulled him close. So, their commander, who didn't have a crossbow, is taken hostage. Enrique says, "Hey, you guys, come here and attack me. Come on." The Aspen soldier hesitated, but Enrique kept talking. "Come on, why are you just standing there? Attack me." Then their leader, taken hostage, orders them to stay put and not shoot. And so, Enrique starts shouting even louder, "You don't even seem like real soldiers, do you? Come on, shoot me. Hey, I'm all alone. Come here. Can't you do anything against me?" Torres and Finn notice that Enrique is making a lot of noise and don't understand why he's provoking the soldiers so much. Enrique keeps going, "You idiots, can't even shoot at a soldier, huh? Come on." Finn knows that if this keeps up, more soldiers will definitely show up there, but Enrique doesn't stop, calling them all fools and asking if the crossbows they're using are just for show. So, feeling pretty sleepy, Torres looks to the right and Finn looks to the left, trying to spot new enemies, since Enrique is making so much noise. Then Enrique says, "Hey, don't just stand there, okay? Do something. Come at me." Finn is already really annoyed, because Enrique is shouting way too loud, and mentally tells him to shut up, since other soldiers will definitely hear this. But then, Enrique yells even louder and says, "Hey, didn't Captain Roger teach you anything? Come here, try to kill me." But then, Finn has a realization and thinks, "Huh? Is Enrique really making that much noise? Could he be doing this on purpose? Wait a second, I think I know what Enrique is planning." And poor Enrique is over there. "Little Roger, oh little Roger, little Roger." Enrique doesn't even give them time to breathe, he just keeps shouting nonstop. And so, Aspen's soldiers, still with their crossbows aimed at him, are unsure whether to shoot or not. Enrique keeps yelling, "Roger, you idiot leader, is this how you trained your soldiers?" But Finn realizes that the darkness, the noise, and all the nonsense Enrique is doing have a single purpose. Then, Finn, quicker than a cat, moves lethally behind one of Aspen's crossbowmen. And with swift blows, Finn breaks that soldier's neck. But right beside him, Torres takes out another one, killing him instantly, not even giving him time to scream. And so, what Finn realized is that Enrique is making so much noise that the Aspen soldiers aren't even paying attention to what's happening behind them. So, stealthily, Finn thanks Enrique for being so clever, covering their presence with all the shouting he's making. But then, the Aspen soldiers look back and realize there are other enemies behind them. And one of them says, "Where are they? Where are they?" But before he could finish speaking, Torres had already slit his throat, giving him a quick death. And so, Torres begins a poem, saying that the moon goes away when the darkness disappears. And the lovely Finn finishes the poem, saying that the sun rises and lights up the whole hill. As she says this, she takes out another Aspen soldier, and that soldier, who had realized the enemies were behind him, is there sweating, because now it's just him and the hostage left. And Enrique, shouting loudly, asks if he doesn't have the guts. So, the Aspen soldier, gritting his teeth, points his crossbow at Enrique again, since the Lanceroy's body is pretty exposed. And then, he says to hell with it all and fires that deadly bolt. However, Enrique puts the head of the crossbowman's commander in front, who doesn't even have time to say anything else, just gets killed by that deadly bolt. Then, from another spot, more crossbowmen appear, because they heard all that shouting and also came to kill these enemies. At that moment, Enrique, as he lets the aching body of the crossbowman fall to the ground, realizes that his time in that place is up. So, Enrique starts to draw his whistling daggers. Knowing that what he did was more than enough to create an opening, he quickly throws those daggers toward the enemy. And Enrique's got a good aim, huh? Because he hits each one in the eye, killing them instantly. And now, it's time to get out of there. And Finn, realizing that now they have an escape route, orders everyone to fall back. And Torres, after killing the crossbowman who shot his leader in the head, knows that now there are no more enemies at their rear. However, many more footsteps are heard, because after all that shouting, other soldiers have arrived at the scene. Enrique, looking back, realizes that they've finally arrived, and worse, they got there much earlier than Enrique had predicted. And there, among them, was Captain Roger, and all those Aspen soldiers have, strangely, their eyes glowing, as if they've been enchanted to see in the dark. And so, as Enrique flees, he looks back and says to them, "Hey, I came here to deliver a message to you from the sorceress Lydicia." And Roger, upon hearing this, stops running, because if this person knows the sorceress Lydicia, he must be from our army. There's no way he would know the name of our sorceress otherwise. And so, Enrique, gaining a 3-second lead, shouts even louder to Finn and Torres, who are already well ahead of him. "Hey, run." Roger gets really angry, because the enemies were already right in front of him. All he had to do was shoot and kill them all. But because of that, the enemy got far enough away that he couldn't shoot them with his crossbows. So, he orders all the spearmen to go ahead and kill all those enemies. But those precious seconds were just enough time for Pink to reach the spot where they had entered. So, that's the scene. Pink in front, Torres behind her, and Enrique at the end, followed by dozens of Aspen spearmen, since most of the crossbowmen had been killed inside that tunnel. Pink looks back and realizes that Aspen soldiers are still following them. So, she's unsure whether to escape along the cliff or through the river. Then Enrique gave her an order, "Hey, we're going through the field." And she says, "What? Why?" There's no time to explain. Let's go through the field now. Pin moves ahead, following what Enrique told her. Enrique, running the whole time, has already passed the tower during the run, keeping close behind Pin. Then Enrique, looking ahead, notices on the horizon that the sun is already setting and that in a few minutes night will finally fall. And so, the tough Enrique falls behind and starts running and stumbling over the rocks. And that's when he remembers what Irivaldo told him. "Hey, be careful, okay? Near the river there are a lot of yellow rocks, and under those rocks are poisonous yellow snakes, so don't go walking around there, because one bite from them is enough to kill you." So Enrique, making his way through all those rocks, hits one of them really hard. And then, Enrique stops and throws several of those rocks at the soldiers. Then the soldier, cursing Enrique's mother, says that he started using dirty tricks, but that's not going to be enough to save his life. But under that rock was my mother-in-law, and she has a deadly venom, and Aspen's gray dog, seeing this, knows things are about to go south. So my mother-in-law was at a mother-in-law meeting, and they were all really venomous. Then those deadly vipers start biting several of Aspen's soldiers, giving them an agonizing death. Pin, who went ahead, notices that Enrique stayed behind, throwing rocks at the soldiers, and asks Torres what that idiot is doing now, because by hitting those rocks with his sword, he's making a lot of noise. But the bold Enrique is actually quite pleased, because he's making noise on purpose, since those guys will definitely hear it, and so they continue their escape as the day fades and night begins to fall in that place. So, just a short while later, the moon appears in the sky, and along with the moon, countless paws show up in those fields, because the night is ruled by those monsters. And those werewolves, noticing all that noise and that night has already fallen, get really furious and start moving toward the source of the noise. And so, Enrique runs while making noise, as the werewolves start to get restless. Enrique's plan is to use these werewolves, because they are creatures that aren't afraid of anything. Even if their enemy is stronger than they are, they'll definitely face it. So Enrique comes up with a plan and says, "Finn, Torres, you two go ahead. And Pin, not understanding, asks why he's saying that. Torres, who's really tough, says he'll never abandon a companion. And Finn tells Enrique that he can't do this alone, because there are too many soldiers. Enrique, remembering Krantz, gives the two of them an order and says, "Go ahead of me, I have a plan, okay? So I want you two to get out of here." And after hearing this, Torres and Pin run off to the right, since that's the only escape route. Meanwhile, Aspen's soldiers come charging fiercely toward Enrique. Then, Captain Roger gives an order for all his soldiers to massacre every enemy. So, Enrique, cornered by all those spearmen, knows that now it's time for those dogs to do their part. So, Enrique, who ran to the den of those werewolves, has an idea of how to survive all this. So, that's Enrique's plan. He needs the werewolves to fight against Aspen's soldiers. Enrique, the tough guy, knows this is very risky, but it's the only way to save Pin and Torres. And so, our hero, trying to draw everyone's attention to himself, starts to build up such a strong killing intent that it can't be ignored by anyone. He basically pulled all the aggro onto himself. And Roger, seeing that killing intent, turns toward Enrique and forgets about Pin and Torres, who are escaping. Then, that alpha werewolf also senses Enrique's killing intent, because that insolent prey dared to look at him like that. So, Captain Roger, wanting to take out the one with the strongest killing intent first, makes a decision and orders all the soldiers to go after the guy standing at the edge of the cliff and kill him first. But at that very moment, that wolf, who didn't like being challenged, starts climbing up the cliff. So, while our brave Enrique is surrounded by several enemies, that big alpha wolf is already very close to our hero. Then, making a precise lunge at Enrique, that big alpha intends to tear him apart in one go. But Enrique, relying on his sixth sense, senses that murderous intent coming after him. So, he jumps to the side and lets the wolf crash into one of Aspen's soldiers. So, knowing that his allies have already fled and that there are only enemies left in that place, Enrique knows he only needs to do one thing: create chaos, because those werewolves kill everything in their path. Anything that moves becomes the target. So, since Aspen's soldiers were already there in large numbers, those werewolves charge at them with incredible ferocity, massacring the soldiers in no time at all. And Torres, running, tells Finn that Enrique said he had a plan. But do you think he'll be okay? Don't you think we should go back? So, the two of them decide to look back and are surprised by what they see happening. Chaos has completely taken over. Werewolf soldiers are killing each other. Then, Torres, realizing that Enrique was alone in the middle of all that chaos, gets a little worried about his friend. Then, mustering up his courage, he tells Finn that they need to do something. But then, Torres sees something and starts wondering, what is that I'm seeing? No, that can't be right. Torres goes, rubs his eyes, and Finn's eyes go wide as he says to Torres, how is he doing that? There's no way he can dodge all those attacks that easily. Enrique, the hero of our story, totally badass, isn't even sweating. He's just completely focused on dodging every attack. And so, a deadly spear whizzes past his neck, because in the middle of all this chaos, Enrique already knew he was going to be surrounded. But his focus is on dodging all the attacks. He doesn't even need to attack the enemies, because they're killing each other. So, after Enrique dodges the spear, he also dodges a deadly attack from a werewolf. And what is Enrique doing now? He's concentrating all his senses on dodging the enemy attacks coming his way. And more than that, Enrique combines his focus with a killer instinct and also uses his hearing to sense even the enemies coming from his blind spot. But that's not the only reason Enrique is able to dodge. He's also greatly improved his battle reflexes, because he knows that just a single mistake is more than enough to get him killed. So, Enrique, with total focus, tilts his head to the side just as a deadly spear whizzes past him. And so, the fearless Enrique, with his focus cranked up to the max, shows that he has complete confidence in both his skills and his reflexes. But Roger, seeing all that chaos, gives the order to his soldiers, "Soldiers, hold your positions." Enrique knows that these ASP warriors are elite soldiers, and if they get into formation, these lycanthropes won't stand a chance against them. And for Enrique's plan to keep working, he needs the chaos to continue in that place. So Enrique remembers the last day he spent, because in that cave he was fighting Captain Roger. And so, the ASP soldier says that Enrique is a big idiot for facing the great Captain Roger head-on, who never takes off his helmet. Then, Captain Roger, a warrior with incredibly sharp swordsmanship, gets ready to kill our hero inside that tunnel. And Enrique, standing in front of Captain Roger on that day in the past, keeps wondering why he never takes off his helmet. There must be something wrong. And so, Enrique, risking his life, knocks off Roger's helmet with a strike of his sword. And just like that, the great Roger reveals his flowing hair. Except, not really, right? And so, that warrior who never takes off his helmet finally had it removed. And so, the grayish humanity of Aspen is shocked to realize that their captain has no hair at all, he's bald. And then one says to the other, "Oh, so that's why he never took off his helmet." Captain Roger runs his hand over his smooth bald head and starts trembling with rage. Then Enrique says to him, "Hey, Roger Zenho, you don't have to be embarrassed, okay? Baldness, most men have it." Rogazinho, nobody's making fun of you for being bald, Baldy. Hey, Baldy, I didn't call you bald, Baldy. It was that guard, Baldy. Captain Roger couldn't take the 5th grade teasing anymore, so he said to Enrique, bald is your mom, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to gut you, and I'm going to rip out all your hair. And so, we're back to the present, where Enrique says, hey, Roger, take off your helmet, and everyone there on that battlefield stops to listen because the enemy is shouting this. Then Enrique says again, hey, Roger, we all know you've already killed off your hair, so show everyone why you never take off your helmet, because you're bald. And Roger, really angry, says, your mother is a prostitute, and your grandmother works at the House of Tolerance too. And Roger, seething with anger, knows he can't fall for this teasing, that he needs to calm down, because he can't let himself be provoked by someone so stupid. So Enrique uses his ultimate argument, puts his hand in his hair, and starts playing with it. And so, fighting beautifully as the sole protagonist of our story, Enrique shows everyone that he has a full head of hair and that he's handsome and adorable. And so, our long-haired protagonist looks Roger straight in the eye and says, die of envy. Torres and Finn, upon hearing this, are completely shocked. And Pink says to Torres, I think he's finally lost it. Look at him. He's playing with his hair right in the middle of the battlefield. You must have gone crazy. But Roger didn't like this teasing, because he's bald. How could that damn long-haired guy be mocking him like that? Roger loses all his focus on the battle and channels all his fury to go after Enrique. Then, telling Enrique that he's going to give him a horrible death by ripping out every hair on his body, Roger, with a lot of brutality, intends to deliver a fatal blow to Enrique. Meanwhile, our hero steps out, try if you can, and easily dodges Roger, because Enrique, in this 73 today, really shows off his dodging skills. Then, trading sword blows with Roger, Enrique shows that he's not inferior to him in fencing. But Roger is running on pure hatred. Even though this enemy shows some sharp fencing skills, Roger intends to crush him in one go. So, using the art of the heavy sword, Roger delivers a mighty blow at Enrique. But our tough guy stands his ground, not getting hit by Roger. And so, Enrique quickly tries to knock off Roger's helmet with a strike from his sword. And so, Roger widens his eyes, because this guy is trying to embarrass him in front of his subordinates. So, to save his reputation, Roger dodges that sword strike in a ridiculous way, because no one can see his bald head. And then Enrique says, Roger, it's time to take off your helmet. And he appears right in front of Roger, using the art of the heavy sword to deliver a decisive blow on him. So, Roger, realizing this is about to go really badly, barely has time to react. But then, a very fast claw also appears on that battlefield. And so, Enrique, who was about to deliver the fatal blow to Roger, doesn't even have time, because the fierce Roger has just been decapitated. And this was done by the great Alpha Wolf, who had just been waiting for the right moment. So, Enrique doesn't even get to kill Roger, because the wolf just stole his kill. Then, the other ASP soldiers, seeing their captain dead, panic and forget to get into formation. And so, that great Alpha shows that, out of everyone there, he is the strongest. And so, he starts growling at everyone on that battlefield. Enrique knows that the Alpha Werewolf is an intelligent being and had been hiding, just waiting for the right moment to strike. Enrique, without even blinking, notices that the Alpha Wolf is already passing right by his side. So, Enrique makes a big leap backward, putting distance between himself and 3 other wolves that were also attacking him. But Enrique sharpens his senses even more, because he knows that this big Alpha Werewolf is trying to use the chaos to launch another surprise attack. Then, Enrique looks to the side and only sees the tail of that werewolf passing by, and realizes that it's circling him. And compared to Roger, this wolf is much tougher, because this beast, besides having absurd strength, is also sentient. And it was because of this werewolf that Enrique had to repeat many todays. And so, the big werewolf appears again behind Enrique, so quickly that while our hero was looking to the right, the wolf was already showing up on the left. Sensing that murderous intent, Enrique tries to quickly turn to the other side. And so, using the art of the sliding sword, Enrique dodges that deadly blow delivered by the Alpha Werewolf. And so, the fierce Enrique, after fighting this lycanthrope dozens and dozens of times, already knows its next move. And so, that werewolf prepares another serious punch to hit our hero, because he knows that just one punch is enough to achieve total victory. But Enrique is also in total focus, and because he has lost to this wolf many, many times, he already knows what to do to finally beat it. And so, dodging that deadly attack, Enrique finds his first opening and chops off a large piece of the werewolf's arm. But Enrique doesn't stop there. Since he started, it's time to finish it. So, our badass, swinging his sword, lands a deep cut across the werewolf's chest. But that wolf still has other weapons, and planning to use its massive bite, it lunges at Enrique. But then, the badass knows it's a bait, so he ducks and dodges another deadly swipe. However, by doing that, the Alpha Werewolf gives Enrique another opening. Then Enrique says, "It's over now, you bastard, I'm going to gut you." And he charges at the huge werewolf with all his strength and all his rage, sword in hand. And so, while the blood moon hangs high in the sky, that great alpha lycanthrope has his body pierced by Enrique's sword.
He didn't even have time to howl, because now, the one who thought himself the superior being has his arm severed, his chest slashed, and his body run through by a razor-sharp sword. And this, at a spot that kills him almost instantly, not even giving him time for anything else. And so, while the other soldiers are fighting those werewolves, they don't even have time to look around at what's happening. But Torres and Pin, who are outside the battlefield, are there, stunned and dumbfounded. And then, Pin says to Torres, "Look, Torres, the other werewolves stopped chasing Enrique." And Torres replies, "Of course, even I wouldn't dare face Enrique right now. Did you see what he did? That beast he killed is really strong. I'm telling you, if I tried to face him, I'd definitely die." And so, Torres and Pin look at Enrique, illuminated by the moon, who has grown so much in the midst of this battle, killing a werewolf that was almost impossible to kill. Then Pin says to Torres, "Come on, let's help Enrique." However, Enrique is still focused and, looking at them, shouting their names, he realizes the two are already coming back. And then Pin says to him, "Enrique, come here, let's get out of here." And the tough guy, following his friends, takes off running through all that chaos. However, some soldiers still have time to look back, to warn the others that Enrique is escaping. But no one can do anything to him anymore, because the werewolves are still in a frenzy, trying to kill everything in their path. And so, our tough guy Enrique manages to escape that battlefield with his two friends. And the soldiers of Aspim and the werewolves remain in total chaos, killing each other. And after that, Pin says to Enrique, "Hey Enrique, so that was your plan. Did you already know the lycanthropes were going to show up?" Enrique lies to her and says, "No, it was pure luck." And Torres, while running, says he gets it, but there's something that's giving you away a lot. "Hey Enrique, how did you get so strong all of a sudden? And more than that, how did you know the chief warrior's name was Roger?" Enrique knows that for someone who doesn't have the today, it's really weird for us to know these things, and it's normal for his companions to have doubts. However, it's something that can't be explained right now, and so they take off running. But then, Enrique stops and says to them, "Hey, there's something way more important that we need to do, okay? Because we still haven't finished our mission." Pin and Torres stop in their tracks, while Enrique looks at those mountains, the ones they had climbed so many times before. And so, looking over at that wall, our hero says to the two of them, "Hey, we're heading to those walls now. We've got a mission to complete up there." Then, up on that wall, high-heeled boots are keeping watch over the place, and that's how we see that the sorceress Lydicia is still guarding that wall. Then the scene shifts to Enrique climbing that wall, and under his glove is that pocket he asked the soldier to sew on. And now that climb is different, because before Pin was leading with the other two right behind, but now, the tough guy Enrique is the one in front, leading the way. And Pin asks Torres, "Hey Torres, was Enrique a mountaineer?" And Torres says he doesn't know, but yeah, he tells him, "That's weird, how is he able to climb so well?" While Enrique is getting to the top, Torres tells Pin that he can't make sense of anything anymore, because Enrique suddenly got really strong. Enrique, hidden behind the wall of the rampart, knows that his sixth sense doesn't work very well against the sorceress. But, since he's been here many, many times, he knows exactly where she is, because on every today, she's always been standing right here, at the top of this wall. So, Enrique raises his hand and signals for Pin to stop. And then, he quietly says, "Come carefully, there's an enemy here. Look, I'll go up first, okay? Only after a while can you guys come after me." And Pin, not understanding, says, "What?" Enrique doesn't even pay attention, because he knows very well that they understood. And so, he charges fiercely at the sorceress Lydicia, trying to catch her by surprise from behind. But the sorceress could sense his presence. So, the sorceress Lydicia looks back with a very angry face. But when she sensed Enrique's presence in that place, our hero's sword was already dangerously close to her throat. Yeah, right? But it didn't help much, did it? Because that woman's vines are really fast, and so they wrap around Enrique's wrist. Then, after that, the sorceress throws Enrique backward, since that bastard almost managed to kill her sneakily. But Enrique has already learned how to deal with those vines. So, he cuts the first one and manages to free his arms from that deadly grip. Then Lydicia says to him, "Hey, how did you get here?" "I'm sure my children went after you." And when she says children, she's talking about her werewolves. But then Enrique says to her, "Oh, right, those werewolves? Well, they're pretty busy, okay? They're playing tag with the Grey Dog Squad. Look, you didn't train those kids right." And Enrique says this with a grin on his face, right at the witch. So the woman gets angry, because this insolent guy dared to laugh at her. Then she shoots dozens of thorny vines at Enrique. But the tough guy just does the basics. He dodges, dodges, and dodges again. Because in these 79 days, dodging deadly attacks is something he's learned to do with great skill. So, another vine attack, which was coming straight for our hero's head, is deflected by his sword. Enrique knows that all these branches look like razor-sharp spears, because virtually they seem almost like steel. Then those plants start making a really strange movement, coming together as if they were a single entity. But Enrique, the tough guy, has already learned how to cut these vines, because if he slices at the right angle, they become really easy to cut. And Pin, hiding behind the wall, is really surprised, and she says to Torres, "Wait, am I really seeing this?" Is he actually managing to fight a sorceress? Then, the brave Torres, still hiding, says to Pin, hey, should we help him? Pin replies, of course not. Are you crazy? If we go over there, we'll just get in the way, because I can't do what he's doing. But at that moment, several of Aspam's goons show up to help the sorceress Lidisha. But then, the last of them takes a light axe blow to the back of his neck, almost cutting his neck in half. So, he dies. Pin says to Torres that since the two of them can't fight the sorceress, at the very least they have to stop these enemies from reaching Enrique. So, Aspam's goons, realizing there are people behind them, turn to face this new threat. Lidisha is filled with rage, thinking, how dare you cut my rose vines? I'm going to kill you, you wretch. I'm going to give you a very painful end. And so, the sorceress Lidisha begins to make roses bloom from her vines. And then she says, my branches, pierce this enemy. And then, branches are shot toward Enrique like arrows. However, Enrique has his Ihaka activated. And with his battle foresight, having done this many times before, he knows very well the attack pattern of this woman, because Enrique knows that she is also human and she has her flaws. So, Enrique plans to do the basic move that Ragnar taught him. You just have to cut a sorcerer in half and they die. So, Enrique just needs an opening. And so, focused on his plan, Enrique intends to create his deadly opening. That's when we see that pocket he sewed under his glove. And so, Enrique charges forward toward those arrows. However, our hero isn't hit by any of them, because he cuts through all of them with ease and advances toward that sorceress. And Lidisha, really angry, with all her vines being cut, doesn't stop attacking Enrique for a second. However, she finds herself in trouble, because this bastard just keeps getting closer. Sensing the imminent danger, she starts to surround him with her vines. But the fierce Enrique, starting to get entangled by those vines, points his arm toward that sorceress. He thinks to himself that this method is too careless, since he needs to use a dagger. And so, we go back to the past, where Enrique is talking to Kryze, and Kryze says, hey boss, what are you going to do with the rest of these materials? Are you going to sell everything? Enrique says, of course not, I'm going to keep all of them, because these magic stones might come in handy someday. And so, we return to the present, where everything is gray, because this is happening at extremely high speed. And that's thanks to focusing on a single point. And then it's revealed to us that under Enrique's light, there's not a dagger, but a magic stone. Then, after that, Enrique shoots that magic stone toward the sorceress Lidisha, who widens her eyes in surprise as she sees the shining stone coming toward her face. But that's just a small part of those magic stones that Enrique took from the cave. Then, after that, a blinding light appears on top of that wall, and the light is so strong that Pin and Torres cover their eyes to avoid being overwhelmed by it. And even the beggars from the slum who were under the wall notice that a very bright light has just appeared on top of the wall, and this light is really strong, making it look like daytime there. Lidisha, who was looking straight at that light, can't see anything anymore because the light practically blinded her. But then the lawnmower starts moving through that area, cutting all those vines and hitting toward Lidisha. So, the bold Enrique, taking advantage of the opening he created, delivers a fatal blow to the sorceress Lidisha. In that split second, Lidisha realizes she messed up, because when she put her hand in front of her eyes, Enrique must have taken math classes with her, because now there are two halves of the sorceress Lidisha. And so, the brave Enrique finally shakes that rosebush and knocks off all its petals. See, what I said even turned into a poem. You can write that down, okay? And so, finally, Enrique realizes that he doesn't have to choose just one path, because those 3 obstacles are actually really good. And so, Enrique the Brave manages to get through all those obstacles in a single day. And all of this, thanks to his secret weapon, his very shiny magic stone. Then, the sorceress Lidisha, lifeless at the top of that wall, finds her eternal rest beneath her petals. So, looking like a scene from a noir film, we have the brave Enrique, the sorceress Lidisha, and lots of petals falling through the air. And in the background, the great moon, accompanied by its smaller moon. And so, the brave Enrique, who knows it was because of those 3 different challenges that he managed to overcome this one today. He put the puzzle together, worked hard, grew, and triumphed. And so, our hero is all smiles, because a huge obstacle has just been left behind. So, the last crossbowman of Aspam on top of that wall has his heart pierced and only has time to writhe in agony. And Pin, who was far away from that place, still has her eyes hurting and says, "Hey Torres, what was that? Huh?" Over there, Torres tells her that now is not the time to talk, because surely many Aspam soldiers must have seen that light and are coming this way. And then the 2 of them start running and say to Enrique, "Come on, let's get out of here." So, that Aspam soldier down in the slum starts looking for anything out of the ordinary. And so, one looks to the right and the other looks to the left, trying to spot any intruder in that place. And so, we can see several intruders in that place, because Enrique, Torres, and Finn are already in disguise, pretending to be locals from the favela, since now they only need to focus on one thing, their goal of finding the girl. Then Finn says to them, "Hey, this is the house the girl said she was staying at these last few days." So the three of them look inside that house and Torres says, "Hey, what is that?" And the three of them, seeing a lot of blood on the floor, a broken chair, and torture devices, just by looking at that scene, already know that an attack happened there. So, Finn tells Torres that the answer is pretty obvious. The girl was found out and killed. And Enrique knows that there are enemies everywhere, and the girl they were supposed to find is already dead too. So, he comes to a conclusion and tells the two of them, "Hey, this operation was definitely an Aspam trap, and that message from the girl, saying she had important information to deliver, was probably just to get our attention here and kill us. So, it was definitely Aspam who sent us that message." And Torres, still in disbelief, says that can't be true. Meanwhile, Aspam's soldiers keep searching for them everywhere. And they, pretending to be beggars, stay in a dark corner, avoiding the soldiers' attention, since there are more than 100 soldiers searching all over that fortress. So, Pin says to them, "Okay, we just need to get out of here and make it out alive." And Torres, always the realist, says that getting out of here is going to be tough, since there are so many guards looking for them. Isn't there any way to distract the guards? And our bold Enrique says, "Look, I know a way, okay? Do you guys want to try it? Fire, fire. It's on fire." So, Enrique used that old trick, set a fire to draw the soldiers' attention. While the soldiers are focused on that fire, the trio starts escaping from the fortress at full speed, because nothing grabs the soldiers' attention like a fire. And Enrique thinks he's getting the hang of it, because if he keeps this up, instead of becoming a knight, he'll end up becoming an arsonist. So, Enrique knows he needs to train even more with his sword, so he doesn't have to rely on fire to complete his missions. So, they take off their disguises, since their goal of escaping the fortress has just been accomplished. Then, the three of them, running across the field and successfully escaping the fortress, head toward a safe spot. And then we see the house that was set on fire, and people have no idea why that place caught fire. However, nearby, there are two people talking, and one says to the other, "Hey, you all took advantage of the fire and managed to escape." Then the person sitting by the window says that all the traps they set were overcome. Then the guy scratching his leg starts thinking that the situation is really hard to believe. After all, who would have thought that the witch Lidisha would die like that? Then the one with green hair starts thinking that his plan was perfect. And his plan was just that, to kill many strong people in Illyria before the war. By doing this, he would lower the morale of Illyria's soldiers during the Great War. Then the green-haired ones reply to the person who came to deliver the news, "Hey, it's all good, okay? Because we still have other options. So let's stop here, since I have plenty of other plans to put into action." So, looking just like a villain, we're introduced to Aspam's brilliant strategist, Abner. And Abner says he needs to get ready for the next plan, because it's going to be a killer.